Now, let's see now. We're streaming. Now I get to start phone calls. Well, Skype calls. Okay. Get this up in my ear here and check incoming messages. Okay. We is live. Now let me see if I can get anyone else to join me. Alright. The real Ian West. There he is. Thank God. Okay. Now. Where's my girl? What's her name again? Deanna? Oh my God. Where the hell is she? How do I reach her again? Deanna. What is her name? On the... I'm totally spacing out here on her, like, call sign. Was it Mirth? Was she going by Mirth on the thing? Everybody let me know what my, it's Brain Dancer. There we are. Holy shit. That's no wonder I couldn't remember that. Okay. Turn that off. Go to Brain Dancer. Brain. Okay. Okay, we're gonna hear that big rain. There we are, honey. How are you?
I am well.
Good. Thank you for your patience. Let's see who else I can add on here. I'm going to do the screen share for a minute. All right, so you can see what I'm doing. Can you see the cursor move, honey?
I see the screen come up.
Okay.
All right, now I see it.
Cursor moving. Yeah, okay. I'm going down here to add participants, and we're going to see who we can add. So we'll try a few people, and just hit them, and see who responds. And these are the usual suspects. And we're going to add Peter Moon at the top of next hour. In the meantime, we'll just try a few people who might be available, see who comes on. And okay, Sean Bond is still doing his thing. George Knight, just later on we can add him on the call. Justin White, of course, there's no point unless he's prepared. Joe Ty's got 2 accounts, but there's Brooke Gibson. There's the real Ian West. Okay, there we are, because he's got a new account. Yeah, he's got a new account. And Joe Ty, both of those guys have like shut out accounts. Poor bastards. They had to start new ones. Okay, we press the add button now. And we see who joins us. Look at that. See that? A whole crowd of people.
Right,
And we
like
see, yeah.
the Brady Bunch back in the day.
Yeah, that's cute. My, you're showing our age. Back in those days, that was considered a sophisticated visual technique. And Brandon
Right.
Young has joined us. How are you, sir?
Hello, Douglas.
Hello, my good man. I'm going to introduce you to the lovely young lady known as Diana Fraser. She is Ukrainian descent, and she is, for the present, acting as my producer. And so do say hello to her.
Hello.
Honey.
Hello there, Brandon.
There we are.
We met on the internet on the show. I offered a few movie suggestions, and you enjoyed them. But now we speak verbally.
Oh, fantastic! What were the movie suggestions?
The curious explorations of Jasper Marebo, the Shadow cartoon.
Oh.
Yes.
Well,
And Mirror Mask by Henson Productions.
Yes, I remember the first one.
wow.
Wow, that was quite a few years ago.
It was.
I do remember that, and it was an old-timey sort of film. Yeah, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh.
That's delightful. And so I'm just responding to Brooke, who says she's on the phone with a co-worker. She'll be right back in a bit. And so I'll just send her, there we are, a kiss or something. There we are. Got the little laughing face and a kiss. I mean, that it's like it was a weird thing to send, but the emojis just kind of came up there. So other than that, we are, she can see all this on the screen, Deanna. And what I'm going to do is take us back to the conversation at hand, and I do that by clicking this button, and that should bring us back. And oh my god, that interesting pattern that Brandon had disappeared. Now, I was going to point that out to you, Brandon, when you came on the Skype. There was this unique and interesting sand pattern that was behind your icon, and then it disappeared and got replaced by the usual crap. So, at any rate, both of you, since you're both here and you're both kind of like passive people, I have to encourage both of you to talk, because this will give me the ability to do a few things in the background to just finish basically my nasal inhalants and finishing a banana, because I took a bunch of vitamins and I want to have something in my stomach with them, in a more immediate sense. So I ate earlier, but it's just being cautious here. So while I do that and get some potassium into my system, maybe the two of you could talk about different things like
Well,
yeah.
welcome, listeners, be they near or far, to the show that's mostly bizarre.
Thank you, honey. That helps. That's like that's kind of like Joe Ty when he was talking to Peter Moon, and he said something that I've often thought but never expressed. Like, hey, Peter and Moon, showing your dick and your ass at the same time, ha ha ha. And I'm like, okay, that was like totally unnecessary, and we.
It is, and I'm glad I missed it.
Yes, well, when you say, hey, you get this little rhyme up there, and then you say, the show's mostly bizarre, and that might misinform people into thinking that that the show is something other than it is. I mean, I guess it is mostly bizarre. I mean, it's certainly not something I'm going to contest, but I guess it's so bizarre we just don't need to overemphasize it. It's kind of self-evident. We don't need it.
You've heard me say that not only your show, but initially when I followed the proverbial breadcrumb trail to your show with Duncan O'Finian, when I listened to his presentation, my mind felt like silly putty. I'm like, what the heck is he on about? And through a series of events, series of shows, I found my way to your platform.
Wonderful. And then she cursed me with Daniel Arola. I found out the other day that, I met Daniel Arola so long ago, never physically, thank God, but it was so long ago, I don't remember where he sourced from. And then she confessed to me just yesterday in a private phone call. Deanna Fraser confessed that she introduced me to Daniel Arola.
I deny everything.
That's clever. That's cute. Anyhow, I do want to respond to the wonderful people in the chat room, everybody who's here, and I want to emphasize everybody putting in an upvote. And I'm already getting questions about the image embedded in thumbnail of live stream. For those of you who are longtime listeners, you might remember photographs of my adoptive son from before, back when he was a girl. So this is the reason that it's up there is because it's Armenia Independence Day. And so I've been celebrating with my son and trying to do our best to bring attention to the plight of the Armenians, and also try to explain their situation to people. They're truly a people in danger of extinction, of extermination, far more than Jewish people ever were. And the horror of the situation is such that many Jewish people actively will try and sabotage or subvert any efforts to promote awareness of the Armenian genocide and the potential for their being exterminated, because truth be told, there is a large segment of the Jewish population that wants the general Western world to assume that they are the only people who have ever suffered genocide, and that they're the only people who are ever in danger, and they really are manipulative and very malevolent in that sense. Yet that's a true Jewish conspiracy, is to hide everyone else's Holocaust. So be aware that as the first people to convert to Christianity, aside from maybe the Ethiopians, the Armenians began to suffer persecution in the days of the Roman Empire. And there's only 5 million Armenians in their own nation. Okay, so we're talking about a race that's on the verge of extinction. And the Azerbaijani is the Azeris of Azerbaijan and the Turks are both cooperating to try and exterminate them. And so the Russians, of course, are doing nothing. They're not living up to their guarantees of security that they had promised the Armenians, and they're totally incompetent and incapable anyway. So understand that just obviously I love my son and would not want to see his race extinct. And certainly when I purchased him off the streets as a young girl, you could see why I was smitten with her. And again, the photograph is of her before her sexual affirmation surgery, before her sex change, which was to come years later. But understand that you have millions and millions of Turks that are conniving and conspiring to exterminate the remnant Armenians, which are this landlocked pocket in the Caucasus Mountains that is now facing, with just outmoded Soviet weaponry, all of the modern technology that can be brought to bear, and it wiped out half their nation already. Half their nation, East Armenia, Artsakh, was wiped out off the map. So they've already lost half their nation, and this was just happened literally last year. So people are completely unaware of the situation. The Jews are conspiring to hide it. And by that, it's an unfair thing to say, to say the Jews, because that's all inclusive, and I shouldn't say that. But certainly Israel aligned with Turkey and Azerbaijan for the cheap oil, and they provided drones to kill the Armenians. So they're fucking evil people. Let's get this straight. I'm not going to yet at least say that my biological sire Adolf Hitler was right in what he did. I haven't gotten to that point yet. I honestly hope I never do. But I certainly can see elements of where my dad was coming from. Believe me. So this is a hard world, and the hard truth is, the Jewish people are trying to monopolize all the suffering as theirs, like they got a monopoly on it, and it's time to put that into an end. They've gotten away with far too fucking much, and fuck them. I'm just sick of it. So it's time to move on and recognize other people's suffering, and with that, of course, I'm going to try and eat this banana. I'm going to have, we don't necessarily need to have Brandon and Diana continue along this line in a conversation while I go mute for a bit. But I definitely want them to, carry the stage for a little bit, take it any direction they wish, and then I'll come popping back in a few minutes, okay? But I'm here. I'm right here. And I'll hear everything both of you say. And of course, hopefully today or within the next several episodes, our man Brandon and I will make an appointment where we'll figure out when he and Kelsey are going to be coming back on this program, and when we'll be talking about her review of my book and whatnot. Our book, I mean to say. Peter Moon made it accessible to the general public, but I certainly did my share in making that book, putting that book together and writing elements of it. So at any rate, with that, I turn it over to Brandon and Deanna for a bit. Now I'm listening, and if you want me to respond, just let me know and give me a few moments to get off mute, but I'm going to go mute for now, and both of you kind of take it, okay?
I couldn't possibly contribute to the conversation because, as you said, the majority of the world is unaware of these atrocities.
Thank you. I mean, your own people, had far more people die in the Holodomor than Jews died in the Holocaust. So that's 15 million dead Ukrainians killed by the Soviets even before World War II. And so nobody ever spoke of that for years. It's only
exactly. Most people assumed oh, you're Russian. It's like, no. The capital of what was, I don't know what Ukraine was called, but Ukraine, Ukrai means off to the side, meaning like, we couldn't capture that part, so we'll just call it, that land over there.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
most people assumed it was Russian, but the invaders came along, and you can't see it physically, but I would pretend that a weapon was held to the peoples and said, we take. Any questions? It's like, no. I mean, there was absolute opposition, of course, because the warriors of Ukraine are like many peoples would defend the territory, but that mountain range running through the terrain made it exceedingly difficult to hold the borders. So they lost ground.
Yes.
The culture was usurped, and what's the word? Can't think of it now.
The culture. Go on.
Well, basically, anything that's Russian was taken, and gosh, I know the word. I can't think of it right now.
Appropriated.
Thank you. Exactly the word.
Yes.
Appropriated.
Yeah. So I do want to remind you, Kiev is the capital of Ukraine, and the
Presently.
Oh yeah,
but
yeah, go on.
Rus
Yeah.
was the capital back then.
Yes.
And what it was called, I'm not clear.
It was called. Well, just so you know, the ancient capital was Kievan Rus, and Kievan Rus was the foundation of the indigenous culture that became appropriated by the Russians. The Greater Russians of Moscow it later centered their culture around Moscow, but their original culture, they were civilized by the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians civilized them. They were essentially savage Slavic tribes that were then Vikingized, or the river Vikings came down from Finland and basically bred with them. The original culture that became Russia evolved in Ukraine. And then what happened was, then the Russians appropriated that and then declared themselves the Mother Russians, or the Greater Russians, and then strove to exterminate the Ukrainians so that they could complete their appropriation of the culture and the history by eliminating the original culture in the cradle of their civilization, the hearth of their civilization, which is Ukraine. So there.
Much like the land here.
Yes, very much so. And with that, Brandon, I'm sure, has some things that brings to his mind. And with that, I'll truly go mute for a few minutes while chewing on.
Sure, I don't believe you.
Enjoy yourself.
Well, I'm not particular. I don't really like bananas. I'm just eating it for the potassium and getting.
Potassium is worth it. You should eat at least 2, Douglas.
Yeah. Okay. Well, one a day at least. I do.
Add a peanut butter. Add some peanut butter. And some whole milk.
Mm-hmm. That's
milk.
Cute.
Whole milk, natural from the gardens of San Francisco.
Is that a joke?
You go to Golden Gate Park, you go over to that Japanese tea garden, and there's a little moonwalk bridge. Mm-hmm. Go over that. They have the best milk for sale right there. Whole milk.
How did you find this out?
I just I love the town. What can I say?
You loved what?
The town.
Oh.
The town, meaning the city of San Francisco.
Yes. Oh my God. Anyhow, so.
See, I told you he's not going to mute.
Okay. I'm gonna go mute. I'll go mute. You're right.
So, Brandon, you are in the teaching profession, from what I've heard on previous shows.
Oh, that's what the previous shows have said, have they?
No, I deny everything.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I could be, hypothetically.
Hypothetically, there was a comedian that I took my daughters to in their younger youth, in my younger youth, that my mom saw an article that this comedian was performing at a local college or university, and he said, "I'm going to demonstrate my telepathic powers." I burst out laughing. It's a good thing I didn't have any food or drink in my mouth, because I probably would have choked on it some. I'm going to demonstrate my telepathic powers. I love wordplay.
Who's this? Who do you remember the name of the guy? Or
Presently, I do not.
okay,
It'll surface, but I hadn't thought of it for some decades now.
telepathetic. I like that.
Right.
That's pretty apropos for for a lot of people claiming that they have psychic powers these days. They seem to be very pathetic.
Indeed. Yeah.
That's good. By the way, I just had to participate at that moment and say that I enjoy that too. That's very funny. By the way, T Tank Barry in the chat room says, "What up, Doug? What up, T Tank Barry? You are the man. I still plan on having a private phone call with you sometime soon, just to say hi, check in with you again." He delivered enough money to help me do a supply run, and believe me, this is what keeps me alive. He dropped by and slid $116 through the door slot. T Tank Barry has delivered in the past many hundreds more that have helped me through months in the past. A fabulous individual, and he definitely has a mean machine, this mobile home that's remarkable. I'll say no more than that. David Fitzsimons contributed about $10 recently, and it's deeply appreciated. And he says, I'm always a suspect. Hey, DDD. And then Vicky Johnson, who's with us, love you, honey, gives us a nice emoji. Shining Shadows, who's Chris Collins, says, very unnecessary and not something I would ever say to Peter, but it just had me chuckling. And that was what Joe Tai had said the other day about, Peter and Moon, and what it brought to his mind, which was, of course, the juvenile thought. Honestly, that's what I truly thought Peter Moon had grabbed that name as part of like a boy band he was involved with in high school. And it was just literally meant dick and mooning people, just burying his crotch.
Oh, okay. It finally occurred to me where we were going with that. Yeah. Speaking of donating, would you, after the show or in the comments, the private Douglas D, for PayPal?
Yeah.
So, because I received my direct deposit, and it'll be a drop in the bucket. However, it's better than nothing.
Yes, honey.
Yeah, by the way, the name of that band was In Sync with the Montauk Chair.
Is that true? No, you made that up, right?
No, I think that you can ask him later, but I think that's the original boy band that he did have in the 60s. It was sort of he was pretending to be, remember the Temptations?
Yeah.
So it was a prequel to the...
No, he was he was all in blackface. And, he thought it was Al Jolson or something, so it was a band of Al Jolson. And they basically did Wizard of Oz renditions. They did like the Jitterbug and things like this.
Oh my God.
And but they failed. And I think that's when Peter turned to Scientology.
Yes. That's very funny. No, that's funny. Yeah, that's the delivery was good with that. Okay, both of them.
Thank you.
Yeah, when they started earlier, and both Deanna and Brandon were doing their humor bit. Again, it was that problem of delivery. They just.
But that's the best part. Sometimes you gotta awkward the people. It's like the Andy Kaufman thing. Is he real? Is he not?
Yeah. It's true. There's some comedy routines where but it's still, how would I say it? It's an art, and it's Brandon and Deanna. They weren't necessarily synchronizing with it. Yeah. So, but that being said, I'm going to go mute it again, and everyone do remind me. I'll talk a little bit about now, honey, you said that this was this little drop in the bucket. You're saying you're gonna deliver that later, right? Or drop it into the bucket later or something?
Correct, because
Okay.
I went to look it up, and I'm certain if I'd given it sufficient time, I would discover what it is.
Okay.
Your address that doesn't.
The one that doesn't take where they don't take their excise, their excision tax or whatever they fucking call it, basically their blood money, their pound of flesh. Yeah, they do that with a business account. So and that's paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. So I've got a private account now, which I keep saying I want to call them and change the name on that. I got the card for it. It would probably take 2 weeks to get another card, but I want to change the name on that to something that's more easy to remember. So the Douglas Dietrich, it's just either people are not remembering it, but for some reason they keep sticking to the business account because maybe it's somehow broken and people can't get money in it. Peter said he tried to put money in it and he couldn't get money into that account. But no one has yet contacted me or messaged me telling me their own experience aside from what happened to Peter Moon. So people do try to put money in that account. Here's where I would say even a fucking dollar. I don't give a shit. Just see if you can get it in there. I would recommend only going higher than $1 because, I guess, you don't need to go higher than $1. If it's a private account, they're not supposed to be taking anything out of it. So at least it'll be worth your time to experiment. If you can get it in there, then we know it works. I haven't had either no one's tried or, no one's communicating to me that they failed with that.
Okay, you're getting a little frisky now to try to get it in there.
Right. Is that sexual innuendo or it's
maybe.
Okay. So are you referring to noise I'm making while moving around, shifting around? Is that
Negative?
Oh, okay. Just want to know because Peter heard everything the other day. Like when I was just shifting or something, then he would, "Hey, you're making noise," and I had to spend all the time mute while he was here. So hopefully we don't have that effect that we had the other day with him. Is anybody hearing anything on my end, like any particular noise phenomenon? Let me know.
I myself hear no extraneous noise other than the fact that you haven't gone mute for very long.
Yeah, understood, honey. I'll go mute now.
But I did ask.
Yeah.
I did ask because you mentioned your current contributors, which is necessary to keep you.
Yeah, and I'll speak of that again when I'm on with Peter Moon, and I'm really ambivalent here. I don't know where to go with this. There's because honestly, with someone like Our Lady Diana, I get it, okay? She's like not a wealthy person, and when she contributes something, it might be just a few dollars. And we've had this wonderful David Fitzsimons, who's in the chat room, and he donated $10. Okay, now these people, it's this is what they can contribute, and in a sense, it does add up. But then I've got people like, I'm sorry, let me see now. I'm not even gonna mention their names. It's just there's this person who goes by 3 names, or maybe it is 3 people, or maybe it's a person with a bifurcated personality. But they identify with 1 male name and 2 female names, or something like that, or maybe 2 male names and 1 female name. I don't know. It's like Three's Company or something. But they, I can't believe it's really 3 people. And because they're contributing, they're saying, "Oh, hey, Grandpa, just want to say, we really love you," this sort of shit. And then they give me like $4.14. All of this has some like occult meaning to it. And for all I know, it might be carrying an intended curse with it. Not that I feel any threat from that. But honestly, it's offensive. It's at this point, it's just like, all right, go fuck yourselves. It just, Peter Moon would say, "God, no, Douglas, every little bit adds up." No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. Okay, if you're donating at the rate of $3, $4, $5, I'm sorry, go fuck yourself. I mean, there's no point. It's offensive. It doesn't add up. It doesn't help. Just don't do.
Douglas,
Yes, honey.
we had family from Ukraine come
Yeah.
visit,
Yeah.
and he reported it was. I'll just call him Leon because
Leon. Yes.
so Leon had made a day trip to New York City, and upon return, he gave report that he handed a panhandler a few pennies, and he said she hurled the pennies back at me and swore, and screaming and hollering like. And he said that he was surprised that she would do that because it's money. So my dad corrected him.
It's about time he learned a lesson in that regard. Go on. I'm sorry. Go on, honey. Yeah, so your dad said to him, what did your dad say to him?
Yeah, essentially you insulted her by giving her a few pennies, because to someone who's in need of money to just have the trouble of counting out pennies to get a meal or whatever it is that they need is an insult.
Well, it's not even the counting. It's not even the counting. It's just that you can't get anything with that. It's not. You might as well be spitting on him, really. And just to put this into some perspective for people, there was this. How many of you remember this story? There was some white chick, her quote unquote, this is the story, her car broke down under an overpass. And this homeless veteran came up to her and said, hey, don't get out of your car. I'm surrounded by crazy homeless people. They're very violent. If you get out of your car, they're going to rape you to death. I'm going to, go get you some money so you can call a tow truck. Because she didn't.
Your volume is quite low.
My volume's low?
Well, maybe you moved back, because.
Okay. So that just started, or how about now? How am I now?
It's perfect now. I imagine that you lean forward and then you lean back. Is that
okay? Yeah. So
what,
do I need to repeat anything? Do I need to repeat anything, or
well,
what?
Basically, you're surrounded by.
Yeah, so the guy in the overpass said, look, you're surrounded by crazy homeless people who are very violent, and they'll rape you to death if you get out of the car, so I'm going to give you some money, because she said she didn't have any money, her car broke down, she didn't have any money, so he, went into his coffee can where he kept his savings, and he gave her a $20 bill, so she was able to call a tow truck to get her out of that area. And thank you, Dat Dude, 873210 for saying we sound loud and clear. So thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. At any rate, so how many remember this story? I want hands up. I want, both Deanna and Brandon to tell me whether they remember that or not, and whether anyone in the chat room remembers this, because that woman then started a fundraiser for this guy. And she got him enough money to buy himself a house, not just any house, but enough to buy himself a mansion. Basically, millions of dollars were sent her way to get this guy money. So does anybody remember any of this?
I can't remember something I've never heard.
Okay. He was a Gulf War veteran. This happened about 3 years ago. How about Brandon? Any of this ring a bell with you?
No, I don't remember. I don't know the city. So
okay. I don't even remember the city either. I was pretty sure it was in California. That's how Peter Moon remembers it, as being in California. Anyhow, it was all a lie. It was basically she paid this guy who was homeless to come to basically take a photograph with her looking into the window of her car. And that's the famous photograph of them, was they're looking inside the window of her car together, basically. It's her and this guy, and who had supposedly saved her from a fate worse than death, gang rape under an overpass. And
yes,
and so basically she raised all this money for him, and so it turned out, of course, it was all a lie. She basically paid this guy a few bucks to take a photograph with her, and whether he's a Gulf War vet or not is a moot point. I'm not quite sure which part of the story is a lie, other than the fact that all the money went to her and she spent it all on her, and her boyfriend went on vacations, bought themselves all kinds of jewelry and new cars and shit, and just had themselves a ball. So she's going to spend maybe about a year or a few years in jail, and then maybe a few years in community service, because the homeless guy found out about it. And by the way, this is also suspect because how does a homeless guy find this out? It's like, does he have a cell phone? Is he like, online? Does he like, go to the library and use a computer and say, hey, that's me? I mean, first off, what's he bitching about? Because, okay, so some woman who's clean cut, smells of deodorant, basically has showered regularly and shampooed, comes up to you, Mr. Homeless Guy under the overpass, and gives you a few bucks to take a photograph with her. What could she possibly want other than to exploit you? I mean, are you that stupid? I mean, you got a few bucks out of the deal. This is what you do. It's like, so, like, what did you expect? And then, so somehow he was outraged, of course. Well, I can understand that she made millions off of him. But, it's not like, well, he put any effort into it. So, But anyhow, he sued her. But, of course, she couldn't give him any of the money because she spent it all. So then she winds up, going to jail for a bit and then some community service. It's all, but all this is what is kind of like the story that needs to be expressed, because that GoFundMe, I remember when Selena Khan said, oh, now this could be Selena Khan always being evil and part of the cults of chaos, an Edomite and just an insurgent. Maybe she was all along. And she tried one time just to set up this stupid GoFundMe where she said, tell everybody you want a new studio and ask them for as much money as possible for your studio equipment so you can get the absolute best studio equipment. And of course, nobody said anything effectively. I mean, a few people contributed what they could who are regular contributors. But, we got 0.01% of what was asked for because it wasn't a sob story. I'm just basically, following her advice. And I guess that was meant to make me look stupid because it just looked stupid. I mean, it just didn't see, I explained the truth of the situation. Hey, I'm on so much income every month. I'd like to get a new studio. And, nobody really contributed because it wasn't life or death, nor did I say it was in the sense of like, oh, I need an organ transplant and, oh, I have no money for it. It's like, but, that being said, I had to borrow money from people I don't want to borrow from. Basically, my gang brother, 300. Basically, my 3D graphic modeler, 300. Now, both of these, for different reasons, are, these are guys who can lend the money. 3D graphics modeler works for Toyota as literally a designer of their cars.
Wow.
He makes a lot of money. Now he earned he earned it. I mean, he went through hell. That guy went through hell, but he finally found a job where he's like making like so much money that, your average place in my block, the average flat is rented out for $6,000 a month. He was able to get rid of all of his fucking roommates and just say, fuck off, I'm sick of all of you, and just pay that rent himself, because that's the amount of money he's making now. So when it comes to because he had 6 roommates that were each paying $1,000 a month, and he just got rid of all of them. He could pay it all himself. So when it comes to my gang brother, of course, he's underworld. So but $300 to one, $300 to another, and they don't expect me to pay back maybe $150 one month for towards the end of the year. And Beaver, I said, I might pay him $300 next year. So, which is a few months from now. But I don't want to be in this position where I do that. I just hate that. And then I called Ben Estenius up for some money, and all he can say is he's going to try, but he's just totally fucked. He's just like, everything's fucked with everybody these days. So basically, people, I need $300. So basically, I started this month saying I need a grand. I said, this is a bad month. I need $1,000. Effectively, no one has given me anything that can even come close to that. And what money people have given me, I needed to spend immediately on supplies. Like, I need enough money to even get water tomorrow. I can't drink this water in my crypt, and I need to buy water tomorrow or Tuesday. And that's about $100 right there for 12 bottles, which lasts me about a week. So basically, I just I have needs that the money that people contribute gets spent on. And so when I present this volume of need, and I get people, say for instance in the chat, and nothing against this individual who said what he said, because what he said was legitimate, but basically, you know, Deanna can can attest to this. I mean, you know, Brooke Shields, Brooke Gibson.
I love her.
Yeah, Brooke Gibson. Oh, Brooke Shields, or the young lady who was on our latest episode?
Brooke Shields.
Oh, okay. Yeah, her too. Yeah, so Brooke Gibson, she was really pouring on the heat last episode. And so finally, this guy in the chat room was saying, hey, leave Doug alone so he can do his monologue. So there are people here who seriously want to hear the monologue. And look, that's appreciated. But as far as I know, that guy in the chat room's not contributing any money. So I mean, you know, I go into the trance state. I talk about these things you're not going to hear anywhere else, or you're going to hear them here before you hear them anywhere else. I'm appalled. I look online in YouTube and I see these like geopolitical pundits put up videos and they're getting thousands of hits. But I said it all first, and nobody knows about me because the enemy has done everything they can to suppress me. And is anyone out there spreading the word, letting people know about me? Effectively, I know you're not, because nobody, otherwise I'd be getting more people than I do. So, you know, I mean, the subscriptions go up bit by bit, but, you know, it's too much of a trickle for, effectively, all of you out there must not be spreading the word, but it's time to start. But as for the people who are here and who appreciate listening to what I have to say, you know, you're getting it for free. I mean, how do you sleep with yourself at night? I mean, are you living in a tent city? Are you living in your car? If so, why are you even interested in geopolitics? This is what I
would
don't...
say they all pay for it one way or the other.
Maybe they do. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, they're paying with their attention spans.
Well, that doesn't help me. It does in a sense. It does in a sense, but look, if you're out there,
it does.
If you're listening and you can't afford it, I get it. Maybe they're in a tent city. Maybe they're living in their car. Maybe they have an interest in the world and they vicariously want to know about the world from under their overpass. and they're just saying, yeah, I'm surrounded by crazy, murderous gang rapists under this overpass.
Yes,
but
trolls have a geopolitical perspective these days.
Yes.
Be underestimated. And in fact, I ran into a leprechaun the other day, and he asked me about the Ukraine.
But yes,
perhaps we can collectively create some song under the overpass. La la la.
Yeah, yes.
Well, apparently that Ukraine has all the gold.
Oh my god. So everybody. So I need about $300, and more than that. I need basically
Give
400.
it to him, everybody, please, on behalf of me. I will be getting a very high-paying job again very soon.
He's gonna knock off a gas station. Is basically.
Wait, why are you laughing?
I'm laughing because you're a teacher. How the fuck can you get a high-paying job?
No. I might be going outside of that sector.
Okay, good man.
So, to apply talents more effectively to the Commonwealth.
Wonderful.
Of Queen Elizabeth II, desecrating her grave and putting her back together as if a robotic machine that will rule on high for the New World Order. No, I'm joking.
No, I get that. I understand that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, it's again, delivery's kind of, you know.
The delivery is rather dry. I'm getting used to it.
Yeah.
Speaking of the teaching profession, I went to Walmart today because of the fact that
I'll go mute while you relate that story.
Speaking of the eugenicist population, I went to Africa today, and
so because I had received my direct deposit monthly allowance, as I call it, so I went to add to cart, and in one of the aisles, conversation ensued, and this patron of Walmart, said that she had recently recovered from a stroke and taking a year off from school, from the teaching profession.
Yeah.
And not only to recover more fully from the stroke, but also that the students have become violent, vicious, bratty, entitled, irrationally entitled individuals. And I stood there with my look of bewilderment. She said, during the period of COVID, they were in the company of their parents. And
Right.
So they picked up their behavior. She said, yes.
That's right.
I wasn't
That's
aware of
exactly
that.
right.
I wasn't aware of that potentiality.
Well, every mainstream teacher is talking about the gap in education right now. Everybody's sort of talking about this. And there was a gap in education. We think of it like when you're absent for like a week or so, and you have to catch up on work, and you have to return to school and acclimate as a kid. But like, imagine if it was a year and a half and you had to move somewhere else, say New Hampshire or somewhere in the woods, and you're doing remote learning for a whole year. That's something like totally different. So you might lose for example, the ability to tell analog clock and things like this. So you have to reintroduce these ideas. So there is a stunting of the growth that I've noticed even in the past couple of years. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it's due to, I mean, it must be due to COVID and the remote learning, or something like that. But they are picking up definitely the habits of their parents, which for the most part are not good. They're very violent, overreactive, based on reality television, ADHD sort of editing in movies, and so on and so forth. That gets them to think on a reactionary, emotional level, that is very short-sighted, and therefore contributes to the election of tyrannical individuals who are charismatic and not so much rational consideration of the issues.
It brings to mind that movie To Serve with Love.
I haven't seen that one.
Oh, I highly recommend it.
Serve with Love.
To Serve with Love.
I like that.
Because I believe it was Sidney Poitier.
Yes, it was Sidney Poitier. Yes, go.
Yes.
And he's a teacher in an area where there are the ruffians, and he managed to tame them to some degree. Bring bring the love of education, to bring the love of learning, because they were these individuals had come from broken homes, from violent parents, be it the father or mother or both, or abandoned, and you harbor that resentment and you express it one way or another, either being completely withdrawn or the opposite, and the spectrum that runs between.
Yeah, very good. I remember that the Mexican teacher who came up and taught the inner city LA youth. Forget his name right now. Javier Escovita, something like this. And it was Take a Stand was the name of the movie, or something like that. And he taught the inner city youth, despite the harsh backgrounds of these people. So.
And I told this woman at the market that I had gained a greater appreciation for the educators, because at one point I had 4 part-time jobs, and when I went to the bank to cash the checks, deposit the check, whatever, the bank manager had seen me enough times where he greeted me and, "How are you?" And I was complaining, "Oh, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know who I am at the moment. Am I the is it this job? Am I meaning it was confusing to hold 4 part-time jobs. So I'm heading to the car to head to one of the 4 jobs, and I thought to my inner voice said, "You go back there and tell him you're grateful to have any job, because there's people who have nothing as far as uh, an income stream at all." So I went back there and I said, I want to recant what I said and appreciate the fact that I have any, whether it's 1 part-time or 4 part-time jobs. And he smiled deeply and he said, that's really terrific of that. So one of the jobs I had was Catholic Charities Enrichment School, after school enrichment program, which essentially, in my opinion, from observation, was just a place to have the children so that when the parents, while occupied in their profession, children had somewhere to be. And you had a tired, whiny children, and appropriately so. This one lad, I believe he was perhaps 5th grade, 6th grade, maybe 4th grade, and he was having difficulty with a math problem. So I asked him if he ever played any war games, and he said, yeah. And I said, well, this math is analogous to one of the warring factions needing reinforcement. The light bulb that I saw go off was worth every aggravation of that job. So it's rewarding to be able to convey what it is that they're missing, with what they're needing to achieve, and help them bridge that gap.
That's beautiful. Oh my God, that's beautiful. Brandon, share us a story like that. I'm going to go mute again. I'm going to refresh myself before I bring Peter on. These wonderful people.
Yes, you're on the spot, Brandon.
Yes.
Story like that.
I will.
Okay.
So, a story like that, I don't know if I can I don't know the question, actually.
About bridging the gap where a student doesn't quite know how to solve the problem or how to use a writing prompt, what have you.
Oh, sure. I mean, that's every day, right? But I mean, on the examples where kids don't know the problem, whether it be something as simple as a math problem, simple as a historical problem or a social problem. I think that's the biggest thing. Honestly, if I could fix, would be the social problem. Where each kid needs to recognize who they are and be aware of who they are and understand their own identity in relation to everybody else and their order in the class and the best way that they can succeed. There are a lot of kids that just pay attention to looking at their pencils and sort of peeling off their pencils. I mean, they'll do anything but listen to the teacher.
Right. Well,
yeah.
Well, there's been studies that say that the brain of an adolescent is not prepared to learn at that time of day.
Right.
Their mind's not awake yet. Their brain's not awake yet. I mean, they're physically awake.
Right.
But the
well, there could be different way of doing it. Like, for example, start school an hour later. And I noticed it's just, getting ready for the school day with the students, pretty much.
Yeah.
Is I wish I could have another hour to sleep in bed,
Allegedly, school began that early because it was synchronous with
with
the
the
farm.
factory clock.
Not only that, but prior to that was the farm culture, the farming
Right.
culture.
Now the farm girls moved from, at least in Massachusetts, moved from the farms into places like Fall River, New Bedford, Boston, Lawrence. Um, a lot of these places on the coast where these textile mills and
Mm-hmm.
and factories, basically, not just in Massachusetts, but all over the place, in the East Coast at least. And you had all these factory girls all of a sudden going to the factories and living there as well as working there. So it was a 24-hour sort of institution. And it was run very much like a prison. You had the same people who were running the prisons as were running the factories in a lot of these cases, and designing them. And so you would have essentially like slave ghettos of these women and men, many men too, that up until about the 1920s or 30s or 40s, maybe a little into the post-war, and NAFTA existed, where you could just basically, um, exist in this sort of, uh, it was almost like a factory community, almost like a Willy Wonka, if you will, land, where like he had his own community and things like this.
And the fact that you said exist and not live with passion
Mm-hmm.
is spot on.
Mm-hmm.
And many documentaries brought up the fact that schools were meant to resemble and
The factory.
right.
Well, the timing, because you'd have the bell in the morning, the whistle in the, like everybody knows, the factory whistle blows in the beginning in the morning when the workday starts, just like the rooster crows in the break of day. The factory whistle blows, and then at the end of the day, the factory whistle cries, and that's at the end of the day. So from dusk till dawn, you work the whole day, and it's hard, and you go home, and that's the American way, supposedly. Um, and now the school system was based on that bell system, so we still have bells every day to ring in the public school, at least, to ring and to alert the kids and everybody to what period is changing. But that's to induce them into a factory system that they would then, upon graduation.
I see that Peter is on, and I will go mute. But prior to that, I will say good evening, Peter. It was a joy speaking with you, Brandon. Perhaps 3 hours from now we'll have the opportunity, but we don't know for certain.
Absolutely. I'll see you later.
Yes, thank you so much, Brandon. And say goodnight to Peter and our listeners, Brandon, before you go. Yes.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Peter. Good night, Douglas. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Yes.
Thanks to both of you.
Good man, and thank you, dear
Our
lady.
pleasure.
And so that's Deanna. We now have Peter with us. I will share this much with everyone. So Peter just sent me this horrible communique sent by Selena Khan. And I have no idea why she bothers. It's basically so she basically is claiming I'm a thief, and I was like using her ATM card and all this other stuff, which of course is she was the person. I'm technophobic. I'm so technophobic. This kind of reminds me of how do I express this? There was a period of time where I was just trying to just get to know V better. A person who's been in my life for a long time that everybody knows is a very problematic individual, has many issues, and she's just, at the same time, her talents are just out of this world when it comes to acupressure and various other things that I absolutely want to keep her in my life for. But at the same time, so it was like years and years ago, maybe about a decade and a half ago by now. but it was definitely after my mother's death. So, sometime in the last, at this point, 20 years or something, feels like that. But I was just asking different things about her, like, oh, hey, what about your parents? What about your grandmother? And granted, my problem is I do have a law enforcement background, a security background. So I tend to ask questions sometimes that might be, without my even thinking about it, somewhat invasive, just like an interrogator. And though I must qualify that by expressing the fact that my questions would never be asked in an interrogative tone, the way you would see in a grilling or a third degree or something like that. It's simply that I will ask questions. And this is a common experience with me. I've often gotten people to say things they would never even say to their relations or to their friends or relatives or their spouses or children or parents, simply because I get them in a comfortable enough space and the line of questioning is such that they open up. And then after that, they'll feel completely embarrassed that they shared something with me for whatever reason, and then never speak to me again. So I had to, over the years, get out of that habit. But I thought I was pretty much out of that space when I was speaking to her. It was just kind of like I'd known her, and was just asking questions, like, trying to get to know somebody better about their family and stuff like that. And then she became convinced that I was like asking her security questions, so that I could go into her, try and get into her accounts and use they ask you for the name of your grandfather or favorite, grandparent and shit like that. And she felt that I would take advantage of this kind of information to somehow break into her account and jack her cards. And I told her, and she kept pursuing this for a while. She wouldn't let go of it. She was pretty convinced that I would do something like this. Now, by the way, I wasn't offended. Something like that doesn't even, bother me. Rather, it was more like I was just puzzled that it was almost like she was flattering me that I would have that level of energy to invest that amount of time and effort into something like that. But basically what I told her was, honey, with the kind of time and energy, the effort I would need to invest into that, I might as well go out and get myself an honest job. So it's just one of these things where I don't have the capacity intellectually, in terms of technological savvy, to go around exploiting people's credit cards or debit cards. So what did happen to me was, as I've expressed to people before, Laura Lee Solomon, who was my former manageress, when she began to spiral and was involved in a couple of suicide attempts, during that time, she overdrew my credit card, and it was like, I can't even hold that against her. She felt that I owed her that much, and she was only able to steal probably, like, literally something like $40-50 at the absolute most. Maybe, like, it was just a minor amount that overdrew me. But it was like, obviously, I can't trust her, but it's one of those things that I've experienced that, but I just am not the kind of person who is able to do that to others. That's just not, it's not even that I had, forget the moral, any moral reticence. It's simply an incapability, a technological incapability. I have the technical competence to do something like that. And so Selena Khan sent this communique to Peter Moon, claiming apparently that I did all this and that she contributed something like $3,000 or something like this. Now, she may have done that when she was first involved with myself. It may have amounted to ultimately that amount with the gifts she provided, which were profoundly appreciated, which was why I tolerated her for as long as I did. And as people noticed, anybody who listened regularly would notice that she was on less and less and just wasn't coming on anymore. And that was not even because I was holding her at arm's length, but it was kind of like she didn't want to come on because she was becoming very alienated and very distant. And so when in her moment of vulnerability, she basically was approached by the cultists, and they did what they did, which I've already described. And they brought her into their camp, converted her, obviously inducted her. Now she's basically saying I'm extremely predatory, manipulating. I have messages to verify that. by the way, the messages would be saying things like, I love you dearly. I would like you to manage my website forever. And, it would be nice if she could. It would be nice if she had just had a kind of personality that, was not that vulnerable to being manipulated by the cultists ultimately. Here was the problem with her, was that all the while that I knew her, she had this kind of idea that she never had or never wanted to alienate anybody. This is what she would say. Even though she had entered a phase in her life where she essentially didn't want another man in her life ever, though she had considered it with me, and then something I had said, which she never explained to me what it was, something I had said on air convinced her that she never wanted a relationship with me in the prolonged intimate sense. And so she abandoned that, and yet said, I will help you as a friend. And I thought things were smooth with that and copacetic. But she would say, for instance, she would still talk to Lena Shea, and she'd say, I see no point in alienating her. And at one point, she even asked Lena Shea, she expressed this to me. She said, I asked her if I should approach Richard K. Cole Jr. and try to reason with him. And Lena Shea said, no, absolutely in no way approach him. He's beyond reason. He's completely irrational. And yet Lena Shea later on began to just preach everything that madman was saying. And of course, referencing, as with the other cultists, referencing him as their faceless lord, whose face they never saw. And yet they did everything he said. And this is all based on programming she had as a child. There's no other explanation that even makes sense. I've put it into context before. And that may sound paranoid, or people just say, Douglas believing that people are programmed at a young age. I mean, Peter Moon can express his own beliefs or experiences that prove that this sort of phenomenon is quite real. But with Selena, it didn't seem like she came from that background. And but at the same time, when these people fall for the cult, they fall all the way. And so she begins to say what they say. And so she's saying, I'm stealing things from her, manipulated her. Do you remember everyone that Salman Sheikh was saying the same thing? Which basically Salman Sheikh would give me like, what, $20 a month, $25 a month. And then he'd show up on my show and advertise his own channel. He'd interview myself on his own channel to promote his channel. It's not like he was paying for a service. So it's not like he wasn't getting anything out of it. And so there you have it. And it's just, we might share some other details. I mean, whatever she's claiming about me, I have nothing against relating it to people. It's just, most of it is just, it's just like, you wonder where she comes up with this stuff. He somehow got a hold of myself to help his website, social media accounts, etc. Somehow I got a hold of her. Like, how would I do that? She came to my life. I didn't know her. She lives in New York. And of course, she knew Peter to a degree. And that's how she introduced herself to me. As time progresses, I have noticed Douglas actually using myself as his ATM card for money, which is predatory, in my opinion. Well, if I were truly doing that, that's not an opinion. That's theft. Therefore, I completely distance from him and start commuting him through text messages only. Made it clear to him very times, I'm just volunteering. Nothing whatsoever personal between him and myself. Yes, it's 2019. Well, whatever donation she did stopped around then. And then she says, I've donated more than $3,000 plus gifts, etc. Now, probably I'd say, it was a lot less than that, but nevertheless, she contributed a few times to help towards my rent. It's, and I never forget these things. I always try to put that into context with people. So, yeah, with good face, he needs monetary helps to support his life. I feel this is one reason I always felt kind of protective of her, is because she can't really speak English. So it's amazing she's been able to succeed in real estate. But I guess, obviously, you don't need to... By the way, I'm not saying this to make fun of her. And I'm not saying... Please, understand, I would never do that. This is like something where there are people who come from foreign cultures. And, it was just part of the charm. But, it's amazing to me that she's been able to make it this far with her English being this bad. But anyhow, in 2020 of October, Douglas started harassing me for money frequently. By the way, this is not true at all because I knew I would never get any from her. There's no point in my harassing someone. For one thing, if you go to somebody and you say, hey, I need some money, and they say no, obviously there's no point in going back. So the idea that I would be doing this constantly, first off, that would be a waste of my time. I would be better off putting my energy anywhere else. If I were into scamming, I'd be out scamming easy marks, right? People who are responsive. So of course this is just it doesn't even make logical sense. Yeah, then I completely stopped sending money. Well, she had done that at the point she decided she was not going to be in an extended relationship with myself in the intimate sense. However, he continued to beg for money up to now. I have no respect for men that harass women for money and gifts. It's like, well, yeah, I wouldn't have respect for men who did that either. But obviously I didn't do that because she wasn't even here. She was spending all her money on Bitcoin. So it was like, cool. It's just everybody, you get what I'm saying. Anyway, I never gave Douglas impression of myself that I am interested in him in any personal way. I would always yell at him not to even talk about my show, in and out of his life show. He is extremely, anyhow, so it goes on and on. So then, she had blocked me a while back. Recently, I blocked him and explained to him in detail why I blocked him. He replied nicely he understood my reasons. Well, there you go. I mean, obviously, she says, suddenly I'm reasonable. And basically, she blocked me she was basically communicating with the cult. And she, at that point, was rattling before she struck. So she's she definitely, like all of them, they do this. And then she says, I neither like nor dislike Douglas, simply helping volunteering him out of humanitarian grounds since he's not very good with computer. However, blew everything off completely. Again, lies, false accusations. I have no respect for Douglas. Well, we know that, as I said, Brendan Zogit is witness to this, as is Peter Moon. Basically, she had control of my YouTube channel. And we had to get the password changed. And then when we asked her about the website, she knew we had changed the password on the website, and we didn't tell her we were going to do it with Google and everything else. We told her about the website because this way we could get the phone number off of that, and then we changed her phone number off of the Google account, which controls the YouTube channel. So when she basically got me signed out of the account was because she was trying to break in after we had changed the password. And when we went in there, we saw that the password was the old password she was using, because that is left on the records. That's left on the records when you're signed out, and it says the last time you tried to sign in, you were not allowed in because you used this old password. And so she was definitely trying to break in. And I know at that point, because she had said this before, like I said, she said when we asked for the phone to be taken off as the bounce, basically the reference phone call. So whenever we tried to get in, we'd have to get permission from her, because the entire Google was linked, slave circuited to her number. So she had total control over everything. And with all of her talking to Lena and everything else at this point, we knew she was going to try and shut everything down. And she had threatened that. She had already threatened that. So when we called her nicely and then she vacillated and changed it at that point, then we changed it everywhere. And then she still tried to go in and change the other account or break into it. And obviously, since she had said, I would never shut the account down, that was foremost on her mind. There was no other reason to bring something like that up. And then she tried to do it with my account, which would have shut down everything. It would have shut down my Gmail, my YouTube, everything. So it was a very stressful time to go through that. And I do want people to understand this. Try and man, she goes on and on. But understand this. When it comes to Peter Moon, who works with me, whatever the reason, whether it's because he's a white, straight, cisgendered, heterosexual male who presents himself as such, or whatever, they don't really bother Peter. The cultists do not try and, for instance, contact his wife or contact anyone in his life any of his Romanian friends, his mother-in-law, or any of that. They never try to contact those people around him. Try and imagine being in my place, where everyone around me is contacted by these people incessantly. So everyone around me is contacted by these people. So whoever has had any peripheral dealings with myself, including my sister, who, by the way, is, for all intents and purposes, legally dead, they've contacted her. So this is like something where they try to contact every single person. This includes distant relations in upstate New York. They've contacted, and they will just try to get them to denounce me, as Selena is not doing. The question is, ask yourselves this: why would anyone do that? What is in it for them? What do they get out of this? So they get responses from some people, and some people they don't. But the people who do respond, they go all the way. They go all the way where they try to, shut down my life. If Selena Khan had shut down my Google account, that effectively ends my life. That destroys everything on the electronic cloud. That is all my work, all of my access to the YouTube channel, my emails, all my notes in Google Docs, everything. So it would effectively killed me. And she was willing to do that. So we're talking about somebody who we know tried to do that, because there was no reason for her to go into my account after we had said we're going to change, the password on the website. And then they'll come back with all this, I live with dignity and respect or something like that, and give you, ways to contact them so you can join in the madness. Now, Penny Bradley did this. And this is something that she denounced Peter Moon and I as criminals on her venue, which was run by Global Entertainment Radio Network, GERN. Now, I got them shut down because basically they brought Salman Sheikh and gave him his own show on that platform. And Salman Sheikh said that to kill Douglas Dietrich, it would be worth it to trigger a radiological dirty bomb in San Francisco. That would be worth it to kill everyone in San Francisco just to kill Douglas Dietrich. That's ultimately what got that channel shut down, along with Penny Bradley and everybody else on that venue. Do you think I enjoy whatever 20 people out there who may not have been bothering me at all, or 40 or half 100 people that were involved with that station? Do you think I enjoy denying them a platform? But they became a platform for Salman Sheikh, who is literally a domestic terrorist at this point. Someone advocating the mass murder of millions to kill me. This is an individual who even changed the name of his program to City Killer. And at that point, the FBI pursued it. And that's why that whole channel's down now. And Penny Bradley is going around saying, the guy producing it, he's no longer, producing the shows. No one knows where he went. He got arrested for stripping a fallen officer of gear, who he didn't even try to help. No one knows whether that guy was dead or alive. If he was dead, he was desecrating a corpse. If he was alive, he was basically taking advantage of his position and stripping him of gear for himself. I mean, he's just a criminal. So all of these people are terrorists and criminals. These are people who, for whatever reason, a reputable real estate agent decided she was going to throw her lot in with these people. Just like Lena Shea, who had a husband and 2 children to raise, and had gotten out of, she was still prostituting herself, and I don't say that to demean her or degrade her at all. I mean, my son was a prostitute when I purchased him off the streets as a young girl. His photograph, as I explained, I don't know if Peter heard it, is embedded in tonight's thumbnail of our live stream because it's Armenian Independence Day. So he and I were working together about trying to raise awareness about Armenia. And obviously, with the majority of his genetics being Armenian, I do want people to know this is what Armenians look like. And there's only 5 million of them in the nation of Armenia, and they might all be wiped out because of the Azeris of Azerbaijan, and the Turks are threatening war against them in a very vulnerable period of their history. This is a true case where an entire race could go extinct. So I understand, I want people to understand why I value the Armenians and don't want that to happen. So while I'm trying to deal with issues like this, I get assaulted nonstop by people who are contacting everyone I know, and some of these people get converted. And again, they lose everything. You know, Lena Shade lost her husband and her kids and is now living with Miel Handahar in New York City and busy converting Selena Khan to their cult of chaos, so that her entire life becomes dedicated to, let me take down Douglas Dietrich and try to convince other people to take down Douglas Dietrich. So is what she's going to be telling people who are looking in her homes that she's selling and telling them to attack Douglas Dietrich and that this guy needs to go down anyway, in every way? I wouldn't surprise me at this point. So I have no idea if there's any limit to who might turn. Because in her case, I thought she's too ethnic. She's like, why? You know, I just couldn't imagine them doing that, but they did. So it's, imagine being in my position and not knowing who to trust. Living like this. It's not living. It's a life of constant siege. And the few people I can trust, of course, who get contacted by the chaos cultists, they, of course, ignore them and don't respond. But this is all because I shut down the Presidio military base and stopped the largest human child trafficking ring, the U.S. military's human child trafficking ring. I shut that down, at least to the extent where they had to put up a facade, organize the month of the military child, which you can look up, and claim that their daycare centers all over the world are the model for daycare centers everywhere. All of this is a product of my exposing what was happening in their daycare centers, where the U.S. Army alone was operating daycare centers that cared for 100,000 children on any given day back in the 1980s. So this is the meat market that I shut down and forced them to, at least on the surface, rehabilitate. So I paid for this the rest of my life with this level of harassment, with people who can turn on me at any moment. And as I said, Selena Khan is the last man to us, because there's no, you know, I can't afford having another. I have to try and learn how to use the website. But like I said, the course costs about, you know, basically $1,000. They want $764 for access to their counselors for 6 months, their consultants, which I'll happily pay if I ever get that money. Right now, I'm just trying to make rent. And as I explained to everyone, we're trying to raise $300 tonight. So let's see if we can raise that, get people to at least share what they can. And I appreciate those people who say they wish they could, but they cannot. But definitely, you know, we'll speak more of that later. In the interim, I'll turn it back over to Peter, and he can take it from here. Oh my God, you know.
Trying back over. Peter hasn't said a word, but that's okay.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, I mean, everything you said is should be said. My only question to you would be, I was the one who sent you the. I mean, I didn't have to send you that message she sent me.
Right.
But I thought it was the right thing to do. Do you think it was the right thing to do that I sent it to you?
Yes. Yeah, because I do need to know. And it was like something, obviously, she didn't need to do this. It was like, as she says,
I have something to say about it.
Sure.
And of course, we haven't relayed the whole email. She did say, feel free to share this with Douglas. You know, because she wasn't. But I would, now you made a comment, and this is not my comment. This is your comment.
Yeah. Is
that, you know, she was challenged with her English. You made a point of it.
Yeah.
She was always very intelligible. I could always understand her. I do accept that it's not her native language, and that she might have struggled with it. When she was vocal on the air, she was very awkward.
Yes.
She was very awkward, but I don't think she had, you know, training or aptitude as a public speaker.
Right.
Now, when I met with her, she was very generous. She bought bought whatever it was we had. And she was, I think she bought some books. She wanted, or no, I don't remember if I gave them to her or what. I think she bought them. I don't really remember. But she seemed very passionate about your work. Unusually passionate about your work, like she had found something that she really believed in and hooked onto.
Wow.
Now, if I want to be, what's the word, skeptical, I would say she hooked onto it more out of a predisposition or programmable disposition than a genuine intellectual interest.
Yeah.
If I want to be skeptical. And I'm not.
Actually,
I'm
that
not,
strikes me as very accurate, but go on. That's very.
Yeah, I'm not making a judgment here. I'm just saying these are thoughts that one can occur.
Yeah.
The email or the message, private message that she wrote to me was very cleverly and clearly composed. It was very cleverly and clearly composed, like somebody who was thinking very straightly and very accurately about calculating what they were saying. That might be the work of Lena.
Right. You're not talking about this email I was just going through, not this one, are you?
No, the one she just sent. That one I just sent you. That might have been composed with the help of Lena.
Probably, and they still, as far as I'm concerned, this is like, I know what you mean, and everything you say resonates with me intuitively about her basically being pre-programmed, because that makes sense, because why else would she be...
That could well be, but if we're working from a, kind of legal point of view, that's kind of the last thing we want to bring into the equation, because it's always enigmatic.
Oh, of course, yeah, that would not stand up in a court of law.
I mean, I can believe that easily, but it's also harder to pin the tail on the donkey as far as, leaving proof, other than when it becomes obvious. And I'm not rejecting that idea. I'm just not going to focus on it, because what I'm saying is it's very cleverly and calculatingly put together. And if it, but even if the things she says in there about you are true, or, a high percentage is true, how does she expect me to respond? It's like she's basically assassinated your character and said that you're a very low vibration.
That's a new age thing to say. Go on. By the way, I've never denied being low vibration.
We're not talking about, the occult stuff.
Yeah.
We're talking about your character.
Right.
She's talking about your character.
Right. No, with my
and I have something to say about
please.
That.
Yeah.
That was discussed earlier. That's very interesting. We discussed earlier with another person. That sheds a very interesting light on yourself and what we're doing here. Now, I've been discussing, for weeks here, why I work with Douglas. And it might behoove all of us if I bridge into this discussion that I had earlier. But first I would say, if I were to embrace her information, she's, wants to get together with me, but because it's trying to convince me and push me away from you.
Right.
However, I very clearly stated that I'm on a mission.
Yes. So
if I were to say, gee, what you say about Douglas really shows that he's, got a despicable character. And if it's true, now I can't tell you it's true, because I can only accept your word that it's true, without even addressing all the shenanigans that went on with your website without even addressing that, which of course makes everything look very suspect.
Yes.
Without even addressing that, just I say, okay, I'm going to accept the fact that he has a low vibrational character. He's sucking money out of you. He mistreated you, but I'm doing work with him. So even though he has all these characteristics, if I were to accept what you say, it's going to undermine my mission, which is to mine information. And not only to mine information, I'm going to go into it a little bit deeper, but I'm saying, what's the upside of accepting her diatribe and rubber stamping it and endorsing it? I've had this happen before with people. Preston is certainly no exception, where people, say this person is, they don't use the word despicable, but they might as well. So I'm engaged in a mission here. I'm like, let's use the Lord of the Rings. Let's say, don't Frodo, don't take that ring. It's dangerous. And then he says, no, yeah, you're right. He throws it in the road and the Black Riders get it and the whole world's swallowed up. Because they take, oh, you're right. This ring is damn dangerous. And so I would say, without flattering myself and to make a very accurate assessment of my job, people don't understand my job. If they did, they would have done it. And I have accomplished some unique things. And as I get older, I look back and I can better understand it contextually. I've always understood it. And I'm doing something that's very unique. I'm an individual. People think that I'm right in their wheelhouse, but I'm not. It's not because I'm deceptive. It's because they misperceive things. They misperceive things. It's sort of like, you're an American, so you must like hot dogs. You're an American, you know all about fast food. Whatever. People can make all sorts of errant conclusions. You're an occultist, so you must have T-shirts with pentagrams. I don't think I do. It's like, but here we're getting into more rarefied areas of the occult that I deal with. You are, just like when I wrote Montauk Revisited, that talks a lot about the occultism and whatnot. And I would get letters from the OTO people that would say, "Dear Frater," meaning dear brother. I'm not a Frater.
Thank you.
I was obviously walking the pathways of the OTO.
Yes.
I was walking their pathways. I was walking in the legacy of L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons. If not, I would not have made my way to Marjorie Cameron's door and been invited to visit her with her 6606 phone number.
Right.
Walking the path of my truth. And I was revealed that, her and Hubbard were of the same genetic stock, the Wilsons.
Yes.
So it's like I have a certain degree, if not an exalted degree of expertise with this stuff. I'm not, invulnerable. I have weathered a lot of occult phenomena. And I've recently done battles I don't talk about. and I've done very well, surprised myself. And then I get kind of like ho-hum about it. Like, why do these demons do what they do? Because people carry them with them. But anyway, so I'm going to take this up a notch, and we're going to move out of the realm of, Selena's accusations. She's, in one sense, she certainly distracted us from our mission tonight, but then maybe again, she's helped us clarify it.
Yes. Yeah.
And I don't have any ill will towards her. I think if I want to be as positive as possible in her direction, she was genuinely interested. Anybody who gets into this field is vulnerable if their energy field is not clear. And if she was indeed seduced by these people for their friendship and turned, because look at, it's okay. Look at, I think the whole thesis of Douglas Dietrich is the information he shared was very important. What about the Roswell deception? She's not attacking the information, she's attacking him. Therefore, what about his information? What about the information?
Well, there's no way she can attack that.
Well, this is dealing with a lower vibration of revenge.
Yeah.
And as I say, even if I grant her the generosity of saying everything she said is true, not only from her viewpoint, but objectively true, I would still have to reject her appeal to take arms against you, or to disengage from you.
Thank you.
Because I am on a mission. And I am on a mission. And okay, so I'm going to take this up a notch, because I was talking with my former girlfriend today about, some dreams I'd had the last 2 nights. And I'm not going to share them publicly. I shared them with her because our dreams crossed. It was very interesting. I will say that it has to do with media. It has to do with media. And I will also, because I did talk about, during this retrograde, Mercury retrograde, this is a time for me to review media. So maybe this is why these old media contacts are coming up and, entering my dream and saying, hey, hey, hey. And I'm saying, these are people who knew a lot about the occult. And I learned things from them. But we weren't quite on the same frequency, apparently. Evidently. But that's okay. It's like some people can help you so far. You can have a pitcher who comes on and gets your team in first place up to the first half of the season. Then he gets injured and he's gone. You won't see him the rest of the year. But he helped get you that far. That's the way baseball works. That's the way life works. So I can't, go ape or attack people that are no longer in my life and no longer helping me in the way that they did. Because, life doesn't work that way. I told you about this challenge that I had with repairing my roof, remember?
Yeah.
And nobody wants me to go up on the roof. It's steep. It's 45 degrees. If it's 35, you're not supposed to go up there without, proper suspension. Well, I wasn't going to do anything stupid, but I finally went out and bought the equipment that I need to do to go up there. The only thing I didn't have was a harness. The harness, it's reasonable, $100. But then when I looked at it, it's overkill because I only need it for a few feet. And my neighbor said he had a rope, a special safety rope I could use that I could tie around the chimney and attach it to myself. I said, oh, this is perfect. But he can't find it. He can't find it. Yeah, he's even concerned because he wants to know what happened to it. So I then called my friend who had referred me to a guy, and I was going to say, do you have a safety rope? Right when I call him, the guy who he referred me to after several phone calls now is calling me back and says he will come. So it looks like he says, but I don't have a ladder. My car's still. I said, don't worry, I can get you up on the roof. No problem. I can get you up on the roof through the house. You don't need a ladder. Well, you just need a safety harness. He says, no problem, I have that. So it looks like I'm going to get it done, but I had to lay myself out on the line. I had to surrender to Pluto and, buy the equipment, buy the shingles, for $5 or less worse than shingles. I have to put out $50 to buy a whole pack of them. It's okay. I'll have them in reserve if I ever need them. It's not a big deal. Buy all the equipment, get ready, say, I will do it. I can do it. I'm not afraid to do it. Do I want to do it? No. Now, it appears that I don't have to. Great relief. Well, I surrendered to the inevitable. I was willing to do it. Various people have tried to help me and either not come up short or just not called me back. It's been an ordeal. I've been trying to get this thing done for 6 months. So maybe my next transmission, I'll have it done.
Great.
But by the same token, I said, this is like, you communicate things to get things done. Now, as I was talking to my ex-girlfriend about these dreams, and I said, these characters were tied to dark, or rather occult forces, occult groups, and I have no judgment of them. I have a certain love, appreciation, and camaraderie with them. I don't have an official falling out. I don't have a personal falling out. I have no resentment towards them, which I suppose is very healthy. But I say these people have given me great gifts. So why would I be, in terms of knowledge, and to a certain degree financial, and experience. So, people have also criticized me for dealing with David Anderson because he doesn't answer me, like an efficient secretary. Okay, well, I don't ask too much of him. It seems the less I ask of him, the more he gives me. So I have no complaints about him because I don't, it's like I'm not looking him to be like a bowling partner or something, This is not what I need and ask of him. It would be reducing him, from the role he plays in my life. So it's very weird that that he kind of set me on this journey to Romania. I only saw him there twice. After that, I keep going back. And I have my own adventures there that seemingly have nothing to do with him. Yet I end up in his favorite or his most significant place. And I make a, adventure out of that, which correlates with my other adventures over there. And my friend Serene, who's also a friend of David, said to me, he bought us dinner when we were there for our last night, very nice dinner, put us up in a hotel where we could wash our clothes. I can't tell you how nice that was. Because they don't have laundromats in Romania. In fact, one of the ladies told me, she's from Istanbul. She says, laundromats are an American thing. You don't find them in there. Although I did go and went to one in Denmark in 1979. They had them in Denmark. But I think the Scandinavians are really into being clean.
Yeah.
So, and it was hard to use. It was awkward, but I did use it. So, be that as it may, he made a comment to me. He says, well, look at, I know you have your own people, and he was kind of chiding me for not getting the ham radio project done. Well, I would have loved it if he jumped in and did it for me, but that was too much to ask. And he knows I have my own network of people there. It's very separate than his. But he's the one that was responsible for getting me there in the first place, along with David. And then I've just, taken it and run with it to a remarkable extent. That I have my own adventures over there that are completely independent of the people who sent me and completely independent of my family, who I only see, superficially when I'm there. I mean, I didn't stay with them. I mean, I suppose I could have rearranged the whole trip so that we were around them all the time, but that wasn't the purpose of the trip. We had a great time. We all had a great time. So, yes, it's like I'm marching to my own drum in Romania, but it does correspond with the people I've, dealt with. So it's a beautiful network I've been able to form in that company, even to the point in that country, rather, even to the point where the head of the Freemasons in that country is saying, we've been friends for 14 years. It's like, wow. And he kind of like understands what I'm doing on some level and tells me my 7 gates of initiation, which I am writing on in the newsletter. I went over them previously, and now we have the 7th gate. The 6th gate was opening the connection between David Anderson's family and my family, which they already know each other. David already knows them by Skype or whatever. But the connection was cemented, just like an energy flow, like an acupuncture breakthrough. And that's fantastic. So I said the 7th gate is next year when I do this event. And I've tailored my whole newsletter towards my Freemasonic friend in hopes of getting him to come. Now, that's not really the purpose of it. It's a coincidence. I'm going to send him the newsletter. He wanted to hear about my journey. And it's not written as an invitation for him to come, but he will certainly be invited and to participate in this glorious Galactic Dream Workshop next year. So it will bring energy. And it's so anyway, I'm talking about secret societies, Secret societies, people in secret societies, there's people in them who do good. There's people in them who don't do good. It's just like an assortment of human beings. There's some people on the team, on the football team, that play dirty. There's some people who play clean. It's just, this is the way it is. And one of the stupidest things you can do is when you're playing football and you get a dirty blow, is to lose your temper and to start attacking the other player, and then the referee will then penalize you. That's a tactic players use. It's like, and this is the thing is, when you start getting emotional, whether it be in football, whether it be in martial arts, or in life, you're shortchanging yourself. Now, it's understandable people get emotional, but if you just let the emotion go and then see what's left, you'll see that it will more often than not, if not always, settle in your favor. I don't know if you remember this, Douglas.
Mm-hmm.
It was like 1981, when your dad used to take you to baseball games in Oakland around that time period.
Yeah.
There was a game, I remember it very well. It was one of my favorite baseball moments, even though it didn't turn out the way I wanted. I loved it. It was a playoff game between the New York Yankees and the Oakland A's, 1981. And of course, the Yankees had this really good relief pitcher named Ron Davis. I remember him. I even saw him in person the following spring.
Mm-hmm.
Ron Davis. He could throw the ball so hard, and he made the Yankees really good that year. And then it was, your favorite manager, Billy Martin.
Yes.
Billy Martin for the Oakland A's. He was managing the A's, and the A's were not going to beat the Yankees. But they had this, they put in Ron Davis, and then there was this hitter, I don't know if it was the catcher or the pinch hitter for the Oakland A's, Cliff Johnson. Cliff Johnson was big. He was bad looking. He had been a catcher for the Yankees, a backup catcher, and they kicked him off the team because he had fought with the Yankees' best relief pitcher, Goose Gossage. They roughed him up, and they had a fight, which catchers and pitchers can do, but they had a fight in the clubhouse. So the Yankees got rid of him, and Billy Martin knew he was good, so he took him. I once saw this guy hit a home run so far that it was ridiculous. The guy was a backup catcher, but he was really good. So he just had this malevolent look. So he goes up to bat against Ron Davis, this incredible pitcher for the Yankees, and he kept stepping out of the box. Stepping out of the box means the pitcher can't throw it, and he was doing it in such a way as to irritate the pitcher and to get under his skin. And he kept doing it. And the pitcher kept protesting. And the umpire was not doing anything to alleviate the situation. And they keep showing the camera with Billy Martin and the malevolent look on the batter. And they just emotionally destroyed the pitcher, the two of them. The manager, and the manager would come out and yell at the umpire. And it was like the pitcher was having a public meltdown in a playoff game, to the point where he began jumping up and down and screaming at the umpire.
Oh my God.
And then he couldn't throw a pitch over. He completely lost his cool, and with that, his whole career was destroyed.
Oh, that's awful.
I saw the guy. I had this delightful Mexican friend who was from Dixon. He wasn't far from where I grew up, and he was my roommate. And we bonded really good, and we hung out. He was new to Scientology, but he joined the Sea organization, and we hung out together. And I took him to a baseball game in Tampa, a preseason game, and we saw Ron Davis talking about how he'd been out till 5 a.m. that night. And I said, he's crazy. What are you doing out drinking 5 o'clock in the morning? I said, he's cooked. And he never, he deteriorated, but he was psychologically destroyed. Now, as they say, I was not happy to see the Yankees lose such a good pitcher.
Right.
But I appreciated the psychological, discombobulation orchestrated by these two malevolent Oakland A's. they just took him apart psychologically.
That's awful.
Now, I said, wow, this is unfortunate. This is what happens. A psychological discombobulation of another person. This is what people face. Douglas, we were talking about things we've done right.
Yes.
I was thinking today, I did one in baseball when I was 13. I played in Babe Ruth League, which was 13 to 15. And as a 13-year-old, you're, low on the totem pole because you got 14 and 15-year-olds, and you had to play 2 innings a week. That was the rules. So we had a very good team. It was an incredible team. But we had to win 1 game to clinch, first place, the championship. And we were playing this team that was so-so, and there was this guy, Bob Ben, he was tall, lanky. I knew him, really nice guy. He was pitching the game of his life. I think we were behind 7-0, and we were the best team, and nobody could hit. Nobody could hit. This guy was throwing the game of his life, and everybody was just in awe. So I had to get in my 2 innings, so they sent me up to pinch hit. And this is what I did right. He's striking everybody out. And he throws the ball, and I don't swing because it's not over the plate.
Wow.
And it's not even close. Then he throws another ball. It's not even close. Now he's pissed off. This is the guy's normally. He starts shaking his fist at me.
Whoa.
From the mound, like he's going to beat the shit out of me or something. Like he's tall. He's 15 and he's tall. I'm 13. It's like, and I'm just looking at him like, you're crazy, man.
Right.
You're crazy. Who the hell are you? I'm not afraid of him.
Right.
And I'm not afraid of him because I can take him. I'm not afraid of him because, this is bullshit. He's not going to come beat me up,
Right.
I had no fear. But he's like shaking his fist at me, like, swing. I'm just like, what planet are you on? I'm thinking to myself.
Yeah.
And then I think he throws a strike or another ball, and he threw me 4 balls. And I walked to first base. And then the next guy got up, and I don't know what he did, whether he walked or hit. I scored the first run, and then the whole team rallied. We came from behind 7 runs, and we won. We won the championship. And I was credited with starting the rally. And I remember the pitcher. He actually had a meltdown and went off the mound crying.
Oh my
because
God.
He went crying. It's like, I wasn't afraid of him. I wasn't afraid of him when he shook his fist at me. I certainly wasn't afraid of him, when he went off the mound crying.
This is so pathetic.
He's 15 years old because he just melted down.
Oh.
And it's like, his emotions were so screwed up. And I said, what did I do right? Well, I didn't panic. I didn't get scared. And I didn't swing at balls that were, out of the strike zone.
Right.
So I said, wow, it's like, what is this psychological meltdown point? It's emotions.
Yeah.
It's emotions. And even though I didn't play a lot that year, it made me feel like, wow, I was deserving of being on the, I think that's the only time I finished in first place. And we were a dominant team. The next year, they put this idiot in right field, and we lost because I wasn't in right field.
Oh.
He made this he couldn't catch a ordinary fly ball, and that was unfortunate. So even though I didn't, play all that much, I was a pivotal character. And it's like, what did I do right? There's things that you do right in life, and melting down is not a good one. And unfortunately, these people in your life, they melt down. I think of how much progress we've made since Jameson went.
Yes.
That was like a true slaying of evil.
It was.
Is what we both did.
Yes.
We slayed the evil.
Yes.
Because look, I had nothing against him. But then when I hear he's like, you know, he's bragging about this, you know, evil he's wielding on me.
Yeah.
This is not going to be tolerated. And I said, JoJo was beside herself with it.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, it has to go. It went, and then you came right on board, and you know, if I, you know, held him up, you put the dagger through him.
Yes. Proudly so.
And things have just gotten so much better since then.
Oh God, yes. It certainly had its moments. We've had a lot of challenges, but it's well. Let's just put it this way: when Peter Moon says what he says, there's no arguing with what Peter Moon is saying. The show has improved just by orders of magnitude. I mean, Jameson's assignment was to take it down. I have nothing but communique from person after person who says that they stopped listening because of Jameson. He was just intent on revolting everyone, and just would not stop his behavior. He was never going to stop it, and he was one of these things where, again, I'm approached by someone who says they want to help, and then they do everything they can to sabotage the situation. To try and put this into some perspective for people, because I think that this is important, and it's an educational opportunity, and people might say, oh, this is repetitive or redundant. It's not. Just a little thing here for people to understand. Obviously, Peter, for instance, and Sammy Romero, in just our latest episode, it was either our last episode before tonight or the one before, but both of them were kind of bringing up when I brought up the gang stalkers, and both of them were saying, you know, these are people who are not worthy of our attention, and like Peter says, oh, you know, she succeeded in distracting us, etc. And look, all of these observations are valid in any normal situation. And what Peter Moon and Sammy Romero are taking is this very mature approach. And the mature approach is, look, this is beneath the dignity of not just yourself, but your listeners and all the rest of that. But unfortunately, we're not in a normal situation. And the point is, I'm not a normal person who's dealing with in any way, shape, or form, any normal type of harassment. For one thing, people need to understand, and those who have been listening regularly know this. Anyone who wants to see reasonable behavior in my part, all you need to do is analyze my behavior compared to those of the gang stalkers, and then you'll understand not only myself, but you'll understand basically the seriousness, the gravity of what we're contending with. The point is that, bless their hearts, Sammy and Peter, they're right, but they're not experiencing the terrorism. They're not directly the target of the terrorism. Every once in a while, they get a whiff of it. Don't get me wrong. They've been contacted by these people. And these people, like what Selena just did, reach out to them every once in a while. But mostly because they don't respond, the gang stalkers find no point in continuing that. But when you take a look at how Douglas Dietrich behaves, most of the time, say for instance, when Salman Sheikh was on here with Jameson Reese, there would be, as I said, the creepiness, the sickening sleaziness of just all these creeps that were surrounding me, whether it was Jameson Reese or Salman Sheikh or Daniel Arola. Why, for instance, I was just talking privately on the phone with Deanna Fraser, who's known as Mirth Ling in the chat room, and as Far Away in the chat room. You know how Far Away, that's her in the chat room. And she basically told me in this conversation I had with her privately on the phone just yesterday that she was the one who had introduced me to Daniel Arola. And I said, God, that was so long ago. I have no memory of how Daniel Arola even showed up. So I just take her word for it. Apparently she knew him in some forums and then brought me up, and and before you know it, she had introduced him to me, and then he was just there, and he would like turn people away. I mean, this is a person who had just the same effect on people that Jameson did, because he was creepy and he said creepy things like all the time. Where the white woman at? I mean, how many times can you say that? It's like with every episode when he showed up, that's exactly what he said. Just to just freak everybody out, make everybody uncomfortable, just to be as repulsive as possible and as offensive as possible. And that's all these people were. So when you have somebody like Salman Sheikh, especially preaching love all the time, and yet all you had to do was watch his videos on myself, and the man's just preaching nothing but hate and saying Douglas Dietrich has to die, and that millions, it's worth killing millions of people, that millions of other people, it doesn't matter that they die, just so Douglas Dietrich dies. Okay, none of this is indicative of the love this individual kept preaching. Or the fact that this individual would, every once in a while, that would break through when he was on my program and say, this person's going to burn in hell forever. And like I said, they will provoke each other. That you might remember Daniel Arola would always put up these refrigerator art cartoons of insulting Stephen Outram. I mean, they were always trying to promote and provoke my gang stalkers simultaneously. So in the end, they were acting as their ad campaign. And this was something like, I couldn't turn away help when I needed it, and these people were helping to a degree, but all the while that help was burdened with the constant sabotage. And of course, this is what Peter Moon is feeling, has been that liberation from that. But at the same time, understand that what I went through was nonstop assault, where they took down all of my Facebook timelines, basically contacted everyone on Earth about myself, where Lena Shea sat down first thing in the morning. And we know this for a fact because I was contacted by literally dozens of strangers who told me, who are you? And they said, I just want you to know, whoever you are, and basically they're on my side by telling me this. They said, whoever you are, I don't know anything about you, but I got this crazy cunt called Lena Shea calling me up or emailing me, and I don't know how she got my phone number or my email, but she's telling me all about you and that you're a piece of shit. And so, there was no reason for these people to call me and tell me that. They were trying to help in their own way, so they would call me and let me know, hey, I don't know if you know this, but this is what's going on. So with the number of people, you can imagine all the people that were calling me. She must have been doing this all day long, first thing in the morning, and then did this until she went to bed at night. Because literally, if you magnify by normal statistics, those that did call me with those that didn't, it must be numbering in the hundreds. So when I contacted the police, they said, yes, her entire Facebook timeline was dedicated to assailing myself. When Peter Moon brought up, okay, they're assailing your character, he felt Lena Shea had was helping Selena write this. Now, all of that resonates with me. All of that intuitively resonates. But just to reemphasize to people the pattern here, again, the education here, so you know what I'm confronting. Understand that when Peter says, oh, they never attack what you're saying, well, here's how they do attack it. When you take a look at the what Selena is saying in this communique, now, one of the things she does is almost like a Freudian slip. Whether it's Lena Shea helping her write this or not, they're basically saying something they didn't mean to say. In other words, this can be read in a different way than they intended. Douglas's mind is very narrow. He is sickly ageless that anyone knows him can turn into his enemy without a valid reasons. So what she's trying to say is that Douglas Dietrich is sickly jealous, and that basically he's this paranoid freak whose own behavior turns anyone who knows him into an enemy without any seemingly valid reason to himself. Yeah, I think that's what she's trying to say. But what she's really saying is Douglas's mind is very narrow. He is sickly ageless that anyone knows him can turn into his enemy without a valid reasons. What she's really saying is that all these people are assigned to me. They turn into my enemy without any valid reasons. And that's what she's really saying. And this is something...
Douglas, it's as if she's saying that you're dangerous because people are vulnerable from their own vulnerability. it's not like she's not saying you do it. Really, it's like they're capable of turning. She's basically saying how weak-minded people don't belong in your energy field.
It could be either way. Both you and I, in a very real sense, are kind of having to read into this because her English is so bad. I'm not doing justice to all the misspellings here. I mean, I can't believe that this woman can even function in business. And I don't say that to be harsh or just cruel. People, I think you know what I mean. But the point that she ends with is basically this is the point that she's ending with. This is where it attacks what I say, is that basically I will be very happy not to associate myself with people like Douglas that lies about everything. So it all comes down to this. Again, they attack every aspect of my character and then say that and by the way, everything he says is a lie. So, and then they say something about themselves. I live with dignity and respect is what she says before giving her phone numbers out, as if this were a business form, for, our man Peter to call her back. And this is like what Penny Bradley said, something very similar. This has to do with
very similar that, she was taking the high road.
Yeah, that she says, I'm still classy. Yeah, by attacking Peter and me and calling us criminals, along with Anne-Christine Fontaine. She says that, I'm still classy. Like, obviously, something like that doesn't need to be expressed. It's kind of like our man George Knight, as I said, who was a bodybuilder and a weightlifter. It's kind of like him walking into a room and saying, hey, I'm muscular. People could see that. He doesn't need to say that. So if you're classy, people can see it. You don't need to say it. The fact that she said that shows how classless she is. The fact that, Selena Khan says, I live with dignity and respect, shows she's not living with any dignity and respect. But all of this, just to kind of drive the point home, understand that in the end, they are attacking what I say by attacking my character. But this is what's so funny. Like what Peter was saying about, she's saying you're a very low vibration person. And he's approaching this from an almost different angle, kind of talking about, involvement with the occult or something. But really, here's how I see it, is that basically I've always told everyone I'm an irresponsible lout. I have always told everyone I am a criminal. I have always been very open about my involvement with the criminal underworld. You're talking about a man who's been very open. My son's picture is in thumbnail of live stream. He was an underage girl when I purchased him off the street. You're talking about somebody who buys kids off the street. This is like somebody I've never presented myself as anything other than what I am. A person who grew up in a criminal environment that was forced to resort to criminality to survive. And in no way, shape, or form do I say that even asking for sympathy. It's simply a fact. And so I'm a sexaholic. I'm a pornoholic. I drink and drug incessantly. This is like something I've always been open about. How much lower vibration can you get? And they still attack my character as if there's anything else to attack. This is what I don't understand. What is there to attack considering everything I've presented? Have I slept with women for money? As I've mentioned before, like Shayna, I myself am a kind of sex worker. There have been ladies who have heard me on the show.
Douglas, you shouldn't be saying any of this. You know why?
Why?
Because it's going to make people jealous.
Yes, I get it. Yes, but there's been.
Well, I don't have that kind of criminal record.
It's true. This is how bizarre people are.
And they'll consequently think they're a nobody because they don't have a criminal record.
It's so bizarre.
I'm not suggesting that people should think that way, but inevitably,
thank you.
They will.
Yeah, you should,
because they lack.
Yeah.
They lack something in their lives, and they feel that they haven't lived.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, this is how people feel, and it's very strange. And understand me, people. You don't want to be born into a situation, raised in a situation where this becomes your life. It's like I am damaged. I am extraordinarily damaged. I am complexly post-traumatically stress disordered. And this is like say for instance, when the only thing I could find even moderately offensive when it comes to someone like Lena Shea, who, by the way, flew to San Francisco, paid me to go with her up north in Livermore where we had sex. I mean, in other words, she is a sex worker, paid me to have sex with her. Judith Ager, We did something similar. We have this, like, women who have heard me on the show have paid me to have sex with me. Laura Lee Solomon paid to sleep in my room, the crypt. It was like, this is like how these ladies can be, and when they pay for it, I respond the best I can. I also do it when I need a favor. I did that with Rat Girl. I had sex with her because she was able to basically save my life from a bunch of people who were next door, who were government, and basically had a bunch of stripped microwave ovens that they had piled up on top of each other, lined up against the wall, and had them all turned on at full blast 24 hours a day, radiating myself. And by the way, you can kill people like that. Don't think you can't. This is why you get all of these diplomats that die of Cuban poisoning, as they call it, or the Russian embassy poisoning, etc. Those were one of the tactics they were using. So understand that in order to get out of that, I couldn't have without the help of someone like Rat Girl, and she saved my life, and I had sex with her in return. So understand, I'm very much a gigolo in many respects. And so you can say, oh, I have no sense of self-respect or self-worth. But honestly, for what it's worth, this worthless individual, as so many people consider me, I saved literally hundreds of thousands of children, ultimately millions, because that's how many ultimately the U.S. military would have trafficked had I not shut down their major operation. And so it is a situation that I can say, you as a society owe me. So understand that, all of you, please, when you can help, please do so. But I've always been open about asking for money. So obviously, if I'm asking all of you for money, why would I be asking Selena Khan, hitting like a dead target the way she claims? This is the odd part. So they try to say I do things I don't do, like use their account, you know, like your credit card or something. By the way, all of that is not beneath my dignity. It's not like, but obviously I wouldn't betray a friend, because then I couldn't use them anymore. At least think of it in that practical sense. And the other thing is, why would she stick around? If I were asking her for money all the time and hitting her up, and yet she's still managing my website, why would she stick around? And then I'm using her credit cards, and why would she stick around and continue to manage my website? Obviously, she's lying. That wouldn't even make any sense. Yeah, by the way, you know, all those years I was working with Douglas Dietrich, he was leeching off my credit card and still kept hitting me up for money? I mean, really? After using her credit card, asking her for more? And yet she still was hanging around, operating the website? So these people will lie, cheat, steal, and yes, kill in order to say that I do all of that. Well, you know, I do all of that. And I've said I've done all of that. And yet they still keep saying I do all of that in order to convince you that I'm worse than I am. So understand, I've already said, I'm not a good person. I'm no angel. But I am a person who does have a practical sense of using people within a limit. If I were that desperate for money and was really just asking her all the time, I'd be asking Peter Moon too. And he can attest, I don't ask him for money except rarely when I'm really hurting. And it really comes down to the wire. So the fact is, it's just not something, he knows that's not my character. It's not something I'm going to do because, you know, if it gets down to that point, and I've done this in the past, I just get dressed up in drag. Well, back in the old days, nowadays with COVID, you know, all that changed, and with people using more and more credit, all that changed. But back in the old days, I used to just dress in drag, lure men into an alley and mug them. Literally knock them unconscious and take their money when I needed money that bad. So it's something that you have to understand. I have to survive. And survival's not easy because it's just, I'm no longer in a position where I have the money that I used to when I was heavily involved with crime or these various other careers that were based on bloodshed that I was involved with, like security and mercenary work. So at this point, all I do is I offer people what I know in terms of analysis, the information, and that's what they can't attack directly. So they spend all the time attacking me. And you can see their videos that they've published doing that. You see, I never put up videos attacking anyone specifically. I never put up videos saying, other than in the line of, say, for instance, a subject like Corey Good's a piece of shit because he goes around talking shit. Then I'll say something like that in analytical sense. Or Ed Danes is a piece of shit because he goes around exploiting people and giving them nothing but in return other than shit, really. So, by the way, he married a Ukrainian chick. And, he was complaining to James Arthur Yanchik that he had to start using Viagra now because he couldn't keep up with her because she was, like, much too young for him. So, I mean, it was just pathetic. But at any rate, so all that being said, I think the point is made now, and people understand that better. But definitely, it's not a waste of time. It's just something, needs to be put into context. Is that? I never knew you had dogs. Is that? Oh shit, that's Joe Ty. Oh, Joe. Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, I gotta put it. Sorry, I didn't know. I forgot about this. I gotta get mute.
Yeah. Thank you. If you could mute, thank you, and just hang out till later. Thank you, Joe. All right. Turn off your camera, Joe. That'll knock us off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get out.
Yeah. Man, that's I've never seen Joe's face before. It's alarming. Are you can turn that off? Are you trying? Or are you?
I'm trying.
Okay.
Trying right now.
This is really disturbing.
I'm using my cell phone right now, and I never use a cell phone for Skype. So
okay. Maybe you can turn the phone off? Try turning the phone off.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. Love you dearly. Have a blessed night there. Okay. Do you know how to turn it off, Joe? The cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's going off now. Okay, Okay, is Peter with us, or was he knocked off bandwidth? Peter?
I said it was an interesting diversion there.
Oh, my God.
I'm here.
Oh, thank God.
So, yeah, but now, I know some people are going to say, well, do we have to hear all this stuff about Douglas? Why do I put? Of course, I don't endorse the criminal acts that he says. I want to make that clear. I don't endorse this. I'm not here to judge it. I have stated I'm on a mission. And I want to go back to what I was saying earlier. What have we done right? What have we done wrong? Of course, I was, as they say, sometimes you just take pitches when you're at bat. And if they're not over the plate, you don't swing at them. So when somebody directs a communication at you and it doesn't hit over the plate, you don't swing at it. So that's an example. Now, this is very important because I said I was talking with my ex-girlfriend about these occultists that I knew.
Yes.
Still do. Just not in touch with them anymore. And I said, there is a difference. Because I said, Douglas is just as loaded with the occult, if not more so, with these people. And I don't know which one of us used the word. I think I used it. No, I think she used it, but it took the words right out of my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Douglas, as part of his character, has a redemptive quality. There is redemption in his outlook and in his function. In his function in this world. Now, Douglas shut down the Presidio military base, which was a criminal enterprise, a satanic enterprise. Not just a little bit of it. It was dominated by Satanism. He shut it down. Now, this reminds me of a phrase that kind of irritated me at the time I heard it. And that's just my own personal irritation factor. Did it deeply irritate me? No, but I still remember it. And this was when I went to see the movie Woodstock. Now, many people went to Woodstock. I was not one of them. I saw Woodstock in the movie theater in Sacramento. They had this big round theater. It was called Cinerama, wide curved screen. It was incredible, huge screen. Great way to see a movie. And, you know, my friend wanted to see it. You know, Doug, you met my friend Doug. He was with me when we saw it.
Yeah.
And this was our Woodstock, watching it in the movies. I was glad that I wasn't there.
Thank God. Yeah. Hippies rolling in the mud. Go on.
Whatever fun that might have been, and seeing all the naked women or whatever, you know, would have, you know, I don't know if it would have compensated for all the,
I
don't know, discomfort. But you know, that was the Woodstock generation. I saw it in the movie.
But by the way, just to add to what you're saying, there was that musical for years that was in New York and other places called Hair, and I'm sorry.
Hair.
Yeah.
Hair.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the epitome of the 1960s. Hair. All the music that came out of Hair.
Yeah.
The movie wasn't very good.
No.
But the stage play, because it had nudity, it had live nudity on the stage.
That's right.
That introduced nudity in a big way and made nudity publicly acceptable. Where now, it's, you know, there's different standards of nudity now. It has to be obscene now.
Yeah.
But
my point with that was that one of the critics who said, I paid to see Hair, to be honest, like everyone else, to see nude bodies, but I paid to see attractive nude bodies. And he said, all I saw was a bunch of ugly hippies with their wings hanging out. That was Woodstock. That's why you didn't miss anything. Go on.
There were a lot of, I guess, young people. I don't know that they were unsightly at all, if I recall. But you know, but whatever. Yeah. Woodstock. But there was one line in Woodstock that, you know, I irritated me, and it was from Arlo Guthrie. Now, for those of you who don't know who Arlo Guthrie was, he was the son of a less famous folk singer, Woody Guthrie, who was actually more famous than Arlo at the time. But, you know, Arlo Guthrie was like the epitome of hippie culture. And he was very talented. He had some hit records. But his most famous one was Alice's Restaurant, which is about 18 minutes or something like that. And it was a bit much to listen to. Twangy. And he had a whole movie called Alice's Restaurant, which was based on a true story of his life. But there were many people of an athletic inclination who couldn't stand this guy because he was long-haired and very, I guess what you call non-masculine. He wasn't gay, but he was very non-masculine. A lot of people, your strong silent types, resented him having so much attention. You know, he was just something that I felt that I had to put up with as a symptom of the times. I didn't hate him. In fact, I once heard him make some pretty interesting comments on public TV. But he gets up at Woodstock, and he gets up in front of everybody and yells into the microphone, "The New York State Thruway's closed. The New York State Thruway's closed. Can you dig that?" And everybody starts cheering. Now, why that was important, because the New York State Thruway, which goes from New York City New York metropolitan area all the way up to Montreal, or practically Montreal, it's like they had to stop the roads because there was so much traffic. What he was basically saying is the Woodstock generation was so big and there were so many people that look at the effect we've created. We stopped the whole New York State Thruway. It was a monumental achievement of the Woodstock generation. And, you know, I didn't have such sympathy for it. I said, you know, so what? This is a mess. However, I wasn't in non-sympathy with Woodstock, but I wasn't overly, whatever. And my friend, who was very much a hippie, he didn't like the doc. He thought it was he couldn't tell me how many times it was a poor documentary. But so what? Anyway, Arlo Guthrie making this statement and everybody cheering. How come he didn't come out and said, the Presidios shut down, the Presidios closed, and everybody's cheering? There's nobody cheering. Why isn't Arlo Guthrie out there saying, the Presidios closed, the Presidio's been shut down by Douglas Dietrich? That was something. In that time period, Abby Hoffman, who was one of the yippies that was part of the Chicago 8 or Chicago 7 or whatever that became, I think it was originally the Chicago 7, that got tried over the Chicago riots, the 1968 Democratic Convention.
Yes.
Keep in mind, they were rioting at the Democratic Convention, not the Republican Convention. Whatever that means. But, and they had Nixon being elected, ominous Nixon, at the Republican Convention in Miami. But anyway, Abby Hoffman wrote a book called Steal This Book. It was, he was anti-capitalistic, he was anti-establishment, and he was very hard to take. He just had a real negative attitude. But during that time period, or sometime during that time period, he had making a campaign to levitate the Pentagon. And he was going to levitate the Pentagon. He had all these people, they're going to have a massive demonstration around the Pentagon and lift it up off the air on metaphysical powers, supposedly. As stupid as that sounds, it had enough legwork that it got enough press, but it never happened. I mean, the Pentagon wasn't levitated. But the whole idea of what he was saying is, we're going to take the Pentagon, which we view as a source of evil, and we're going to lift it off the ground and show our power. He kind of had his heart in the right place. I didn't like a lot of what he said, but he had his heart in the right place. Whether that was a publicity stunt or whatever it was, he had his heart in the right place, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Unless he was just being clearly manipulative. But
maybe Timothy Leary was being manipulative, because I think he was involved with that. So it might have been him that was manipulative, but I think Abby was more.
I don't know. I would much rather sit and talk to Leary than I would Abby Hoffman.
I agree. I mean, I agree. Abby was just repulsive, but go on.
like Leary had a, he was a professor. He was an intellectual. He had a lot of knowledge.
Yeah.
He just, didn't know how to use it. But anyway, what I'm saying is, this was the whole spirit of the 60s, was to turn society up on its ass, because society was full of itself. And, well, levitating the Pentagon's a little unrealistic. But Douglas shut down the Presidio. This is like 20 years after. There was a group at Woodstock that played at Woodstock. It was called 10 Years After. Out of all the musical performances in Woodstock, it was my least favorite. I mean, I just didn't like it. Everything else was acceptable, even if it wasn't music I particularly like, even Janis Joplin, who I was not a fan of. But I mean, it was, it was listenable. But the, it's like that was the whole spirit, was to, and then when in the movie Woodstock, when the military comes to bring food, emergency food, you've got the people on the loudspeakers, the hippie faction, saying, hey man, these guys are here to help us. They're not here to be nice to them. They're here to help us, meaning the military, because the military was viewed as completely evil by the Woodstock generation. So it's like, and you thought they were evil. And I wasn't anti-military at all, but the military was doing crazy things in those days. So anyway, what I'm saying is, this was the whole spirit of that generation, was to take down the Pentagon, take down the war machine, take down the, but I'm saying 10 years after, well, this was 20 years after. Should have been the group 20 years after with the Mayan 20. 20 years after, Douglas is getting the Presidio shut down. He deserves the accolades that Timothy Leary wanted and that Arlo Guthrie was promoting for shutting down the New York State Thruway, which is okay. They created an effect. Good for them. It's okay. It was, people remember Woodstock, like it was, it was an event. It was a remarkable event.
I do think it's been deeply exaggerated, but go on.
But what I really resented about it more than anything was that it was on the East Coast. Still the East Coast has a rank feel for me, even though I live here and I like it now because I'm from the West Coast. And the West Coast just seemed so much more in tune with everything that was going on at that particular time.
Yes.
I can't speak for now. I'm not saying no, I'm not saying yes. I can't say that the East Coast is in tune. Everything's kind of confused right now. But the point of it is, and this, I'm going to take this deeper, the shutting down the Presidio is something that everybody of my generation that wasn't a, rabid Nixonite should be cheering. This was the ideals of my generation. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about my generation, the baby boomer generation that was anti the Vietnam War, was anti the war machine, was anti Johnson, was anti Nixon, was inspired by Kennedy and Eugene McCarthy, the Democratic wannabes for president, Robert Kennedy, that felt a loss with the Kennedys dying. But here it is. Wow. When somebody actually begins to take on the war machine and wound it, where are the accolades? Where is the balance of the scales? And this is what I'm going to talk about. I had a dream, or it was more of a hypnagogic communication. And I called Douglas. I got up and I messaged him. We talked for a brief amount of time about this dream. It was about him collecting debts. Now, of course, he has solicited your donations. I have asked you to solicit donations. I've solicited donations on his behalf because we need to keep him going. But I'm talking about the balancing of the scales here, because the dream is saying, hey, Douglas has a debt to collect. Now, this doesn't mean you should feel guilty if you're not supporting him, or that you should feel bad if you haven't supported him. This is not about feeling bad. It's not about that. It's not necessarily even about you in the listening audience. You are supporting him by paying attention. If you can support him, or throw in an extra 10 or 20 or whatever, please do so. But this is a bigger issue, and I said we're going to address it live on the air. Now, today is the equinox. The autumnal equinox. And what that means is we're at the time when the daylight and nighttime are equally dark and light. There's 12 hours of light, 12 hours of dark. Now, as we move into the solstice, the winter solstice, the days will be getting darker and darker and darker. And here in New York, we're enjoying the most beautiful time of the year. And then we'll blend into the leaves turning. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Very beautiful. Now, it's worth living in New York just for this period. And it's not too hot. September, October into, through Halloween. But this is the equinox. Now, equinox is equal. There's the summer, now the fall. Now, in astrology, which is a philosophical and psychological system that's been worked on for as long as man's been around, this is the first day of Libra. Virgo. Virgo is your intelligence, your analytical ability, your service. You have done your crops. Now you're going to get smart. You're going to harvest the crops. But now you're moving into Libra. And Libra is the balance. In ancient Egypt, Libra was thought of as the goddess Maat, M-A'-T, Maat. And she had scales that would, so when you died, they would put a feather on one scale and your heart on another scale. And if it was balanced and the heart did not weigh down the feather, in other words, your heart needed to be as light as the feather. And then if you passed that test, you could, go on to the afterworld rather than into the underworld. And that was your test. Now, Libra is the scales. So here you're harvesting your crops and you're being judged by nature. Did you harvest enough? Did you grow enough crops? And now you've got to harvest them. You've got to preserve them, make your preserves, and make your preparations for winter and perhaps for the future. If you're going to do the old Pharaoh routine with Joseph teaching the Pharaoh to save for 7 years. But this is Libra. Okay? Now, what happens? In the Jewish religion during this time period, they have the New Year, Rosh Hashanah, and they have Yom Kippur, which is the Day of Atonement. And this is when the Jewish person looks at their life and they do an evaluation, like Virgo, the analysis, and they weigh the scales and they atone for their sins, their misgivings. This is part of the Jewish religion. People sometimes stereotype the Jewish religion as being all about making money. But there is an actual,
an actual religion.
There's an actual religion there that some of them take very seriously. And so this is the same time period. So you do your atonement. And then as Libra moves into the end of October, it moves into Scorpio. Now, there are very many analyses, multiple analysis of these different signs and how Virgo evolved into Libra and how one time there was no Libra and they had to add Libra. It just went from Virgo to Scorpio. And you can look at all sorts of stuff and, make your head think too much. People will even get argumentative about it. But to keep it simple, and this is nature. All of astrology is nature, is an attempt to explain nature. So as you go into Scorpio, in the later months of October, Scorpio rules accounting. It's the ledger. So now you've balanced the scales, but now you've got an accounting in Scorpio where you're actually, now everything's been harvested by the end of October, and you've got, okay, we're going to account. How many jars of jam do we have? How many jars of pears do we have? How many, husks of wheat do we have? Whatever. They're going to do a full accounting of everything and where it goes, what families it goes to. I mean, there's obviously different complexities of accounting from a simple farm, but even the simple farm that's maybe one family is going to have its own procedures here. It can get more complex. Now, of course, we have a very complex world of farming today that's far, far removed from the old days. But nevertheless, these natural functions of Scorpio doing the accounting. Now, when you move into Scorpio, you're doing an accounting, but you're doing a ledger, which is part of accounting. But you're seeing where the assets, the liabilities, the shortcomings are in the ledger. Now, while this applies to the food source and the food preserves, it also applies to your life. Yom Kippur is not so much about how many grains of corn you harvested or grew. It's about how many pigs you raised. No, it's about your actions as a human being. So this goes into Scorpio, and when you get into Scorpio, you're dealing with death, regeneration, and this is where your emotions become very significant and relevant. And we talked about this last transmission, and I will repeat it here. Whereas we're talking about shooting the moon or shooting beyond the moon as far as your abilities with this current positioning of Uranus and Taurus. But opposing it is the moon in Taurus, or the new moon in Taurus in the next week. And this is where your emotions are what are stopping you from, moving into the higher regions, the exalted forms of consciousness. It's your emotions. So emotions need to be confronted. When you go into the realm of Pluto rules Scorpio, you're going to hit up against stuff where you feel completely helpless. Like, you always used to get money from so-and-so, because he'd give you $5 to go get the paper for him. And this was your breakfast money or something, or he'd overpay you. And so Mr. So-and-so dies. Now you say, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Well, this is where you confront your emotion. Well, maybe you're going to have to go out and get a job. I have a friend that I grew up with. He lived down the street from my friend Greg, who I've spoke about. Mm-hmm. And he wasn't the brightest kid on the block. His mother touched me very deeply when I saw her. It was the same trip when I saw Marjorie Cameron. I went to my old neighborhood and I knocked on her door, and I gave her my book, and she says, "You're going to be the next Ray Bradbury," which was really funny because she had no idea that I was such a fan of Ray Bradbury. Wow. And she said how she prayed for my mother and father. Wow. All the time. Every night she prayed for them, or every week in church, which is very touching. Yes. Because by the time my parents died, we were long gone from that neighborhood. And anyway, her son was one of my friends that I spent time with, and he was slow, but I didn't go to school with him. But we hung. He was my friend. What can I say? I went to his birthday. We went to his birthday. I wasn't as close with him as Greg, but they went to school together. They didn't get on so well. But anyway, I remember when I went to see him, he was sitting on the couch, laying on the couch. He had a bad back. He couldn't work. He lived with his mother his whole life. And he had an excuse not to work. I don't know if he was on disability. I don't know what the situation was. But when I went to Greg's funeral last year, he couldn't come. He was very disappointed because he had COVID or something. But his sister was there. And of course, I knew his sister well. Not as well as him, but you know, she was a part of the landscape. And she told me that after their mom died, he moved in with her and her husband, but she said it wasn't working out. Now he's living in an apartment. I don't know what the arrangement is, and he's an Uber driver. Now, this guy's older than I am. He's 70 years old, and he's finally going to work at age 70. You see, finally. He was living off his mom all these years because he could. He's not a bad guy at all. But he just, you know, never got off his ass and worked because he didn't have to. Now he's an Uber driver and has to support himself.
That's so sad. It's just...
And you know, to me, he's just like my friend. If I saw him, I'd, you know, it's just like when we were kids, drinking lemonade or something. It would be no different. You know, I wouldn't expect him, you know, to deeply appreciate what I do, but it wouldn't matter. You know, he was somebody I went to my first Halloween party with, or whatever, or went to his house for Halloween. I remember it. I remember seeing the cut going. I think we were helping his mom clean the kitchen, and I kept making these, you know, stupid comments about how come all the cupboards are bare.
Oh my God!
And she was trying to, because she didn't have a husband. He had, you know, she raised 2 kids, and she worked at a balloon factory that I guess was her brother. And the kids had jobs at the balloon factory. And she was trying to explain to me that, you know, it takes money to put stuff
fill
in
the cupboards up.
Cupboard. I mean, I didn't understand that because, you know, our cupboards were
always full, and
up.
you thought of it as almost automatic. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. In other words, I don't know all the food chain, and I remember her explaining this to me, and it was like, okay, I still remember that though. And but the thing is, it's like, okay, he could get a job at 70 years old. Okay, his back's bad. Well, he can work. You know, so, you know, Scorpio puts the screws to people.
It sure does. I don't understand how was he just too slow to get on some kind of social program while he could?
I really don't know the details. Nobody had a high opinion of him. They didn't dislike him.
Right.
He was just always kind of a slow kid.
Right.
And, you know, but he was like, you know, my friend since I was probably 3. And, you know, our grandmothers knew each other. It's just like, wow. But, you know, it's just this idea of like, okay, you know, some people, you know, the scales are being balanced here, you know, for him, whatever. And so when we move into Scorpio is religion. It's your deepest issues. It's your transmutation of your soul. And if you can come to terms with your emotions and your habitual behavior patterns, the world changes. The world changes because you're no longer addicted to those behavior patterns. Maybe it's an attitude. Maybe you thought, there's so much trolling that goes on where people just dismiss people. I was thinking about this today, how people in the workplace will often put you down. I'm not talking so much about me personally, but if you aspire to be something, your coworkers will put you down.
Yes.
Because you're going to move beyond them, and they don't want you to move beyond them. So people can be very toxic in terms of not wanting you to move beyond your, and there's movies about this and in all this. I've lived alone for so long that I've stepped out of that for so long that I don't really relate to it or think about it too well.
Right.
But people want you in a box where you're in their comfort zone. If you start becoming too rich or too, sexualized or too famous or too powerful, whatever it is, too artistic, it can create a problem with people. They want you to be status quo.
Absolutely. Yes. They'll pull you down.
Not everybody's that way.
Right.
But this is something. So when you, and so much of this stuff gets sorted out in, with the ledgers in Scorpio, where like he's keeping the ledgers and he's going to say, wow, you've done some really bad things in your life. Pluto will say this. He says, we're going to take you, you've done some really nasty things, but you did them well. So I think I'm going to send you in this life to go do this chore for me because this person needs to be leveled. So you're going to go shoot this politician. And that's part of your payment because I'm balancing the karmic. Now, I'm not justifying that. Pluto balances the karma, and he will use Peter to shoot Paul if he needs to. Because that's the underworld. That's what Pluto does. I'm not telling you that this is the right thing to do. I'm telling you that this is what happens on the karmic balance sheet, which is sorted out in Scorpio. And it's not your job to sort it out. It's your job to sort yourself out. And it's not your job to say, I want to go do what Pluto wants. I want to go be an assassin. Because that could justify somebody wanting to be an assassin. So this is, you want to clean your own balance sheet. So, but it's going to be assessed for you. If you are the mindset and the heart to where you are as light as a feather, you're not going to have to worry about Pluto. So it's best to just say, okay, I was a schmuck. But it's very important to say I was a schmuck and not to say I am a schmuck, because that's the neurolinguistic aspect of it. You don't want to condemn yourself. You want to forgive yourself. But you truly forgive yourself. It's not lip service. And you don't want to go around feeling bad for the rest of your life. So if you've done things that you feel bad about, you have to own up to them. But the most important thing, the reason you go confess to a priest or to a minister or to the person you offended is mostly to be able to forgive yourself. Restitution is a different issue. That's the balancing of the scales. So, maybe if you spend a lot of time disparaging black people, maybe you should go do something nice for black people. And you might want to do it without making a public display of it. It doesn't have to be black people. It could be animals. It could be teachers. It could be children. It could be women. It could be men, whatever it is. It could be fishermen. So you want to balance the scales, but it's you have to feel good. What's going to make you feel good? Because the person you hurt and damaged probably has long forgot about it. And I've said this once before, but there was a guy I knew who, he didn't tell me, he was hung up on some person that had bullied him as a kid in Brooklyn. His whole life he was obsessed with it. And he finally went, probably at the age of 30 or 40, and found this guy out and went and confronted him about this guy who had bullied him in school. And the guy didn't even remember who he was. He didn't even know what he was talking about. So it's like, the point is, he was carrying this, incident with him his whole life. And then when he finally confronted the person didn't even know who he was.
Right.
So it's like what we create in our own minds is important. If this guy, he wanted to, could he forgive the guy? Well, the guy didn't even know what he did anymore. So he has to forgive himself. He has to forgive the guy. How you go about forgiving? There's a man who wrote a whole book on forgiveness. He was obsessed with forgiveness. His name is Jim Dincalci, Dincalci. He was a medical officer for L. Ron Hubbard. I knew him. He always had a lingering doubt in his eye about Scientology, or really, did it really work? I saw that in the first, week that I met him, because I used to do work for him. And he told me a lot of inside dope about Hubbard. But it was very free and loose in those days. He was the medical officer. And he, I guess he had a lot of issues with Hubbard. And he was so disturbed by his experiences in Scientology that he ended up writing a book. And I never saw him. I think I communicated once to him, but I never heard back. He's a hero to many ex-Scientologists, but to me, he was always somebody who didn't get it. I would have told him that forgiveness was something that you handled on level 2 of Scientology, where you confronted all of your deeds, your misdeeds, the misdeeds of others, where it was called a relief release. But, we all have different viewpoints and different lenses. But the whole game is to be able to forgive yourself. But you can't forgive yourself unless you admit that you've been party to, the collective sins on this planet. But you don't have to keep being guilty about it. So anyway, there is this, the balancing of the scales gets very deep when we get into the realm of Pluto, because we're also dealing with the Garden of Eden concept. You go back to the garden by being forgiven, but you can't be forgiven until you can forgive yourself. Then the forgiveness process happens. And this is acknowledging what you do that's wrong, and recognizing what others doing wrong, and not reacting to it. But as they say, we have, and I want to give some examples of this. We have wannabe General Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
He's taking a shellacking. He's threatening nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
And he's not being taken very seriously, because it might be kind of like, the famous Scud missiles that kind of did minimal damage, if that. Or kind of like that that kind of parachute that comes out the top of a rocket.
Yes.
Kind of. Yeah, so I'm saying it's like, and he's all bluster. It's very obvious he's blustering. And, if he can fall in the next month or so, if he falls or abdicates, the Biden administration can use this as their own. They can conflate it into their doing. And technically, they would deserve some credit for it. Trump could also say that there would have been a war in the first place if they hadn't, had the oil, restricted the oil. But whatever that is, the Biden administration can make a PR coup if Putin falls before the election. That's just a comment. But the point of it is that this guy has accumulated so much power and assets. I would expect him to have an exit. If he has any friends in Antarctica or Unterland. I was thinking about that today. But is he going to disappear? Where does he go? Does he have an out? Does he have friends in the Siberian monasteries, into the inner earth? But whatever.
But by the way, just so you know, he visited Serbia just the other day and was praising the Serbian people. So he may be thinking of that as a potential, shall we say, retirement place. Just throwing that in there.
Only if they have their space program intact. It's superior. The secret space program. That's the only reason I could imagine he'd be doing that, because I don't think he could get away with retiring there.
Yeah, I hear you. I agree. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his hands full.
He does.
So, but the point of it is the scales are being balanced with regards to him. The scales of Trump are doing a balancing act too, and that remains to see how that plays out. I think, I don't want to digress into politics, but it appears to me, if the cursory information I've seen on Trump, which I haven't really paid too much attention to, if it's accurate or reasonably accurate, my assessment, and I don't say that it is, my assessment would be that he confused his power as president with his own personal power, and that he made some mistakes, and he's got documents that he shouldn't have, which in the long run don't really mean anything, in my opinion. I mean, but big deal. And at the same time, they didn't go after Hillary for BleachBit. But so I don't know if anything will happen. But whether, because I really don't know what's going on for sure. I just know what you hear. But the point of it is scales are being balanced out. It could go against him. It could go for him. The same with Hunter Biden. But you see, that process is really wicked and slow with Hunter Biden. The more that happens, the more nothing happens. But at some point, it might just be, he might lose by disgust. I don't know. And then Biden has his own karma to play out. We saw what happened to Governor Cuomo. He had to step down. So Scorpio, moves very slow. Pluto is the plotting planet. It moves very slow. It'll make you twist in the wind very slowly. Now, this was all instigated by a dream I had about Douglas and collecting the debt that's owed him. Well, what is the debt that's owed to Douglas Dietrich? He shut down the Presidio. What do we as a collective owe him? And I don't even have to say we. We don't have to emphasize we, the collective. It's like, if I were to go back into the days of Woodstock, Oh, wow, this guy's fantastic. Look what he did. The problem with the Woodstock days, or the Haight-Ashbury days, which coincided with them, were that nobody really had any money. It was just kind of a free-for-all.
Yeah.
The people that made the Woodstock event and produced the movie, they made money. Bill Graham, who was the, concert promoter in San Francisco, Fillmore West and Fillmore East in New York, he was making money. He did some stuff for free. He still, to this day, there's a free clinic in San Francisco in the Haight-Ashbury district where the Bill Graham free clinic, where you can go and get treated for free. You have to wait in line. But money was different in those days. You didn't need as much of it to get along. Nevertheless, Jerry Garcia used to monthly, I believe it was monthly, but he would keep alive. I forget the guy's name. He was one of the original Beats, one of the guys who lived with William Burroughs. He was a forefather of the Beat generation. And Jerry Garcia, he grew up into the beatnik culture in San Francisco or alongside of it, but he really emerged with the hippie culture. But he appreciated the beatnik culture so much that this guy, he was like one of William Burroughs' friends, or there at the same time. I forget the guy's name, but I think it was with an H. But Jerry Garcia supported this guy. He supported him out of his, heartfelt appreciation for this dinosaur, cultural dinosaur. But that was because Jerry Garcia had money, and he could flow it to him. That's one example of people who I was told that they're having a reunion of the Apollo crew. The end of October in Las Vegas that I was invited to, but I'm not going to be able to make it. And somebody told me that, there's a guy who I don't even think he was part of the Apollo. He's willing to fund people who can't afford to go.
Wow.
And I think, like, why does he think it's so important to get these people together? Maybe, preserve memory. Preserve what? To me, it's part of me would like to be there, but part of me has to be somewhere else, and part of me didn't want to go because it's the past. I enjoyed seeing my friends the other night very much, but these people are not. I'm doing something new now, It's good to move on and do new things. Vital part of my past. Now, what do we owe Douglas Dietrich? Existential. Like the Presidio was shut down. It's great. Now, this moves into another category here, because we're moving through purgatory, but you don't move through purgatory without going anywhere. The whole idea of Scorpio is transmutation, is to be transformed so that you purge your sins and you go on to your new life. Like the phoenix is the symbol of Scorpio. Scorpio is traditionally the scorpion, but it's also identified with the eagle or the phoenix bird. The phoenix lives for 500 years, according to one tradition. Some it lives for 666. But it lives for a period of time, It builds its own funeral pyre, goes in the fire, it self-immolates, and then emerges from the ashes as a new bird that does not remember its past and goes on to live a new life. That concept is very Christ-like, because Christ spent 3 days in hell, according to one of the biblical scriptures, and he went through there before he could resurrect and transmute into the resurrected Christ, ascend, return to the Father. A gory story, but nevertheless, so Douglas deals with certain hellish aspects. He was born into hellish aspects, but as I said earlier, he has a redemptive quality. Now, he has talked about, what's his name, Brett Landau, and the Revelation of the Magi, this book.
Yes.
That talks about the revelation of the Magi, but he's also integrated it with his own knowledge of vampire subspecies in Asia that were the custodians of original Christianity that descended from Adam and was taught, but was preserved by subspecies of humans that were vampires. And you can read Vampirology to get more information on what vampires are actually. Vampirology is available at Amazon.
Thank you.
And the profits of that will go directly to Douglas. All the profits, it's done through Skybooks, but everything goes to him that Skybooks gets from it. And the only reason Skybooks does it is because he didn't know how to. I did it for him.
Thank you. Yes.
So anyway.
When I'm not asking Peter for money, yeah. Just to play on what Selena was claiming. Yes, go on. Sorry, I couldn't resist that.
Yeah, so the vampire, you see, human beings are so good at mucking things up that they are antithetical. Their human state of affairs is antithetical to the divinity. So when you have a being, character, a creature who transcends from the human state into the divinity, Christ being one popular example, but there are other characters in history, the story gets co-opted and institutionalized so that it becomes antithetical to human beings, such as the Inquisition. So we have Christianity, and any of that Dark Age Christianity becomes, it's all a fear game. It's all a control game, which is also Scorpio. So it's left to the individual to work out his own salvation and to figure it out, which is hard. So the point here is that the divinity and the human state is dichotomous. So it takes a non-human group, which is really not human, they're not like humans, to actually preserve the redemptive aspects of the Christian tradition, which are born into the legacy of Adam. They preserve it. It's not preserved by human beings. They recognize it and preserve it. And this is the nature of yin yang, Chinese medicine. There's dark within the white, white within the dark, good within the evil, evil within the good. So nature is a very complex and intriguing process. So it's only the arrogance of man that will think he knows things. And you will learn that what you think is divine is not divine. And a classic example of that is the Catholic Church and all the molestation that occurs. People are going there to believe and trust in God. And these people are, not fulfilling that. And I don't need to give a lecture on how, suspect and corrupt religion can be, in any religion, not just Christianity or Catholicism. So, by the same token, groups, factions, secret societies that are thought to be evil, or appear to be evil, or may even be evil, are not necessarily what you think they are. So, secret is the realm of Scorpio. And there are all sorts of different ledger and balancing that goes on. People who have watched mafia movies will learn about a tradition, whereas if the mafioso wipes out another mafia member, even if it's a rival faction, they'll take care of their family. There is some truth in that tradition, but they take care of the family. There, more in the old days than now, there were certain things that were honored and respected as customs. So you could have, you could get good treatment from dark sources. And Douglas has experienced all sorts of weird help from those factions.
Yes.
He knows the criminal world well. And his knowledge of that criminal world, he really did the right thing when he put the screws on these people who were attacking him. He did a very good job.
Thank you.
So he was able to get rid of the flies, the fleas, and as I said, I received a very polite communication from Selena, but it's not something I'm going to engage, because what's to be gained from it? Insight into their network? No. You just cut that stuff out. Why do I want to get insight into that network? It's made itself very evident from a distance. There's nothing there to find out about.
Thank you.
All you can do is get caught up in it. And it serves no purpose. And it certainly does not serve my purpose, because, as I say, what we're looking for here is a redemptive character, a redemptive aspect to all of this work. And shutting down the Presidio was a good thing for humanity.
Thank you.
Sharing the knowledge of what has happened, of World War II, how crooked people are in their understanding of what's going on in this world, from the perspective of aliens, UFOs. People are very good at getting it wrong. And I was also saying to my friend today, I said, well, there is a redemptive aspect to the work of David Anderson, or implied redemption, because when you can fix things in time, as they say, I periodically had people come to me, even offering $1 million for him to go back in time and save somebody.
Right.
From dying. This is absurd. But it's understandable that people request it. It's not, proper, but it's understandable. And so he carries the burden of humanity with him, because He does. It's the nature of time. So in such an instance, I told her, I said, Douglas has a redemptive characteristic that now, I'm not talking about redeeming him personally, which is great if we can redeem him personally. But the work is to afford redemption in general, making things good, making things reconciliable. Sure, it's about your own personal trip, but there's more to it than that. So, and I told her, I said, I couldn't even step into this game the way I have with any of these characters that I've been involved with if it wasn't for my journeys with L. Ron Hubbard.
Right.
There's no way. I do have that characteristic inside of me, but I don't know that it would have ever been cultivated and polished off to the degree it has by all my experiences, working in his employ. And this is not to, endorse him or anything. It's just my experience. It's like he afforded me a very unique experience. So that's just my particular role in all of this. So, here we're dealing with, the legacy and darkness of all the evil Michael Aquino did. But Michael Aquino was not the only character on the block. He was a particular, he was like the Babe Ruth of dark occultism during the time he lived.
Yeah.
But, there were plenty of power hitters before he came along. And he just identified with everything so good, so well, so appropriately for who and what he was. So this legacy is something that has to be, slayed, for lack of a better word. And certainly Douglas has been doing that lately.
Thank you.
So you can help slay with your contributions. But when we get to this debt thing, it's like, okay, so I said, Jerry Garcia helped pay for this guy. Well, that's very nice. I don't know if there's anything good to be said about that guy. He didn't sound like a very impressive character to me, but then I didn't really know him. And that's just judgment. So who owes Douglas? Certainly the U.S. military. The U.S. military, dishonorably discharged him for saving the lives of women that were being shot by the Saudi police. That's kind of screwed up. So you could say the military owes him. You could say all the Christians owe him for leveling Aquino the way he did. But then the Christians have their own problems because all of the money that they're raising is not necessarily on the up and up. Kids who have been saved would owe him. But one of the problems with all of these debts is that these people are more inclined to work against him. So although they may owe him a debt, they're not inclined or even positioned to pay it. They're inclined to attack. So where I'm being told he has debts to collect in my dream, in my hypnagogic state, who owes the debts? Who are these people that owe the debts? Well, there's an infinitude of them. It's like, what is the idea? What is a debt? What is something? A debt is something that you owe. in return for something else. If I give you $500,000 to buy a house, you are indebted to me. Or if you give me $500,000 to buy a house, I am indebted to you. Just like when you pay a mortgage, you are paying tribute to the person who loaned you the money. I remember somebody coming to me and trying to say, my mortgage isn't legal. You don't have to pay your mortgage. You can opt out.
Yeah, good luck.
Well, what I said is, I said, they're saying you're being cheated. I said, well, no. I said, I got loaned over $100,000 to buy a house. I couldn't buy that house. I borrowed the $100,000. Now I'm paying it back. I didn't view it as being cheated.
Right.
I thought I had a good deal.
Who was that crazy guy who came, who wrote all the he took down all the notes of that baseball player Bear Yogi Berra, and he got ripped off by Yogi Berra?
Well, that's a different thing. That's
okay.
That was just the mortgage broker.
Okay.
That I had a issue with. This is somebody else.
Okay.
This is somebody else. This is like in other words, I said I don't feel like, I'm not upset with the mortgage company because they loaned me money. So okay, it's okay. I'm okay. I don't need to, it just felt dishonest. Whether it was legal or I didn't have to pay it. So, what is a debt? What do we owe? It's kind of funny because you say you have a baby. Like I had a baby, well, you owe her the best you can do for her or him. You give them what you can. You owe them giving them what you can so that they can have a life. That's your job as a father or mother. How they deal with it, is up to them. They have a lot of other things to contend with, such as social media, and other things in life. So we have, and people, it's really good to add up your assets and your liabilities, and not just financially. I did that once, 15 years ago when I was marveling at all the money I owed, and I weighed up all my assets and liabilities and realized I was even. Although I owed a bunch of money, I was even if I added everything up. I've since, gotten rid of those debts.
Yes.
So I'm better off. But the thing is you're even. Now financial is one thing. But what about your health balance sheet? What is your assets? What are the things you take nutritionally that are good for you? What are the things that you take nutritionally that are not good for you? What are your daily habits that are good for you? What are your daily habits that are not good for you? From a health perspective, do a ledger, do entries. When you could talk about family, your assets, do it with your friends. I would advise going into areas where you are not really strong. Okay, let's take relationships. See, where are you strong and where are you weak? What type of women or men are you strong, make you feel stronger? What type of women or men make you feel weak? And you might find that particularly sexy women screw you up. I'm not saying it has to be this way, but I'm saying is people that go after the sex compulsively, attractively, they have screwed up. I'm just giving a possible example, screwed up relationship. Whereas if they go with somebody who's more like a homemaker, keeps the hearth, they do better with. And if they can evaluate their priorities. Or for some, it might be the opposite. You know, they might get bored around the housekeeper, the homemaker, because it might not suit their personality. You know, they might want to be driving around in a Maserati with a girl with a, you know, bikini on or something, you know. I mean, you know, but you know, that's probably not in the best interest for most people. You can't evaluate, you know. But, you know, I knew this barber, and he told me, he says, I am like a playboy. I want to be a playboy. But he says, I'm married. But he says, you know, I like to take women out, but I do not have sex with them. He says, I just like to be a playboy. He likes to have fun, go out with them and act like a play, you know, the dating part of the playboy, not the sexual part of the playboy. Now, I don't know if he was fooling himself or fooling me, or if he was being genuine. I think he was being genuine. But whatever. It's just who he was. He liked having a good time. And I suppose it's possible. He was Italian. He is Italian. So, you can't, you know, people have their own different things that are important to them or that they want to act out. So I'm just saying, you know, you can go into areas of your life where you're weak and where you're strong. I'm good at fixing certain things up in the house, but when it comes to doing heavy-duty plumbing work, no. I get somebody else. I can do minor electrical work. If it's heavy-duty, I'll get somebody. I'm not going to go, you know, I got somebody to do the electrical box. I wasn't going to do that. Connecting all those wires. But in other words, there's strong things you can do. There are weak things you can do. It relates to sports. It relate. You know, people have their assets. They have their, and I'd say one of my strong suits with occultism is being able to write it down and break it down and understand it. With that will come a certain amount of application that just kind of comes with the territory, just in learning how to deal with things. But definitely I'm not in the category of ceremonial magician. But then again, if you read Aleister Crowley or L. Ron Hubbard, they'll tell you the basic component of doing anything is a postulate, which is a decision, a resolution. It's a thought form that you are eliciting, positive thought form. What and then when we move into the realm of the Christian paradigm, basically we have the concept, at least in banal Christianity, that Jesus is going to pay your debts. He's paying your debts with his blood. He's paying your debts. You're being forgiven if you accept his divinity and accept the supreme being into your heart. that can be a lot to swallow, because it almost comes, when it's spoken with an adulteration or an attempt to control you. But if it's something that you can accept, accept the divinity without getting all the Christian ugliness into it. If you can accept the divinity from a perspective that's palatable to your soul, then and then you can evaluate that on the balance sheet. Your assets and liabilities. What do you do? What do you do? I saw some kids across the street. I didn't know what they were doing. They were sitting down. They looked like they were selling something. And I walked over and I said, look at. They said, oh yeah, we're representing a youth group. We're selling candy. Would you like some candy? We're selling candy, or would you like to donate? I looked through the candy. I said, well, I said, I came over here because I thought you might need some chairs and a table. Yes, I got a table. You can put the stuff on, and you have some chairs. So because it doesn't look, it's not really safe here. I told him, because you're sitting, on the curb. Are you just sitting here to rest, or are you going to camp out here? No, we're just resting. So I said, I'll come back and get you some. So I came back and I gave them $5 to donate. I didn't want their candy.
Right.
But it's like, okay, they're just, hanging out. I was going to make them comfortable. I wasn't going over there to buy candy or to donate to them.
Right.
I said, I'm going to make them comfortable. I'm going to give them a chair so they don't have to sit there on the curb and potentially endanger themselves.
Yeah, I mean, oh my God, it makes them look like vagrants, for God's sake.
Well, yeah, they were just resting for 5 or 10 minutes. That's all they were doing.
Yeah.
So they were cool, and I said, it's good to give them something, just to make them feel good.
Yes.
And I've noticed that with kids that come to the door selling candy. I don't take the candy because I don't want the candy. I give them money. So why not? They feel better. They don't even have to turn in the candy. They have to turn in the money if they don't want.
Yeah.
So, it's like, what can you do to keep the energy balanced, good, fun, and then, as they say, so it comes back to this rhetorical existential question of who are Douglas Dietrich's debtors? Who owes Douglas money that he can collect from in a way that's natural? It's like, if you put in your time, Social Security will pay you. If you put in your time, other instruments will pay you. It follows a very logical, sort of progressive thing. But Douglas has been working in a paradigm where, he's been in opposition to many of those forces. So what my idea has been, as I've expressed it before, is to do this book with him. And I think it will give information that will help people understand things. I've just got to get back into writing this thing. I got my newsletter done. There's no reason I can't start writing it next week or start working on it. Very interesting book, because it includes the Vox Arca, the artificial intelligence, Artilect. This stuff is really interesting stuff. And when you look at that perspective from his understanding of geopolitics, and when we engage those mechanisms, it's like, wow, this has a redemptive quality on the world because it can neutralize, people like Putin.
Yes.
Bigger challenge to neutralize, the president of China. I don't know his name.
Xi Jinping.
Yeah, comes easier to your tongue than to mine.
Yes.
It's just, but yeah, he's more powerful. He's shrewder, much shrewder than Putin. Much more powerful. And they say he's pretty much taken over Brazil.
Interesting.
That's what they're saying on the news.
Wow.
And they're taking over more. Now I know that Japan have a big interest in Brazil.
Right.
So I don't know if this is just what the news is saying.
Oh no, I mean it's got to be taken seriously. The yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say the Japanese population in Brazil identifies at this point in history more as Brazilians than they do Japanese. So it's not that the Japanese connections are probably more tenuous, and the Chinese investment is probably much more aggressive. So they've probably made tremendous inroads, like they've been doing elsewhere in the world, just by basically bribing members of these various governments. The worst that they've done so far, as kind of the example of the ultimate road to ruination that this leads to, is Sri Lanka, where the government essentially got so in debt to China that China said, okay, you're going to sign over these ports to us permanently, like Cuba has Guantanamo Bay to the United States. And then so this led to the president of Sri Lanka basically saying no, but his government was toppled by his own people simply because at that point they were starving. The economy had collapsed because of the debt trap they had fallen in with China. It wasn't that they were on the side of the Chinese at all. But so India, of course, this would be like China's ports right on India's border. So India is threatening war with China over Sri Lanka. So this is kind of like their Taiwan. And so with that going down, other countries have to take notice and understand that Beijing is just wanting to get people so much in debt that it can claim their nation's territories. And so whatever scheme they've got going in Brazil, they just definitely want influence in the Western Hemisphere to get back at America, because America, of course, is aiding my Taiwan, which they claim as their own. So they feel, well, we'll basically get back at America by establishing.
Question.
Yeah.
Why is Taiwan so important? Really, why is it so important to them?
It's the madness of Xi Jinping. I appreciate what you're saying, of course.
It seems like ego. I'm not saying it is. It seems like ego because China's doing just fine as it is.
Well, kind of and kind of not. With Xi Jinping, just to give people a further perspective, because I appreciate what you're saying, that he seems much more shrewd than Vladimir Putin, and I'll give him that. Yes, he is. He's shrewder. He's got a bit more, shall I say, a bit more. It's really hard to gauge these things, because when you take a look at Xi Jinping, he's really just as reckless and just as insane. For instance, I don't know if you're aware of this. You might have heard me bring it up before, but people were joking about him online, saying, this was years ago. They were joking about him online, saying he looked like Winnie the Pooh.
I remember that.
Yeah, and he was so disturbed by this. He found this so offensive that he said Winnie the Pooh is outlawed in communist China, and so they stopped making all Winnie the Pooh toys. He's so deathly afraid of people looking at this stupid stuff Winnie the Pooh teddy bear and saying, "Gee, that looks like my communist dictator Xi Jinping," so that he just outlawed Winnie the Pooh in China. You can't buy books about Winnie the Pooh or anything. It's because he's so.
It makes him less threatening.
Yes, he's an idiot. Yeah,
but maybe he wants to be threatening. I don't know.
Of course he wants to be threatening. He wants to be perceived as threatening, and it's this bullying that's alienating everyone around him. So when it comes to the shrewd aspect, there's elements of that, in that he hasn't gone as far off the rails as Putin yet, but he certainly keeps threatening it. So in the end, you could say maybe he's using the Nixon tactic, which Nixon did in Vietnam, where he was using the madman strategy, as he himself called it, where he said, just make the communists think I'm so crazy that I'll go over the edge and push the button. And, maybe he's doing that, but it doesn't seem to be constructive, and it seems to be acting against his own interests. So he's just this side of Putin. The only thing that would throw him over the edge would be if he actually invaded Taiwan. But yeah, here's the madness, as you said, is that obviously we know why Taiwan is important. It produces the overwhelming majority of the world's microchips, without which our planes fall from the sky, and that includes American fighter jets. For those of you who don't know, the microchip brains of America's fighter jets that make it possible for them to control the skies, to dominate airspace, that's all built in Taiwan. So it's Taiwanese brains in those American fighter jets. It's not the pilots.
But is China also dependent on Taiwan's chips?
Yes. They cannot produce themselves. They cannot produce the level of high technology microchip that Taiwan produces.
So they could cut their own throats in a way by doing that.
Absolutely. So if they were to invade Taiwan, production stops for everybody, them included, because, Taiwan's energies go into self-defense. And if they actually succeeded in invading Taiwan, then they'd have to forcefully get the industries to start again, and then they have to, will the Taiwanese even cooperate, or will there be great resistance? I mean, this is, the insanity. It's kind of like they're going to face a Ukraine, and so with this kind of Ukraine situation, all it's going to be is bleeding with no immediate reward. And of course, it was pressure by his own right-wing supporters in Russia that's forcing Putin to say, okay, we're going to mobilize. And it's so glad you brought that up. This is the first mobilization that Russia has ever conducted since World War II. And then he says, and we're going to declare that we're annexing what we are still occupying. And if anyone tries to take that from us, we're going to nuke you, because that's Russian territory. So as you said, he's trying to look scary. But really, as you said, this is demonstrative of his meltdown. This is truly what that's demonstrative of. So, yeah, both of these men, we're talking about genocidal regimes led by truly unpredictable madmen. I mean, this isn't a cliche. It's not a melodramatic statement. This is where we're at. And these people have nuclear weapons. As you said, of course, the Russian nuclear weapons, it's just going to be a joke. If they tried to launch them, they're just going to blow up in their silos, or rather sit inert and not go off at all. But, that where they become a danger is if, Putin says, okay, just drive them up to the front lines and then we'll blow them. He could do that by driving them up by trucks. But then you got to ask, okay, who's the suicidal Russian who's going to do that? And will he get enough suicidal Russians to do that? Because, I think most Russians at this point would just probably tell him, go fuck yourself.
The Russians I seen on TV talking about it.
Yeah.
I don't know how to express it other than to say this. They seem to come from the Adidas comfort culture. They're just like us. The Russians would not have been like us when I was a kid.
Right.
They've got a lot of creature comforts.
Yeah.
And they're the new Russians.
Yeah.
And they're just regular people that are reflective of American culture. It's not quite the same, but they've had the creature comforts of America, and they don't want to give these things up. They don't want to lose their families. They don't want to be separated from their families. And Putin's ruining this for them.
Yes.
It's unnecessary.
Absolutely. And the only reason they haven't been, but there's been a protest. Recently there was a protest. So you're right, they're coming out. Do understand, of course, that so far he's been raiding the ghettos and the real poor areas of Russia. So understand that the Russians you're looking at are very much the exception. The overwhelming majority of Russians don't live like that. They don't have any creature comforts. When the Russian invaders were occupying any area of Ukraine, it's the same as when they invaded Berlin. Basically, they'd never seen flush toilets before. They had no idea what they were. That kind of shit.
The Russians who invaded the Ukraine?
Yeah, the Russians who invaded the Ukraine, the Ukrainians attested to this. They said they had no idea what a flush toilet was. They'd never seen one before. They thought we would wash our food in it, and that's what they were washing their rations in. Or, vegetables that they stole from the yard, from the Ukrainians, rather. And it's basically, these are extraordinarily poor, impoverished, underprivileged people in the overwhelming sense. Those ones that you see on media are kind of like very much the exception in the cities who are...
Well, they're in Moscow.
Yeah.
They live in Moscow,
Yeah.
most of these people, I think.
Yeah, definitely. So he hasn't been getting any of... Those aren't the people who wind up in the military. So he's, because he hasn't... Russia hasn't had this kind of draft since World War II. So they've only gotten in kind of like a volunteer quote-unquote army in which everybody was encouraged to join anyway, but mostly the poorest people did. So it's kind of like America. You get the worst of the worst. And, and it shows in the quality of their performance. Not that poor people can't be motivated or instructed or to do something, but it's certainly the teachers were bad. I've explained before just how fucked up their military is and what Ukraine has shown us about how fucked up their military is. But that being said, back to what you said about Taiwan, you've pretty much answered your own question. There is no logical reason for the Communist Chinese to invade Taiwan. It really does come down to this is what you may not have had the impression of, because of their propaganda. Most people assume, well, they're doing great. They're this growing economy. They're supposed to be overtaking the United States very soon, and it's all bullshit. Their economy is a shambles.
China?
Yeah, mainland China. The American trade war in particular just really did its damage, and the point is that their economy was, first of all, artificially floated by false numbers. They were completely lying about everything. There was some truth for a while that they were the world's factory floor, but when the world began, with COVID, that killed that, because the world then realized the COVID and the trade war put together, everybody said, well, we've got to set up different supply chains outside of China. And beyond that, China's own behavior, again, the madman nature of Xi here, you're talking about they reserve the right to imprison any foreigner forever, in the sense of turning the nation into their prison. They basically say, we reserve the right that of any foreigner who comes here, we reserve the right to deny them exit, to deny them the ability to return home. And so they did that with the Irish ambassador. Yeah, and it's just madness. I mean, so who would want to go there? So there's less and less people going there, and so there's less and less input from the outside world, and they're like basically so that combined with COVID, the trade wars, everything they've got is artificially floated in terms of numbers, and the reality is their economy is crashing. So they're
well, I want to point out that this is why Douglas Dietrich is so valuable.
Thank you.
I wouldn't have known this.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have known this because the media doesn't report this.
That's right. Yes.
Because they don't know it.
Yeah. It's true.
And there might be other reasons, but they basically don't know it. They just read scripts.
And yes, you know what the parallel is? The parallel is like, for ages, the Russians and the Americans together, because the Allies were trying to, during World War II, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and there was just this horrible documentary released with PBS, Public Broadcasting Service, where they were trying, it was called something stupid, something really stupid about the Holocaust and, what Roosevelt did to save the Jews. And they said, it was called Roosevelt's Golden Door or something like that was the name of this stupid documentary. And I said, man, it ought to be named Roosevelt's Golden Shower. I mean, this guy did not open America to Jews. He had a Jewish Treasury Department secretary who said, we can't let Jews into America because they're going to take over like they did in Europe. So this you had this self-loathing Jew who was one of the factors, but Roosevelt was also naturally Judeophobic, and people don't know about this at all. But my point being made here is that here was this documentary that turned Roosevelt into a 180-degree antithesis of what he was. I mean, one of the most liberal magazines in the world. You can't get more liberal progressive than Mother Jones magazine, which is named after an old Union lady who called Mother Jones, the mother of the unions. And Mother Jones was the only magazine that published. I knew about this because I was a Department of Defense research librarian, and this article kept coming up because it was the only one out there. They wrote about Roosevelt wanting to use captured German rockets to send Jews into outer space, literally the moon or Mars or Alpha Centauri, the closest star. And I'm not shitting you. This guy spent what was the equivalent of what today would be hundreds of millions, probably billions of dollars on this project, so that, you know, and you have to ask the question, why? The chances of survival in any of those destinations, the moon, Mars, or Alpha Centauri, they'll never even reach it in the first place. Even if they did, they would, die of no oxygen the moment they disembark. I mean, why not just kill them? Was this like some super expensive gas chamber idea where, okay, well, nobody's going to see him die, so then nobody's going to complain. But this was Roosevelt and how mad he truly was, and what a villain he truly was. And of course, if he had lived, Americans would have died by the millions because the Japanese would have been forced to unleash the biologicals because he never would have surrendered. So the whole point about this madman that I'm making here is it's the same. During his time, he started the Russian myth that they were the greatest warriors in the world because he had to convince the rest of the Allies to ally with Stalin. And nobody wanted to ally with Stalin. Everybody was saying it's better to back the Germans than to ally with Stalin. Everybody knew that. But then he had to get Madison Avenue working, and then he said, now that we're fighting the Germans, Madison Avenue created Uncle Joe. The idea of Uncle Joe is this great guy. He's really a teddy bear, and the Russians are the greatest warriors in the world, and without them, we could never win the war. And they really won the war, and that just kept going even after his death, where all these...
Yeah, this is all very true, what Douglas is saying. It's ridiculously true.
Thank you.
But a good guy Stalin was.
Yeah. And then the communist academics, all of these liberal progressive academics that were effectively a communist insurgency, these pseudo-intellectuals went on to make these documentaries where they were saying how the Soviets took all the heat and suffered all the casualties for us and then invaded Berlin. They're the ones who won the war, and without them the war never would have been won, and we owe them so much. And so this is what led all of these Americans growing up for generations of hearing this bullshit, thinking the Russians can never be defeated militarily. These are the military master race. And so when I was the only one speaking against this, well, the parallel with communist China is that everyone thinks communist China is the economic industrial master race, that these guys got an economy that just keeps growing, and it's all communist propaganda. You're talking about people who have no hesitation to lie about their productivity because all of these commissars in communist China, the cadre leaders running these factories, are going to be executed if they don't put out these statistics that they're producing at full scale. So they all lie to the men in charge, and the communist Chinese, I will tell you something. It's not just that we don't know what China's economy is really like. The Communist Chinese Party, all the way up to Xi Jinping, has no idea about how bad their economy is doing. They have no idea the factory floors are empty. They have no idea that nothing's being turned out. All of these false statistics are given to them so the cadres don't get executed for not turning out their quota. And as a result, everybody's given false numbers, and the government's operating on completely false numbers. And that's why it's all riding on air. It's a bubble that's going to burst. And the only thing Xi knows, he knows enough where he knows something is terribly, terribly wrong, and he's off the rails. And because he knows his country's off the rails and he has no control, the only thing he knows that he can do to unite everybody is to take Taiwan. He's like, we got to take Taiwan. It's like
He
Putin.
didn't keep Winnie the Pooh out of the stores.
Yeah, yes, yes.
But the thing is, yeah, it's like he uses the Taiwan as a trigger to scare everybody.
Yes, yes. Taiwan and Japan. The constant Japanophobic propaganda.
And I was talking to my friend in Romania about this, who travels all around the world.
Yes.
And he was talking about Taiwan and China, and I told him, I said, listen, and I told him all that's in that video, all that you've explained about how Taiwan can defend itself.
Yeah.
And he had nothing to say. Like, he accepted what I said, or he certainly didn't argue with me.
Interesting.
Because look, who can argue with that? Because you'd have to counter it specifically.
Thank you.
Now, it's just like, and that's you can look up the defense of Taiwan. It's on YouTube.
Yes.
Somebody did a good job.
Thank you.
And but nobody's. I mean, it's just YouTube. Who's like, it's the media. Part of it, the media just runs willy nilly with just stupid stuff. It's like some of it is deliberate, and some of it they don't even. It's not always as calculating as people think it is. It can be, but sometimes everybody's so stupid they don't know what's happening.
Yes. Absolutely. And that's more often the case than not. So basically, just so people know, the Communist Chinese government has no idea how bad the economy is, and they know they can never get an accurate picture of how bad the economy is because their system is intrinsically geared in such a way that nobody can tell the truth because it would cost them their lives. So the end result is this is how Putin got deluded, because everyone was so afraid to tell him the truth. I mean, the greatest example of that was that video on the eve of the invasion of Ukraine, when he basically forced the man in charge of his intelligence he forced everybody to sit together in front of him, everybody like 20 yards away from him so he couldn't get their COVID. And all of these people far away, he's talking to them through a microphone. That's how far away they are, even though they're in the same room. Basically, he's saying, we need to invade, right? And basically everybody has to say yes. But the intelligence officer knew better. And he said, well, we really shouldn't. And he's trying to qualify everything. And Putin just destroyed him the way you described the people getting together to malevolently destroy that poor pitcher. And he just said, oh, are you say what you mean and mean what you say. I can't understand what you're saying. And because the guy kept trying to qualify everything he was saying so as not to sound like he was denying Putin. So in the end, he just had to acquiesce and say, yes, we need to invade, because he was just so chagrined and unable to stand up to Putin for fear of his very life or the life of his family. So the end result was that here in COVID isolation, Putin got so deluded, and his own hold of fear over everyone enabled this delusion to just continually be reinforced to the point where he said, well, invading Ukraine is just going to be a cinch. And then he went in there truly thinking the Ukrainians would welcome him as a liberator. And we see what happened. And then with Xi Jinping, something very similar is happening. And so it would either be delusion or desperation or a combination of both. But the chances are high he will try to invade Taiwan. And it will be a disaster, probably worse than Ukraine, because unlike Ukraine, where it's on land, you're talking about an oceanic invasion, so the chances are extraordinarily high that they'll be wiped out at sea, wiped out on the beachheads, that Taiwan may never even be occupied, and much of their military will be lost. So it's a case where it's just... And then, of course, as I'll mention later, Biden said Americans will defend Taiwan, and he's adamant about this. Now, I will point out that everyone in government who works for him keeps denying what he's saying. And they keep saying, oh, he doesn't mean that. Of course, the Chinese look at that and they say, bullshit, he means what he says. So I believe we should all, the communist Chinese and all of us, should take what Biden says seriously, because he keeps saying it. So, but by the way, he knows what most people don't. It's basically, we have to defend Taiwan or we lose the microchips, which are the oil of the 21st century. And basically, if the communist Chinese take Taiwan, they control the world. That's it. They control the technology. Not even Japan makes microchips. So basically, it's Taiwan. It's their way or the highway. It's Taiwanese microchips, or you're stuck with what we produce in California, which is very few, or South Korea, which is maybe just a little bit more, maybe even less. So, but the overwhelming majority of 75%, 80%, it's all Taiwan. So they've become, because of the Dietrich Artilect, basically the highest technology nation on earth. So that's the only way communist China, by getting Taiwan, they've got the world. That's the same idea they have that the Russians kept taking Zaporizhzhia, the nuclear power plant, and Chernobyl, because then they can hold all of Europe hostage. They can basically say, oh, we can put this into meltdown. We can put this nuclear power plant into meltdown, and then all of Europe gets radiated unless you cater to our demands. By the way, this shows that their nuclear deterrence has got to be totally non-functional for them to resort to taking nuclear power plants to use as a deterrent. That means their actual nuclear weapons don't even work. But this is what the Russians were doing. And I don't even know if they vacated Zaporizhzhia, which is a horrible name, and it's I'm pronouncing it correctly, believe it or not. But Zaporizhzhia, they are I think they're gone by now, but it's like they did that with Chernobyl, and they did that with that Zaporizhzhia, and these are the largest nuclear power plants in Europe, and they were holding them hostage and saying they'll put them into meltdown if the world doesn't meet their demands, and then ultimately they were, God knows what drove them out. Probably just shelling. Just drove the troops out is what I think it came down to. They were simply militarily retaken, these power plants. At that period, the Russians received no orders to turn them into meltdown and probably didn't know how. They were keeping the Ukrainian teams hostage who were maintaining those power plants. So they probably didn't get any cooperation from them. They didn't know how to turn it into meltdown themselves or trigger meltdown. And then they finally just retreated when the Ukrainians came in. So, this has already turned into a nuclear war in so many ways. So definitely, it's bad and serious. It's a great.
It's very important that I tell the audience right now is if you've just heard if you have any idea of what you've just heard Douglas say and how the Artilect has actually kept this planet going, and how what a cacophony of misinformation the world is operating on. It's like, Douglas and I, we need to brainstorm more on, the Artilect and the other person we talked about to help you. In other words, just in terms of sometimes all you need is to get things aligned right. Yes. You just need to get the lines and terminals of organizational structure in place. So, and just to use a football analogy, you say you're going to play guard, you're going to play tackle, you're going to play center, you're going to play wide receiver. And once the players have positions, then it's very simple. They kind of know what to do because it's just straightforward. So it's all about defining situations and relationships. And as we get into the bigger picture, it should be easier. And, sometimes you can inform people or just almost literally think things, which counters the narrative, which counters the errant narrative without even getting in. See, one of the things is that conspiracy, it drives people to point fingers and blame. And this becomes tired. David Icke blamed a lot of blue blood shape-shifting reptilians, but it really hasn't improved anything.
All that does is it takes the responsibility off of us. Please go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. It's like without even saying whether he's right or wrong, it doesn't do anything. So this is the problem. We want a result, and that's what we want. And with that, I'll sign off for tonight because it's getting pretty late. So anyway, remember to donate to Douglas's cause if you can. I know some of you have, and it's very needed and helpful for him. And I've got my newsletter. It's at the printer now. Those of you who are subscribers, either to my website, Time Travel Education Center, or to the regular hard copy newsletter. That's it.
Thank you.
So,
You've been wonderful as always, Peter. And I want you to know people have been very responsive in the chat room. I do want you to know Nathan A. Brooks said, "Love what you have to share, brother Peter Moon." He doesn't mean that in the freighter sense. That's the good
Oh,
thing.
no, I know. That's fine. I don't even mind that. It doesn't mind it. I'm just saying it's like I get treated like a freighter. It's okay.
Yes, and Vicky Johnson, big red heart for you, and says, "Peter, excellent." So, and of course, thank you for telling people not to feel guilty if they cannot donate, because two of the ladies were saying, Vicky Johnson and Shelley Rains were both saying, I'm so tight right now, I'd love to contribute. And look, I understand. And so Peter and I were brainstorming, and we're asking those of you who can spare something to do so. But Peter, the fact that he emphasizes that it's a blessing in my life, and I'm so glad he's in my life, and definitely will definitely speak. And
remember that guy who said he was going to be donating to you?
The old man, right? The old guy.
I forgot. I even
forgot his name. Yes, the guy with the beard who said that the aliens took his pain away, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Donate if he had money.
Yeah. The funny thing is, that's we could go into that again later, just for morbid entertainment. It's kind of like, for morbid entertainment, Peter Moon, you used to write songs, right? You wrote some songs, right?
Well, I've written.
Yes, you did. I just looked it up online when I was looking you up again. Peter, this is Brooke, and I just have to say, I love you. I didn't get to comment on it. I love everything you say, and I have to say, though, I think we need a Q&A. I don't know about anybody else, but I would love a Q&A where we could type in questions, or people could do that to you. I don't know if you've done that before, but definitely a Q&A with you would be awesome if you'd ever agree to that.
Well,
I mean, I understand what a Q&A is, but I don't understand the format you have in mind.
I guess she was thinking like people in the chat room typing questions, and then you would answer them, like a night kind of dedicated to that.
I often do that. I haven't been plugged into the chat room tonight, but I often do, and there's not many questions that generally get
asked
directed at me.
Yeah.
But if you have a question, you can email me at petermoon333@gmail.com.
Well, I think what she means is she would like to ask you a question so you could respond to it on air, and that
I know. Well, if you have a question right now, just go ahead and ask it. Yeah. If you have one. If you don't have to have one.
Yeah.
And
sorry,
no worries.
I lost you for a second.
Your tongue is tied. It's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
No. I actually was driving out of the neighborhood because I'm one of those bad people that vapes and needed some vape juice. So I was pulling away from my Wi-Fi, and apparently during pulling away from the Wi-Fi, it went out for just one split second, and I couldn't right when I had asked you the question. So if you said anything I was supposed to respond to, I was not ignoring you. I just couldn't hear you.
No worries. He was just basically asking if you had a question right now. Don't worry, Brooke. Do me a favor, honey. Come back on in just a few minutes. I'm just going to tuck Peter into bed, send him off, and then.
Oh, I would rather tuck Peter into bed.
Okay.
I can totally handle tucking Peter into bed. I'm just
Cool.
kidding. I will
Cool.
totally.
We can do it together. So, Peter, share our love with Paula. You've been wonderful, and we'll speak again. You and I will speak before Sunday, definitely. Okay?
Okay. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night for now. Hugs. And that was Peter Moon, Skybooks USA, and Brooke Shields. I mean, I did it again. Brooke Gibson is with us, as well as, I presume, the brain dancer herself, Deanna Fraser, and maybe even Joe Tai. So Joe Tai, see if he can get back on the phone without turning the camera on, because because he's fucking scary. Aside from that, Brooke, honey, you there? Did she? Did she like disappear when Peter came? I hope she says she was driving. I hope to hell she doesn't have an accident. At any rate, hopefully these ladies can help me, take a little bit of a break, refresh myself. Hey, anybody? Can anybody come on for a second so I can refresh myself before I go monologue? If nobody comes here to kind of, help us, help me break myself. Hi everybody. Where did the ladies go? What the fuck? I mean, this is like, the call. Did the call fucking
Hello?
go? There we are. That's Joe, right?
Yep.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I look like that shit.
You do look like Buddha. You do look like Buddha. This is Joe Tai looks like Buddha, but there's nothing scarier in the world than seeing a statue talk. If you ever see the Buddha statues and they've got that smile and the big lobed ears and the bald head, I mean, that's Joe Tai. That's Joe Tai looking at you. And to see it suddenly talk, it's really fucking scary. That's like the stuff of nightmares. But, I'm left psychologically scarred by him, by the so-called Frank Black, Ian West. Yes, these guys, it's hard. It's hard. So at any rate, though, he is with us now. And is there anyone else willing to come on with Joe? Because, I think Joe works better when he has someone to bounce off of. So, hey, anybody out there? And if not, then Joe might have to hold the stage. And what would you talk about, Joe, for the next?
Let's talk about Xi Jinping, the
his
retard.
Tiny dick. Yeah, Xi Jinping's tiny dick. Yes. And
yeah, even his daughter doesn't want to be in China now.
Oh, tell us about this.
Yeah.
What'd you know?
She went to Harvard, and she's not going back to China. Who the hell wants to go back to China?
Not these days.
I wouldn't want to go to China because these retards think they know everything when they don't know nothing about the economy. If they got the second guy, Mr. Lee, in there, maybe we would China would be better.
Yeah.
But this guy was trying to look like Mao, going into the cave, the dwelling, and how he helped the common people, and this bullshit.
Yeah.
It's like it's all bullshit. Who the hell wants to be like them? He's he got rid of all the movie stars to divert these attention away from China's problems, but he had to be the main star. Everybody has to pray to him, and everything has to go through him. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
What a fool, man. I hope they string him by
You can say by the balls.
Time.
Yeah.
Yeah, string him by the balls. The guy wants to be like Mao. He's like propaganding. He prepped himself to look like Mao and all this bullshit.
When you say going into the caves, he's referring to Mao basically running communist China in the early days from the caves of Yan'an. That was actually the capital of communist China, or what would become northern China for a while, in the sense of North Korea, for that period of time during the Civil War. So it's
time to break up China into North and South, because these Northerners are just retards, man. Just, Cantonese, where you speak another dialect. These guys think they know it all. They might look big and, by intimidating the other Chinese people, because the Northerners are a little bit bigger. That's about it, man. I don't consider myself 中国 no more, not Chinese no more. I'm 东方, yeah? Eastern.
Yeah.
Eastern.
Yes.
Fuck being Chinese.
Well, Sammy has joined us so that
Good.
Sammy, before I go to relieve myself, is there anything you'd like to tell me personally? I take it you're at work, judging by the sound in the background. Of
Hello?
yeah, yeah. Can
Yeah,
you?
sorry, I
Yeah,
had to get off Bluetooth.
yeah. No
First
worries.
off, I don't want to hear about using you know, what's that guy's name? Ping or what his name is? The dictator?
Oh,
Xi
the
Jinping.
piece of shithead, the poo guy.
No, I meant Martin Yang. Yang can't cook.
Oh, Yang Gang Cook. Oh, Yang
No,
Gang Cook.
yeah, might as well be the same guy, right?
Oh, shoot.
Yeah,
Oh,
Joe Tai. Yeah, I don't want to hear about his glizzy, dog. I don't want to hear it. I don't
yes.
want to hear about his penis, dog.
Yeah, I get it.
That's not cool.
Yes.
Anyways,
Go on. Yes.
um, no, not much. Go and refresh yourself, dog. I think Joe and I can
Handle
you know, at least amuse the crowd.
it.
And,
Bless you. Bless you. So,
until the girls get back, you know.
until the
and,
girls
hopefully
get
they're back.
back. Yes.
Sorry, Joe, but they're actually more interesting than you. But no, it's okay.
Yeah, I prefer them, but Douglas had no choice. That's why I'm on here.
Absolutely. It's okay though. It's okay.
Oh my God. By the way, I heard some dogs in the background. So you have dogs, Joe? I didn't know that. How many dogs you have?
No, my new neighbors have dogs.
Okay.
I'm in the Tenderloin here of Albany, so
Oh my God. I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh my God.
no, we're gonna make it better. You know,
Yes.
I'm working with the non-for-profits, so
Yes.
I'm hoping to get it off the ground and get things done and see how it works.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
but when the communists, they don't even know how, they don't know how to do the economy. It's like they think they can control everything. You can't control everything. It's
yeah.
like I'm surprised they're still in power because, if the Chinese should know about the Cultural Revolution, because it's basically what the communists did was destroy Chinese culture. You know.
Yeah. Yes. To a great degree.
Yeah, so I don't know why they're claiming that they're Chinese, because they aren't if they're destroying Chinese culture.
I know. It was so
This
sad.
is ridiculous. It's just sad,
It is.
These
Yeah. Go.
yeah.
No. Go on. I mean, by the way, Sammy had to take a break for a second himself. So when he gets back from his management duties. By the way, Brooke Gibson, it says she's typing. But if she truly is typing, then she's typing an essay. Let me ask her, are you okay?
Hello.
Oh, there we are. And so before
Yes.
before I take my break, I want to just say something that was brought to my attention by Mirth Ling, by our Deanna Fraser, our Executrix producer, who seems to be asleep right now or something. She says, as for Daniel Arola, and I mentioned earlier that I was speaking to Deanna Fraser, otherwise known as Mersling, or How Far Away in the chat room. But she was like saying to me in a private phone conversation yesterday night, she said, yeah, I introduced you to Daniel Arola. And I said, God, he came into, the scene so long ago. I don't remember where he came in, so that I believe her when she says that. And so what she says is, as for Daniel, I requested on Facebook, as he had often uploaded stone circle art, which I felt was representative of benevolent spirituality. Boy, did he ever fool you. I mean, he used to take stones and he'd put them into the shape of a vagina complete with a clitoris. I mean, this is this guy's idea of stone art. Maybe she thought that was representative of, like, feminine empowerment. But, I never took it as such. It's just more of his crass bullshit, stones, piling them together in the shapes of penises with testicles and shit. I mean, this is, like, so juvenile. It's like, he's, what he's like? The serial killers in the movies, like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Leatherface, and of course Michael Myers from the Halloween franchise. They are arrested development. They're arrested development, and they're basically children, and they're murderous because as children they really have no concept or appreciation of conscience, and they have no consciousness of other people's pain. So it's amusing to them like a little boy tearing wings off of a butterfly, or killing cockroaches by ripping their legs off. I mean, this is how they are with people. But you know what? They are two examples of charismatic serial killers. You somehow, because they're so childlike, still feel some sense of empathy with them. You don't have that with Daniel Arola. He's just a piece of shit. And then she goes on to say, I perhaps on Facebook suggested he listened to your show. He was initially quite positive, finding links, etc. for you. How he turned, I do know not yet. I am among many who withdrew from show listening for their crude and crass behavior. There you see, she has stopped listening because of his bullshit. You know, was it intuition that drew me back? Not certain yet. Here I am. Thank you. So she said I can read that out loud. So what is it Brooke wrote? And let me see if I can read that out loud. Or maybe I shouldn't. But let me see. So, so, honey, you can get back on if you want, Brooke. What? Okay, of course, you said let you tuck him in, but then you said you could help tuck him in, and then you went off. Anyhow, I'll take a break. These two gentlemen are here for now, and Brooke, join these two gentlemen. Come on, make it a menage a trois. I mean, Jesus. Oh. Yes, that's right. We'll all appreciate that, you know, and it's just what it is. So, aside from all of that, I appreciate you all.
I think you scared her off because she's a semi-lesbian, right?
No, she's an honest-to-God lesbian, and there was just, you know, go on.
But she had kids before, yeah.
Yeah, because she basically was raised a Southern Baptist and felt that she had to prove that she was straight, and then, you know, basically, you know.
Yeah, you know the Baptists are Zionists, right?
Yeah, they worship the Jews as the master race, essentially.
Yeah, and they got these Masonic Jews that don't even speak Hebrew.
Yeah. There you go, and
they're pro-Israel. They're pro-Israel. They think Jesus is going to come back as a Jew and be tortured on the cross. I doubt he wants to be Jewish. Come back as Jewish.
Hey, watch your mouth, Joe.
Yeah. Yes.
Hey,
yeah, you want to be? He'll come back and the Jews don't like
the Lord. Okay.
Yes.
Hey, the Jews don't like the Lord.
Loving the Lord is wrong. I want to be right. I don't want to be right.
Yes.
That's how it goes, right? Anyways.
Understood. Yeah. So So I'll take my break now. I think both of you two can handle each other. Yeah. And hopefully.
Well, you know, if you're talking about God, it shouldn't be a race issue because the Jewish is a race. I mean, it's supposed to represent everybody, right?
Joe, relax. I'm
yeah.
Come on.
Okay.
Yeah, and just do me a favor. Let's start off with a different conversation topic.
Yes.
Jewish people, because that gets pretty ugly for some reason. Ian West, of course, brought up. What did he bring up? He brought up something that was relevant to that. But at any rate,
I like latkes. They're good.
Yeah. What?
The Jewish hash brown pancake.
Latkes.
I never tried them.
Yes.
I never.
Latkes.
They're
very good.
Wasn't that the name of the foreign guy in Taxi, the old TV series?
Oh yep.
Latka. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. I remember shit like that. Heaven help us. Okay, so I will go mute, and I'll be back soon enough. Thank you.
Yes. So Joe, how you been, man?
All right, just moving, trying to do stuff, trying to get things done.
How's that food bank going? Was it a food bank or what was it?
No, we're working on a farm thing.
Okay.
It's from we're trying to establish a cooking school and trying to get this off the ground.
Is this going to be Go ahead.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, go right ahead.
Is this going to be an Asian school? Is this as far as Asian culinary or okay?
No, but it would be general. It would most likely be Italian and Chinese. We'll see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because one of the chairmen is Italian, Stefano, and he's trying to get things working and trying to get grants to get this off the ground. So,
I have a question.
Mhm.
When you mentioned Mao and Xi Jinping, was Mao more liked than Xi Jinping, as far as your opinion, or was
he was second in command after he was actually Mao's propaganda minister, I think, and that's why she is playing into that, trying to make himself like the founder of the communist.
Let's say hi to Brooke. Hi, Brooke. How you doing?
Yeah, let's notice I'm here before we start talking about me anymore.
About who?
Brooke.
I said, let's notice I'm here before we talk about my lesbianness anymore.
Oh, I'm a lesbian too, so you ain't gotta worry about that.
Right?
Yes.
Good. So,
Being lesbians are right. I mean, I wouldn't mind being a lesbian.
Well, I am. I love women. Anyways, how are you doing, Brooke? How have you listened to
how can
the
you
rest of the
not?
transmission?
By the way, I don't get it. But I do understand gay men, but there are gay men that I don't get how you don't love women. Anyway, or especially certain body parts. But I'm doing great. Let's not go there. Let's not take it deep like that tonight, like I did last time. I'm doing much better. I am not talking as fast tonight. Let's say that.
Right. Great. I have a question. You growing up in South Carolina, as far as history, was the Civil War emphasized as far as the Confederacy? Was that ever emphasized more than being in the South? Was that ever emphasized more than the Union? Or I'm sorry.
Well, I guess you would have to ask what you mean by emphasize. So if you mean in school,
in school. In
school, if they push, like they weren't pushing one. But here, now you have to remember, I haven't ever taken school in a northern classroom, so I can only go by what I had. And in that regard, they would just basically, the book seemed to be there was the Confederacy and there was and there wasn't any good in that Abraham Lincoln basically helped destroy the Confederacy and that was all great. The problem down here is not that. The problem is the redneck country places that have the Confederate flag and selling that flying. And it's gotten a little better, but as I was a child, I went to a high school where my parents went, and we had race riots back in '96. And these would be best friends on the football team, but then there would be race riots because it was such we had a lot of just country redneck guys.
Right.
That just for whatever reason, their family still promoted that. So it was more promoted from families, not in the school system, from my experience here.
It's just me, growing up in California. We, even the area that I live, I originated in the Central Valley, and then I moved to Los Angeles right after high school. So, what I did notice from where I grew up is, it was about the same, but it was more of, it wasn't as much, and this is just me, the detail of that conflict, of that war, wasn't to the extent of what I found out through Doug. And the many nuances, in other words, the Civil War was really very much global in the sense of countries actually intervening in that conflict. And if I'm not mistaken, one being the British, which were taking the side of the South, if I'm not mistaken. So, in other words, if you ever get to listen to some of those transmissions that Doug talks about the Civil War, he really goes into depth as far as the nuances of
You
that
have a
war.
lot of catching up to do on Doug. He has very long. I love you, Doug,
Right.
but they're very long, and I don't have so much life to catch up on them all. So you're right. I haven't heard them all, and I have not heard. There are so many things that Doug knows. Like I've heard some of it about World War II. I have not heard anything about the Civil War. Obviously, it does not surprise me what I knew about the monarchy. That they would be involved in that, and that. Nothing really surprises me anymore, but definitely not that the monarchy in England would have been involved in probably supporting that. I think there's so much hidden power, and so that's why I'm here, because I think Doug brings a lot of that knowledge that I seek to really basically, I listen to Doug. I'm sorry, Doug. I don't say everything because you said it is like the truth. But what I do believe is most of everything you've said, I have yet to find not true. So that's what I do with anyone I listen to. And I think we all should. We try to find our own truths by searching for more education. And that's why I'm here. Which is why I even mentioned having a Q&A with Peter Moon. But yes, I don't know enough. I'm sure there are many things I don't know about the Civil War that Doug and you and many others could educate me on, because like you said, most of what we were educated in school on, I believe, is just kind of like many other things. I could even say the Bible is only the parts that they want us to read and the parts they want us to know. So.
I have another question. Oh, you know what? Let me ask Joe. Joe, do you have any questions for Brooke?
Oh yeah, Brooke. The South is his like rewriting of the history of World War II. The Civil War was being rewritten by the daughters of the Confederate. They're the people that put all the statues in the South after the war, praising the Union soldiers.
Okay. What is your question?
So it's almost like World War II and how they watched it, and that's what happened with Civil War. They put up all these statues. They're the daughters of the Confederate. There's actually a program from PBS that was explaining how these statues got put up after the war.
I'm actually familiar with the Daughters of Confederacy. I mean, they were just basically a group of racist women that were a group of racist families that came from the Confederacy that didn't want to let it go. So, I mean, at the end of the day, people are always seeking power, right? And they do it, and they were doing it on the backs of other people, and they do it on the backs of other people based on race, many times, probably most times, but also sex, their sex, and their religion, and their beliefs, and anything really. But those would be the main ones, right? So these people are really no different than we can go back 100. However many years you want to go, 5,000, 10,000 years, it's continually happen, and it's continually wrong. And that's where I'm here tonight, and I hope most of you are, is to look at the past, to say it's fine to say, okay, yes, these were the Daughters of Confederacy. I hope if anybody that doesn't know they were wrong and they suck, I'm sorry, like I can't help them right now. But what I can do is like figure out what is the path forward. So that's like we have to
the
together.
Truth. I mean, we have to get the truth out. That's basically it. Because if we don't know the truth, we look like idiots, and you can't be educated by a lie. That's what we have to stress. And to make a better future, we have to deal with the truth. No, if we don't have the truth, we won't have a good outcome.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with the truth, like what the truth shall set you free, right? So completely agree with that. But it's like, okay, getting that truth out there obviously takes work and a lot of time, right? And so that's what we each have to do and dedicate ourselves to, but we have to do it with love and compassion, I believe, and not like getting too angry. Because look, I won't go into my past, but I spent many years angry because of what I would see when I switched and became very liberal. I was angry for a long time at people when I realized really and still I didn't even know all the truths, but just the truths that I saw, you know. It was the first time in my life I had switched over and like believed in reparations, you know, and I've been raised a Southern white Baptist, you know, Republican. And I'm sitting here believing in reparations. So you see what I'm saying? So I had to really look at a lot, and I was angry at a lot. And so when you get angry though, then I realized you don't get anywhere. You can't stay angry, right? And you can't stay like, well, this just sucks. And if we don't get, like, there's got to be a way, because otherwise they win. Like, they all win. The liars win, right? So it's got to be, yes, get the truth out, but we stay above the truth too. We already know the truth, right? So then we have to then stay positive and be above their lies. We will get the truth out, but we are already above it, and you're not going to take us down. You're not going to take me down personally, and that's what each of us have to believe as we know our truth, and then say we will come together, and the truth will come out, and you will lose. Each truth that needs to come out will always come out. Obviously, I believe in a creator. I don't believe in a religion. I do believe in a creator and a God. Religion to me is man-made, and I believe obviously the truth will come out, and I would like it to come out in my lifetime, and your lifetime, our lifetimes, right? But either way,
that's a great point. Yeah.
Yeah, I just.
Can we all welcome a Real Tech Geek? He has joined us. Real Tech Geek.
Hello.
This is Brooke. Brooke is Real Tech Geek. Please, Real Tech Geek. You know Joe. You know myself. Introduce yourself to.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Joe?
Hey,
Hi, Brooke. Nice to meet you. I'm the Real Tech Geek. I've been listening to Douglas for a very long time, since he was on Coast to Coast EM. So this is going back over more than 10 years ago.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a long time. I have like I said, I have a lot of catching up to do, because I've only heard him probably maybe 2 months most, and that was hit or miss. So but
it's a lot to digest. And it's a lot of
well, it goes in a lot of circles here. That's what I was saying about, like, Peter is so intelligent, and that's why you guys may not need the Q&A. I know I've seen some people like make comments on here that, like, just while I've been on here, like, or make a comment on the post on YouTube, I guess, that, you know, certain things like Peter's so intelligent too, but it can circle around, kind of like I circled around. I was kidding the other night, like I circled. But I talked really fast. So he's so intelligent. I would love to be able to ask those, because if the people that haven't listened forever, we have to remember, to get the truth out, you have to continually go back and repeat certain things and say where we are, and not assume people know. And so I think that was it. I guess if any of you heard me ask, by the way, that was when I asked Peter for the Q&A, when I chimed in at the end. That was why. I don't know if any of you ever think that or need it, but that was my reasoning. I don't know what y'all think.
a lot of live streams on YouTube, different channels have Q&A. So I mean, it can be done pretty easily. It's built in within the YouTube app or
yeah.
Yeah.
See, I can tell you're the computer guy, right? Because you already know how to do it, which I did know that you can't do it, but it would. Can you also come fix my computer, by the way? Are you in South Carolina? Because I'm having an issue.
I'm in New York.
I think I might not get.
I can remotely help you if it's something like that.
I'm actually having a hard time. I just shipped two computers back to my work, 2 laptops back to my work with problems, and my personal one's doing okay right now.
Are they running Windows 11?
The one, I don't know what, my personal one's fine. I don't know, but those were, I think they were, and they had a problem. They were trying to remotely get in, and they couldn't. But they couldn't get in either one. I'm sorry, my dog barks when I come back in the door. I have 4 dogs, actually, so they're all barking till I get out the cage. I apologize.
Yeah, I remember animals.
Not to kill y'all's ears until they get out of their crate.
Okay, so everybody suddenly went silent. What?
No, as much as you want to see Brooke on her camera, They probably eat up bandwidth. So
Yeah, yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes. I noticed that just
Yes.
before I left, just before I actually left, the camera went on and I was going to say something, but I figured, I'd risk it. I figured I'd risk it.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, the dogs are quiet again. What are we talking about? Is that why nobody else has their camera on because of bandwidth? Because it'd be so cool if everybody could see everybody. Wouldn't it be more fun?
Right, you're right.
I think I already scared Douglas.
Yes.
With my
Like,
picture.
can I just pay for the bandwidth? Like, how much does the bandwidth cost?
It's not
Nobody
that.
wants to see me.
Yeah. It's not that, honey. It's the bandwidth that it eats up. So please get off the camera or turn the camera off. We love seeing you. I mean, believe me, it's a pleasure
Hey,
seeing you.
Douglas.
That's cute. Thank you. Yes.
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 I will get off your fucking camera.
Yes. No, believe me, I love seeing you on camera, honey. It's
It's
it's-
fine. I'm off, but I'm getting off. I'm trying to, but I just didn't understand.
that's an
I'm trying,
interesting.
but I already.
Yes, choice of words. Yes, but there we are, honey. The problem is that it could throw it ends the call because it like throws it doesn't. It's not a question of paying for the bandwidth. It's that Skype is very limited. The Skype is a limited service. That's why it's free. So the point is that the Skype it just doesn't have that much bandwidth, and then the camera eats up a lot of it, and then it tends to throw people off the call.
If it's free, then why is this mine every time I log on? It must not always be free because every time I log on, it tells me I have a $9 and something credit towards something.
No, okay. They have this weird thing. They have this weird thing that is kind of like YouTube Plus. It's kind of like that, but nobody uses that. It's like just like nobody uses YouTube Plus. Nobody uses that improved Skype that you.
Are you
pay for.
talking about YouTube? Are you talking about YouTube without ads?
YouTube without ads? I think that's YouTube Plus.
Yeah, YouTube Premium. You mean?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I totally use that because I'm not going to sit around watching those goddamn ads every day.
Well, you don't have to watch the ads when you're watching things for free. The ads you can. You have
to sit there. They pop up every 4 minutes. Am I not wrong? If you don't have YouTube Premium, and then you have to wait for 20 minutes or 20 seconds until you could skip it.
Yeah,
you don't even need to pay for it. All you need to do is use New Pipe. Now, of course, the problem with New Pipe is that you can't log into it, but it's completely subscription free. It's an APK. Look it up on Google or whatever it is. It's called New Pipe, and you can download the videos also off of YouTube from New Pipe on your phone.
So am I watching YouTube still through New Pipe? Is that what it is?
New Pipe is it's a new sex toy, and I'm playing.
I was about to say, I thought it said nude pipe.
Sorry, Brooke. I couldn't help it.
Yeah.
Good.
You know what? I love it. That's what I was about to say. I was like, do you need my address to mail me one? I'm totally I might even.
Okay, let's move on. Go ahead, Doug.
No. I mean, you're all doing fine. I want you to continue. I'm still doing my inhalants, really. I'm doing my inhalants because I didn't have a chance to do them earlier. So while I'm doing that, I'll just listen in, see where.
What kind of inhalants, Doug? We would like to know what kind of inhalants.
These are just pure aller flow and
boring.
Yeah.
Boring. Go away.
Nasonex and shit. Yeah, no booger sugar, I assure you. Not right now. But nothing against it, of course. But that being said, I like what you said, honey, in the chat room. Can they handle me? So that's B. That's our girl Brooke. Yes, of course. With the picture of the dog, you might think it stands for bitch, but hey, no, really it doesn't.
Hey, and it does now after the way Dietrich just told me to get off.
No, baby, I didn't.
It is now bitch, and I can assure you that is what Brooke stands for.
Hey, I didn't mean it like that.
Y'all heard him though. Even the guys heard him. Did he not sound a little? He was a little cold the way he said it. Come on, we know how he gets.
Well, let me explain to you, Brooke. Doug is broke. He's literally borderline homeless. So
I know. I offered to pay for it.
He can't afford a streaming system. So like StreamYard. So
StreamYards, yeah.
Yes.
You can.
Yeah, StreamYard.
But
can I pay for your streaming system and then you just shut the fuck up about me getting on the camera? Everybody, can I pay for that stuff?
By the way, so I have received some contributions. We have received 100 United States dollars from Bob Appert. And goddess bless him. And yes, and Brain Dance are saying laugh out loud as coming in. why do those notifications stay up for just 2 seconds and then they go, Tibetan year of dog. I literally am all right being called bitch. Yes, there we are. So this is, honey, just come on and talk. Honey.
I didn't say that. I must be talking. I didn't type that, baby boy.
No,
I don't know where that's coming from.
No, it's
Hey,
yeah,
what's up, y'all?
yeah, it's Deanna.
Oh, somebody
Deanna.
else typed it. Okay,
Yeah,
somebody else
it's
typed it. Okay.
No,
Yeah.
I wrote
Oh,
it.
Yeah.
oh, good. Because I knew I'd said something like that, so I was scared my voice to text was on.
No. So I'm going to go mute for a few more minutes while I keep inhaling these. And so Deanna, come on.
I swear to God, you're killing me with the inhaling. And I don't do drugs. Although I did cocaine many years ago. You can't ever get that first high back, so I don't chase it anymore.
Okay.
But
I get it. Yeah.
But you saying I just got to go do my inhalants, it just cracks me up.
It's believe me, honey. I mean, I have no judgment on narcotization. I mean, hell, you vape, right? I mean, you get a high off that to a degree, don't you?
No, you don't. You really don't anymore. Well, you know what? Sometimes when I'm feeling really bad, I will take like 10 puffs in a row to try. Just like when you were a kid, your very first high was spinning around in the room. You know, like you spin and spin and spin till you're dizzy. Like I'm like, oh, maybe I'll get high off this. I'll just puff it 10 times. But no, normally now I'm just addicted to it. If I don't have it, I get cranky.
Wow.
Man.
Ooh, God, yeah. Ooh. Anyhow, I vape sometimes. It's fun. So, are you all sad
this isn't vaping, and it may not be because I'm in South Carolina. We don't have legal vaping. Like, what kind of vaping you may be talking about?
I see. But do you miss the child flavor shit, the cherry and Pepsi and all the different flavors they used to put out, all that shit the government made them stop doing because it got all the kids vaping? Do you miss all that shit?
No, it didn't get me vaping. I wasn't a kid, so I already smoked cigarettes. I was already smoking cigarettes. I started vaping to get the shit, and they didn't stop it. You still can buy it all. I buy all the different flavors.
Really?
A million flavors.
Cool.
So I don't know. You're in California. Maybe they stopped that shit. I got a big bottle right here. It's like watermelon, menthol, and then apple, cinnamon, cherry. Fuck, I don't know.
Holy shit! Wow. So there you go. You lucky girl.
But not too lucky because like we don't have anything like when you were talking about vaping. I know a lot of people when I say that probably think marijuana or a drug in it. Like here, it's when I say it's just nicotine. It's just I used it to quit smoking cigarettes for the most part. Yeah. Although every now and then I'll still smoke a cigarette just to be bad.
Now, Deanna, come on, assert yourself. I don't want you to be intimidated.
Deanna? Yeah. I thought it was Deanna.
Yeah.
I have opinions about smoking cessation because it's never or rarely addressed about the socializing aspect of cigarette smoking. You have an instant bond with a total stranger.
Yes.
Got a light, got a smoke.
Yes, like when you're working, like when I started working, that's why I started smoking so much. Like I remember being 20 and working, and you would go to like break. It was a smoke dock, and if you weren't a smoker, you didn't have all the friends that smokers did, because we were all.
Yeah, and then there's the contemplative aspect. You go outside to think about something. You light a cigarette, and you're pondering something, or the contemplative.
Or you're using it to stop yourself from killing someone. You know.
Oh yes. Yes.
You know what's interesting about that? I'm the opposite. I never like to be around people, in the sense that I don't like to be in a crowd.
Well, it's not so much about being in a crowd. It's about if you are a smoker.
For example,
a total stranger.
If I was a smoker, I wouldn't want to talk to nobody. I have my own shit that we don't got to talk. I don't have to ask for
it.
You've
got that more introverted style. I was just talking to my best friend tonight.
Yeah.
It's more introverted.
Right. As a matter of fact, I do have to break in here.
I can be the same way too.
Yeah. I do have to break in here because both these lovely ladies are, in a sense, showing their age. I mean, basically, they grew up in a world that I know of because of my parents, who were the age of most people's grandparents. Now, these young ladies are nowhere near like that. But what I'm saying is that...
I'm sorry, Douglas. What is your age?
I'm 55 in the West, 56 in Asia.
Okay. Well, so you've got at least about 12 years on me, okay?
Yeah, I understood, honey. But I mean, man, society's really different down south. I'm sorry, what were you going to say, Deanna? What did you?
Well, it's not that I was going to say. I'm going to say it. I'm 64, so you all have to respect your elders.
Yeah, and both. I agree that both. That either way, Douglas, that comment was not called for.
I didn't mean it in any negative sense.
I know it's your show, but you're gonna have to. You invited me on. You're gonna have to know when I call you out on something. That was an uncalled for comment.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, honey. So what I mean to say is that it's like it was like a long time ago. People used to bond like that. I mean, like certainly people would say that got something, and you had instant bonding. It was like and then nowadays it's smoking is perceived as antisocial. It's certainly perceived as just basically someone who doesn't want anyone near them would start smoking, and everybody walks away.
Well, yeah. And you know what? That's true, because in our building, when I manage, I sometimes catch, truck drivers or vendors trying to smoke by the door, and I literally have to exile them to the smoking area.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's I don't mean to be mean, but it's part of that's the smoking area. You need to go there.
Yeah.
They don't like it.
And I agree. And
I can't be around anybody who smokes. I have asthma.
Yeah, and a lot of people have always been that way. Where do you guys all live again?
California, both of us.
So it's all California.
Yeah. No, Sammy and I, but Joe, Ty, and the Real Tech, they live. Well, Joe Ty lives in upstate New York, and Real Tech lives somewhere. Where do you live? Which state?
In the city.
Yeah. Where upstate New York? Because I have family in Kerhonkson.
Right. Okay.
Kerhonkson.
Yeah. Kerhonkson.
Which is like somewhere
near
Middle Earth
name,
or some
right?
shit. Yeah, it's somewhere near where Frodo lives. Yeah. So
I did. That's quite true, because I did see Frodo pass by, and I called him, and he wasn't being rude, but he must have been in the middle of an important mission. So.
Well, smoking is
he
really
must not be happy with the way the new Lord of the Rings is going.
Yeah. By the way, we are joined by George Light.
Don't kill it too, because I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't ruin
your time.
I haven't either.
Don't waste your time.
I haven't.
Don't waste your time.
Well, I was hoping there'd be Mexican hobbits, cutting the grass.
Maybe next season.
Okay, all right.
Oh my God. So.
You know what? I feel like that comment was a little inappropriate, and
Oh, you're kidding, honey. I mean, well, look. I mean, that's that House of the Dragon. House of the Dragon has got black people with white hair.
Kid?
What?
Do I sound like a kid? I don't think I sound like a kid.
Okay. Yes. Anyhow, House of the Dragon has black people with white hair. I mean, it's like, they threw in racially, I mean, they're all supposed to be part of the same house, the same clan, and they've got different ethnicities. I mean,
Well, Doug, I have a Chihuahua, okay?
Yes.
And he just took offense to the comment, okay, because he considers himself Mexican, obviously, and he just didn't like it. So I have to look out for that, okay?
Okay.
And
so he didn't care.
I'll get over it. I will work through it with him. We'll go to therapy. We'll work through it. But I just want you to know.
Yes, and
was your Chihuahua the one that got Taco Bell featuring the Chihuahua?
That's what I thought. Taco Bell. First thing I thought was Taco Bell. Thank you, honey.
Yeah, everybody thinks so. Yeah, he's the 19-year-old. He's the one in the picture.
Yes.
And he's actually half Chihuahua and half pug. So he's very much, very, very upset about things like this, because he's half, Mexican and then half Chinese pug. So,
that's adorable.
I mean, he already doesn't really like your show because he hears so much of the Chinese stuff, and he's like, I'm a Chinese pug. What's he talking about?
So we're joined by George Knight from across the Great Pond. George Knight, do come on, say hello to everyone. Tell us about everything.
Hello, Douglas.
Yes, so good to have you with us.
Oh my God, can you just talk all night?
Yes, she loves your voice. Yes.
It's like, I usually just like Douglas. I love Doug's voice, but you can probably fill in for some of that.
Yes, he does.
Hi, George. Hi, George Knight. How you doing?
Hey, Sammy. Hey, Real Techie.
Sammy.
How you doing? Yeah, how are you? And Deanna's in here as well.
Yes.
Hey, I have a question for George.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
George, when you ever hear person from the South, do you kind of refer them as the Anglo version of? They're like the Anglo Mexicans, because you're being British, someone from the South being, they're from the South. You ever get that narrative?
I am from the South myself, Sammy. Actually.
Yeah, I don't think Sammy. I don't think it's the same way. It was always the
No, it doesn't. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same. So
okay, well,
Southern Mexican,
it's
I
just,
get it.
No, well, it's the American. Like, we live in America, so
Well, I mean, with George
trying to put me down, Sammy. You're trying to make why? What did I do to you? What did I do to you?
Nothing, Brooke. I love Brooke. In fact, I like you. Brooke. You bring in you're fresh up. You like a fresh air to this podcast. Yes. Oh no, it's making me that's all.
But actually, you know what?
Anyways.
I do agree with your comment, because I do think Southerners are like for the United States, like the Mexicans, for both reasons that sometimes they deserve and some that don't. Like, I will get accused of believing things that I don't believe just because they hear me talk, right, or see me. And I'm completely just put in that same category, because I remember growing up and even my mom would say this. It never failed. There could be like a tornado or something go through the South where we were on national TV, maybe a murder. We would stand that we would be like, why did they pick up? It's like they would come down here and they would find the most redneck trailer park, white trash person they could find to interview and be like, how do you feel about this? Well, let me tell you how I feel about it. It would go on. It would be bad. And
so that being said, honey, Deanna, were you going to say something before I turn it over to George for a few minutes? I mean, poor fellow arrived and said hello. I never had a chance to say anything after that. This was after Brooke said she found his voice so sexy. I mean, that's kind of like, so let's give that voice a chance. So George, tell us about everything on your mind. Yes.
Oh, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and I do apologise. I couldn't make it on Monday because we were watching the state funeral for the Queen. Her Majesty. Yes. Yeah, so we watched that on the television. So that was a very good send off for her. So yeah, I was just completely overwhelmed and busy on Monday, so I couldn't join at any time. I do apologise. But and everything's going well my end. So yeah, how's everything over there? Is everything?
Oh yeah, I think it's well for all of us, which is why we're here, I guess. It's because everybody seems to be stable enough. So that being said, though, share with us what have you had any chance to review what I said about the Queen's passing? Or?
Oh no, I haven't, Douglas. I'm afraid. I was what I was catching up on was I did catch up on some of the older stuff, the transmissions going back a while ago. But yeah, other than that, I haven't. But I will review that. I will go through what you said about the Queen. It's all timestamped that you've graciously sent me through private messenger. So I will review those. Though there's not much really I have to come on and share at all, Douglas. I just did discover something quite interesting that that I wanted to share about the Schumann resonance. This is something that I will go into it privately, but it's something interesting to share online, with all the viewers today. There's this. They recorded some of the Reichskraft. They've got actual audio recording, and they actually took some of the frequency wave levels. They were measuring the wave patterns that they were emitting through the recordings. And and it's interesting to note that some of the technology they use is from the German engineer Otto Schumann. He was the physicist, the engineer who produced the Schumann levitator device in the Reichskraft, and they actually it actually matches the wavelength of the natural magnetic pulse of the Earth. So it's called the Schumann resonance. So it was interesting. Basically the sound technicians noted that there's a correlation there, and they were like, it's interesting, there's a good correlation, there's a distinctive hard evidence that it matches the magnetism of the Earth, but they couldn't pinpoint the connection. They were like, that's significant, but they couldn't make the connection. So that was something. I'll share the video with you, Douglas. I'll have to send it to you through private messenger. I'll do it in a minute. But yeah, it was just
Yeah,
really interesting to know.
I just wanted to say that I'm very familiar with human resonance. Like resonance, I listen to a lot of it at night when I'm like, you can actually pull up different video just to hear the sounds of it for calming purposes and meditation purposes. But yeah, it's a really, if somebody doesn't know about it, it's a really interesting and true, I believe, thing. Wow. Just about we're all energy and vibration, right? So that's just the sound of so much of it.
Speaking of frequency, it said that the record industry introduced a debilitating frequency by changing the hertz put out by musicians and recordings to unsettle people. That it was 532 hertz is beneficial, if I recall correctly, and 400 is unsettling.
432. There's two that are supposedly very positive, and the other is one unsettling. But they've done more than that. I don't know if you know about like what they did in Cuba, where they can send the sound waves out, and most of the I think it was Cuba, most of the American workers in the embassy came back with. I mean that you can look that up too. Like with they sick, like headaches, bleeding from their noses, things like that. So there's obviously they can send out frequencies that we can't hear.
Right.
Those are different, obviously, but yes, the music. I think you're talking about 432 and 5. Is it 569 or 5? I think it's 569. They're all in there.
I haven't committed it to memory. That's one of the reasons I do continue to listen to Douglas's show, because in my younger youth, I became the sour grapes attitude. Like, well, I'm not going to bother paying attention to anything other than my own personal joys, because what's the point? Because one minute this is true and the next minute that's true, and there's so many aspects. So I essentially shut down as far as memorizing things. And what's the point of discerning what type of wine tastes like this and that, because somebody will change their mind, a different opinion will come out. What's the point in learning about history, because a different truth comes out, a different perspective. So now it's a case of better late than never. I've decided that I'm going to start jumping in, and whether the celebrity is viewed as positive or negative, I want to commit their name to and some of their work to memory. Whether this food is deemed horrible to consume, I'm going to learn about it, so on and so forth. There's so many aspects that I ignored that I decided, I'm going to really pay attention, because there is research by, oh gosh, here I go forgetting, but I'll bring it up on another show, where an individual will have negative effects if they don't follow their passion, because the body is telling you this is our sole purpose. One of them, for instance, I stopped paying attention to muscle cars because, oh, well, you're a gunner. You're not supposed to pay attention to military aircraft and how fascinating they are. You're supposed to wear dresses and makeup and play with dolls. Silly. And, one will start having not issues, but the body will start shutting down in one aspect or another because you're ignoring your passion. Full stop. Yeah. Psychosomatic illnesses.
Well, okay. Yeah, thank you for sharing that, and everyone else, do join in. I'm sure you all have something to share in that regard, whatever that makes you think of or brings to your mind. So by all means, buy me a few more minutes here while I switch to the other snifter. And
your voice is.
What was the question?
If you have anything,
I just came back in.
If you have anything to jump on the wavelength about how, if by ignoring or dismissing your passion, the body will start shutting down blood to certain areas because you're not being true to your passion. For instance, I said I was talking about how I stopped paying attention and learning about muscle cars. I stopped paying attention and learning about what have you, because you're not supposed to be checking out muscle cars and learning about them. You're a girl. You're supposed to wear makeup and wear dresses and play with dolls and let boys take advantage of you. Things of that nature. So I started to stop, and there's a science behind ignoring your passions and how your body starts to have dis-ease because you're ignoring your passion. Whatever it is, it could be surfing, it could be creating paper dolls, the chain dolls with scissors. You do that or it could be cooking different types of rice, whether it's cultivated or wild rice, whatever the passion may be.
Okay, that's cool.
And what's your passion, Sammy?
My passion really is my family, in the sense of trying to create.
Oh, it's Brooke. Your passion is Brooke now.
Yes. But no, it's my family. It's trying to create just a peaceful environment and really knowledge. I think that's one of the reasons why I listen to Doug's transmissions, because it's really learning about the world in a different point of view when it comes to history. That gravitates me towards the stuff that Doug talks about, the history, pretty much, because of what he's been exposed to, and which I find very rewarding. But yeah, pretty much my family.
We're all looking for Doug. We're all passionate about Doug. Passionate.
No, I mean his information. Doug is.
No, I mean that too. I truly mean that. I wasn't trying to be like a sexual comment. Although he does have that weird sexual look with those when he puts that eye makeup on, that I think is kind of cool. But I do think
Douglas is the royalty of the United States. He really is.
Oh, you're so cute. Thank you, Joe. I mean, and Joe is Buddha on Earth. Yes. Now, all of you, forgive me. I'll go mute for a few seconds. This is the gross aspect of my using these inhalants. It basically produces phlegm.
It's phlegm.
Cute. That's cute. So, that being said, I'm going to go mute for several moments while I cough this phlegm up. And you don't need to hear.
Good luck.
So many people get offended when someone would bring up the fact, well, not the fact, that the potentiality that the individual Yeshua went to Tibet or Mongolia or the East to learn about the Asian meditation practices and healing practices, and one's like, oh, that's so anti-Christian. He's not Buddhist at all. It's like, well, then why did he say, if thine eye be single, meaning the pineal gland? It's like, oh, you're being sacrilegious. Like, maybe not. Things of that nature, or I'll nickname my name for God is Cosmo. Oh, that's so disrespectful. Oh, this, oh, that, that's so on and so forth. I was like, you mean to believe that the creator of all of our reality would be offended, go cowering in the corner? I can't believe she's calling me.
I don't know. I have to say this. I've always believed in God and Creator until tonight. I did. But to hear someone as amazing as Douglas Dietrich have to call phlegm like that, and he did not even get the joy of having oral sex first, it makes me wonder, is there a God? Is there? I'm sorry. I had to pause y'all with that because it's getting too deep for me. No, and we always go deep, but Yes, I believe I call creator, and I call it. You and I talked about that last week, but I think Doug deserved a little more if he was going to have phlegm in his throat.
Would you repeat that in the slower lane? Because
yes, Doug deserved more if he was going to have phlegm in his throat. I feel sorry for him. I was trying to make a joke, like, you know.
Oh, I realize that. I just sometimes, if you don't catch a few words, it's lost.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk slower tonight. But this is my natural. I think I was a little faster last week because I had I was a little speed up. I take Adderall in the morning, and I had friends last week that were coming home. I think I told you guys from the concert. That's why I was up late and called it. Because they were fighting. So I had taken a half of an Adderall to stay awake. And I take one a day, but I'd taken a half one that night. So I'm already a fast talker. But I imagine last week I was talking extra fast. So I'm hoping this has slowed down a little. But to be Southern and have this accent, and like I said, talk fast, it's always been an issue.
Wow.
Even when I was a kid. But
thank you for fleshing it out.
Yeah, I'm also a very fast talker.
Yeah, my daughters speak at a speed sometimes where I ask them to repeat themselves. And periodically they would say, I'm not saying it again because I wouldn't catch it the second time. And they'd give me this look like, what is wrong with your ears? It's not my ears, it's my brain. It just doesn't process that speed.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, my God, they should understand that. And what's this about?
They do. I mean, but when you're a youngster and you're communicating with your parental unit, as said in the Coneheads of Saturday Night Live, yes. So.
And what's this about Realtek saying he's also a fast talker? I mean, I never really got that impression. So, tell us a bit about this. Clarify yourself.
I have a speech impediment.
Okay.
I was always in speech class and special ed, like I explained before to you in personal talks. And I can get very hyper also, and I can talk extremely fast. Like that one time when I was explaining my situation with that sickle in Times Square, I was talking very quickly with Peter Moon. It just comes out in that burst of talking fast, or problems also with pronunciation. He couldn't understand me. So
yeah, I wish I had been put in speech class. I wasn't, but because I could pronunciate well, but I'm in the South, so our pronunciation is not like they weren't graded in it. It probably is high, but anyway, not putting down the South. But
I understand. No, yeah, go on.
Yeah, so just talking fast though it's a thing you don't realize you're doing until you're told so many times. Like I remember, like I said, being a child and running up, and my mother could understand me, but none of the kids' mothers could understand what I was saying, and they'd be like, "What did she say?" And it was just like I was, and
Well, go on.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I have to say.
Okay, we were transplanted to North Carolina because my daughter's going to Appalachian U for sustainable agriculture. So she calls me up or texted me from New Jersey, and she said, "You want to come down to North Carolina?" I'm like, "Why?" Because the university, because my grandchildren. So there has been two instances thus far where I brought this up last week, where two different individuals at two different occasions spoke, and I gave my brain a few moments to decipher what they said, and my brain threw its hands up like, no, can't figure out even a single word of what they said. So I turned to their companion, whether it was a friend or whatnot. I said, "What did they say?" Because how's impossible? I'm like, what? So, am I interrupting anyone?
No, but go on.
Well, I'm of the opinion that everyone has a trip up word. Mine's rural. It's like I have to literally stop and slow down and form the word rural because usually it comes out rural. It was like, bleh. My mouth's like, please don't try to say that word. It's too much work.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So does anybody else have a trip up word that they say it? But...
Okay, I will get in on this. Okay, I don't have trip up words. I have words that I know I am saying correctly, and I am tired of being told that I'm saying them incorrectly, even by my own children. And the number one word that my daughter and son, my 22-year-old daughter and my 7-year-old son and other people have told me that I say wrong. She was a writer, and I've said it my entire life and never knew I was wrong even while I was raising her until she was like 15 and she was writing. And I was like, oh, that is a great poem. I like your poem. And she's like, what is a poem? And I was like, it's what you wrote. It's a poem. She's like, no, Mom, it's a, I don't know. I don't even know what you say. She says poem. So I'm pretty sure it's a poem. Can I get everyone? Can I get everyone else here to agree with me that it's poem so I can let her know, please?
I understood right away what you said. So
see, there we go. You know, poem.
That's adorable.
Would you spell it so I can know what you mean?
Poem, honey. She's just saying poem. She's just saying poem.
Oh. Well,
you really don't know. See, that's what I'm saying. Like my entire life, I thought that was how you said it until my daughter was 15. I was like 35. So then no one ever corrected me to her. No one ever said, I'd be like, I wrote a poem. Here's my bear poem. You got to write a haiku poem. Here's my haiku poem. I tell the teacher. She never said, no, it's poem. And so I literally argued with, I still, like, it's one of those things I even truly can't accept. It will always be poem to me. Like, it's too late. You can't change somebody once they've said a word that many years to change it. Something.
I agree with you because it's just a matter of the way you see the words. It could be it's broken down to 2 syllables, and you put the emphasis on different syllables, and you say it the way you perceive it to be said. I'm of the opinion that the word potion is the southern pronunciation of portion. Would you like another potion of that? What? And somebody wrote down P-O-T-I-O-N rather than P-O-R-T-I-O-N. And it caught.
Okay. And so, George, Joe, Sammy, anything to add to this? How little words changed your life? Something about superfragilistic, expialidocious, perhaps? Equally intense and impacting.
Wonderful vocabulary.
Right. Oh, George, are you?
Yes, hello.
I used to do my best of mimicking accents. And whether it was Cogni or I don't know what the other one is called. Well, I'm certain there's more.
Cogni. Yeah.
There's Cogni and how many others?
There's loads of different dialects. They're just dialects. wherever you come from wherever you reside in the United Kingdom, you've got different dialects.
And you said you came from the south.
So
explain that to people when you said you came from the south. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I'm more central. I'm basically south, basically central to where if you look on the map, you've got Southampton. I'm north of Southampton, so that's like central, right at the bottom. So of the United Kingdom, so that I'm right at the bottom. But like what Sammy, I wanted to just reiterate what Sammy was saying earlier. Like comparing it to the United States, where you've got the southern states, where you've got the border between the United States and Mexico. It's the opposite way round in the United Kingdom. It's what the terms that they refer to each other, the North and the South, they refer to the South as Southern Fairies. That's the term they call us. Jesus. But when you go up north, they become with the deep South, the deep states in the United States. That's what you've got in the North in the United Kingdom. So the Southerners call the Northerners Northern monkeys. That's what they refer to them as. It is a derogative term that they've used for decades. That, from what I remember, being a kid, that's what they refer to each other as, because they are more degenerate in the politest, most kindest description. When you go further north, when you go further south, they're more dignified or more sophisticated. So. That's why they refer to the Southerners as Southern Fairies. Yeah, so it's just basically, because you're going towards more the capital, towards London. The further south you go, the properties, everything is more, unless you're in Manchester way, where it's becoming more, what you say, just more, it's becoming like the new London. It's becoming the more, that is where the heart of everything is, like the economy and the industrialized, when you go towards towards London, you've got the business it's a more business district. That's where all the economy is run from, basically. That's the central heart of it, where everything is distributed from London outwards. And so
then you mean the central hub of capitalism, basically. Capitalism is skewing over, and people that are southern like me would be what you call monkeys. Thank you. Okay, got it.
Yeah, that is the term they always refer to each other as. Like what you've got the terminology in the United States where they refer to the southern states as the deep south, as they've become more more inbred and degenerate. So in the plot,
hillbillies, rednecks.
Now. You guys have a great night. Have a great night.
honey.
I mean, I don't think he realizes that I'm Southern born and bred, and so is my family.
No,
he's not, honey. He's not saying that himself. He's talking about like that's the American stereotype.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, that's it. It's just the American stereotype that you get in movies and what you see.
I know.
Yeah, that's it. I'm not saying that's a fact.
You're right. It is a stereotype, but I'm so sick of the stereotypes on every race, and it's just. I don't know when we're going to move past it, but apparently never anytime soon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I just wanted to briefly just summarize the distinction between what Sammy was saying, because he was saying about the southern, towards the south, the borders between the United States and Mexico. I just wanted to. It's the opposite in the United Kingdom. It's the further north you go, then you get the same stereotype, the same stigma. Yeah, so it's the more further north you go. The properties, the value of properties up in the north are like quarter of the price they are down the south. The closer you are to London, like I am, I'm only 15 miles from London. It's so extortionate. You're looking at £1 million just to buy a property, or the cheapest is $500,000. So it is extremely expensive to live where I am. So yeah, it's
location.
Yeah. And I've got the commute to commute to London. There's a direct route from my town that I live in Alton. There's a train route that directly goes into the heart of London, in London Waterloo, which is just outside of Buckingham Palace and the Houses of Parliament. So there's a direct train route into the central part of London. So that's why the properties in my town are so extortionate.
I befriended a British couple because law of attraction, your vibration, etc. I told Cosmo that I wanted to meet a British couple to befriend them. So it happened at the Internet Lounge, and I did my best to mimic different accents until I met them. And I didn't want to have them look at me and say, what in the bloody hell are you trying to do that's so inaccurate? But Samantha told me, we in the UK laugh at you Americans because Biggie, like Wendy's fast food, Biggie fries, Biggie this, she says, do you know what it means? Over with us, it means turd. So a large turd, Biggie. And I began laughing, and she gave me a list. She gave me a printout of what different words mean as far as where you are in the world. And I looked at the list. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to not use these words anymore. And she said, why do people say, are you going to join me? Oh, join me in this. Are you coming apart? So I love that evaluation, that distinction, that perspective. Like when people say, how are you doing? And I'll answer, how are you doing what? How am I doing what? And I've heard other people say it, whether it's in movies or other individuals. Like, thank you. Because people say, well, it means, how are you faring? I said, I know, but I'm just particular in some respects and not in others. Like I said, and the fact that Peter Moon mentioned that, Deanna said she thought she was a good judge of character, just tying that all together.
Yes. Yeah, that's so that being said, what else comes to everyone's mind? Certainly Joe Tai, Sammy Romero, Mr. Realtek. Certainly you all have something to say, perhaps, to add to this, or anything else, or perhaps take this in another direction.
Yes. For instance, cigarettes here in America, it's cigarettes. In England, it's a fag.
Yeah.
In Australia, it's a completely different thing. I can't remember the word specifically, but it starts with I think it starts with a C. So it's just it's interesting. Oh no, it's something else. I'm gonna look it up.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I just want to just quickly clarify that the term that northern monkey, where that comes from, it's nothing to do with race. It's to do with the whole the Charles Darwin theory of evolution. They are degenerate, so they de-evolve back into the monkey stage. So the whole Charles Darwin theory of evolution, that is where that term northern monkey comes from. So it's just reference them as degenerates. So that's where that term comes from. And the other stigma they have is they love their gravy and chips. So that's another thing you might hear quite often.
Fish and chips.
They just they love their gravy and chips. Yeah, up north, they put gravy on everything. Yeah.
That sounds like I'll get along with them, because I like gravy and everything too. So it's called Dury. That's what they call for cigarettes in Australia and New Zealand.
Mm-hmm.
I like the fact that the Australians say, "G'day." It covers everything. You don't have to worry about what time is it. Is it good morning? Is it good afternoon? Is it good night? It's like, "G'day."
Mm-hmm.
Good day, Matt. Yeah.
And I'm so pleased it's actually taken in the States. G'day, or no worries.
Mm-hmm.
Yay! Thank you. Speaking of chips and crisps and whatnot, at a supermarket that I used to frequent because it was in the vicinity of reachability. I don't know if that's a word, but it is now. I picked up a container that had fish and chips. Like, these are not chips; these are French fries.
Yeah.
So the store stopped selling it as fish and chips.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, these are not chips.
Yeah, you got the Soccer World Cup and you got the Football World Cup.
Right.
So it's just different terms, different names for different things. Yeah, for the same thing. Beg your pardon. Pants, trousers. We go on forever. Just
slacks.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a whole list. It's like a whole dictionary.
Yes.
Well,
yes. Go.
When arriving to North Carolina, I would frequent the food bank.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, grab yourself a buggy, and I'm thinking horse and buggy, and someone reached for a shopping cart. I'm like, oh, that's what they mean by buggy. Where some people say soda pop rather than soda or a pop, etc. I mean, this could go on for hours with everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like my daughter Everly, she listens to a lot of the these like educational cartoons that are on YouTube. They get put on, and when they're pronouncing the alphabet, they always pronounce the Z as Z. And so I actually tell I just sing along to it, and I call it Z. Everyone else goes, no, but it's Z. But she doesn't understand that. But when she's older, when she can understand that, no, it's pronounced Z in the UK, because these are all American cartoons, or like things like Sesame Street. They pronounce, when they go through the alphabet, the Z is pronounced as Z, or in Australia it's pronounced as Z as well. So it's when she goes to school, when she's old enough and understands, then she'll know, like, oh no, it's pronounced Z. But if she's following along trying to learn the alphabet, there's no point trying to change the Z to a Z at this point, because otherwise she's not going to learn. She's going to get confused. Yeah, so just wanted
Speaking
to.
of which,
I just think what we've all proven. I mean, I think this has been a great, enlightening conversation, but really just proven that, number one, we all know we speak different languages throughout the world, and number two, even some of the languages we speak them differently. And number three, it's kind of like I've always said, when I would say the word fuck and my mom would get mad, and I say it like the word D. Like, to me, fuck, I say it like the word D, because it's intention, right? So in my intention, I'm usually, I mean, every now and then I will say fuck you to somebody and truly mean it in that way. But usually it's like, what the fuck? I don't, like, what the heck, you know? What the heck? I mean nothing by it. But if so, my intention is nothing. Somebody else hears that word, like my mother, for instance, and is like, oh my God, what did you just say? You know, like, I don't know, but I've said it 45 times today already, and it's only 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure if I'm going to hell, I'm going to hell. Okay.
Yeah.
allegedly,
Like saying
But it's
motherfucker.
all what you think, and it's just words. They're words, and they're what you mean by them. So Z to you think your daughter needs to know Z, and in the U.S. you think you know Z. It's just word. It's just letters. It's just words, and we put way too much emphasis on them. To be honest with you, we really need to be more and contribute on what our actual ideas and fundamental that we're trying to speak are, because I feel like that, I don't know. I mean, I just feel like we just put way too much emphasis on words, I guess is what I'm saying. You know, like the alien thing, if you know, you've heard the stories of the aliens that or when you can speak telepathically, that you can communicate, like we'll sit here and take it in, like all this time I'm taking to tell this whole sentence. Or like the word Christmas. What does Christmas mean to you? Well, we say Christmas. Well, if I say Christmas, it could mean Santa Claus. It could mean Christmas trees. It can mean presents to you. It can mean Jesus. It can mean holiday lights. Like, there's a million things, right, that I would have to explain if you asked me what Christmas meant to me, right? And then when you can telepathically communicate, which was taken away from us, or maybe wasn't, maybe we were never evolved that far, who knows? But at that point, it's all communicated at once. Like, everything that I would think about Christmas, you would immediately know. You don't have to waste all this time with words. So we really waste so much time with words, and we have to. We're in the third dimension. But again, I just think it's a common sense thing. Yeah, we're going to talk differently. And I mean, it's really no point in hamming it out other than to laugh at ourselves, I guess, just to have a good joke about it.
Yes.
allegedly, the word SHIT was store high in transit when cargo was being moved, and it was no longer abbreviated. It became abbreviated. So, well, what's that shit over there? Allegedly, I don't know if there's any validity to that. And allegedly, FUCK was forbidden use of carnal knowledge. And what was a? Oh gosh. I was allowed to go to a Kabbalah. Wow, what do you call it? Not a retreat, but a few days where you go. So
What do they?
if you're a first timer and you can't afford it, they allow you to participate. So I spoke for our table when it came to communication, and I represented our table, and I said, we speak the same language, we're in the same area, and we still quite often need to define and explain what we're talking about. So communication is a strange beast.
Okay.
I'm good.
Thank you. That was nice. And anyone else want to say anything about communications? It's just
Communication breakdown. It's always the same. And that was the worst. That was the worst Led Zeppelin.
They're all great songs.
Yes.
All of them. Compare this garbage 3 halves a day.
Yeah.
Come on.
I tell people I can no longer work retail because I would continuously accidentally rip the wires of the speakers out. Oops, did I do that again?
Yeah, or in a restaurant. I remember once eating in Koreatown, and all I had was gangster music on when I was eating food, and I couldn't stand it. It's ridiculous. I told them to put on K-pop.
Okay. Wow.
Hmm.
Okay. So everyone, yeah, I'm just trying to get enough of my shit together to start monologuing soon enough, and I think that you're all holding very well. I mean, numbers are holding well, considering.
I think you should start monologuing, because if not, I'm going to, and it's not going to go well.
Well, honey, let's hear a little bit of it.
She says
Okay,
with
let's
a
hear little
warning.
bit of it. Yeah, I mean, your southern accent is quite pleasant, so let's hear a little bit of it. I mean, honestly, we learned so much about you the other night, and I want to apologize to you personally for not calling you before we got onto the show, but I'll relate to you what I said in that conversation with Deanna Fraser here. She and I did talk for a few minutes personally last night. And so one of the things she said was she wanted to know if there was any envelope or some kind of spaces where she just shouldn't go on the program. And I just said to her, how could you even ask that question after like the years that I was dealing with those three slimeball characters who, I mean, you probably didn't hear them on the show because I believe you started listening to me after these creeps were gone. But when it came to the Three Stooges, Daniel Arola and Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese, basically these three clowns just said everything you can imagine on air that no one should ever say, that nobody would ever want to hear. And, great example just to start off with was when, Crystal River came on the program. And I just had to leave her alone for a few minutes with Jameson Reese because I had something I had to do. And she had requested not to be left alone with him, in all fairness. But so in a sense, I betrayed her trust. But when she was left alone with him, he started basically shouting about how he wanted everybody on Earth to die except for himself so he could become God. And I mean, when you've got the lunatic like him or crazy Salman Sheikh, every once in a while it would come out of him this true seething evil and hatred where he would just say, fuck you, Dickie Cunt Cole, in an obvious attempt to provoke him. You're going to burn in hell for 1,000 years. No, eternity, for all eternity. I mean, just this kind of vile hatred would come out of him, and you'd really begin to see the real essence of this creep. Or somebody like Daniel Arola, it was always the same shit, just bullshit. Where the white woman at? Same crap over and over again. Yeah.
The reason I brought up that question is because when Brooke was speaking about the Anunnaki, and I filled in the blank with Enki, and you expressed, I'm paraphrasing, like, oh no, not that again.
Right. By the way, I apologize.
You were pretty hard on us on that, and I actually think that's a great. I don't know what you're planning on talking about, but I would personally like the education on that and why you think that is completely false.
Oh, sure, honey. I apologize first for what I'm doing with the microphone. I knocked that aside while I'm shifting.
Oh, I can't see we can't see what you're doing, honey. As long as you're enjoying yourself.
No, I mean that. That's very funny. I was like, no, I meant I was like making funny noises with, yeah. But I mean,
yeah, I'm sure you are making some funny noises.
Yeah, but that being said, believe it or not, darling, I was talking about the Anunnaki in the past at great length, explaining why it's all a bunch of bullshit. And of course, when I saw on your cell phone screen there the usual suspects, Velyukovsky, Zachariah Sitkin. I mean, these guys are capitalizing on their exotic Eastern European names to make everybody think they're smart.
I looked up Zachariah because I believe someone brought him up while you were talking about it last week. Right. Who was that?
Don't forget about Von Daniken.
Yeah. Van Daniken was the other guy there. Yes, of course. Yes. How could I forget?
I didn't have Van Daniken on my screen. I did not have Van Daniken. The first time was Zachariah. I know who Van Daniken is. I watched him. Obviously, he's been on the Alien show, I guess. But
Ancient Aliens.
Yeah. But I watched his movie that the Chariots of the Gods. He made many years ago.
Yeah.
And so let me just ask this first of all before you get any further. Go ahead and do what you're going to say. But just one question: do you believe in aliens or not? Yes or no?
No, not as they're understood by the popular conception. Not as they're understood by popular conception of aliens. It's just I've explained before to people. Now, by the way, I need
Yeah.
to be
Your
very...
voice is very faint to me.
Yeah,
I
we
don't
can
know if
barely
that
hear
is
you.
Oh, fuck this shit. I mean, this microphone's goddamn
Yeah,
Better.
broken.
you can get it up from your penis now, and you can pull it back to your face. Okay, come on.
Yes. So, I mean, literally, it is, of course, below the area of my crotch, because before, when I had it near my face, most people would say it would just be distorted because it was like, the volume was too loud. So, how am I sounding now? So I do need serious...
You sound good. You sound really good.
Okay, you're kidding. Okay.
You do. You sound great.
Okay, so this is so fucked up, this microphone. I mean, I definitely need a new one, and even if I have a new one, I probably wouldn't be using it correctly anyway. In terms of what we were talking about, what was it again?
We're Brooke and I
So,
are wondering why do you
Do
believe?
you? I want. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. I just want to know. Do you
We
believe in
want to know
aliens?
what is your spin on this spin of they who from heaven came is allegedly what Anunnaki means. Is it something completely and entirely fabricated?
Because and on top of that, what I would say is because obviously Anunnaki just means they who came from heaven, so it could be interpreted as angels. It could be interpreted as even us that came here as other humans. You can call aliens if we go to Mars, like we would be aliens in any other place. Technically, aliens, like we say, if you go to another country, you're an alien to that country, right? Like illegal aliens.
Yes.
So alien itself is just you are not from here. So that's what I want to say. What do you believe on that?
Well, like I said, I certainly do not accept this concept of the...
Louder, please.
Are you fucking kidding me, right?
No.
I can hear you fine, Douglas. Yeah.
Okay, because this is getting serious. Okay, I think it's you, honey. That there's something wrong with your technology at your end that you can't hear me. So I need everybody else to...
I can hear you, but periodically the decibel level vacillates greatly.
I don't know what to do about that. I mean, the microphone's all fucked up. So it's the mic, or it's at your end. It's got to be at your end, I think. So I need...
You are good now. Occasionally, you are good now. I think, like, I have some hearing issues sometimes too, so she may have some, and you occasionally, when it goes lower, she may have some trouble hearing you, because you just like I do, I get louder and lower.
Okay.
So it may not be microphone. I just think it's probably that. So, but we can hear you.
But I don't think there's that much of a variation in my voice per se. It's got to be technological. It's not my voice, because I'm not. It's not like I'm speaking louder and lower. I'm not raising and lowering my voice to any great degree. So it's got to be the technology. It's either on her end or my end or both. So we've got to ascertain that. So I need people in the chat room to tell me how I'm sounding. Just can you hear me? The problem is, most of the time I have the microphone in front of me, the way I've got it now, most people bitch that you're too loud and it's too distorted. So I presume I'm not loud and distorted right now, am I?
I think. I mean, just mine. Everybody else answer. I think you sound perfect right now.
Okay. All right. Okay. So just so we know that.
Yes.
And thank you. Okay. Good. So we'll bear that in mind. The problem is that it's just a royal pain in the ass to keep it like this. That being said, in terms of what I've explained before, is that nobody had any concept of this bullshit until H.P. Lovecraft, and they're all plagiarizing him. And I proved that at great length in just hours of reading from Lovecraft's work, and basically comparing it to these idiots who are just regurgitating him verbatim. When it came to the subject of somebody like Zecharia Sitchin, understand this much: everything Zecharia Sitchin says, it's just made up. It has nothing to do with what's on the cylinders in the ancient Babylonian or Mesopotamian. Every single archaeologist and linguist who specializes in these ancient cuneiformic languages says he's a shill, a complete charlatan.
Okay, well, I don't know.
They
Why
all
are we
concur
bringing up
on
Zecharia
this.
Sitchin? Because
Yeah.
But let's stop bringing up Zecharia Sitchin, because the reason you were bringing him up is because you saw him on my phone. The reason you saw him on my phone is
Well,
who is
it
it on
wasn't
the
just that, but it was both yourself and our lady Deanna Fraser.
It was somebody. She didn't bring him up. She didn't bring him up either.
Both of you resonated. It was just like, it's
We
kind of like...
resonated with Anunnaki, but the reason I said Zacharias Sitchin is because who is it on here?
Oh yeah, but honey, Anunnaki, that's all Zacharias Sitchin. That's all Sitchinite.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. There's no one else who uses that term.
So you're gonna say that Anunnaki was never on any tablet,
No, they are, but not in the sense that he uses them, and not in the sense that you or Deanna was using it. Both Deanna and yourself are using it the way every normal American uses it. As I said, neither one of you is abnormal. This is the problem. Neither one of you is fringe.
I feel insulted.
But what you're not doing is you're not answering the question, and I'm not being rude to you, because it's your show.
I just answered your question.
No, you told me what you said. They have copied him. I've never even read Zacharias Sitchin. But what you're telling me is everything came from him. What you're not telling me is why he's
first
wrong.
It was H.P. Lovecraft was plagiarized, and then I said Zacharias Sitchin is responsible.
I didn't know who either of those people were, like, to be honest with you.
Right. Yeah, no, don't personalize this. Like I said, both yourself and Deanna were resonating about this subject, because both of you believe what the general population believes, or understand this the way the general population comprehends it. So both of you were basically reflecting the general popular consensus. So this is like...
Well, I think there's in the South, I'll just be honest, in the South, most people don't believe in aliens at all. So I think that's probably more of a
Whoa, wait a second. I don't know about that. This is what I would say would be kind of if I were to say stereotype the
South.
If
I talk to any of my friends and mention aliens, I can assure you they think I'm crazy for even mentioning the word alien.
Do they really? I mean, it's like, I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Because,
I'll be honestly, like, I could call it my best friend right now, and I've tried to tell her, I'm like, I think they're real. She's like, you're just crazy. I don't know. Because you got to remember, we're in the Bible Belt, right? So if it didn't come from Jesus and it isn't in the Bible, then it's not real anyway.
I understand what you're saying. There is that. But it's kind of like what they said in Orwell's 1984, the ability of the mind to hold contradictory thoughts. And basically in the Deep South, you'll get these like Bible belching Christians that love Star Trek. And they're big fans, and they watch every episode.
My dad loves Star Trek.
There you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
He's always loved it.
Yeah,
but he's never been like, he has never, when I was raised, he never said he believed in aliens. And when I would ask him later in life, or even that, like, as how do you believe, like, people say, do you believe this possible, like, is there any other life out there? Mm-hmm. His answer was always, I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess it's possible if God created us, it's always possible there's other beings in the universe, but that was his answer. He just liked Star Trek.
Well, that's incredibly open-minded, considering, that's to be admired, but at the same time.
Well, he's an Aquarius.
Right, there you are. But at the same time, basically, here's the problem. As I've articulated before many times as well, I've written entire columns on this, so I'm not talking out of my ass. The problem is that the subject is complicated enough where it requires dedicating pretty much the rest of this episode to explaining my position. But I have explained it before, and I can send you these columns. But basically, in essence, the issue is that, first off, when there's all kinds of factors to bring up here, but one of them is we know that there's no intelligent life out there. The government knows this. They know this because there's no signals. And it's not a question of directed beams or energy or, it's simply, no matter what happens with a living being, just you and I talking right now, with or without microphones, we are sending out signals that travel forever into the universe. And so just by our voices, and technology simply magnifies that, and it magnifies the effect. Now, what happened with our planet Earth, if there were intelligent aliens that were observing our planet, not our planet even, just our solar system, in the general direction of our solar system, they would notice that the moment that radio was invented, they would see this explosion of radio waves. They would see this incredible cacophony of sound in a sphere emerging from the solar system that is now, at this point in history, when it comes to television signals, radar signals, the radio signals, all of these different signals, the sphere which you saw in Contact with Jodie Foster, that sphere is now so large it encompasses all of our neighboring stars. That sphere of our voices carrying out into the universe. And at the very tip of them is my biological sire Adolf Hitler and his speeches at the very vanguard, the very edge. This is how Goebbels convinced the Allies that the aliens had basically received the signals from Adolf Hitler and recognized the Third Reich as the only legitimate government on Earth, and therefore would only conduct negotiations with them. And this caused the Allies to draw back and allow the Nazi leadership to escape. This is one of his great victories in propaganda. So when it comes to this, his cynical exploitation of the Allied belief in aliens, this was something that Hirohito then tried to take advantage of, tried to explain to the Americans that, well, there are no signals. We have no signals. And if there's no signals, that must mean that whatever intelligent life has evolved has destroyed itself. And the only logical way they would have done that would be through biological weapons, which would wipe out entire species, or the only weapon capable of doing that at the time that he was speaking. Certainly, atomic bombs could not do that. The Americans and nobody could churn out enough atomic bombs to kill the entire species. At that point in history, atomic bombs were extraordinarily hard to produce, and by the time the Americans got to industrially produce them, they certainly couldn't produce enough to eliminate life on Earth. That was we're talking about the World War II stage here. So all of this was known to Hirohito, who was a scientist, and he said this is how he was threatening the Americans with his biological inventory. So unless you sue for peace, I can wipe out the majority of the American population. And the Americans had to sue for peace at that point. Now, when it comes to the whole alien trip, then the Americans began to propagandize that there were aliens while they entered into peace negotiations with the Japanese, because the Japanese were enemy aliens. And this way, the peace negotiations, the whole talk-down process was presented by the Americans as basically, well, it's extraterrestrials. You know, it's kind of like what Sammy Romero complains about. It's like Sammy Romero complains quite rationally that with the Western world, the predominantly white Western world, whenever they run across ancient artifacts they simply cannot explain with today's technology, pyramids or the ruins in Peru, all of these various monolithic structures, then basically, rather than crediting the genius of indigenous populations, like the people who created the Moabs on Rapa Nui or Easter Island, they say it was aliens. This way they don't have to credit the local coloreds. So they'll just say, see, it's someone more advanced than us from up in the heavens. I mean, they may as well say angels. It's this kind of mentality that Zechariah Sitchin took advantage of.
Essentially the Pleiadians and Lemurians, that's part of the farce?
No, honey. This is what I said. I don't have any truck for aliens as people miscomprehend them. You're talking about ancient civilizations that were indeed far more advanced than ours. At this point, when you bring up Lemuria, you're talking about civilizations that did destroy themselves through war. But when it comes to something like, let's take.
But then if you're going to talk about Lemuria and you're going to talk about that, then like, what about the Book of Thoth? Is that just all complete BS?
Well, the Book of Thoth would be Madame Blavatsky, and that would involve theosophy.
The Emerald Tablets.
Yeah, there's that as well. Yes, Laura Lee Solomon was into that, and let's just put it this way: I'm not going to dismiss that the way I do aliens. The reason I'm hard on aliens is for multiple reasons. Is because people have taken that into a religious perspective, and they've taken this concept of aliens, and it's an article of faith for people, and this is what's so disturbing about it. It's truly an article of faith. They believe in aliens, and this is the problem with the very question. Say, for instance, there was this idiot, the Italian guy, Barceloni or something. I'd have to. His name ought to be Baloney, really.
Do people believe in Jesus? People believe in God? I mean, like, at what point is that provable?
Honey, that's very different. The reason that that's different is because, first of all, when Christ died, there are multiple records all over the Near East that the sky split open, the earth sundered. There is record of massive devastation on the moment of his death. Something happened that scared everybody half to death the moment that he died. Something so completely unusual, so unnatural, that a religion was born. That is, we have evidence of that, contrary to what people now say. Now, by the way, I have nothing against atheists either.
I was raised Southern Baptist, so obviously I know the Bible itself and I know some of those stories. But as far as what you were saying, I would love
that's not in the Bible. Yeah, that's not in the Bible. This is what makes it provable is the fact that we have external sources to the Bible that speak of that phenomenon. But in the end, that's not really.
But we also have external sources that speak of things such as in ancient Mesopotamia that basically, you can look at some of those drawings and they look like basically spaceships. So what were they then?
Understand, a lot of those drawings are redrawn. They're not drawn the way they look.
So everything's redrawn that you say is redrawn, but do you have fact of that? But then do you also have fact of
but understand, it's not just me. We're talking about the overwhelming majority of archaeologists who spend years studying this subject. It just all of them, except Zachariah Sitkin, will say that all of this Anunnaki shit. I don't see that
nowadays. Like I watch Billy Carson a lot, who is
honey. Any source that you or the average person is going to get is going to be complete bullshit that you find on YouTube. It's going to be all these people who are basing everything they say off Zachariah Sitkin, guaranteed. And any academic will complain about this. You have all of academia says this. They are not given any interviews. No one is allowed to interview them. No one is allowed to interview them. They will beg for interviews, and people will tell them to go fuck yourself. All the people want is the shit. And they feed you what you want.
Why would they? Because I can assure you that Christians themselves, like down here, like forever, like there are maybe more people now that believe
remember this,
in aliens. They didn't want that. No Christians, no Catholics wanted any people to believe in aliens because they need power. Power is the
so understand this. There's several things that we're discussing here that bring us into a garbled topical discussion. And it's necessarily that way. So I'm not complaining here. The point is that I have to point this out so that people understand the difficulty in these subjects. When you bring up the Christianity, when you bring up the aliens, when you bring up all of these different subjects, each one of them requires an encyclopedia to cover what's true and what's not. So what you're doing is when you're bringing them all up at once, then you garble any ability to respond. And it's not a fault of yours. It's not a fault of yours because they're all connected. So absolutely, you're in an area where the Bible Belt is dominant. But to tell you the truth, get that out of your head. Because the reality is there is no Bible Belt. The entire United States is a Bible Belt. You have fanatics for Christianity all over the United States. And you have
and it's getting worse every year.
In all fairness, it's dying. The overwhelming majority of young kids are basically secular. They're more and more secular. So the United States is becoming more and more of basically a faithless.
I believe they're more and more. I believe they're more and more spiritual. I think they're less Marjorie Taylor Greene, and more. Yes, there maybe is a creator, and I believe in love and God and or creator or universe, spirits, things like that. Yes, they're open-minded. That's what I see. Because I have children that age, and some still are in that heavy cultism of the church. But yes, many are lessening that. And like my son was saved twice in the last couple of years. I have pulled away from the church because he goes into these places that around here, like you go to even a camp with the school, and they'll try to save them. And he's been baptized. He's been saved twice. When it comes up, tells me again, he's been done it. And I'm like, that's great. That's wonderful. Then it's
aren't you concerned that he might become homophobic and say you're going to hell?
He knows his mother's gay, He knows I've always raised my children to be completely open. And I tell him all the time, I said, you can go to church if you even want to go to church. That's fine. I'll support you. I'll always support my children in what they want to do. I said, but always know that what you're hearing from a church is that's man-made.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's religion. So it's man-made. It's religion. Yes. Religion is not so anytime a man gets involved, then it can get corrupted, and religion has been corrupted. And I don't care what religion you speak of, it's been corrupted. So if it makes you feel better to go to a church and sing songs, that's great. But at the end of the day, you just need to have your faith in your heart to know where you feel your truth and know your own truth.
Right.
And it has to be your truth.
Yeah. Oh, that's wonderful. I mean, yes, of course. Yeah. Go on.
I want to bring up 2 points, but I also don't want us to monopolize. I'm not saying, Brooke, that you're monopolizing, but, the guys might want to jump in at some point.
Two of them got knocked off or dropped off. Sammy and George got, they both jumped off or something. They both jumped ship. Like, go on, honey.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, there's the...
it's 2 a.m., so that's a good point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's in England, honey. He's like, it's afternoon for George Knight. But go on. Yeah. Go on, Deanna. Yeah.
Allegedly, Valiant Thor is a being that came from Venus, and
yes, just so people understand, Deanna Fraser wrote in the text box here, Valiant Thor, allegedly from Venus. Is that approvable? Or also a narrative given to distract? Well, saying it's a narrative given to distract is giving it too much credit. You've got an individual. Okay, this is. By the way, don't take this the wrong way, Deanna. It's like Deanna doesn't intend this. She's not. But this is like, okay, at this point, when we're discussing what we're discussing these subjects that obviously have enormous cosmic implications. And then she brings up, okay, there's this dude who calls himself Valiant Thor. Okay, that's already like, all right, that's like me saying, I'm Grand Samurai. And say, I mean, like, who comes up with a name like that? Just the idea of presenting themselves by that moniker. And then he says, yeah, by the way, I'm from Venus. Okay, at this point, this is like, it could be a distraction, but it's like, they've already got so much distraction with the History Channel. I mean, they don't need another guy like that. That guy's just on his own. I mean, at that point, the guy's just has his own issues. Whether he's scamming or whether he really believes what he's saying, he's irrelevant. He's like, honestly. So what if he is from Venus? Which, of course, he's not. But if he is from Venus, and it's so crazy to say that, what would he... Anyhow.
And my other point is when people say spirituality, I'm like, well, we have malevolent spirits, so
yes,
what type of spirituality?
Yes, there's a lot of spirituality that is corrupted as well as religion. There's plenty of I hate this. They use this term all the time. Spiritual vampires. They're referring to predatory gurus. So, if you've got these predatory gurus that are just basically exploiting, the followers for sex or money or both or whatever else they're doing, I mean, obviously that's corrupted spirituality. So spirituality, and then there's what they call STDs, spiritually transmitted diseases. I wrote a column on that at one point, and this is where people think I've got the answer or something like that. Now you might accuse me of that, but okay, here's the point. I have to present so she looked it up. She says 7:15 a.m. in the UK, perhaps us, but perhaps has to work. Yeah, basically George Knight has a job. And so I don't know if he's doing much with his job lately. I forgot what exactly the situation is. I think he's working. But sometimes they have days off. It's really weird. They get one day off a week or something like that. They shift it around because they're trying to keep everybody working. And so he's not really that bad off. So he allows other people to work one day a week. So he works, I think, around 4 days a week. So we're never quite sure of when his situation is because I think they shift the day around that he gets off or something. But, that being said, it is what it is. He could have dropped off or something. His technology, his call could have dropped because it is across the Atlantic. And with our man, Sammy Romero, it's still pretty fucking early. I don't know what's going on with him. Probably was, he is manager at his job and he is at work. So it's probably got called in for some emergency or something.
Well, he could have that baby again. You never know.
Yeah. No, he wouldn't have that at work. No, he would. No. He's at work.
He was at work when he was talking to us.
Yeah. He does that.
cool.
He can do that. He can do that because he's on his Bluetooth a lot and he's mobile and he can move around while he talks.
What does he do? Can you tell us what he does?
He's like a manager at the airport in Los Angeles or something.
Oh, okay.
Like I never was interested enough to really pry, but that's my impression. He's because yes, he works with Cathay Pacific. He's a manager at Cathay Pacific, which is the Hong Kong Airlines that the communists took over, and so he works with them. So he's indirectly working for the communists, but don't hold that against him. And that being said, such as it is. Where was I again? We were talking about somebody like Valiant Thor. I mean, at that point, we're entering the level of satire and comedy. I mean, it's like he may be serious or maybe pretending to be serious, but I'm sorry, it's just too ridiculous to even dignify with consideration. It's absurd. It's just absurd. But then again, so much of the rest of this.
Oftentimes I'll bring something up because I use it as intellectual sonar.
Okay.
I'll throw it into the fray to see what type of feedback comes. Because, as I've said on previous shows, I'm highly gullible. I'm highly naive.
Don't deprecate yourself. Go on.
It's not deprecation.
Okay.
It's wanting to be open-minded, but I don't want my mind to fall out.
Right. Yeah.
So I place a topic out there as intellectual sonar to see what type of feedback I get.
Well, I think at the end of the day, the great thing on this channel is that it's seeking knowledge, and it's everyone seeking knowledge, whether they agree with everything another one says or not. At the end of the day, you seek as much knowledge as you can from as many sources as you can, and then you have to decide what you truly believe, and you will know what you truly believe because you should truly feel it.
True. Okay. I've had a few psychic physical attacks of unseen entities, and there was one evening where my daughters were at first night, and I didn't know what first night was until I learned what first night was. The first night of the year. I was like, oh, okay. So they were at their friends. They were at first night with their friends. So I had partaken in a substance, and I felt sleepy from it after partaking in the munchies. Cough. And I was in what was my former bedroom, which was then my father's room. So Mom and Dad were at their place in Islam Mujeres, the island of women, and my daughters were away celebrating first night. I was upstairs because it was warmer and also my previous bedroom. And I had nodded off, and I heard footfalls ascending. Then I heard the footfalls coming towards the room, and then I heard the footfalls enter the room. So I opened my eyelids and I saw no one, and I returned to eyes closed. Then I literally felt the blanket being pulled from me. And I tell you, the fear and the surprise and shock. So I grabbed the blanket, and my voice was compromised as far as being able to speak. But I was told from people who are curious about what I'm curious about that you cannot allow a spirit to take over unless you give tacit or conscious consent. So in my mind, I yelled, "Leave!" And the blanket pulling stopped. And I tell you, it took me about 17 years to fall back asleep. And then another. Yes. So Well, speaking of Samantha, who told me about Biggie fries and all that, I told her the next day. She said, "You partook, didn't you? I told you it compromises and leaves gaps in your aura, so entities see that it's like dummy. We could take over." So I was like, "Yeah." She goes, she shook her head like, "I told you, why don't you take me seriously?" Because she delves deeply into the arts, commonly known as manipulating reality through different ceremonies and whatnot. And in the other instance, which was far earlier than meeting Samantha, was I was taking a nap in the room that was added to the household because, rather than going into why, I was taking a nap. I take naps, and I rose. I jackknifed up because I felt. Oh, excuse me. I felt what seemed like being beaten at the calves. The lower leg limb by whether it was a baseball bat or a tree limb, but I felt beating across my legs below the knee. And I jackknifed up and I didn't see anything. But I believe with my psychic eye, I believe I saw a column of light come down and grab the entity and say, "You cannot do this. She has a purpose," and then transported it away. And I'm like, what was that? And people say, "You imagine." And I'm like, I know the difference between imagination and sensation. So some people believe that because I have some type of discernment, that malevolent entities come along to quiet me. So that being said, any input on either or both of you?
I can't think of anything right now to say to that. I mean, certainly, I'm just glad that you seem to be handling it quite well. I think you've handled it well enough where I don't need to provide any advice. What about you, honey, Brooke?
Not advice, just
The only thing I can say that I wasn't going to speak on this, but since you asked very shortly, there was at one point I was still very much indoctrinated in the church, although I wasn't going, and I hadn't come out yet. I was had gotten into near-death experiences, reading about those. Because I'd had lost a loved one, and then I was watching, a lot of ghost shows, and had gotten into just the supernatural, and would go on. I would love doing urban expeditions, and things like that. But I always thought I was invincible as far as nothing. If there was anything out there evil, it couldn't attack me or attach to me because, I had God on my side, and I was completely invincible, and that was it. And I was here one day. Just watching one of like a ghost show I would watch when I would come home in the morning when my kids were at school, and laying here, and I started to fall asleep, and then I remember waking up and I couldn't move, and some people would say like an incubus or succubus. I could just see a darkness. It was just a darkness, and the room was light, but you could see this dark shadow around the room. But the problem was I couldn't move. I couldn't move, and I couldn't. It wasn't a good thing. It was a bad thing. And I couldn't stop it as far as what I was happening or feeling and seeing it. And you just get, so that was the only time that I've ever experienced something like that. And really realized at that moment that not as strong as maybe I think I am. And I'm not watching this shit anymore because maybe I'm inviting it in.
Yes.
I'm inviting something in that I need to not invite in. And I just stopped all contact with trying to watch those things or get closer to it.
Thank you. I mean, that's exactly the case. Please, everybody, understand you don't want to watch that shit. It's like, it's not interesting. It's not going to help you in life. There's nothing you're really going to learn at all from so much of that crap. It's basically So I'm glad that you shared that. I think both of you, honestly, the supernatural is quite real. I've always emphasized that. And this is something that we have all kinds of evidence for because, well, just take a look at the anecdotal as related by these two lovely ladies just now. Certainly, neither one of them is lying. They're being quite earnest. They're taking a risk against ridicule to stand up and share an experience.
Yeah, I don't think I've never told anyone that story ever, and I've never shared that. And it just was one of those things that I immediately knew you're inviting something in. Just my curiosity, whether it was on the TV, going to read about it. I would even, try to talk and take pictures like, oh, if there's spirits out there, come show yourself to me, those type things, like just trying to be a badass. And it showed me I wasn't as badass as I thought, and I needed to.
There's a lot of Christians from that evangelical background, which I presume you would consider yourself evangelical, right? The background of
my background, yes.
Yeah. So it's a lot of evangelicals have a real fucked up sense of hubris when it comes to, I've got Jesus on my side and I will rebuke you and come at me. I can, take on anybody and shit. And it's,
that's how I felt. Oh, exactly.
They really fuck themselves up. Yeah, they really fuck themselves up. And just don't buy into that and whatever. Humility. You really need a sense of humility, and what that is, that's a sense of true arrogance. It's so that comes with that territory. That there's so much negative to say about evangelicals, but that's definitely one where that's one of the more self-destructive aspects. So, all of that being said, I think both of you were very brave. What about Joe Tai, Real Tech? You guys want to participate a bit? You're both kind of letting the ladies dominate, which I'm fine with, but, he's back from hell itself. There he is. Sammy's back. So,
let me get off of Bluetooth.
Sammy, I thought you left because of me, and he accused me that you left because of me.
I did not.
This girl's going to be a listener.
Hello?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Real Tech said something about what?
Hey, how you doing, Real Tech?
Yeah.
Sammy,
he accused. Yeah, Douglas said you left because of me.
I did not.
Why? Why would I do that?
That's what I told him. I was like, I'm pretty sure you didn't, and he's. Yeah, but I don't know.
I did not. She's just.
He implied it. Okay, you just have to read this.
I did.
Doug always breaks my balls anyway, so it doesn't matter. That's just Doug.
I was breaking mine tonight. Let me tell you.
No, I didn't.
Breaking ovaries, yes.
Ovaries.
Anyways, as far as the supernatural, I kind of do agree with Brooke on this. I never really I've had experiences, but throughout my childhood, I never saw them. I heard them, though. I always heard. 1 second.
Yeah, okay, there we are.
Sorry about the background noise.
No worries. Yeah.
I heard them. I mostly heard these very demonic. I want to say demonic, but they're bad spirits. It's just the best way I can describe it. They weren't very pleasant. Very ugly.
Wow.
But I always felt a bad presence anytime I had a bad dream. It was always that bad presence.
When you say ugly, could you describe them?
How can the best way I can describe them? Best way I can say it's ugly. It's something very, I could say evil, I guess. Maybe it's just something in a sense of
unsettling.
Unsettling. It's very ugly. Is what I'm saying. It's something
dark. It's dark.
Dark. Yes. It's not like seeing a lion that's ferocious and because I can still see it as an animal. I'm scared, but it's a different type of fear. In this case, this was something that really was something like a bad presence. It's a bad presence. And
that's how I saw mine. Almost like it was. You couldn't put a face to it, but you could see it, and it was just
right. And and my background, my dad was a pastor. My father always taught me to understand what you're fighting against, in a sense, a spiritual battle. And I centered myself and I prayed, and I also understanding what I'm feeling and what is this bad presence helped a lot, and which really helped me as in my adolescence. I remember seeing The Exorcist, when I was like maybe 10 years old.
Oh, you're kidding.
And
how did that happen? That shouldn't even be allowed to happen.
My sister was doing a research project for her on supernatural for college. It had to do some psychological crap. I don't remember, but I remember starting it off boring because it starts off in Iraq and everything. But it is what it is. And that film progressed. It started getting very sadistic, very.
How did you even fall asleep that night as a child?
I didn't. That's the crazy part about it, because I thought, well, what is this child? What is this? Why are we looking at a desert and why are we looking at the statues? Like, what is this? But the thing about that film was, what makes it so scary is the fact that it looks real, because the special effects they use don't look like special effects.
No.
Reagan really looks possessed.
Yes.
And as older as I got, and you start looking at the background of the film, how many people died making that film, it really confirms to me, yes, some shit happened there.
Yes.
But nevertheless, my father also, when I was young, I used to go to my father and we used to pray. We used to pray together, and it would go away because my dad used to instill that confidence in me that it's not necessarily arrogance. It was mostly you need to cry out to the Lord in the sense of, him being your redeemer, him protecting you. And I remember when.
Well, that's faith. I believe that's faith in love and in God. Yeah,
right.
When you're seeking good and love, then it can come in and help you. But what I was saying, when I was seeking, I didn't think I was seeking something bad. I was just interested in that stuff. So there was nothing to save me at that moment.
Yes. So no, and I can understand your point. The thing with my background was, for example, I remember watching another film, Lord of the Rings, and when they came to the trolls that they were breeding and they looked ugly and demonic, my dad got really offended in the sense of, why are you watching that?
Mm-hmm.
These are those, whatever the hell they're showing on that film, it's not good because of how scary they look. They look frightening, And my dad was kind of against that because he was very much that narrative is you don't want to invite things to your home.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. You're inviting it in. You're inviting it into your mind.
Right.
And so it's basically an open invitation. Right.
So to a certain extent, my father was right. Even the grimoires that Gandalf and Sauron were saying, and, just the way the film is projected with all these, all this language, which was, obviously this is a film, but in a sense, you never know. But as far as supernatural, yes, I'm aware. It is it's there, but at the same time, I think what's helped me a lot through my life is how my parents were, in the sense of they were very humble in how they served the Lord, and it really is because that's all they knew, in the sense of what faith in the Lord helped my father get through his alcoholism and turn his life around and create a actual bond with his faith, actually put it into practice, which is great. That's actually one of the things that I actually bond with Doug with. He talks about, his father that raised him. He overcame alcohol, and that's one of the things that I always admire about Doug that he talks about. These small little victories that he saw in his childhood amongst the atrocities that the experience. But back to myself, the only time that I really felt, as far as physically, is I heard them. That's just the best way I can describe it. I can't describe what I hear. It's just what I hear. It's almost, I know what it is. I remember even certain ambient noise. If, for example, sometimes when I go to sleep and I know I'm hearing something in a sense of, I think it's like a bad presence. Unfortunately, sometimes, hearing Doug, and it always depends on what, I'm sure your dreams your dreams can be affected on what you know or what you're around. I'm sure, right?
And what you're thinking, years of the day.
Yes. Sometimes, and this is how this goes into Doug's world. This is a lot of the time, this is what I dreamed about when it came to Dr. Michael Aquino, in a sense of being visited by him. And not necessarily it's Doug's fault. It's just, when you're around, when you hear Doug's information and what he relates to, and that name comes up, it's just part of his story, and it's part of what Doug brings in a sense of stuff playing out. So,
like when I hear now, I think, what I thought immediately when you said that, I should have to say, like hearing that name, it was almost taking me back to exactly when I said I don't want to push into any more of that, because like if I was to be like, let me know more about Kino, let me understand more. Like I've listened to Doug's stories, some of them not as obviously as much as but just to know what I've heard, like to want to research him more, which to the old self me would have been like, let me know more, because I want to know more on everything. That's not somebody I need to know more about, because I would be inviting that in. I feel like, anyway, I just thought that when you said it, I just immediately felt that like presence of, let's not go there. Let me not, as far as myself, like, let me not try to go look and find out more about it.
I'm going to tell you one thing, okay? And I want to say this while Doug's listening.
Yeah.
Through Doug, I already felt like I know the man. Yeah. And I'm glad I know him through Doug, because Doug is a filter, in my opinion.
Thank you.
In the sense that what Doug experienced in his life is horrific. There's some stuff I know Doug can never talk about. When Doug started getting into what Dr. Michael Aquino taught him, to a certain extent, Doug's not going to say everything for a reason. Yes. And, this is a reason why, this man is borderline homeless, at least in the precipice of being homeless. And he really pretty much is dependent on listeners. Yes. Because he's the real deal. And it makes a lot of sense, in the sense that what collateral that he has to protect himself is really his working around Dr. Michael Aquino, in a sense of him being their parent, him being could be called his apprentice. But to segue it back to me, I've always had my faith and my belief in my upbringing, and to a certain extent, Brooke, that's one of the reasons. That's one of the things probably in the future, if I come on when you're on, is your battle through your sexual identity, in the sense of you discovering your lesbianism, and obviously I'm sure that's a whole entire story in itself, which obviously I'm not going to tell you to say it here. It's just, there's a time and place for everything. But we all have these journeys and these battles we go through. But me being from a Christian background in the evangelical side, apostolic technically, the whole supernatural thing, as far as that's always been prevalent, at least in my story, where I know it's there, and knowing what it is great, because you know what, in other words, you know what's out there. You don't have that arrogant spirit to say, well, you're inviting the gates of hell against you. That's probably not the most, that's probably not the most smartest thing to do, because, it's just not smart.
Well, yeah, but I would say, as far as I just want to be clear when I say that, like, as far as inviting it in, when I said that, like, because I was raised, obviously my mother and my father are both, my mother's super still very Christian, as far as every day praying to Jesus and lighting their candles and praying for everything.
Right.
My dad has always been saved. He was raised with an alcoholic father, a bad alcoholic father. So he was able to overcome that and all the things that endured. But he has more of a scientific, that's why I say he's Aquarius. He's more scientific as far as I believe. As he's gotten older with my mom, he's definitely gotten a lot more. I believe in birth charts. I do birth charts, and it's weird. My dad's one of the strongest people. We would always both kid. My mom couldn't stand it. If I got a headache or my dad got a headache, I got it we both did it naturally. And I would say, "Oh, I've got a brain tumor, I'm dying," and my dad would do the same thing. "You dying?" Well, and my mom couldn't stand it, and so I knew why I was doing it, and then I was able to kind of overcome that. But I was looking at my dad's birth chart the other day. He was supposed to have surgery last Thursday on his shoulder, and he was wanting surgery so bad. My mom had begged him not to have it because she was just worried him having surgery at 70, but he's hurting so bad. But my dad is not afraid of anything, like I thought. And he's just all week, like just completely beside himself. And he ended up canceling the surgery, but I read on his birth chart that he's one of his biggest fears, this person's biggest fear, because you have to have your time of birth and all that to get it exactly correct, is death. And more so, like my mom would cry about people dying, and I could cry about people dying. But that is exactly why I would say when I would say I had a brain tumor, it was because I had heard of someone dying of a brain tumor when I was younger, and so that was my immediate fear. And so my way to displace that was joking, and that's what my father's always done. Now I realize that he definitely has a super fear of death. But to go back to the original comment is that I was raised completely religious, as far as I knew, not just religious, I had faith in God and I had faith in Jesus, and I wasn't inviting anything evil in. I didn't think I was being arrogant because I wasn't saying like, come on. I mean, I guess at some point I kind of was, like, I did think, like, I haven't seen anything, you can't get me, like, I've got Jesus, like that type thing. But I wasn't saying, come on, I want demons in my house or anything like that. But I think what I think it is just like you said, we all have certain gifts. So like where you may hear things, someone else may see things, someone else may feel things. You just have more of a certain gift of whether it's hearing or seeing or whatever on either side, good or bad. But I believe that basically if you're in a position of already a weakened state, and then so like let's say we talk about a movie can't bring in a demon. I don't believe that. But what a movie can't or an evil spirit. But what I think it can do is if you are continually doing things like that, whether it's movies or whatever, and then you're in a weakened state in your life where you are maybe weakened because of pain in your life or in anything else, then you are susceptible. And then that's when you have invited them because you've said, hey, let me see this. And I mean, I don't know, I guess Doug could attest to this more and you guys could, but that's the way I see it, or at least that's where I felt that it was able to get into me. And that's why I immediately shut it down and was like, I'm not strong enough, obviously, to fight everything. And yeah, I can pray to God and get things away from me, but I don't want to be in that position where I'm so fearful, like she was saying with like that I'm praying, get this out of this room. I can't move. Like I whatever I've done to invite this in, I want it out.
Right.
And I'm never.
Well, that's one of the interesting things that I picked up on, in the sense of, because the one thing that I always do appreciate about Doug, as far as what he relays, is the practicality of things and putting things in a context as far as the listener. Because even, for example, all this astrology stuff that you guys talk about, which is interesting. I'm not saying there's not validity in it, but because I was very sheltered, and something like astrology to me, prior to understanding that, there's many there's a lot of knowledge that is privy to everybody else that you may not know, and that's okay. It's not a bad thing.
So I
But
had a lot of it. I started believing more and more in it when I started studying it. But
right,
because of the Book of Enoch, which I do believe is, if you believe anything about it, I do believe the Book of Enoch. I don't know how Doug feels on that.
right,
Would be and it basically talks
right,
about astrology. So
yeah. But what I was trying to get to is when Doug talked about the Chochoa, and I'm sure he'll talk about it more in the future, and he talked about their attacks as far as in the dream world. That was very interesting because um, Doug went in another level as far as putting another element, not just the occult in the sense of spirits. You're putting something that made a lot of sense to me because I had neighbors that were of the South Asian descent, where I believe they're either Hmong or Vietnamese, and they had their altars in their apartment complex, and my twin actually experienced something similar when it came to the Chochoa, as far as, or something to that effect. I'm sure my twin would probably explain it better, but when Doug talks about subjects like this, it opens up to me as far as the world in a sense of different cultures and the knowledge that not everything is spirits. And I'm not saying that to a sense of to discredit that, no, but there's more to the world than just the devil and God. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that. And
right.
like I said,
Well, I mean, I think, but they're spirits in the sense that I don't mean spirits as far as just what the Bible says, but what I mean is you don't believe that there are things that we can't see that can affect us, that are not necessary, that they're energy, and that can be very bad energy, and wherever it's coming from, or it can be great energy.
Right.
But that's what I would call it.
Well, yeah, and that's the point to that. But as far as myself, what I really appreciated about Doug was it explained a lot of it explains stuff as far as that side when it came to Chochoa, very practical in how things started coming out as far as grays and people experiencing abductions by quote unquote aliens, where it really came down to the Chochoa, which were a totally different
I'm not familiar with that term. Is there another term for Chochoa?
This is something you're gonna have to look into with Doug as far as his transmissions. I think Doug will probably help you with that.
I was just asking Doug because I know there's another term that I've heard.
Go ahead, Doug. I can.
I was just gonna ask you if there was another term. That was it. That was all.
There really isn't, because that's like saying, is there another term for Chinese or Japanese? I mean, sure there is, but it's not really. You're not gonna find them any easier under an alternative name. So with the
I know that I believe Chinese, though, they have what they call it was in even one of those movies, not a couple of years ago. The evil spirits they believe that come through. What are those called then?
Okay, well, there's all kinds of names for different kind of gui or evil spirits in China, so there's no point in really taking it from that angle. Rather, the best way to find anything that might be reasonably academic or actual, and believe me, you're likely not going to find anything. George Knight brings up, of course, Da Cho, which is the great god of death himself, essentially, which is the Hmong tribesmen refer to the Dacho also as giants of the underworld, but the language Cho is a officially recognized language, so you'll find like the barest kinds of hint of it online in a factual sense, primarily with a language. most of the other stuff you're going to find is just grotesque bullshit that is just spread on the internet because you've got people who are trying to quote unquote game this, and they put these things into like role-playing games and stuff. It's just kind of like another beast or enemy, a kind of nemesis, not nemesis. They would never promote the show to that level, but they're kind of like another haunting character for your, something you kill, just something you kill in role-playing games or something. So our friend George Knight brings up the Dr. Cheryl Adler, of course, who helped the Hmong survive the siege of the Cho here in the United States. So basically all of this has to do with mass waves of immigration. I was going to say that one of the ways you could reference the Cho, if you're just trying to talk about them to other people, would be to say that they're a subspeciated Asian minority group. And, so basically our friend George Knight will bring in some other examples, George, of what you remember about this. Thank you.
Hello, Douglas. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm out in the field, so I'm just relying on the on the connectivity of my 5G. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, it's interesting. Yeah, I had to cut off and then I'm back on now. So yeah, I'm at work now, Douglas. So yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, and he mentioned Sherry Adler. That's a good reference. A good she's a very accredited basically investigator. She was a journalist investigating this phenomena of the Hmong tribesmen, the migration over from the Vietnam era conflict. So she noted that there's this phenomena known as sudden unexpected death syndrome. That was
sudden unexpected nocturnal death.
Nocturnal death. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, thank you for correcting me. Yes, it's SUNS.
SUNS. Yeah, SUNS.
Unexpected nocturnal death syndrome. Yeah, thank you, Douglas.
Yeah. So if you were to look up a sudden unexpected nocturnal death syndrome, you would find out more via that than looking up the Chochoa themselves. So go on.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And that's how I found out more about it, just by looking up. Just look up SUNS. Yeah, you'll find everything you need. And then reference Sherry Adler as well. Shelley, I believe it's spelled Shell. I believe it's EY. Shelley, I have to look it up.
Cheryl.
Adler.
SHERYL. Yeah, Cheryl.
Thank you. And Adler is spelled ADLER. Adler. That's her surname. So yeah, she's everything you need to find out about her. You can look up her, and I've got the PDF files. I can always send them over to you from her journals, from her investigations.
So Brooke, do you want those? Do you want those PDF files? You can send them. Oh yes, and keep talking, and then Diane.
Yeah, that would be great. I would love anything that you have. Would be awesome.
Okay.
Great. The passive one wants to take it, stay on topic, but take it in a different direction. And Sammy did bring up altar, and I wrote in the chat, oh, that's exactly what I wanted to bring up. Is that I was listening for a spell, to Dr. Mitchell Gibson, who was the head of the medical department in psychiatry in the hospital, and he said he would see entities in the patients who claimed to have psychological disturbances. So I began listening to his show, and he said that part of the trouble of the world is that not enough people honor their ancestors via the altar.
Yes.
And through the series that he went in that direction, I began an ancestor altar, and he said, you give offerings if Uncle Joe smoked cigars, you place a cigar. If Auntie M loved Werther's candies, you open up a couple pieces of Werther's candy, etc., etc. And he said that from his perspective, he said meat, flesh was the best offering because it's the most dense. So I began the altar offering, not with the meat, but just candies and whatnot. And my dad said the next day, I had a dream that my brother was dancing and playing soccer. Now he had a below the knee amputation because of the necrosis due to um, diabetes. So, he wouldn't be able to dance, but he had passed away from complications of, or maybe just his soul or spirit just saying, "I give up. I don't want to live like this anymore. I want to cross." So I didn't tell mom and dad that I had created an altar because, oh, that's just sacrilegious, that route again. And so when Dr. Mitchell Gibson suggested the meet, at that time, I was attempting to go vegan vegetarian. So at the altar, I had photographs of relatives, and it was said that you write down people in your family, living or past, all of that. So I said, forgive me for not offering any meat. I keep forgetting to purchase it and to put it on the altar. Plus, I didn't want to forget that it was there and have flies come along a couple of days later. So I went to take my walk, and there's streets that connect and create, it's not a true block, but I called it a block because it created a circuit. So I was 2 houses from completing the circuit. And I thought, the fact that Rod Serling's didn't show up and say that I was in the Twilight Zone. So 2 houses there were, not on the street and not on the yard, but right in front of me, 2 unopened packages of sausage. One was spicy and one was not spicy. So I bent over and picked them up, and I said, well, I guess I said, well, the ancestors are getting their meat. So during the call-in show, I told Dr. Gibson, and he said, well, when the spirit wants, it'll manifest. And I looked around and I felt like pinching myself, but I mean, what is the likelihood that even 1 package, let alone 2, of unopened sausage just appear before me? I mean, I didn't see it manifest, but there it was. I was like, this is really strange. So that's the direction I wanted to take it in, about altars.
That's amazing.
So I'm good with that. And anyone else?
No, that's wonderful. So Real Tech Geek was saying this is good, and Joe Tai, certainly you must want to speak about your ancestors. He's so eager to respond. So go on, Brooke, honey. Does any of that bring anything to mind with you? Okay. Did she disappear? Let me see now. She seems to still be with us. She's on mute. Jatai's on mute. How about you, George? Across the Atlantic. Okay.
His icon is gone.
It's still in front of me.
Well, it looks like his icon dropped away.
I mean, that's entirely believable. He's working after all. So, in fact, him and Sam are both working. So, Real Tech and Joe, as far as I can tell, is not. So, he was saying something about fantastic bedtime stories. YouTube channel video that comes to mind. Okay, that's nice. All right. So.
Well, as far as movies go, I saw on Facebook looking for people for an upcoming movie. Let's see. Okay, open the other window. I probably shut it down, but there was a call for casting call for quote unquote banished. And I looked at it, and as tempted as I was, my spidey senses said don't, because you could potentially invite takeover.
Yes. Yeah.
So I mean, I know I could play a part of a malevolent being, but I was like, no, not a good idea. Because even on that vein, I had borrowed some Robert Monroe Gateway tapes.
Yes.
And actually, what the source doesn't matter. But I tell you, Doug, and listeners, I advise anyone and everyone to never, ever put on a headset and listen to the Gateway experience. Because I tell you, afterwards, I had an urge that was unholy.
Wow.
And I forced myself to stay put and force that notion out, because otherwise I would have been on death row.
Wow.
And it is said that there is a subliminal recording of a ceremony, verbal or whatnot ceremony, of malevolence. So I perceived it because even though it's not audible, consciously, your body picks it up. So I state the Gateway affirmation, like I am more than my physical body. Therefore, I seek to know, to experience, to comprehend that which is greater than the physical world, and I want protection therein. But I sincerely, wholeheartedly advise no one to ever entertain it, to put on the headset and listen to it. Hemi-sync is one thing, where the binaural beats create synchronization between the lobes, but to actually listen to the guided meditation, do not, never. Don't even entertain it. Say, nope. We heard someone who had an actual experience that had to dismiss that notion from her, because otherwise she would have been on death row. Justifiably so, had I entertained those thoughts. Really creepy.
Wow. I mean, just so that's incredible. Thank you for sharing that. Now, certainly, Real Tech, let's bring you in for a minute here. Respond to that. Bring us something that comes to your mind. Okay. Brooke.
Doug, are you going to start your thing for tonight? Because I've got to go soon. Anyway, I'd like to hear.
So tell us about, I was curious about. You said it earlier, everything that went down, how you were on half an Adderall or Ativan. What? I'm sorry. What
I'm here, Douglas.
Yeah. Thank you. No. I get that, and I appreciate that. But
hello everybody, and welcome to our channel from zero to success.
Brooke,
I'm Jeremy, and this is
what's that?
What is that?
Oh well, I closed the tab which opened up a YouTube that I tab. You know, when you close a tab.
Yeah.
And
okay. Yeah, it's fine now. We just couldn't hear anything. It's fine.
Yeah.
Now.
No, I closed it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine.
So, Brooke, so wind up for the evening if you need to go. Tell us about your normal sleep schedule, because I'm curious about that. Because you mentioned earlier that you had gone out with some friends, taken the pill, and were stimulated.
I didn't go out. I was actually at home. I don't go out very often, but okay. I told you I had friends that were on their way back from the Elton John farewell tour. In Charlotte, North Carolina, so it was about a 2-hour drive, and they had a big fight because they're going through a divorce, and so it wasn't good. I was getting calls from and through it, so I was having to stay up until they got back just to be sure they were both okay, but my friend was okay. So
you had to deal with 2 people arguing at once. That's not easy.
Yeah, I ended up somehow in the middle. I made the mistake of it was my best friend, and he asked if he could call me one day a couple months ago, and they were in the middle of this where they were starting to split up or talk about it, and he wanted to talk to me because apparently, I don't know, he doesn't have a lot of friends, and I made a mistake saying, yes, you can call me, and I I did let him call me, and I was actually very kind. Like, I mean, like, I care about him too. So I said, hey, like, this is what you need to do. You've got to quit this. Like, you've got to stop, like, you're whining, you're crying, you're all, everything. Please stop doing this if you want it to work, because you're making it worse. And never, but you just don't ever get what I learned. Long story short, don't get in the middle of anybody's stuff, because then you have two people that you're supposedly supposed to be loyal to, both calling you saying, what did the other one say? And don't tell the other one you talked to.
Yeah, and someone's going to blame you.
Yeah, and I didn't get blamed much of it, but by the very end, like, this actually had it off the other day after they had gotten back, actually Monday, I guess. I told him, as he said, he had messaged me, and he already wasn't supposed to. We'd already both told him, like, you need to find your own friend, like, quit messaging me, quit calling me. And he called me to ask, hey, can I send this? What does this message sound like? I'm gonna send this email or text. And I said this. I was nice enough to answer, and I said, you know what? It sounds great because you're communicating to her. So that's what you need to do. Do I think everything in what you're saying in your text is right or wrong? No, it doesn't matter. It's how you feel, and you need to communicate to her, not me. And that is where it has to end. Like, this has got to stop. But yeah, it was, don't ever. And it was so funny. I drove through, I was in tears after having to deal with both of them the other night. And I drove through Schlotsky's, and I was trying to pay with Apple Pay. And the guy's like, we don't take Apple Pay. And I'm like, I don't have my card. Just with Apple Pay. And he's like, well, do you know the number? And I'm like, no. It's like, it's just Apple Pay. And I just left my friends. They're divorcing, and I got in the middle of it. And this man, he's like freaking 40. He looks at me and goes, no, you don't do that. Don't ever do that. And I was like, I know now. He's like, you don't ever get in the middle of anybody. Don't do it. And it was like, I know. He said, take this food. It was my son's food. It was like, $15 worth of food. He's like, take it. Here, go. And don't ever do that again. And I was like, I know. But anyway, my sleep schedule basically is, I don't sleep very well. I have, because Ford is my dog, my oldest dog, is so old. I, number one, get up with him every couple of hours because he gets up. So I don't ever get a full night's sleep. Number two, I do have, I have scoliosis in my back and some other back problems. So I basically sleep more I can sleep in my bed, but when I sleep in my bed right now, it just hurts more. So a lot of times, most of the time, especially, I just will sleep in a chase. Like, I have a chase that reclines back so that I can at least be halfway sitting up, which just makes my back not hurt quite as bad. So I will be downstairs a lot, and I will wake up every few hours. So it's kind of a hit or miss, like, sleep schedule. Like, I can fall asleep sometimes at 9 or 10, wake up at 1 with the dog, or 12. I mean, it's not the greatest, healthiest thing, I'm sure, but, it is what it is right now. Between the dog and my back, I need a firmer mattress apparently, but, I'm not at the point of buying one right now with everything else going on. So that the dog can't even get this up. So yeah, I put my life around the dog pretty much.
So what is your normal?
So that's my sleep schedule.
Yeah. So it's around the dog. It's basically based around the dog, is what you're saying.
Yes, pretty much it is.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you for sharing that, and you're welcome to go to sleep anytime you want. And thank you for checking in with us.
I will let y'all go. I want to hear what you have to say, but I will go ahead and drop off now, and I guess just listen to the rest of what I want to hear what you have to say.
You mean about anything in particular, like what we were speaking of earlier, aliens and ghosts?
Well, no, I know you do your own little diatribe every night, don't you?
Yeah, of course, yes.
That's what I meant. I didn't know what time you start that. Do you have a certain time you always start that?
When I can.
When we all shut up?
Yeah, yes. That's when I'm ready to. Yeah, when I'm ready to go.
She's as subtle as a sledgehammer.
Yes.
Well, that's what I was asking. I was like, well, I might can stay on for a little bit and fall asleep listening to you if you're going to start. But I mean, I know I could totally fall asleep listening to. Don't get me wrong, I love him, but
yeah, Pete the Moon Man.
Yes, the moon man can put you to sleep sometimes. I don't know. That's what I was saying in the Q&A, just because obviously I don't know as much. I haven't listened to him as much either, and Sometimes he goes in circles, kind of like me, but much slower, which is great.
Doug, do you need to take a break, perhaps?
You mean me?
Real Tech Geek and I can hold.
Sure. I mean, both of you do that while I just continue going into the zone. So, honey, I'm speaking to, Brooke. Brooke, so say goodnight to all the listeners and get ready to turn in, okay?
Yes. All right. I thank you all for listening to me and tolerating and putting up with me, especially you, Douglas. Thank you for allowing me on here and putting up with me even when I'm arguing with you and still trying to figure out everything that you know. So,
no worries. We've got forever to speak about it in the future, as just keep coming back here till you get tired of it, and I'll continue to express myself. So that being said, we love you dearly. Have a blessed night.
All right, everybody have a good night. Thank you so much. I love you all.
Yes.
Likewise.
You too.
And thank you for championing the dogs.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Yes, if any of us get to be millionaires on here, can donate some to me for starting my own animal rescue, because I'm so sick of seeing so many be put to sleep. So, I'll donate to you guys, but that's my goal, is to open an animal sanctuary. So I made the mistake of getting back on Facebook, as you all know. I told you I got back on there, and that was why I got off.
Was that a mistake? I mean, you don't need to look at anything but my timeline if everything else is going to upset you. I mean, mostly it's what I noticed that would upset me if I were you would be people who are like trying to advocate for animals. And so then they put up these posts about animal cruelty that show all these mutilated and injured animals.
Well, yes. And that used to upset me. Right now I'm off those. I'm just getting posts on like the local, and you weren't the reason I just got back on right before you, because of actually the girl that I said was going through the divorce. But she had harped on me about it because of her kids. But yeah. I'm getting now seeing what I did back in 2012 when I started rescuing, local shelter where these dogs all have, 12 hours or they're being put to sleep, that type thing, which just breaks my heart. So I'm trying to, minimize that, looking at that, because I just can't handle it right now.
Yes.
You can't do anything about it. Like, I can't do anything about it. I can only take in so many dogs personally.
Yeah, of course. So,
yeah, especially if you see a homeless person in the street with a dog, I always get food for the dog and get money. It's because the dog
awesome.
is suffering.
I love you. I love that. Yes, because the dog is, and the dog loves the person that's homeless just as much as the dog doesn't know that they're any different than somebody with a $1 million house.
Of course.
But needs to eat, so that's awesome.
Okay.
I love you for that. Like.
Yeah, and our lady Diana, I think, left us a message. I'm gonna have to find it, and then said something about she was gonna take a real quick break so that I could later take a break or something like that, I think is what she said. So Diana, there we are. I am going to take real quick release prior to giving you 3D a chance to refresh. There we are. Okay. AFK BRB. BRB is be right back. What's AFK?
I have no idea. And if I would always put F for fuck, because that's just
yes,
my
that's the first thing that comes to my mind. Yeah, ass fucking cunt, with a K. Yeah, AFK.
Exactly.
Yeah.
At least we think
something like that. That's the first thing that came to my mind. Yeah, so it's
that's
so
why I was like, what is she meaning? I don't get it.
Yeah. So we're on the same wavelength there, honey.
Yeah.
At any rate, okay, so honey, right now Real Tech and me will handle this. You can go to bed.
Okay,
and,
yes, y'all have a great night. Thank you so much. I love you all, and thank you for all being kind to me and teaching me, and even letting me argue with you a little, which I always will.
Oh yes. I mean, honey, yeah. I mean, yeah. By all means, you're welcome.
No, don't say it like that. Just be real about it.
I'm making my way back to the computer.
Okay.
And why was everybody laughing at me?
No,
we weren't laughing at you.
No, we're not. No.
All right, guys, I'm going.
Okay.
Y'all have a good night.
Likewise.
Blessed be
Take
thy
care, babes.
slumber and
Bye.
sweet be thy dreams. Okay, so honey, you're back. And I'm not going to go refresh myself just yet, so give me a few more minutes here. In the meantime, but Realtek and Deanna both start participating a bit more, talk a bit more before I refresh myself. You know, I want to see if there's something the two of you will latch on to. I mean, you had a chance to kind of review that PDF that was sent by our friend George. So tell us what your impression was, Realtek.
You're talking about the Chacola?
Yes.
I don't. I mean, I looked on YouTube to see if there was still this episode you had. With I forget what this guy was. I don't think he even has a YouTube channel anymore. I don't know. It was the white guy with the kind of heavy set with a goatee, and I think
James
this
Arthur
episode
Yanchek.
was. Yeah, that's the
Feet
one.
to
Yeah.
the fire.
James.
James Arthur Yanchek. Feet to the fire. Oh hell!
Okay.
Is that guy still got a YouTube channel? Are you telling me it might be
I don't
gone?
know.
Holy shit!
I don't know. Feet from the fire. I'll look it
Feet
up.
to the
I
fire.
know.
Feet to the fire. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you don't
Feet
need
to
to
the
look that
fire.
up. I mean, you know, fuck it. But yeah, it would be interesting if he was still around.
I don't see it. No.
Yeah, he would spell it like feet and then the numeric 2 and then fire. Try that. I mean, not that I'm really,
Okay.
not that I really fucking care. It was just more like I asked that just out of, you know, just out of malevolence.
No.
And anything. Really.
I don't see it.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well, there you go. I mean, so he's gone. Well, like, you know, I'm always the last man standing. So I said,
Yeah.
for all these fuckers, yeah. He sold out anyway. He was, you know, just a goober.
Leaf Project. He's still there. He still has a YouTube
Oh
channel.
God, that poor son of a bitch, that wretch. Yeah. So.
Just hit 400K. Wow.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Of course. Well, you know why? I mean, the guy, he used to be a salesman, and so he has that going for him. So he knows how to market. And not only that, he does it all day. He sits sweating in his garage all day, just talking to weirdos and goobers and you know, people who he has total contempt for. So all he does is produce supermassive amounts of content. But you know, I had to be involved with him when he was involved in his stupid experiment to try and monetize himself, and that didn't work worth a shit. Nobody wanted to pay for what he had to say, which was nothing other than interviewing a bunch of weirdos. So,
Yes.
you know, there you go. He could, you know, including Penny Bradley at one point, who he thought was a total fraud, quite rightly, and you know, and then she, you know, hated him in turn. Of course, I have no affection for him, so when she came on and bitched about him, I said, yeah, you can bitch about him here. But, you know, anyhow, he was the guy who was doing that Zoom shit that wasn't worth the shit and just wasted all my time with that. You know, fuck all these people. You know, so much of my content's lost because all these fuckers are just creeps. And they just can't record anything. It's
Jeff
always-
Rentz.
Huh?
Were you on Jeff Rentz show also?
Yeah, once, yeah. And then he was so offended because I wouldn't work for him and pay him $20 a month or some shit like that, some crazy shit. I said, no, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, you know, by the way, it's just, again, for people who don't know this, all of those radio stations you hear, whether that was Gurn, whether that was the one Alex Jones was on, which for years was that, what was that station? The
GCN?
Yeah, GCN, Global Communications Network, I believe it was, and or Mike Ringley's Revolution Radio. All of those platforms, and Jeff Rantz or anybody, including what you hear, except for very, very few people. One was Alex Jones, or
Jimmy Church.
No, Jimmy Church is just a different story completely. I mean, his situation is like a totally different animal. But when it comes to Alex Jones and a few others were paid, but everyone else actually pays to be on the station. Just so people understand this, I never did. And I told Mike Ringley to go fuck himself when he tried to make me pay. And I said, no, it doesn't work like that. I'm not going to fucking pay you to be on the goddamn Revolution Radio. I'm bringing in, the money for you, so you should take that as payment enough. Because I had to, advertise for him and tell everybody all the bullshit he said that, it cost us thousands and thousands of dollars to keep the station going and all that shit. It's all crap. He was just a human piece of shit lying through his ass. Oh, God, I didn't even want to think about these people. So, yeah, just so everybody knows. All right, so go on with other things that come to your mind. For Deanna and yourself, come on. Both of you. Come on, kids.
Already, so grab yourself a cup of scone and eat some tea. And I'm just being silly, which I love to do. And I've learned that being silly is beneficial because by taking things too seriously, the brain's like, oh my gosh, no, I don't want to do that. There was an instance where myself and a coworker were stocking the shelves at Fountain of Vitality, a natural food store, and one of the products I was restocking on the shelf was stoned wheat, and I said, "Hey, look, Andy, it's a stoned wheat crackers, haha." So when a patron was looking specifically for that product, I knew exactly where it was. I didn't have to look for it. I just went directly and reached, and here you go. And one of my daughters had constantly won the riddles in music class in 6th grade. And the teacher asked her, "Do you have someone silly at home?" And she said, "Yeah, my mom." She said, "Well, it worked to your benefit because you were able to connect the dots on tangents where many people fail to." And she relayed this story to me. And speaking of that, I'm going to take it on the tangent. I was really proud that Heather found a George Federal Reserve note, because there's no such thing as money, but it's called money. So she found a George on the floor of the supermarket, and she wanted to take it to the courtesy counter as lost and found. So she was no more than 4 years old, tops, at least to the best of my recollection. So there's that common 30-day policy that if no one claims it, the finder can accept it as theirs.
Uh-huh.
So the time period had lapsed, and we went to see about it. Excuse me, a gravelly voice from air-conditioned drying. The person at the courtesy counter opened the drawer and said, "Oh, not only is the dollar available for Heather, the manager was so charmed by it, he matched her dollar with $1. So Heather was rewarded for my guidance about being honest. Being too honest can work to your detriment.
Yes.
But being somewhat honest, or for the most part honest, pays. And it was really delightful that she did that. And go ahead, George. I mean,
real tech.
Tech geek. Because I thought you were taking a break.
Not yet. I said it'd give me a little longer. I'm just trying to get my shit together.
Sorry, it's kind of one ear out the other.
Yeah. Well, in terms of what she was saying, she related the story of her daughter, which was quite touching. And it's touching to me and also poignant. It's poignant is the word I would use, because, of course, my dad was an honest man. Or rather, the man who raised and guided me was an honest man. Far too honest for his own good. And it was always to his detriment. So I certainly learned something from my father in the negative sense in that regard. Was I learned that, good guys finish last. Let's just put it that way. So
yeah, that's very true.
Yeah. And I don't want to be like that. I mean, people I despise are like that, like George Bush Sr. or something. Had that good guys finish last attitude. But at the same time, they got to say my dad certainly proved it, and so there you go. It was like being honest is not really to one's benefit. It's like there you go. But I mean, honest in the sense that Our Lady's daughter was, Deanna Fraser's daughter was. It's one of these things. But I mean, it paid off for her that time. So that's good. That's good. So take it from there. What were your experiences with honesty? Real tech.
Yeah, well, dealing especially with Chinese women, they have very pragmatic, brutally honest mentalities.
Yes.
And
yes, all Asian women do.
and
In fact, all women do. Period. Go on.
and learning.
My silence is agreement.
Yes, yeah, of course.
Yeah, and learning from that, just sometimes you have nothing nice to say. In my opinion, it's just better not to just keep your mouth quiet and be humble. I've learned the hard way.
You do realize, of course, that this being a talking forum, we can't afford that. So you've got to say something.
Well, of course.
But
yes.
What I guess your point in this case was saying that when you're in the company of these women, you learn that you shouldn't say anything because you're just gonna basically get in trouble, right?
No.
Okay.
But
no.
It just depends because women have memories like elephants.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately.
Oh yeah. That's yeah.
I have a memory like an elephant too. Unfortunately.
Yeah. So. Yeah. And
okay. But it's especially with children. I mean, it can be kind of difficult sometimes because be too honest with them, they start crying like a baby, and sometimes you have to tell white lies sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But I have problems with being too honest. Yeah, I do too, and I've had to learn to not to be that way, especially in certain situations like being at a convention or something, or things like that.
Convention for the Kabbalah speaking for the table.
Is that Our Lady Deanna watching YouTube again?
I didn't hear.
Convention was the word that I was looking for.
Comic book conventions. I'm talking about comic book conventions. Anime conventions.
What would you say at a comic book convention that would set people off?
Well, the problem with me is that I'm always going to say something that's always going to piss them off. Okay. So I just how I am. Okay. I've been told that multiple times with different people I know. So I have to be very careful with my mouth. Okay. What can I say? I can go on rants about like a chick having their period and make them cry by mistake. If they mention that, I have to be very careful. Things like that. It can be very oxymoron. And a lot of it comes back to my grandmother, who would just say whatever she wanted to say when she wanted to say it. And and of course she was old, and she thought she could always get away with that. So, does it make any sense?
Yeah. I just went mute for a few moments there. By the way, how's the quality of my sound on the microphone? I've got positioned in a comfortable.
It kind of in and out. So it's good now, but sometimes it's kind of I have to really pause for a second to listen to what you're saying because it can be a little bit too far.
Yeah. Okay. So everybody in the chat room, I need you to tell me.
I get you a new mic.
Yeah. Get me a new mic, please. Send it to me or something.
Your address.
Oh, well, I'll put it into the chat room, or I'll give it to you right here in text. Okay. So here we are. Let me get the Skype up. Send this to you in text. And okay, are you able to access the text box right here in Skype?
Yes.
Okay, so all right. I don't know why I asked that. You had said things on it earlier, so I should have just went with it. So it's just so everybody knows. My address is, everybody knows where I live. So it's Douglas Dietrich, 1242 Green Street, San Francisco, California. And then the zip code is 94109, and then you can add the -4 is what they call it, -1925. Okay, there you go. So there we are. Can you see that? That's there's the address.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent. See your message.
Excellent.
Okay.
All right. So what I'm going to do now, in a matter of a few minutes here, is take my short break, come back, and take over the show. But right now, I think these two are doing okay. I think it's rather ironic that their main talking point is sometimes it's best not to say anything. Yeah. The PX closed. Accident will restore PC. Oh, fuck, her computer closed. Her PC closed. Accident. So she's got to restore her PC. Holy shit. Oh my
Restart.
God. Yeah, she's got to restart. So hopefully she'll be back with us soon enough. So it's just you and me, kid. How old are you? May I ask?
34.
34. Holy shit. Young, just a baby. You know, all of that being said, okay, so go on with anything else that comes to your mind?
Which microphone are you using right now?
I'm using the Yeti Blue. Yeti Blue. You can look that up. Blue Yeti. Yeti,
Snowball?
like the abominable snowman. YETI.
Okay.
I'll write that into the. I'm sorry. What else did you say?
You're using the Snowball or like the
it's this. It's if you look it up, it's just this stainless steel one. Again, I can understand why you think I'm going in and out. I noticed that already. The thing is, it's not working. I just need a new microphone. This thing is fucked, completely fucked. All right.
Do you use headphones also, or you
just? Yes, I do use headphones. I have to use headphones. So here we are. We'll see what I can do to try and fix this up. And so when I get back and start monologuing, we have a regular, of course, at that time when I'm just concentrated on the task at hand, it'll be a lot easier. So if that's Our Lady trying to tell us that she's back with us, then all she needs to do is talk. Let's see now what she entered in the messenger. Okay, call. Oh, now I have to call her back. Wait a second. The call was writing on her. How are you and I still on? How is this call still on?
I don't know.
It's not supposed to work like that. Yeah, we should all be knocked off the call. We should all be knocked off.
We all should be. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what's her?
A miracle from God.
Yes. There we are. Brain dancer. Fucking brain dancer. Yes. Okay. Brain dancer. Okay. Add. There we go. Oh, Joe Ty was still. Well, it's not writing on Joe. That's for fucking sure. And we still don't know what happened to him. Oh, he fell asleep. Of course. He was talking to us in bed anyway. It was obscene. We got to see him on camera in bed like a porno actress. I
didn't see it.
Yeah, dude.
I got spared.
Yes.
I have a question. Was the call dropped or was it just on my end?
No, it was just on your end. It's not supposed to work like that. If you get dropped off the call, we're all the whole call, because I called you in the beginning. The call's riding on you. So when you dropped out, the whole call should have dropped. Somehow it kept going. So weird.
Well, that's wonderful. Okay, so we do have benevolence on our side, because I went to reach for a headset because I kept believing that your voice was faint. I was like, I can remedy that. I can reach for a headset, and most likely you heard a little bit of shuffling and rumbling about. So as I reached for it, I tipped the laptop from my lap, and then it collapsed, and it shut the computer off. I was like, oh no,
Holy
oh
shit.
no, oh no, what did I do?
Yeah.
So that's why when I restored the Windows and the whole, I know the words for it, but it's just not coming to mind right now.
Got it.
So when I came back on, it's like, it's still running. That's odd, but that's good.
Okay, I can't believe we only have 4 hours left, effectively. 4.5. So I'll take a very short break, grab a Coke, refresh my throat, and, come back and get ready to take over. And we're holding numbers good, too. I mean, I guess everybody enjoyed the supernatural talk. I had to let the supernatural thing go because people love that shit. So because people will eat that shit up, I just let it go on and on while I tranced out and tried to prepare a kind of approach to all of tonight's subjects. Obviously, there's a few things I'm obligated to address. One of them would be Armenian Independence Days, the theme of Armenia, and I did bring up my anger at my outrage at the many Jewish people basically trying to monopolize suffering. So I'll try and balance that out by insisting that to make up for that, or at least atone for that, and yeah, the Jews should atone for some of what they fucking do. They're just as guilty as all the rest of us. They could try and mediate between Azerbaijan and Armenia. So I'll make that suggestion, forlorn though it be, and go on from there to the current mobilization by Russia in the context of Taiwan and etc. Since these are all important. Ukraine, Taiwan right now, it's all balanced out. So I'll start with that and go as far as I can during the remaining 4 hours. So be back, and right now you'll have the lovely Deanna Fraser and the young man, Mr. Realtek, who will share with her some further adventures of what it's like to have a Chinese wife. But, they're both in an open marriage. Apparently she has boyfriends and he has girlfriends, and so can't be that bad. I mean, he's got some benefits going. All right then, I'll go mute and we'll see how far he goes with that, or if he wants to go anywhere with that. And Deanna, you help him along. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Alrighty, Mr. Open. Want to run with that?
Yeah, you can run with it, sure.
Go ahead.
Well, I can have multiple. I can have multiple girlfriends at once. I mean, I have. Kind of taking it easy now. Kind of just by myself, really, just with the wife. But it's kind of a bad breakup right now. I actually deal with thinking about different things, so I just taking it easy with that. But at times, I've had 3-4 girlfriends at once, including my wife. So, I love women a little too much, as I've been told. So, you can ask me questions about it. Go ahead, sure.
Well, in essence, I enjoy the male gender too much, and I play with the word adult male and adult female as opposed to man or woman as a benchmark, as a mythical benchmark. Because I'm of the opinion that just because one reaches physical maturity and physical adulthood, and simply because they can breed and simply because they can do tasks at a relatively appropriate time, doesn't necessarily mean that an adult male or an adult female is a man or a woman, meaning that a man or a woman would conduct themselves in a manner that is not demeaning to society, not demeaning to the species of mankind, whether it's human or subhuman, subspecies, which is what I've learned from Douglas. I'm like, what the heck is a subspecies? When he speaks on his genetic composition of a vampire, because I always believed that was a myth, but yeah, I get easily distracted by men, but I believe that's by design. It's just a matter of pulling in the reins as to discipline. So for the past, it might be more than 10 years now, I've decided to remain solo until I fashion myself to be less gullible and less vulnerable to adding another knucklehead schmuck loser to my list. So I just wanted to.
Yeah, it's well, sex sells. I mean, you know, I'm a sex addict, and it definitely is it's a way to keep your keep you down in this matrix that we're in. If you believe in that too, I know that you don't, but it's definitely always a low vibration, and I've been told, which is true anyway. But I still prefer to sex anyway. But there are more things to a relationship than just sex. But yeah, not saying there isn't, but I still always prefer sex myself. But you know,
Okay, so your wife is Japanese, you said?
Chinese.
Chinese. And I know
You know,
there's
it's expected. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's what's expected.
Oh, it's expected in their culture for you to cheat them anyway. So
Much like the
a
French
lot.
culture.
Yeah. A lot of the in general too, like, you know, the party culture, which is it's in Japan and China and Korea. A lot of times it is a way to unwind with your boss, and there is a lot of drinking going on, but especially in China, they'll have meetings, business meetings, where you get a girl and everything in a karaoke, what they call KTV, and it's all part of that. It's all part of the business culture there. And it's understandable with a lot of them. I mean, I'm not saying every Chinese man does that. No, I'm not speaking for them, but it does happen a lot. I'm not speaking for being people, but it does occur. It does.
It's a common acceptable practice.
Yeah, it is.
So, you entered the marriage knowing this full on, or you were told after the fact, like, oh,
The thing is, she knew who I am and I like multiple women. She knew that already. This is distance. You know, you always gotta make sure whoever you want to get married to is the person that you know who the person is before you do it. So I was very honest about it. So, you know, I'm not saying I hid it behind her back or anything. No, I'm not that type of person.
I had a relationship with an individual who I jokingly, never to his face, after 4 years, I pushed him back in the proverbial pond because he was so insecure, and I referred to him as Irk, which is R-I-C-K spelled sideways, because no matter who crossed my path visually, oh, did you date him? Did you date him? I was like, he just crossed my path. Are you going to say that about everyone? Well, you know, blah, blah, blah. And when I learned about narcissism, he wasn't cruel, but it was always about him for the most part. So after 4 years of this expressing insecurities and always wanting things to happen his way, like I have my own ambitions, and when any individual attempts to talk me out of it, it's a red flag. But at the time, I wasn't aware of that. So I would be conducting conversation on the internet or doing my crafting. I'm a very creative person as far as taking matter that generally most people throw away, which is how I came up with my environmental championing campaign. How far is away? It's nowhere. It's right here. So it's my passion to encourage people to quit discarding items, to gather a particular item and give it to an artist, give it to an engineer, give it to students who are taking engineering class or art class, what have you, and not insult our home planet anymore. So with that, at the time I was doing some arts and crafts with whether it was items that I purchased, items I already had, items I gathered, and he kept wanting attention. I was like, oh my gosh, don't you have something else to do? Don't you have to, how about going home for a snack? And he would get so hurt. I have things to do. I'm not here on the planet simply to entertain you. We're not in a relationship where it's all about entertaining you. I mean, you're physically mature, but psychologically, not so much. So I pushed him back in the pond. And 4 years later, not 4 years later, but 4 years later, I was at a local park. And it's called Washington Park because allegedly George and his troop had stopped there and made camp. I was at the park and I saw him. I was like, oh no. He's daddy long legs. With one stride of mine, he could do in like a fraction of a stride. So he caught up to me. How come you didn't return any of my communique during the past 4 years? I was like, look, were it not for today, it would have been another 4 years and another. He's like, okay, I get it. So I foolishly accepted an invite to hang out, to chill and whatnot. So he was renting a household with other occupants. So we're outside, passing one back and forth. And I picked up a pebble and I was playing with it, just playing catch. And he said, are you going to throw that at me? I said, I don't need to throw things at you. I don't need anything. I forget exactly how I said that. I said, I don't need a pebble to hurt you. And he recoiled because he remembered times where I verbally reprimanded him. So sometimes you get someone who bothers you to the point, like Peter said, imagine Robin Williams just being in your environment, constantly chattering away. It would drive you mad. So this lad drove me mad with constantly like, what about this? What about that? And I was like, back the bleed off. I don't remember exactly how I said it, but I said some things. And it said that women have verbal acuity because they don't have the physical strength usually to fend for themselves, so they do it verbally. And I could go on with that, but
yeah, it's a saying in Islam that the tongue is sharper than the sword.
Are you Islamic, or are you just making reference?
No, I'm not Islamic.
Just wondering. Yes.
Okay, so I'm back. I'm drinking my Coke and basically preparing to take over. But both of you, where were you at when I came in? She was basically querying about your religion, eh?
Yeah, just because I mentioned about in Islamic countries they believe that the tongue is sharper than the sword.
Okay, and
Yeah,
but she must
there's
have gotten the
reference.
idea about your religion because you might have talked about coming from Pakistan, right? Which I don't believe that you're not keeping that secret, right? Your national origin, are you? Or...
No, I'm not. No, I'm not from Pakistan. I'm Indian from
Oh, my apologies.
Scripture Rocks.
Asian Indian, yes. I'm sorry.
I
I'm not gonna.
called
Yeah.
I called a travel agency some time ago, expressing interest in traveling to India.
Oh my God, why?
And so over here we have this. I said I don't want an American transplant of India, where there's McDonald's, there's Burger King, there's sushi, there's the like Little Italy or
Oh
Little.
God! And if you got the real India, I mean, you'd be even more unhappy. Holy fuck! She winds up like up north of the Ganges where they're eating dead bodies and shit.
Well,
I'm sorry. Our dear friend
They're
is
taking
here.
a bath in fucking cow shit.
Well, my interest is to see all the open market.
Okay.
To see this silk, like I said, I'm a creator of physical matter. Whether it's yarn or thread or plastic or what have you. So I wanted to wander around in Morocco or geographically, I don't know if that's relevant, but so I kept insisting. And I said, "Look, I want to see I want to experience the real India. I would like to go to a house of worship, whatever." And from what I learned, that there's so many Indian dialects that even two people of different regions might not even comprehend what the other one's saying.
Right. I mean, they have all kinds of different languages in Asian India, and it's just, when they can, if they're able to, they default to English when they don't speak each other's language simply because of the legacy of the Raj. But our friend Realtek, I'm so sorry. I really do apologize about making a mistake about you being Pakistani. I'm not going to tell anybody your name. But your name has a very Pakistani sound to it. Has anyone ever told you that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So just so you know, but go on, honey. Yeah.
It's peculiar because at some point I found the name of the vintage sitcom My Living Doll, starring Bob Cummings, co-starring Bob Cummings and Julie Newmar. Prior to being cast in the role of Catwoman, and in my opinion, she was the one and only Catwoman. And not to discredit Eartha Kitt, I don't even recall if I viewed her portrayal as Catwoman more than once. But in My Living Doll, because I typed in Julie Newmar plays the part of an android or a robot, and when My Living Doll came up, I'm like, yes, that's the show. So I was able to find it, and I played it, binge watched it, and the scientist who created the android or whatever it is that she's portraying was called by the science space program to report to Pakistan, and the character who's the psychiatrist in the space program is like, Pakistan? What? So it's peculiar how Pakistan lately has been coming up through conversation, through this, that, and the other. This synchronicities is what I'm getting at. So
yeah, Yeah, and so thank you. That's cute. Yes, and so aside from all of that, and so real tech. What else comes to your mind while I finish up this Coke here? Anything?
Your microphone. So does your computer have a USB-C or USB-A?
I have no fucking idea. How would I even know that? I mean, that's like, shit. It's like whatever the fucking Blue Yeti fits into is what, get a microphone that fits into whatever the Blue Yeti fits into is all I can say.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that'll be USB-A.
Mm-hmm.
So I gotta make sure because I'm looking at different ones. And I don't want to make a mistake.
Well, I got a Hewlett Packard, whatever. I don't know. I'd have to look up the model or something. Where do I find, what it is? Where do I find that? It should be on the computer screen, right? If I look it up, press a certain button, it should tell me what kind of
system devices, the control. Windows, and then right click it and notice.
Well, unless
sure.
Okay, we might as well do it now so you can send the bloody microphone as soon as possible. So let's go to let's see. Basically, lower this down. The different windows. Okay, what have we got here? We got this, and okay, so let me go onto a screen share here, and here. All right, go start this. Can you see this? Can you see the screen? See the screen? We got 3 people on it. Joe Ty sleeping.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it. So go to the
where?
Go to the Windows. Right click it.
Okay.
The Windows icon.
Go to the Windows, right? This one.
Icon.
This one.
Yes.
Right click it. Okay.
Yeah, right click it.
Okay.
And then go to System.
You're killing me. I'm trying to. You can't even get the shit together. What is going on here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're trying to get me something. So, okay, what have we got? HP Pavilion Desktop 590. So this is it, right? Device specifications. Holy shit. So, Realtek.
Well, obviously you figured it out and you got somebody up, so that's good. All right.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. I mean, yeah, that's so honey, what are you doing up?
I told you, I figured you would put me to sleep with your goddamn monologue, but you can't even
All right, thank you.
start it.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes, it's
I can't sleep with silence. Like, I'm one of those people that has to have like noise, so I'll fall asleep watching TV or hearing something.
I'll start droning soon enough, honey. Believe me. I gotta finish this code.
I'm gonna have to rewind to Peter Moon, okay? I guess that's what I'm gonna
Okay, don't do that. I'll start soon enough. Be patient. Be patient.
Sure. Good night, guys.
I promise. Oh my God.
I was laughing because with Douglas, it was like, how the F would I know to find that and where to find that? My brother has his own software company. And you know how in Charlie Brown, the adults want,
Yeah.
Like, bro,
yeah,
you have to remember who I am. I don't have the techno savvy. As a matter of fact, I call myself a techno muggle.
Yeah. Yes.
And I was at a library one time, 3 twins beside me, and I said, would you lads help out a couple of techno muggles? And they knew exactly what I meant. I believed if they smiled any harder, their jaws would have broken.
Yeah, that's so cute. That's adorable. Okay. And,
all right, thank you, Douglas.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so you got what you needed.
So I'm researching.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm researching. So, which one to get you now?
Wonderful. So, something that, and all of that aside, tell us a little bit. Were you raised with any practice of the Vedic faith?
No.
Wow. Fuck. I mean, I'm sorry. Were you born in India or here? Here, right?
I was born here.
Oh, okay.
I was born in India.
Oh, okay. My apologies. I mean, Jesus Christ.
The Vedic faith, as in fairies?
No, faith. Vedic, means Hindu. Like, so neither of your parents then were practicing Hindus, were they, or no?
No, yeah, my father was, but I didn't grow up. I didn't grow up with my father.
Okay.
I grew up with my grandmother.
Yeah, your grandmother.
And her black boyfriend. So.
Oh my God! Was he the guy that was
why
raping?
the head bobble?
Head bobble.
What you said?
Why the head bobble?
She's asking why the Asian Indians have the red dot on their forehead.
No.
No, she's asking why they always moving their head when they are talking.
Oh.
I don't know, and I'm not really interested in it to know why.
Yes, okay. Got it. I mean, I don't think we're getting in his good graces by pursuing this. I
really don't have an interest in Indian culture much. I mean,
Okay.
How can I say?
How about them Yankees? I mean,
it's just it's some type of cultural thing they do. It's like the French. With the French, when they talk, they always have their eyes open and closed, or something like that. I think.
Right.
This is just some cultural thing they do.
So when I'm sorry, you mentioned your grandmother and her black boyfriend. Was he the abusive asshole who was bothering you?
Yes.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, Jesus, this is just awful.
I still have nightmares because he used to beat me up in my sleep also.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Why would he do that? I mean, I believe you, but I mean, like, was he just getting off on that? Just getting off on beating you up while you're sleeping?
Yeah, I think it was. I mean, he was a combat veteran. He was in the Second World War. He was in Italy and France and stuff like that. So it could be in that too, but he also grew up being abused, but I don't know. He used to fucking...
Fucker, if he's a World War II veteran, he must have been in his 80s, 70s, 80s?
When he died, he died in his late 80s, so like 86, 88, I think. I think he was born 1921 or something like that, I think.
So the guy who raised you was the age of my parents. My dad was born in 1919, my mom was born in 1923, so he was born right in between that. So he was the age of my parents. And oh my God, and your grandma, she's not living with you now, is she? Is that the one living with you now?
No, that's my mother.
That's your mother. Oh, okay. Oh my God. I'm so sorry you were through that, and all that being said, I'm just appalled, and honestly, no words. How about you, honey? Anything come to your mind when you hear a tragedy like that? You can share with us some anecdote.
I wasn't spared the belt.
Right.
Yeah,
This was your father, right? He was some kind of brutal individual. Is that what you were kind of alluding to or saying outright the other day, right?
Oh gosh, I make fun of people who say and here I am There were instances where the belt was unbuckled and pulled from the loops and struck against any one of us, depending on what the offense was. Mm-hmm. There was a time where I went into the backyard to the woods to just explore the woods because the household we grew up in.
Thank God. I thought you were going to tell me he took you out into the woods to whip you. I mean, oh my fucking God. Do me a favor, honey. Keep speaking about this. I'll be back in just a few moments and then I'll start monologuing. But basically, I'm going to go mute now because I finished the Coke, going to rinse the taste of that out of my mouth and then take over. Go on, finish up that horrible experience so people can better appreciate your suffering.
Whether I was at 10 or 11, it was, around that age. So I had gone into the woods to, commune with nature. I'm not really certain why, or look at the moss. Whatever the reason was, I had stepped on a nail. There was boards with nails on them, and I didn't notice it. It might have been buried in the debris of the leaves and whatnot, as nature does. It blankets the floor with leaves and other type of debris. So I stepped on it and it pierced my foot. And painful, oh my gosh. So when I lifted my foot, the board didn't stay, but it had pierced. So I made my way back to the household. And I don't remember the moment of when my dad took the belt to me. I imagine he was angry that I had found the nail via my foot. And I was in so much pain, but I had one of those moments where time slowed down. And every time the belt struck me on my backside, I found it curious that although I felt the contact on my skin, I couldn't feel the pain because the pain was overridden by the pain of the piercing of my foot. And luckily, the neighbor next door was a doctor, and this was the man who was married to the woman who treated me to the movie Arthur, because they had divorced because he wanted her to be barefoot and pregnant all the time and be in the household and whatnot, controlling in that manner. But it was just bizarre to be beaten for making a mistake like that. But I imagine I scared the poo out of him, and that was the response he had. And like I said, they're not monsters. He had since passed, but when you have episodes of people exhibiting their upbringing, their expressing fear through violence, whether it's physical or verbal, or the destruction of your belongings, which a lot of that happened. You think, at the time you don't know the words, what the F or what the hell, but in one form or another, you thought it's like, is this love? This doesn't feel like love. This feels like hell.
Right.
What the blast is going on? What is this expression?
Yeah.
So there were periods where there was such a great iron deficiency with she who brought me into the world, where her cognitive functions were below par. She wasn't aware of it at the time until she was finally diagnosed with severe anemia.
Oh my God.
But when you have severe deficiency of any form, much like the sailors with scurvy, it's not so much a pathogen, it's a deficiency, so your body is not functioning properly.
Right. Go on.
And then to have Gary Zukov say on the author of, I'm going blank on the name of the books, but he suggested, the first I ever heard, that pre-birth we agree to come into the circumstances that we came into. I was like, this lad is mad. There was no way I would have willingly wanted to arrive in this situation, but having given it some thought, well, had I not incarnated in this family, this wouldn't have happened, etc., because it is said by Horace.
So honey, I'm going to take over at this point. We can get back to this sometime soon. I do have something morbidly entertaining to share with people.
Oh, I just want to finish the quote. Adversity elicits talents that would otherwise remain dormant in times of prosperity. I will go mute now.
Well, okay. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to go mute per se. I mean, it will ease into my taking over.
I see.
Maybe I shouldn't mention this guy, but so Real Tech, are you still there? Just curious.
Still here.
Yeah. Anyhow, there's some goober who's on Peter Moon's timeline, and with my promotional banners, he leaves these absolutely bizarre comments that are, of course, extraordinarily negative and just, assailing me in terms of character. And what he has to say this time is a real doozy. He says to Peter Moon, "Yeah, lost your credibility when you promote and endorse this fake imposter." And it sounds like the regular gang stalker shit. And he's got some other freak asking him, "Who or what is this person anyway? I don't get it." And then he responds, "A man from Baltimore. He was charged with the murder of his girlfriend some 15 years ago. I pray that her family find peace and justice, whoever the murderer is." Which is like, well, one thing's for sure, I'm not from Baltimore, and I was never charged with the murder of my girlfriend. So he thinks I'm somebody else.
The fact that he says fake imposter shows his lack of intelligence. Because you're either fake or you're an imposter.
Yes, thank you. I mean, it's like, it goes on, he said other weird shit in the past. It's like, it's funny to me just how Moon tolerates so many of these people on his timeline. And he has people, for months. I don't know if it's still up there now, but there was a picture of himself with his daughter, and for months it was right up there on this picture of himself with his daughter on one of his banner photos, and somebody wrote 3 words: pedophile. They left that up there, and of course that's not 3 words, it's 3 syllables, but he left that up there forever. I don't know if he reviews this shit or what, but it's such his life. So I just thought,
is that the one that looked like she was dressed in a custom, a traditional outfit of sorts?
No, that might be his wife. I mean, just a little, screen share here. I mean, obviously we're not sharing anything too private, because it's what he publishes. So
right.
If you take a look at the screen share here, we take a look at his photos. It should be easy enough to find. So what I'm thinking of, let me see, it should be up here. Well, most of this, there it is. This one, it's still up there. That's his. Every time I show this picture to people, they always ask the same question: "Is that his wife?" And I'm always tempted to say yes. But yeah, so this was like I said, this was the one where somebody wrote in the comment, and it was up there forever, 3 words: pedophile. And and then Skybar, not gonna, oh fuck, that's his daughter. So this is his daughter. This is Peter Moon's real name. He's an author with a pen name. Anyhow, so she was talking to someone else, saying, "You were at this party." Of course, this looks like an Asian Indian girl she's talking to, and I'm just like, who would remember that? But that's cute. I mean, so there were other people at that party. I mean, this looks like a singular affair. I don't see any other kids. So maybe that's why she's saying that. So her dad doesn't look like such a pedophile.
So that's why it's called Sky Books?
Yes, it's named after his daughter, Sky. Yes, that's correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and then Peter says, "Hey, I remember you too." Oh God, I can make so many horrible jokes with that. It's like, yeah, how could I forget? Yeah, the other kid I was hitting on. Yeah, I mean, that's awful. Anyhow,
I wonder if I could, well, forgive my intrusion, go ahead.
No. Wonder if you could what? It's just,
I wonder if I could, interest Peter in publishing How Far Is Away, because it's 3-part.
Oh, just ask him. It doesn't hurt to ask,
Doesn't hurt to ask. And I've learned that there's a second part to that quote that it's never mentioned. The answer could hurt, but I've gotten used to rejection and being laughed at my explorations and comments. Like, you believe what? Are you serious?
This is fucking hideous. This is fucking hideous. That's like this just, it's just wrong.
Thank you.
It's like, oh, Sky did that. Oh my God. Those are our love monkeys. Okay. Okay, that's like
Very funny.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why Peter doesn't report all the trolls. Yeah,
I don't think he thinks like that. It's like he doesn't process.
that's what I would do.
Yeah, he doesn't process.
Maybe he just figures dismiss them. Why give them the attention?
Yeah, and in the end, that doesn't really work. It doesn't. It's like, anyhow. So that being
they're,
said,
they're like the Wu Mao, the 50-cent army.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, it is what it is, and
Blue suede shoes.
I'm sorry, what?
Blue suede shoes.
Blue suede shoes. Oh no. This is slippers. This is just slippers.
I know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there we are. Oh my God, that was a different time, wasn't he? I mean, he looked like a totally different person. Jesus, he looks much more respectable now. Okay, so I better stop screen sharing because I'm gonna start coming up with all kinds of snarky comments. Yeah. So all of that being said, this of course is his wife. That's Paula. There we are, and so. Okay, and I could go on for hours from there, but all right, that being said, time to stop. And oh my God, here we are. Oh God, what a wonderful day. Donald, trust POTUS. Yes, someone is a fan. Okay. All that being said, where was it? Stop sharing. There we go. Okay, so thank you, both of you, for joining me on that adventure, and my love to both of you. I'm going to count on our young lady, Deanna, to stay, to keep the call going the rest of the night. She can go to sleep if she wants. I'll be putting Brooke to sleep soon, and I'll get started now, and I'll monologue from here. So thank you, Real Tech, and you have a blessed night. And if you're still with us in the morning, drop in to say hi. Yeah, honey?
I want to express appreciation. Oh.
Yeah, go on.
I want to express appreciation for being on here because it is said if you want something done, give it to a busy person. I lack the structure of reporting to employment, to whatever the situation is. And I've always been meaning to create a schedule, but as it is said, the road to hell is paved with good intention. So the comment that I put on Facebook, it might have been, where I had shut down the PC for several hours so that it could rest, so that there would be no automatic shutdown, because the PC that I'm using has periodically a tendency to shut down because I might be asking too much of it for the model that it is. I'm like, it might be a good idea to deliberately shut it down so that it's not overheating or whatever the cause of the periodic shutdowns were. I'm like, expletive deleted. I have to bring it back up, etc. to Blue Yeti.
Right.
Oh,
that Blue Yeti, I just put that in there so our man knows the kind of microphone I use now, so he can model whatever he might purchase, against that. So there we have that, and so love you dearly, honey. Thank you for sharing all that you do with us, and I appreciate your being here too. Oh God, hey, Real Tech, you still there? Deanna is still there. Let's see if Real Tech is still there.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, so both of you, let me. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got to get this out there. Here we are. There's you ever see that episode of The Simpsons where the kid Bart, what's his name? Bart Simpson turns the dad into the spring jack, the Jack in the Box that has the spring on it, like in the Twilight Zone episode. His head's on the spring. And then they go on that roller coaster where, the head's on the spring and it goes, oh! None of you remember that episode.
I watched The Simpsons only a few times because there was an episode where a
Treehouse of Horror,
a dead prostitute was in the trunk, and it was it wasn't subliminal. It was long enough for anyone to perceive it. But this show is too twisted. I'm not watching anymore.
Okay, I'll just you like what these people are saying to him. You look thrilled at the moment of descent, and you don't look very happy. Yeah, that's Peter. You just so you know, I thought that was amusing. All right. Nobody seems to find this as funny as I do. So
It is.
Okay, all right. So
from Descent.
So there we are. That being said,
depends which episode it is. I don't think I've seen that one. I got to sit down and watch more of them.
Oh, just look up Homer turned to Jack in the Box. Turn to a Jack in the Box,
Okay.
and then you'll
Homer.
find it. Then you'll get what I'm saying, because it's a funny
I've come to the realization that even though what's presented may be considered in poor taste by many, it's revealed. Like, for instance, many of us know that what happens on The Simpsons happens in reality shortly afterwards. Okay, this is what we're intending to do, and we're letting you know.
Right, predictive.
Oh yeah, I've seen this episode before.
Okay, there you are.
It's many times. I remember now.
Okay. So okay, that being said, so I best take over from here and see if we can retain viewers and the like. So thank you, honey. Love you dearly, and thank you, dear Real Tech. All my gratitude, and with that, I'm going to start giving some shout outs to other people I owe gratitude to. I remember now because they sent another donation of $4.14. And I guess if you send that often enough, it does add up. So within a few days, they did send a total of $8.28. So hey, I guess now we're talking. I don't mean to sound so sarcastic, but yeah, if they kept that up, every day or every other day, yeah, I could accept donations of $4.14 repeatedly on a daily basis, or every other day, or even twice a week. Yeah, or even once a week. Well, at that point, it's stretching it out a bit thin. But anyhow, that's from Common Sense Secures, and the 414 has a significance because they're Network Alliance 414. And so they said, "Hi, Grandpa. We just want to remind you that you are a real genius. Love, Jonathan and Eve." And whether that's one person or two, or, like one person who has two alters, or they're two people, whatever. And so when they sent the other 414, it was without any comment. It's probably in its own way. I'm surprised they didn't say "fuck you" back with that as a kind of, but in its own way, that's what they were saying, with a new contribution perhaps. At any rate, thank you. And with that, we got $30 from KP. KP says, "Mighty Triple D, you're the best. Your friend." Mighty DDD is really what he says. And thank you, sir. And that is significant because he sent that, I'm pretty sure, through the new PayPal account, the Douglas D. Dietrich account. So paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. So I think he was able to pay through that and didn't have a problem. So there you go. Please
put that in the Skype chat, please, so that I can reference it without having to search and search and wonder where
you mean the PayPal address?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a tendency to be a little bit vague and.
No worries. Yeah, here we are. Douglas D. Dietrich. Okay, paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. There we are, honey. So it's in there. But do remember, it's on the screen. So if you take a look at the screen, then that'll be it. We're getting the audience back, so that's cool. Now,
where on the screen?
Let me share a screen so I can show you. So here we are. Gonna share a screen. Tell me, honey, do you see the cursor moving around? See that? Okay. All right, honey.
Okay. Yeah. I do. It's moving about.
All right. So let's take a look at. Here we are. Oops. There we go.
We're making you earn your keep.
Yeah, there we are. There's the screen. Okay, there's my adoptive son back when he was a girl. Critical omissions, subscribe at douglasdietrich.com, support at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Then if you see me, raise the other, that's not what I wanted. There we are. Raise that, and then go over to live streaming. It's up there in the corner, but this would be a better example. There we are. This is our video for tonight. This is what people are seeing when they're watching a live stream here on YouTube. So you see it? It's right up there. PayPal.me. It's always on the screen. Support at paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. That's what I mean when I say that. Okay? Got it?
Okay. So, all right. So I just go to the image.
Yeah.
And look
Yeah. I mean, it's in the chat now. But you can always just go to the image and look, and it will be there. It's always there on the image. I always put it there on the image. Yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha. I mean, you're familiar with what you're doing. It's just new to me. So,
Right. Got it. Yeah. I'm really so glad that you came back as that, just psychically knowing that asshole Daniel Arola faded out, and then you came back. Really blessing me. You're an angel. Mwah. Okay.
Don't start spreading rumors. I mean, with that, I'm going to quit playing.
Okay.
And I'm going to click mute. But prior to that, thank you, listeners, for coming on and listening to the not so mundane and near or far, listening to the bizarre. Good night. Good day, wherever you are.
Thank you, honey. So, Bob Appert, shout out to Bob Appert. He sent 100 United States dollars, no excise tax. There was no blood money taken out, no pound of flesh, even though he sent it through the business account, paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Just plain Douglas Dietrich, no D for the business account, because he specified gift to friends and family. Now, apparently you can still do that on the business account when they said that was no longer an option. So somehow he made it work. So he got that to work. KP got the personal account to work. Either way, bless both these men. God bless them. And even God bless even, Common Sense Secures with our Jonathan and Eve. And so all that being said, Bob Appert, you're a lifesaver. And everyone else, you're doing great too. Thank you, KP. And so as Azerbaijan presses its advantage against an isolated Armenia, I do want to emphasize on the day after their Independence Day by now that Israel, of all nation states on earth, should mediate between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Now, Israel can use its leverage with Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, to pave a middle path between realpolitik and its values, becoming a stabilizing partner in the South Caucasus. In the early hours of September 13th, heavy artillery shelling by Azerbaijan struck 5 different targeted locations inside Armenian territory. It was a major incursion with significant loss of life, and one that signals a calamitous road ahead for the South Caucasus. It also raised the stakes for regional and global powers, Israel crucial among them, to play a role in stepping up to stabilize the situation. The last major war between Armenia and Azerbaijan, which lasted 44 days in the fall of 2020, established clear military superiority on the part of Baku, enabled by vast oil and gas wealth, as well as superior weapons technology purchased from Israel and Turkey. Through that conflict, Azerbaijan effectively wrested back control of the breakaway Nagorno-Karabakh region, a majority Armenian enclave that had been granted to Azerbaijan during the Soviet period. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh had built a self-proclaimed republic with an elected parliament, free press, and a robust civil society. Since the 2020 war, those residents face what is to them an unpalatable future of being integrated into Azerbaijan. And Azerbaijan is pressing for greater gains from Armenia. A renewed round of fighting between Armenia and Azerbaijan marks an alarming escalation of tensions, the tensions between the historical enemies since the end of their war in November 2020. The attack is closely related to recent shifts in the regional balance of power, which even before 2020 had already become lopsided in Baku's favor. As many victors would, Azerbaijan is now using its military advantage to press for greater gains far beyond what international mediators, traditionally these United States, the European Union, and the Russian Empire, would have ever accepted or allowed. This has resulted in a press into Armenian territory that significantly endangers Armenia's future capacity for self-defense. The trend is toward increased turbulence, continued bloodletting, and more elusive peace in region. Allies of Turkey and Azerbaijan, such as Israel, may see no problem with such consequences for Armenia, but this degree of imbalance and kinetic erosion of the status quo is in no one's interest, not Israel's and not even Azerbaijan's. Land grabs will not solve Baku's long-term challenges or mollify its needs for domestic reforms. Its long-term stability depends on much wiser actions than the ones we've all seen in the past 72 hours, 3 days or so by now, and much wiser rhetoric than the hate speech consistently hurled towards Armenians. Those might rally a crowd, but they won't make Azerbaijan the stable, consistent partner for security that many of its allies want to see. Now, of course, those of you out there who are not geopolitically inclined might ask myself how Israel is even involved in the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict. Well, in the near term, Israel's role in exacerbating the power imbalance hasn't gone unnoticed. No one begrudges Israel for its relationships and alliances in an insecure region, but a deep friendship with Azerbaijan should not make Israel an enabler of a stark, ongoing blitz against the Armenian state. This summer, the newly appointed Israeli ambassador to Armenia and Moldova, Joel Lyon, made his inaugural visit to Yerevan, the capital of Armenia, touting the prospect of small steps toward better Armenian-Israeli relations. The most poignant conversation was around development cooperation, helping Armenia build on its efforts toward sustainable growth. But it goes sans saying that Armenians won't appreciate the help with irrigation technology when they are at risk of total annihilation. Already, journalists and civil society actors, Israelis included, need to get their phones regularly checked for Israeli Pegasus software deployed by Baku, the capital of the Azeri enemy, that is, allied with the Israelis who gave them the sabotage software that is now devastating the Armenians. It is not bold to say that Azerbaijan's policy priorities toward Armenia center on destruction. From massive incursions like the one in the last few nights to cultural erasure that has bordered on maniacal. In the most brazen moment, Azeri authorities in the region of Nakhchivan, or Nakhchivan is the correct pronunciation as my son would say it, bulldozed over one of the world's largest arrays of Armenian kachkars, or cross stones, precious works of medieval art that dotted the landscape. High-resolution satellite imagery from the ASS, the AASS, the American Association for the Advancement of Science. found that the sacred treasures, which marked a centuries-old cemetery, were destroyed by heavy machinery. Even Turkey, Azerbaijan's closest ally and widely recognized as the perpetrator of the 1915 Armenian genocide, had never been quite so brazen about cultural destruction. In a region that is moving backward, with tendencies to purge populations, large-scale border incursions cannot be seen only as such. They are turned toward the worst instincts and darkest outcomes. Israel should want the peace and stability that Armenians, among others, profoundly crave. Azerbaijan, outside of its current populist urges, would benefit from the same. Armenia and Azerbaijan were in clear and very public peace talks before last week's fighting derailed the process. Real restraint by Baku, the capital of the Azeris, is the order of the day. Azerbaijan is clearly the regional economic powerhouse from a resources perspective, and its strategic geography gives it many hands to play in the development of Eurasian transit routes. Taking over parts of Armenia, as its president Ilham Aliyev has rhetorically proclaimed, is a goal too far and in no one's long-term interests. These United States, the European Union, Russia, and even Iran have tried their turn at mediating between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Israel should realize the havoc that is happening and play a real constructive role between the two countries. It should stop short of giving Azerbaijan the most lethal offensive weapons technology, which is clearly becoming a driver toward more extreme military action. Israel can use its leverage with Baku to pave a middle path between realpolitik and its own values, becoming, for once, a stabilizing player in the South Caucasus. And in America, maybe Biden means it about my Taiwan. After Biden vowed to defend my island, China, United States and Canadian warships sailed through the Taiwan Strait. Now, checking in on some incoming notifications here. Always a habit of mine. Okay, that's doing fine. Checking in on time remaining with live stream. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We got basically 3.5 hours. Can't believe all the time that passed. The first time a president repudiates a critical foreign policy principle, it might seem like an accident. If it happens 4 times, it seems like he means it. It may now be time to take Joe Biden at his word that these United States will defend my Taiwan in the event it is attacked by Red China, however many times his aides walk it back. The president's latest apparent blow to the long-time American policy of strategic ambiguity came on CBS's 60 Minutes in an interview that aired Sunday. Scott Pelley made quite clear in his question that he was asking whether American men and women would defend my Taiwan in the event of a communist Chinese invasion. Biden looked back and gravely said, yes. While the CBS show said that Biden aides insist the president has not changed long-term policy, the attempted walkback just doesn't really square with what Biden said. Following the weekend remarks from our American president, Joseph Biden, that the United States would defend my Taiwan in the event it is attacked by mainland China, U.S. and Canadian warships sailed through the Taiwan Strait on Tuesday, what by now is the day before yesterday. Though the United States called the transit routine, it came just after Biden added fuel to tensions between Washington and Beijing over my Taiwan, telling CBS's 60 Minutes that he would use United States troops to defend my island China if mainland China tried to invade. Now, to reiterate, in the CBS interview, Biden was asked whether U.S. forces, U.S. men and women, would defend Taiwan in the event of a Chinese invasion. Our president replied, yes. The comments reiterate a pledge to defend my Taiwan that Biden had previously made. Though Sunday he specified that American men and women would be involved in the effort. Now, okay. So cute. She says I have her cell phone number. And she has to give it to me again later. I'll ask her for it, and then I can put it into my phone. Speed dial, that is. Now, Beijing immediately condemned Biden's weekend comments and repeated its warning that Red China reserves the option to take all necessary measures to defend its territorial integrity and sovereignty. Now, in a Monday briefing opening this work week, Red China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson Miao Ning said, "The U.S. remarks seriously violate the One China principle and the provisions of the 3 U.S.-China joint communiques. It is also a serious violation of the important commitment made by the United States side not to support Taiwan independence. It sent a serious wrong signal to the separatist forces of Taiwan independence. China expresses its strong dissatisfaction and firm opposition and has made serious representations to the American side." There she is. She gave the phone number again. Thank God. Good. I can get that into speed dial. All right. U.S. and Canadian warships last went through the Black Strait between Taiwan and mainland China at the same time 11 months ago, when the destroyers USS Dewey and the frigate HMCS, or His Majesty's Canadian ship Winnipeg, made the trip. After that transit, Senior Colonel Shi Yi, spokesperson for the People's Liberation Army Eastern Theater Command, said in a written statement that the United States and Canada made provocations with odious nature and stirred up troubles in cahoots, which seriously jeopardized the peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping had said that reunification between Red China and Taiwan is inevitable and refused to rule out the use of force. Tensions between Beijing and Taipei are at the highest they've been in recent decades, with the Chinese Communist military holding major military drills near my island. Since U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to my Taiwan in early August, the American empire has witnessed a dramatic increase in the number of Chinese military ships and submarines around my Taiwan. Tuesday's transit marked the second time in just over 3 weeks that a U.S. Navy warship had made this voyage. The guided missile cruisers USS Antietam and the USS Chancellorsville did so on August 28th. Now, in a statement issued yesterday, day before by now, U.S. Navy spokesperson Lieutenant Mark Langford said a U.S. Navy ship, the Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer USS Higgins, conducted a routine Taiwan Strait transit in cooperation with Royal Canadian Navy Halifax-class frigate HMCS Vancouver, as the twa ships transited through a corridor in the strait that is beyond the territorial sea of any coastal state. This transit demonstrating the commitment of the United States and our allies and partners to a free and open Indo-Pacific. Commu-Chinese aircraft and ships were present through various parts of the U.S. and Canadian ships' transit, as confirmed by the U.S. military, but all interactions with foreign military forces during the transit were consistent with international standards and practices and did not impact the operation. Now, said strait is a 180 kilometer, that would be 110 miles, stretch of water that separates the democratic, self-ruled island of my Taiwan from communist mainland China. Beijing claims sovereignty over my Taiwan, an island of well over 23 million people, despite Red China's ruling Communist Party never having ever controlled it. Beijing also claims sovereignty, sovereign rights, and jurisdiction over the waters of the Taiwan Strait under Chinese law and its own interpretation of the UNCLOS, UNCLOS, all uppercase because it's an acronym, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which Jordan Maxwell would say was the Admiralty law of the British Empire, and that we're all subjects thereof because we all go through a canal when we go through the birth canal. Preposterous. Now, the U.S. Navy attests most of the Taiwan Strait is in international waters, citing a UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, an UNCLOS definition of territorial waters as extending 22.2 kilometers, that's 12 nautical miles, from a country's coastline. The United States regularly sends its warships through the strait, making dozens of such transits in recent years. Canadian Ministry of Defense head Media Relations Daniel Le Boutillier confirmed Canada participated in the day before yesterday's transit, saying, following port visits in Jakarta, Indonesia, and Manila, Philippines, HMCS Vancouver sailed through the Taiwan Strait along with the USS Higgins, as this was the most direct navigational route. The sail was done in full accordance with international law, including high seas navigation rights as outlined in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Now we're going to go behind the times. We all know Puerto Rico is suffering terribly due to, of course, the hurricane, and they are basically pumping a lot of aid into Puerto Rico right now, as well as they should. Basically, drenched by Hurricane Fiona, the Puerto Ricans are doing their best to band together. Understand the entire island's flooded. No one has any drinking water or electricity. Prescription drug disruptions have certainly arisen. How do I describe this? They've got waves, they got wind, but they haven't got electricity. It's the worst of all possible combinations. You're just gonna have to check out the drone footage that shows the Hurricane Fiona damage in Puerto Rico. It's just horrible. Honestly, well, let's just get on with it. I'm just so glad my Taiwan didn't become the 51st state, which is what Puerto Rico must become. Puerto Rico's future might be statehood, or independence, or more of the status quo, but change is unlikely to be won through voting alone. On the 3rd day of June in 2022, representatives from the United States Democratic Party, Raul Grijalva, Nydia Velázquez, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, all traveled to Puerto Rico, where they joined the island's resident commissioner Jennifer Gonzalez Colon, a Republican, to discuss the Puerto Rico Status Act. This concerns Puerto Rico's relationship with these United States. If passed, it would authorize a plebiscite for Puerto Ricans to express their wishes on their island's political future and bind U.S. Congress to act on their mandate. Grijalva is quoted as saying, "Getting to this point has not been an easy process. All 4 members of the bipartisan group support the act. Others, both within Puerto Rico and these United States, vehemently do not." Now, the United States acquired control over Puerto Rico in the aftermath of the 1898 Spanish-American War, in which it also acquired the Philippines and Guam, and granted citizenship, to a limited degree, to Puerto Ricans in 1917. After lengthy negotiations, in 1952, that island became the world's only Estado Libre Asociado, associated free state. The U.S. Congress holds ultimate power over Puerto Rico's legal affairs, but the island's single congressperson is a non-voting member of the House of Representatives, and its inhabitants have no right to vote for the American president. A territory foreign in a domestic sense, Puerto Rico is neither part of the federation that maketh up the United States, nor a sovereign entity. Armed rebellion has often been necessary for the decolonization of nations that have faced similar circumstances to Puerto Rico, but its inhabitants have never supported direct action en masse. A combination of the memory of violent colonial traumas and the limited successes of the Estado Libre Asociado have made electoral exercises the preferred way to express collective opinions. And of course, there's still alternatives. In 1966, the United States Puerto Rico Commission on the Status of Puerto Rico determined 3 potential status options for that island, 2 of which would change Puerto Rico's relationship with these United States. The first option was to keep the Estado Libre Asociado, a system that is currently so unpopular that it was left out of the latest draft of the Puerto Rico Status Act entirely. Still, the political elites who have built up their careers supporting the status quo continue to lobby for it. The second option would see Puerto Rico annexed as a state, which would impose federal tax responsibilities that the island does not have as a territory. And annexation would require the adoption of English as a lingua franca and other forms of assimilation. Support for annexation steadily increased from the late 1960s onward. Bear in mind what I had said. 1966 was the year I was born, And that was when the United States Puerto Rico Commission on the Status of Puerto Rico determined 3 potential status options for that island, 2 of which would change Puerto Rico's relationship with the United States. So, from the 1960s onward, due to the increasing importance of the federal welfare state subsidizing of the shortcomings of Estado Libre Asociado's economy, those wanting statehood not only lead the new Progressive Party, the dominant force in Puerto Rico's elected government, but have succeeded in rallying votes in favor of their cause in non-binding plebiscites that occurred in 2012, 2017, and 2020. The third option would be the end of Puerto Rico's relationship with these United States via independence. Some Puerto Ricans argue that full sovereignty is the only path to true decolonization. But fears about the loss of American citizenship and federal funding have kept those supporting independence in the minority. Younger generations, however, appear curious about opportunities to develop Puerto Rico sans imperial restrictions. In the mid-1980s, a fourth option emerged as the Federated States of Micronesia, the Marshall Islands, and later Palau becamest republics associated with these United States. By signing a compact of free association, these countries ended their territorial disputes, but continued receiving financial and military assistance from the United States. Known by some as the Sovereign Estado Libre Asociado, this alternative appeals to Puerto Ricans who reject American colonialism, but still believe that close economic and diplomatic relations with these United States are necessary. Though this option is acceptable to some members of the Puerto Rican independence movement, various annexations claim it resembles the Estado Libre Asociado, which so closely that the problem would remain unresolved. So, what could bring about this farewell to arms? Or should it? Well, there have been efforts to fight Puerto Rico's political subordination ever since Spanish violently colonized the natives, the island's native Arawak Taino population in the early 16th century. Puerto Rico's location at the entrance of the Caribbean Sea has made it geopolitically important from a defense point of view. Uprisings have proved difficult to organize due to the militarization of the island. Now, the most significant revolt against the Spanish occurred in 1868, when a group of Puerto Ricans took up arms in the town of Lares, and were put down by the colonial authorities. Regardless, before the United States illegally occupied Puerto Rico in 1898, Puerto Rico was considered a Latin American country along with Cuba and the Dominican Republic, its sisters under Spanish rule. Still, racism prevailed under Spanish rule. Exempli gratiae. In order for a black person to marry a white during their post-colonial wars, the black person would have to obtain a letter from the Pope declaring him an honorary white. Also under Spanish rule, white blood would advance your race making it desirable to whiten by marrying white, thus guaranteeing better jobs and security. Now, let me see if I can remember something. I really can't. Now, I would say that, I mean, how do I say this? When it came to the Spanish-born Israeli rail system, how do I say this? It just, let's just say it this way. Racism still prevailed under Spanish rule. The Creole elite saw the aftermath of the American invasion in 1898 as an opportunity to assert a political power previously denied to them by the Spaniards and their preference for Spanish-born leaders. Instead, the American empire organized a colonial civilian government in Puerto Rico through the Four-Acre Act of 1900, which introduced an executive council made up of 11 people, all of whom were appointed by the United States government. Electoral participation for Puerto Ricans was limited to the legislature. The Great Depression posed significant challenges to Puerto Rican society, which remained largely rural and dependent on agriculture. This precariousness provided a platform for the pro-independence Nationalist Party of Puerto Rico. First founded in, what year was it? 1922, the year before my latent Saint Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was born. After a brief period attempting to assert power through the island's unlimited electoral structures, the Nationalist Party adopted armed struggle in its quest for liberation. Massacres by colonial forces in the towns of Rio Piedras and Ponce in the 1930s were followed by an island-wide insurrection in 1950. The government crushed the uprising, declared martial law, and expanded its prosecution, or rather persecution, of the independence movement as the vote to ratify the Estado Libre Asociado approached. On March 1st of 1954, 4 Puerto Rican nationalists attacked the U.S. Capitol, opening fire on representatives while they were discussing an immigration bill, injuring 5 people. The casting cast a long shadow over discussions on independence, intensifying existing taboos while regarding armed struggle in Puerto Rico. Conversations around violent resistance became rare, even among pro-independence organizations. Instead, it all became a symbolic act. From the mid to late 20th century, the Estado Libre Asociado was able to bolster limited socioeconomic mobility through industrialization and the expansion of public education. The annexationist New Progressive Party, founded in 1967, and the Pro-Estado Libre Association Popular Demographic Party, established in 1909. Now, what else can I remember to draw out of the attic of my mind? trying to think about other aspects of the history. Basically, I would say that the two-party dynamic established by the Estado Libre Asociado, with enough support to swap Puerto Rico's government and legislature back and forth between them, well, the elections drew high levels of participation, and those left behind by the Estado Libre Asociado's limited, I would say, accomplishments could migrate to the United States in search of better opportunities. Indeed, Puerto Rico's economic growth during the late 20th century occurred as the government established programs that sponsored migration to these United States. But in 2006, that government was plunged into crisis after it ran out of funds, resulting in a 12-week, 14-night shutdown. 2 weeks. The collective loss of faith in Estado Libre Asociado project that followed caused many Puerto Ricans to disengage from politics. It is unlikely that the Puerto Rico Status Act will make it out of committee hearings in the U.S. Congress. Though there was Republican representation in the bill's drafting, the minority leader, Bruce Westerman, has made it clear that the Republican Party has no intention of changing its long-standing opposition to statehood for U.S. territories. They're all black, and they would give the blacks, the colored peoples of the United States, a voting edge over white America. And that's something they never want to happen. So what's in it for us, America? And okay, that's cute. She's giving me some suggestions for staying awake because she notices I'm falling asleep. Martha's telling me to play music while I'm on, whilst I sing, shout loud, forcing more blood to flow to the brain. Clip to file and X. Well, this gives me an opportunity to try and look for a stirring spoon for my tea, which I'm playing around with right now. Either that or I stir it with my finger. I had a bunch of the plastic spoons around here, but what the fuck? I'll use some of these chopsticks. Let me see. And that'll work. Now, again, for those of you who haven't noticed, I've been falling asleep while trying to speak aloud. So I've been talking in my sleep. Hope I've been maintaining some level of coherency while doing that. But I wouldn't be surprised at the drop in numbers from people just falling asleep, listening to me falling asleep. At any rate, we've got concurrent viewers, and I'm just going to do a refresh here, see how many of them stick with us. How much time we have remaining is another question. Now, Puerto Rico's current situation benefits the American empire, which reaps billions of dollars by taxing imports to that island. American elites have begun settling in Puerto Rico to avoid federal income taxes. While exchanges on Puerto Rico's political status are beginning to attract more media attention, it is very unlikely that authorities will change a dynamic that benefits the most powerful. The Estado Libre Asociado lost a substantial portion of its powers with the imposition of the Puerto Rico Oversight, Management, and Economic Stability Act in 2016. Most economic policy is now controlled by the Financial Oversight and Management Board, a group of unelected officials appointed by the American president himself. Consequently, Puerto Ricans have grown apathetic towards elections. Voter turnout is decreasing. What else do I remember? Even as the annexationist pro-Estado Libre Asociado's 12-party dominance is being challenged by the emergence of new minority parties which seek to upset the status quo. Now, federal bills linked to Puerto Rico's relationship with these United States have always been designed to achieve specific political goals. Yet, though political status is the most crucial factor shaping Puerto Rico's future, the reality of daily life on that island was summed up by the band Fiel a la Vega. Most Puerto Ricans live to survive. Some parts of the island face daily blackouts and water shortages. Tariffs make groceries and other goods far more expensive than on the mainland. Government negligence shows in roads and buildings, and the majority of the jobs that are available are underpaid. Merely living in Puerto Rico is an act of everyday resistance. But this brings us to the territorial cessions of Puerto Rico, the Philippines, Guam, Cuba, and my Taiwan. Which brings us back to why America is forced to defend my island. It's part of your United States, by your own definition. So let me take that deep breath. Again, calculate the amount of time we have left, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 3 hours. Not bad. Okay. Start with Puerto Rico, of course. Now, in the Spanish-American War period, the term USMG, all uppercase letters, an acronym for United States Military Government, in Puerto Rico began on August 12, 1898, with the surrender of Spanish troops. The Treaty of Peace between these United States and Spain, it is the Treaty of Paris, was signed on December 10th, 1898, the year my own biological sire, Adolf Hitler, was born, and came into force on April 11th, 1899. Article 2 specified Spain cedes to the United States the island of Puerto Rico and other islands now under Spanish sovereignty in the West Indies, and the island of Guam in the Marianas or Ladrones. In that peace treaty, Spain ceded Puerto Rico, and the United States was designated as the receiving country. In reality, the transfer of the sovereignty of Puerto Rico from Spain to these United States was conducted through USMG, a United States military governance. This can be explained via the introduction of some professional nomenclature entirely unknown outside of the politics of power brokerage. In linguistics, the chemical term valence, which itself derives from both the late Latin valentia, or valentia, denoting power, and or competence, and from valer, or that's the best way to pronounce it, Valere, meaning be well or strong. Valer, combinatively, implies a number of grammatical elements with which a particular word, especially a verb, combines in a sentence, whereas psycholinguistically, the term valence, portmanteau, combining Valentia and Valer, combines in, well, they combine to reference bivalence, a hedonic tone. It is the affective quality relating to the intrinsic attractiveness, the goodness, as in positive valence, or averseness, or badness, as in negative valence of an event, object, or situation. Bear in mind the intrinsic meaning of the composited words. Valentia, meaning power or competence, and valer, wellness or strength. So, are they rich or poor in these traits? Whatever we're discussing, people, events. Ergo, therefore, in the case of Puerto Rico, the valency of power brokerage is explained thusly, via the Treaty of Paris. 1. Action. Spain has ceded Puerto Rico in the peace treaty. Result. In effect, upon the date of cession, Spain has ceded Puerto Rico to the USMG, the United States military government, and this is an interim status condition. Point 2. Action. With Spain's consent, the peace treaty has specified these United States as the receiving country for the cession. The result being that ultimately, upon the date of cession, under international law, an authorized civil government for Puerto Rico, to whom the principal occupying power can relinquish the territory, does not yet exist. However, Puerto Rico has been ceded to the USA, the United States of America, in treaty. Hence, the United States Congress is authorized to pass relevant legislation to establish a civil government for Puerto Rico. In terms of what observations we have for this, under USMG, or United States military governance, these United States, are flagged, the American flag, flew over Puerto Rico from August 12, 1898 until May 1st, 1900. During this period, the allegiance of the local populace was to these United States. Since Puerto Rico was ceded to the American Empire in the post-war peace treaty, the United States flag continued to fly after the establishment of civil government operations in the territory. The populace continued to give allegiance to these United States. It is important to recognize that under the military government of the principal occupying power, Puerto Rico had not yet reached a final political status. During this period, Puerto Rico was in interim status under the law of occupation. This interim status condition continued until the military government of the principal occupying power was legally supplanted. So, understand that I used to do research for military attorneys, JAGs, or Judges Advocate General, who handled the barristry, the law, the lawfare, as opposed to warfare, of your American military. So I know what I'm talking about. I worked with the records. Let's take the Philippines, also won by conquest in the Spanish-American War. When it came to I can't even remember their native name now. Catagalogan, the Philippines, named after King Philip of Spain. In the Spanish-American War period, USMG, the United States military government in the Philippines, began on August 14th, 1898, with the surrender of Spanish troops. The Treaty of Peace between these United States and Spain, the Treaty of Paris, was signed on December 10th, 1898, and came into force on April 11th, 1899. Article 3 specifies Spain cedes to the United States the archipelago known as the Philippine Islands. K! That's with an upside-down Spanish exclamation mark in front of a uppercase letter K, pronounced like, K-A-Y, K, but implying que. as in QUE with the accent mark on it, as in how or what with a sense of wow, implying thereby an emphatic disbelief. This is on the treaty. This K with an exclamation no less, doubling that disbelieving emphasis. Spain cedes to these United States the article known as the Philippine Islands, and they wrote that in disbelief. Now, in the peace treaty, Spain ceded the Philippines, and the United States was designated as the receiving country. In reality, the transfer of the sovereignty of the Philippines from Spain to these United States was conducted through USMG, United States Military Governance. The valency thereof is explained thusly. First, action. Spain has ceded the Philippines in the peace treaty. Result, in effect, upon the date of cession, Spain has ceded the Philippines to the USMG. And this is an interim status condition. Secondly, in terms of action, with Spain's consent, the peace treaty has specified the United States as the receiving country for the cession. However much in disbelief the Spanish were when they did this, the result being that, importantly, upon the date of cession, under international law, an authorized civil government for the Philippines, to whom the principal occupying power can relinquish the territory, does not yet exist. However, the Philippines has been ceded to the United States of America in treaty, hence the United States Congress is authorized to pass relevant legislation to establish civil governance for the Philippines. In terms of what observations we have for this, under USMG, the United States flag flew over the Philippines from August 14th of 1898 until July 4th, the 4th of July, 1901. During this period, the allegiance of the local populace was to these United States. Since the Philippines was ceded to the USA in the post-war peace treaty, the United States flag continued to fly after the establishment of civil governmental operations in territory. The populace continued to give allegiance to these United States. It being important to recognize that under the military governance of the principal occupying power, the Philippines had not yet reached a final political status. During this period, the Philippines was in interim status under the law of occupation. This interim status condition continued until the military government of the principal occupying power was legally supplanted. Then we look at Guam. In the Spanish-American War period, USMG, United States Military Government in Guam, began on June 21st, 1898, with the surrender of Spanish troops. The Treaty of Peace between these United States and España, Spain, it is the Treaty of Paris, was signed on December 10th, 1898, and came into force on April 11th, 1899. Article 2 specifies Spain cedes to the United States the island of Puerto Rico and other islands now under Spanish sovereignty in the West Indies, and the island of Guam in the Marianas or Ladrones. In the peace treaty, Spain ceded Guam, and the United States was designated as the receiving country. In reality, the transfer of the sovereignty of Guam from Spain to these United States was conducted through USMG. The valency thereof is explained thusly. Think of the first point, action. Spain has ceded Guam in the peace treaty. Result being that, in effect, upon the date of cession, the Spanish Empire has ceded Guam to the USMG, and this is an interim status condition. With Spain's consent, the peace treaty has specified the United States as the receiving country of the cession, or for the cession. As that's spelled CESSION, as it's a cession, meaning given to you, gifted, graced unto you, as opposed to session spelled with an S, which means like a period of time you spend learning something or something like that. The result being that, importantly, upon the date of cession, under international law, an authorized civil government over Guam, to whom the principal occupying power can relinquish the territory, does not yet exist. However, Guam has been ceded to the USA in this treaty, hence the United States Congress is authorized to pass relevant legislation to establish a civil government for Guam. In terms of what observations we have about this, under USMG, the United States flag flew over Guam from June 21st of 1898 until July 1st of 1950. Now, during this period, the allegiance of the local populace was to these United States. Since Guam was ceded to the USA, United States of America, in the post-war peace treaty, the United States flag continued to fly after the establishment of civil government operations in territory. The populace continued to give allegiance to these United States. It is important to recognize that under the military government of the principal occupying power, Guam had not yet reached a final political status. During this period, Guam was in interim status under the law of occupation. This interim status condition continued until the military government of the principal occupying power was legally supplanted. The last example that most immediately comes to mind would be Cuba and the Guantanamo Bay. In the Spanish-American War period, USMG, United States Military Government, in Cuba began on July 17, 1898, with the surrender of Spanish troops. Now, the Treaty of Peace between these United States and España, it is the Treaty of Paris, was signed on December 10th, 1898, and came into force on April 11th, 1899. Article 1 specifies Spain relinquishes all claim of sovereignty over, and Title II, Cuba. And as the island is, upon its evacuation by Spain to be occupied by the United States will, so long as such occupation shall last, assume and discharge the obligations that may, under international law, result from the fact of its occupation for the protection of life and property. In the peace treaty, Spain ceded Cuba, but no receiving country was designated. This is a limbo cession. In reality, the transfer of the sovereignty of Cuba from Spain to the Republic of Cuba was conducted through USMG. The valency thereof is explained thusly. First point, action. Spain has ceded Cuba in the peace treaty. The result being that, in effect, upon the date of cession, España has ceded Cuba to these United States military government. And this is an interim status condition. In terms of action, as a second point, after consideration by all relevant parties, no agreement was reached to specify any other country as the receiving country for the cession, spelled CESSION, not session like a therapy session with an S. The result being that, hence, none is stipulated. Importantly, upon the date of cession under international law, an authorized civil government for Cuba to whom the principal occupying power can relinquish the territory does not yet exist. Moreover, no country has been authorized to pass relevant legislation to establish a civil government for Cuba. Cuba remains under United States military government until USMG is legally supplanted. Hence, here we are. I assume you can still hear me. My earbuds fell out of the microphone. So my point being, concerning the case of Cuba, the United States government operates out of the Guantanamo Bay. That is supposed to be the America's military governance site for the island. So other observations we can make are that under USMG, the United States flag flew over Cuba from July 17th of 1898 until May 20th, 1902. During this period, the allegiance of the local population was to these United States. The Republic of Cuba began civil government operations on May 20th, 1902, so on that day, the United States flag came down and the Republic of Cuba flag went up. The populace then gave allegiance to the Republic of Cuba. Now, let me give you a but, as in, but the 1903 Cuban-American Treaty of Relations held, among other things, that the United States, for the purposes of operating coaling and naval stations, has complete jurisdiction and control of the Guantanamo Bay, whilst recognizing that the Republic of Cuba retains ultimate sovereignty. It was 13 years and some 7 months agone, well, 13 years and 8 months by now, on January 22nd, 2009, within 48 hours, but 2 days after he became his president, that Barack Obama issued an executive order designed to promptly close detention facilities at Guantanamo. The closing of that prison at the United States Naval Base at Cuba's Guantanamo Bay would, so our President Barack Obama said, take its place no less than a year from that date. 12 years after that 2010 deadline passed, and even as relations between these United States and Cuba begins to thaw, the detention facilities remain in use. More than 100 prisoners remained there by time of the Russians hacking Donald John Trump into the Oval Office. Even as that number was declining, with officials having openly confirmed that Barack Obama would still have liked to have achieved total closure before he left office. But with Cuba, nothing can be simple. The story of Guantanamo itself goes back more than a century to the time of the Spanish-American War. And during that time, it's been, as it is now, a source of controversy. Until 1898, Cuba had belonged to España. As the Spanish Empire diminished, Cubans fought for their independence. The United States joined in to help its neighbor, and though the Spanish-American War ended up focused mainly on the Spanish presence in the Philippines, Cuba was the site of the sinking of the USS Maine, the event that precipitated American military involvement. Remember the Maine! Just like later on, remember Pearl Harbor! Both of these were conspiracies where the Americans blew their own ships. That's this. When the war ended, España gave the American Empire control of Cuba, among other territories like Puerto Rico, and about 3 years later, Cuba became an independent nation. However, that independence was not without a catch. As part of the Platt Amendment, the document that governed the end of the occupation, the new Cuban government was required to lease or sell certain territory to these United States. Here's how Time magazine later summarized, with numbers accurate for 1960, what happened next. Let me see if I can open to the right page. In the meantime, again, checking the time we have, let's see some interaction in the chat room. By the side, just because, it's always good to have that. And basically it says, the U.S. rights in Guantanamo are clear and indisputable, By a treaty signed in 1903 and reaffirmed in 1934, the U.S. recognized Cuba's ultimate sovereignty over the 45-square-mile enclave in Oriente Province near the island's southeast end. In return, Cuba yielded the United States complete jurisdiction and control through a perpetual lease that can be voided only by mutual agreement. For a low rental, $3,386.25, $3,386.25 annually, the U.S. Navy gets its best natural harbor south of Charleston, South Carolina, plus 19,621 acres of land, enough for a complex of 1,400 buildings and 2 airfields, one of them capable of handling entire squadrons of the Navy's hottest jets, ergo 1,000-mile-per-hour F-8U Crusaders, 700-mile-per-hour A-4D Skyhawks. In terms of global strategy, Guantanamo has only marginal value. It served as an anti-submarine center in World War II and could be one again, but its greatest worth is as an isolated warm water training base for the fleet. With an anchorage capable of handling 100 warships at once, it is the Navy's top base for shakedown cruises and refresher training for both sailors and airmen. What Cuba gets out of the deal is 3,700 jobs for the technicians and laborers who help maintain the base, a payroll of $7 million United States dollars annually for hard-pressed Oriente. When Fidel Castro came to power in Cuba in the 1950s, there was briefly a period during which the fate of Guantanamo seemed in question. As Time magazine reported in the September 12, 1960 issue, Castro threatened to kick the Navy out if the U.S. continued to interfere with the Cuban economy. However, he also said that he knew that, if he did so, the U.S. could take it as a pretext to attack and get rid of him. Castro would continue to bring up his displeasure at the American presence in Cuba. In 1964, he cut off the water supply, to which the Navy responded by building its own water and power plants, but the lease stayed, as did the military families based there. As I said, the United States military does something no other military in the world does. It imports its ghettos. Guantanamo returned to the news in the 1990s when it got a new set of residents. In 1991, in the wake of a coup d'etat in Haiti, thousands of Haitians fled by sea for the United States. In December of that year, Guantanamo Bay became the site of a refugee camp built to house those who sought asylum while the Bush administration figured out what to do with them. Throughout the years that followed, the camp became home to thousands of native Cubans, too, who had also attempted to flee to these United States for political asylum. In the summer of 1994 alone, as Time magazine wrote the following May, more than 20,000 Haitians and 30,000 Cubans were intercepted at sea and delivered to hastily erected camps in Guantanamo. In 1999, during conflict in the Balkans, and after the Haitian and Cuban refugees had been sent home or onto the States, the United States agreed to put up 20,000 new refugees at Guantanamo, but that plan ended up scrapped for being too far from their European homelands. The decision to house Al-Qaeda detainees at Guantanamo was reached shortly after 9/11, and nearly as immediately, the world began to wonder just what their status would be. This brings us to the high cost of Guantanamo's forever prisoners. The U.S. military prison at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, may seem a world away from Florida, but it's only 700 miles from Orlando, where my son almost died during the Pulse nightclub shooting. Floridians growing up in the city, wherein my son would almost certainly have died, but for my combat experienced ability to discern gunfire from fireworks even over cellular telephony, have almost just as certainly never thought twice about what Guantanamo's high financial and moral cost mean for themselves. Yet their federal tax bill should bring the issue to the forefront of their wallets, if not their minds. The American empire spends more than 540 million United States dollars per year to detain fewer than 40 prisoners at Guantanamo. The true cost is surely higher since it includes classified costs. Yet neither Congress nor the White House are focused on Guantanamo's high price tag. Senior Defense and State Department officials recently appeared before Congress to discuss their 2023 budget requests. Funding for Guantanamo's prison did not come up once. The White House has been similarly silent on Guantanamo's cost. President Joe Biden's 2023 budget overview also makes no mention of Guantanamo. Should we assume that this $500 million United States dollars per year is now just an assumed per annum cost for American taxpayers? The best way to reduce Guantanamo's cost is to close it, which President Biden has actually committed to doing. Yet, our president has yet to recreate an Obama-era senior State Department position to oversee Guantanamo's closure. Actual transfers of the remaining prisoners are coming in dribs and drabs, although the Biden administration has provisionally cleared 15 detainees, bringing to 20 the number of men awaiting transfer elsewhere. Even if the administration does succeed in transferring these 20 men, the facility's costs could still increase. New construction at Guantanamo Bay to build a second courtroom carries a $4 million US dollar price tag. Meanwhile, aging prisoners require additional resources because of increasingly complicated medical needs, which are often compounded by the abuse they suffered while detained. They keep getting hit in the kidneys, they need kidney transplants, and ultimately, like Derek Talley, dialyses. They're given all kinds of truth serums, various experimental drugs that are meant to torture them with hallucinations like LSD, which gives them, like Jambo the Reese Monkey, rhabdomyolyses. Now, in addition to its price tag, the Guantanamo prison serves as a rallying cry for armed groups like the ISIS, the Islamic State, and Al-Qaeda. As national security professionals note, Islamist armed groups use the treatment of Guantanamo detainees as propaganda. It's hard to forget how ISIS dressed Western and other hostages in Guantanamo-style orange jumpsuits before executing them, in a clear message to these United States and our allies. Guantanamo also carries a hefty moral cost for these United States. In October of yesteryear, 2021, a U.S. military jury described one detainee's treatment as a stain on the moral fiber of America. In a handwritten clemency petition, the detainee, Majid Khan, remains imprisoned at Guantanamo despite completing his sentence because the American empire has not found a safe country that will accept him. Other than Khan, only one man still at Guantanamo has ever been convicted of a crime. Of the 35 other prisoners, 10 are awaiting trial for war crimes, including all 5 defendants charged with links to the September 11th, 2001 attacks. The remaining 5, known by some as forever prisoners, are indefinitely detained without charge. Fundamentally flawed military commissions at Guantanamo Bay have not just violated the rights of the detainees, but they have deprived victims and their families of justice. As Human Rights Watch pointed out as far back as 2004, bringing people to justice requires fair trials. But fair trials are far from the reality at Guantanamo due to extensive delays stemming from due process violations, torture of defendants, and other issues. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the alleged mastermind of the September 11th attacks, is perhaps the highest profile case. More than 20 years after the attacks, his case remains in the pretrial phase while thousands of surviving victims and loved ones await legal reckoning. During these 12 decades, United States federal courts have prosecuted nearly 1,000 cases involving alleged domestic and international terrorism. It is not too late for President Biden to make good on his commitment to end detention at Guantanamo Bay. The administration should immediately proceed with transfers of detainees who have been cleared to go to third countries. They should prosecute the rest in fair proceedings before federal courts and end the detention of people not charged with a crime. As long as Guantanamo Bay Detention Facility remains open, the United States will continue to pay the price. Now, in the time we have remaining, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, let's see some people in the chat. Be a bit more active. Now, a former Pentagon official once expressed, in anonymity, that many would like the Guantanamo Bay facility to be closed entirely, although that's very unlikely to ever happen. If the long history of Guantanamo Bay proves anything, it's that, though regimes and requirements may change, the United States Navy is likely to stay. It was here before there was a constitutional republic. It will probably remain hereafter. In this context, it is important to recognize that under the military government of the principal occupying power, Cuba has not yet reached a final political status. During this period, Cuba was in interim status under the law of occupation. This interim status condition continued until the military government of the principal occupying power was legally supplanted. So, this is preface to my Taiwan. In the World War II period, after the end of military battles in the Pacific, not on the northeastern theater of operations, Northeast Asian Theater of Operations, NEATO, all uppercase, an acronym, Northeast Asian Theater of Operations, NEATO, 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 Northeast Asian Theater of Operations would be the Korean War, wherein they divided the peninsula instead of fighting over the home islands of Japan, which I've explained was supposed to happen, but the Americans lost the war and wound up farting's a good word for it, fighting on behalf of the Japanese on the Korean peninsula, fighting against the communist Chinese who intended to invade where the Russians could not. Let's just put it this way. In the Pacific, USMG, United States Military Government, in Formosa and the Pescadores, hereinafter to be referenced as Taiwan for convenience, began on October 25th, 1945. There was standing retention of Japanese troops, forcing the USMG to delegate the administration of this area to the Chinese nationalists by means of the law of agency. So note, the law of agency is the body of legal rules and norms concerned with any principal-agent relationship in which one person or group has legal authority to act for another. The law of agency is based on the Latin maxim, qui facit per alium, facit per se, which means he who acts through another is deemed in law to do it himself. It is important to recognize that the administration of this area was handled separately from the administration of the four main Japanese islands. The Treaty of Peace with Japan, it is the San Francisco Peace Treaty, was signed on September 8, 1951, and came into force on April 28th of 1952. The following articles are important. Article 2B. The Empire of Japan renounces all right, title, and claim to Formosa and the Pescadores. Article 4, Section B. The Empire of Japan recognizes the validity of dispositions of property of Japan and Japanese nationals made by or pursuant to directives of the United States military government in any of the areas referred to in Articles 2 and 3. Article 23 states somewhere in the text, including the United States of America as the principal occupying power. Now, in the peace treaty, the Empire of Japan ceded, meaning that's spelled C-E-D-E-D, not ceded like implanted seeds, S-E-E-D-E-T, but ceded in the secession sense, in giving a territory to someone else, Formosa and the Pescadores, the 100 islands, Taiwan and its 100 surrounding islands. But no receiving country was designated. While my nationalist Republic of China implicitly understood it to mean ourselves, the United States of America deems this as a limbo session. An analysis of the transfer of the sovereignty of Taiwan from the Empire of Japan to the Communist People's Republic of China, the PRC on the mainland through USMG, United States Military Government, is provided thusly, whilst noting that as of 2022, this transfer has not yet been completed. The valency is explained thusly. First point, action. The Empire of Japan has ceded Taiwan in the peace treaty. The result being, in effect, upon the date of cession, the Empire of Japan has ceded my Taiwan to the United States military government, and this is an interim status condition. Number 2, inaction. After consideration by all relevant parties, no agreement was reached to specify any other country as the receiving country for the cession. Hence, none is stipulated. Result being that, importantly, upon the date of cession, under international law, an authorized civil government for Taiwan, to whom the principal occupying power can relinquish the territory, does not yet exist. Moreover, no country has been authorized to pass relevant legislation to establish a civil government for my Taiwan. Ergo, therefore, by American claimancy, my Taiwan thus remains under United States military government until USMG is legally supplanted. Now, our observations in this case are that under USMG, the United States flag should be flying over my Taiwan as of April 28, 1952, if not earlier. The American empire itself declares allegiance of the local populace is to these United States. It is important to recognize that under the military government of the principal occupying power, Taiwan has not yet reached a final political status. During this period, Taiwan is in interim status under the law of occupation. This interim status condition continues until the military government of the principal occupying power is legally supplanted. In other words, according to the examples provided aforehand in regard to Puerto Rico, the Philippines, Guam, and even Cuba, it is clear that the military government of the principal occupying power does not end upon the coming into force of the peace treaty, but continues until legally supplanted. To date, USMG administrative authority over Taiwan is still active. So this leads us to the comparison of Cuba and Taiwan, a closer examination of the valency situations of Cuba according to the Treaty of Paris, and Taiwan, according to the San Francisco Peace Treaty, may thus be made. Item: United States is the principal occupying power. Treaty of Paris specifications for Cuba would be Article 1. The SFPT, or San Francisco Peace Treaty, specifications for Taiwan would be Article 23. Item: Original owner did indeed cede the territory. Treaty of Paris specifications for Cuba, Article 1. SFPT, or San Francisco Peace Treaty, specifications for Taiwan would be Article 2, Section B. Item: No receiving country was specified. It est limbo session. Treaty of Paris specifications for Cuba, Article 1. SFPT specifications for Taiwan, Article 2, Section B. Item: USMG has disposition rights over the territory. Treaty of Paris specifications for Cuba, Article 1. The SFPT specifications for Taiwan, that would be Article 4, Section B. Item: Military government is present, and military occupation is a reality. Treaty of Paris specifications for Cuba, Article 1. SFPT specifications for Taiwan, Article 4, Section B, and the Hague Conventions of 1907. Ergo, thereby, all 100 islands of Taiwan are effectively in the status of Guantanamo Bay in relation to mainland China in perpetuity as rendered by way of the Shanghai Communique. So the following wording in the February 28th, 1972 Communique is important. The American side declared, the United States acknowledges that all Chinese on either side of the Taiwan Strait maintain there is but one China, and that Taiwan is a part of China. The United States government does not challenge that position. This is because the nationalists claimed all the mainland, and the mainland claimed the island China. So they both claimed each the other, and therefore the United States said, I stay out of that. It reaffirms its interest in a peaceful settlement of the Taiwan question by the Chinese themselves on either side. With this prospect in mind, this is all part of the communique. With this prospect in mind, it affirms the ultimate objective of the withdrawal of all U.S. forces and military installations from Taiwan. In the meantime, it will progressively reduce its forces and military installations on Taiwan as the tension in the area diminishes. In the Shanghai Communique, the United States of America has established the One China policy and has made arrangements for the final disposition of Taiwan in accordance with SFPT, or the San Francisco Peace Treaty's Article 4, Section B in particular. However, during the period of interim status, Taiwan is entitled to fundamental rights under the United States Constitution. For the territory, these fundamental rights include the Article 1, Section 8 stipulation that Congress will provide for the common defense. For the people, these fundamental rights include life, liberty, property, and due process of law under the Fifth Amendment. Unfortunately, these rights have been denied to my people for over 3/4 of a century. 75 years. Additionally, with no U.S. High Commission established in Taiwan, the Taiwanese people have been denied the right to petition our government, meaning the government of these United States, for a redress of grievances. So, think back on that headline that reads, Biden again says U.S. forces would defend Taiwan against Commu-Chinese aggression. This didn't look like a gaffe. Biden didn't seem to mishear the question. So what now? With their repeated denials that anything has changed, Biden's officials appear to be creating a situation of strategic confusion, as meanwhile, I've written and spracketh on this subject before. AIDS' constant corrections are not just disrespectful to our President Biden himself and to us as the people he represents, they raise the possibility that he's leading foreign policy and defense officials to a place they don't want to go. Of course, Biden's remarks don't necessarily equate to how he would behave in a real crisis. And although U.S. intelligence analysts believe Beijing is building a military capable of taking my Taiwan, it doesn't mean it would actually go ahead and do it. The U.S. president's comments are in line with a strong push on parts of Capitol Hill to harden American policy on my Taiwan. But it's a dangerous game, given Beijing's increasing military capability and the importance that Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping attaches to the self-governing island becoming part of his mainland. Critics of the new hawkishness warn a more direct American stance is likely to antagonize Beijing than make it think twice about invading. The Communist Chinese leadership are far more sophisticated readers of American politics than they once were. But these are the recent signals from Washington. Just the month before last, Nancy Pelosi became the first House Speaker to visit my Taiwan in a quarter of a century, 25 years. Red China's military mobilization in response showed its increasing capacity to strangle my island in a blockade. Now, week before last, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee advanced a $6.5 billion United States Taiwan military aid bill. Now, Biden has reiterated his vow to defend my Taiwan, while insisting that the foundation of American relations with our Asian superpower rival, that there is one China and Washington does not advocate independence for Taipei, remains intact. It certainly looks like the American empire has moved from ambiguity to deterrence. And while war is hopefully a distant prospect, no one has prepared the American people for the possibility of defending a democracy many time zones away, or for the extraordinary consequences of a military showdown would have in terms of economic meltdowns, interrupted supply chains, and semiconductor imports. Not to mention the possible cost in American blood, even from a limited maritime skirmish. An American clash with the Communist Chinese Empire would make us the reverberations of the war in Ukraine look like a sideshow. Our natural impulse when thinking about future amphibious operations is to look to the past. Yet the reality is that no good point of comparison for a communist Chinese invasion of my Taiwan exists. A Taiwan invasion would look nothing like D-Day. In the 2 hours remaining, let me swing my dick as a military specialist. Every year, on June 6th, the United States and our NATO allies commemorate the anniversary of D-Day, that daring amphibious assault on France's Normandy region that helped bring down Nazism on the surface world and is propagandized as liberating Western Europe so that, well, they could all industrialize as satellite states of the American Empire. Today, commentators frequently draw parallels between D-Day and an imagined communist Chinese invasion of my Taiwan. But such comparisons are wrong. And only I can tell you why. We are talking about emotion versus logic here. I am your Vulcan intervention. Taiwan, via Confucianism, will be your salvation culturally by providing you culture you don't have, just as Spock is indispensable in providing culture to a cultureless enterprise. Most observers view the Normandy landings as a glorious moment in human history. The very thought of D-Day evokes strong positive emotions, especially for citizens in the Western democracies that were propagandized, indoctrinated into believing such bullshit. It's easy to see then why likening D-Day to the invasion of my Faji democratic Taiwan could be problematic. CCP, or Chinese Communist Party propaganda notwithstanding, Beijing's campaign would be about spreading tyranny, not liberating oppressed peoples. That's why I insist we use the term Z-Day, 0 day, to refer to the national, well, the notional date, thus far, of a future Commu-Chinese invasion of my Taiwan. Z-Day is the term Winston Churchill used when talking about a potential Nazi invasion of England, an operation my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, planned to launch in 1940, but aborted after he lost the battle for aero supremacy over the English Channel. While all historical metaphors are imperfect, this one would seem fitting by your own inclinations, even hopeful. For England, Z-Day never actually arrived. But if a future Z-Day did comest to my Taiwan shores, it wouldn't be like the Normandy landings. Our natural impulse when thinking about future amphibious operations is, as I said, to look to the past, yet the reality of this scenario is that no good point of comparison exists. Nothing even remotely similar has ever occurred in human history. And there be contrasts galore, which again, only I, as the renegade military historian, can even begin to explain. It's easy to forget that World War II's grandest amphibious operation was actually a relatively simple affair in terms of the battle space. The D-Day landings occurred in rural France along a relatively flat 80-kilometer beachfront. The harrowing bluffs overlooking Omaha Beach, made famous by the Hollywood movie Saving Private Ryan, were only between 100 and 170 feet high. Few civilians lived in the area, which had been extensively bombed prior to the assaults. Normandy's beaches were heavily fortified, but lightly garrisoned. They were defended by around 50,000 troops under German command. To defeat them, the Allies employed over 6,000 ships and over 1,000 aircraft, which together landed approximately 155,000 troops on D-Day, including 24,000 by air. Now, think of the fact that the Allies outnumbered the Germans 10-1. This is why every German soldier was told that you have to be as good as 10 American troops. Now, when it comes to this kind of battlefield performance, the Germans, well, think of the Beast of Omaha. The Beast of Omaha, he was one German man, Heinrich Severloh. Heinrich Severloh was one of the greatest soldiers in German history. You're talking about a single man who inflicted so many casualties on the Americans at D-Day that they didn't think of him as a human being. He was positioned along the coast, and he was just a farm boy. And he basically was assigned to Widerstandsnest, Machine Gun Nest 62. And what he did was incredible. This was a man alone who killed thousands of Americans. So many that Americans originally called him a liar. He became famous for his memoir. With his MG, his machine gun 42, he fired his machine gun so many times that the barrel melted. He didn't even let the soldiers exit the landing craft. And all 36 troops died as he butchered them into pulp. So it wasn't until the 1960s they did full research on this man and found out he killed far more Americans than anyone even knew. We're talking about a man who, his nickname was Hein. Heinrich Hein Severloh. And in fact, when I think back on it, I know he died in January the 14th of 2006. Now, as a soldier in the German 352nd Infantry Division, stationed in Normandy in 1944. His memoir, which was simply titled WN62, Erinnerungen an Omaha Beach, Normandy, 6 June 1944, published in the year 2000, just 6 years before he died. It was only then that the world realized that as a machine gunner, Severlaw inflicted 2,000 fatalities. He killed 2,000 Americans. And the Americans claimed, oh, that's not credible. The total U.S. casualties, killed, wounded, and missing from all sources along that 5-mile length of Omaha Beach on D-Day are estimated at about 2,400. That would mean you killed the majority. Now understand, Heinrich Severlaw was a human killing machine. You're talking about a man who, for 9 hours at 5 in the morning, he started firing over American troops at the beach. And in 9 hours, he fired 12,000 rounds, going through multiple barrels that had to be replaced because they melted at the end of his machine gun. The heat was so intense from all that friction of the cascading bullets. After over 1,000 kills, he was still shooting. Yes, this man took down, single-handedly, 2,000 Americans. That's the kind of soldier that the Taiwanese need to be, modeled on that man. There were only a few Germans, outnumbered 10-1 that day, and so each one of them took Hitler's orders personally that they needed to be as good as 10 Americans each. That man proved himself as good as 2,000. Now think of a very different battlefield. My Taiwan is a rugged, heavily urbanized nation of 23.6 million citizens and enough immigrants to make the island a solid population of 30 million people. The nation-state of Taiwan, also known as the Republic of China, traditionally by the old schoolers like myself, is made up of over 100 islands, most too tiny to see on the map. Many of my Taiwan's outer islands bristle with missiles, rockets, and artillery guns. Their granite hills have been honeycombed with tunnels and bunker systems. Think Okinawa during Operation Iceberg, where 80% of the invading Americans never reached the island alive. Our granite hills have been turned into a termitary, a termite hill of spider nests, spider holes as they would call them, the kind that Saddam Hussein was fished out of. The main island of my Taiwan is 394 kilometers long and 144 kilometers across at its widest point. Within that comparatively small space, yet the island itself is almost the size of Japan, we have 258 peaks of over 3,000 meters in elevation. Think of that in comparison with those rinky-dink fucking hills at Omaha Beach that the Rangers make so much of. We climbed the hills of Omaha Beach, whereas a person doing rock climbing today would consider that an exercise for a child. So, the tallest of our mountains, Yushan, or Jade Mountain, is just under 4,000 meters high. Compare that to Mount Suribachi on Iwo Jima. You'd have to climb 12,000 feet to plant that flag. And unlike Normandy, the coastal terrain here is a defender's dream come true. My Taiwan has only 14 small invasion beaches, and they are bordered by cliffs and urban jungles. City fighting the moment you leave your fucking barge. While Taiwan's standing military is only around 190,000 strong, we have a large reserve force comprised primarily of recent conscripts with basic training. In 2020, the year before yesteryear, my Taiwan's then defense minister estimated that 260,000 reservists could be mobilized in a worst-case scenario to augment active duty personnel. Now, this is, I can assure you, a conservative estimate, so that the enemy will underestimate us. Know this: over 2 million young Taiwanese men are in our military's reserve system, along with a large number of registered government personnel and contractors, construction workers that could easily turn their skills towards destruction, and the like. My Taiwan's all-out defense strategy encompasses police officers, firefighters, airline personnel, bulldozer operators, construction workers, truck drivers, bus drivers, fishing boat crews, doctors, nurses, and many others. By law, pretty much anyone with a useful wartime skill could be pressed into national service. That's what a draft is all about. Theoretically, every Taiwanese will go down fighting and take Communist China's multi-million man military down with them. Imagine every soldier as a beast of Omaha and the millions we will kill. So, to continue with the unknowns, it's simply not public information. How many guns my Taiwan has stockpiled for our Army, Marine, and military police reservists. Nor is it clear whether my Taiwan's unpopular and poorly resourced reserve system could effectively mobilize and use a significant number of our personnel. Much would depend on early warning intelligence and the will of my Taiwan's presidentress and her cabinet to act with alacrity. Democracies are often reluctant to declare national emergencies and institute martial law until the enemy invasion starts. This might be why the former defense minister pessimistically assumed he would only be able to mobilize around 15% of our military's total reserve force. Now, this goddamn microphone is such a piece of shit. I'm just glad that it works at all. And again, it just toppled. That's the noise you heard. And aside from that, everyone participate in the chat room. Say something in there. Tell me if my quality of sound is even worth speaking through. Whether or not you can hear me. It says we're still streaming and that we've got good quality as indicated by some of the exhibits. Live stream says excellent connection. Okay, everybody in the chat room start to talk. All of you who are not in the chat room, get in there. And honestly, just doing now a quick observation of everyone's, sharing my promotional banners. Yeah, they still find morbid amusement in this idiot saying that I was charged with murdering some poor girl who was involved with myself. But from Baltimore, no less. Baltimore, of all places. That's a good one. Now, Were it to occur, the battle for my Taiwan would involve other complexities that are vital but squishy, meaning they cannot be satisfactorily quantified. It would be the first country-on-country war where both attacker and defender had modern long-range missiles in our arsenals capable of cracking open ships and devastating land targets with precision from hundreds of kilometers away. No one actually knows what such a fight would look like because it's never happened before. Both sides would have advanced cyber weapons, electronic warfare suites, as we call them, smart mines, and drone swarms that have never been tested in real-world combat. Both would have satellites and at least some ability to attack satellites. Both would have economic leverage to use and abuse and the ability to cripple each the other's economy. Both would have large numbers of our citizens living in the other's territory, a certain but unknown number of whom are saboteurs and spies, and of course, some of these double agents. Both would have the fearful option of using weapons of mass destruction to disperse biological, chemical, and radioactive agents against the other. And both might apply more exotic weapons, such as directed energy weapons and hypersonic missiles. The most critical question, of course, is what the United States would do. It seems logical to assume the White House would send aid to my Taiwan. Whether or not the president would order American forces to defend my Taiwan is currently unknown, but Biden definitely keeps saying it'll happen. Nonetheless, according to the Taiwan Relations Act, the United States military must plan on defending my Taiwan and prepare accordingly. Now, unlike the American military, the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, has not seen combat since 1979. As a result, nobody serving today in communist China on the mainland has any combat experience except for a handful of geriatric generals. Equally important, the communist Chinese military does not train in realistic, highly complex environments. These two facts call into question whether or not the PLA could actually pull off a complex invasion operation successfully. If the American empire came as to my Taiwan's defense, few experts would ever give Red China any good odds. This is what brings us down to number crunching. Some things we can count on, or at least estimate, with the help of computers. The quantifiable elements of the PLA invasion operation would be mind-boggling. Millions of armed forces in uniform would be mobilized in mainland China, including soldiers, sailors, airmen, rocketeers, marines, cyber warriors, armed police, reservists, ground militia, and maritime militia. It seems likely that somewhere between 1 and 12 million combat troops would actually have to cross the Taiwan Strait, which is 128 kilometers across at its narrowest point and 410 kilometers at its widest opening. Now, PLA troop numbers, of course, are highly speculative, best guesses, which depend entirely on assumptions. In theory, the PLA might land as few as 300,000 to 400,000 soldiers. For example, if the Taiwanese presidentress was killed or captured prior to Z-Day and armed resistance crumbled. On the other hand, if the Taiwanese government survives and mobilizes everything under our power in a timely fashion, the PLA might have to send over 12 million troops to my Taiwan, including paramilitaries such as the People's Armed Police and the Militia of China. Why so many? Commanders planning offensive operations typically want a 3-to-1 superiority over the defender, as you certainly had on every island the Marines invaded in the Pacific and at D-Day in the Atlantic. If the terrain is unfavorable, they might want a 5-to-1 ratio, and sometimes more. Assuming my Taiwan has but 450,000 defenders, the PLA general in charge would therefore want to have at least 1.35 million men, but probably more like 2.25 million. Obviously, this is a simplistic formula, but without access to top-secret communist Chinese military studies and plans, a logical estimate is better than the alternative. If the PLA ground force was 1 million or more men, then we might expect an armada of thousands, or even tens of thousands of ships to deliver them. The vast majority of these ships would not be from the PLA Navy. And, by the way, Real Tech says, still sounding good. And my fetish story, God bless you, honey, love you. She says, we call Baltimore Baghdad. Awful. Thank you, honey. So, back to the task at hand. Analyzing war, which is ultimately what I was born and bred to do. And as I was saying here, and let me grab some water. Now, as I was saying, the vast majority of these ships would not be from the Communist Chinese Navy, which is basically a branch of their goddamn army. They have the most centralized military in the world. Everything is a branch of the army. Now, vessels that would be used would be like tugs, oilers, barges, ferries, fishing boats, semi-submersible platforms, container carriers, and heavy roll-on, roll-off cargo ships would be mobilized. According to Communist Chinese military doctrine, many ships would be deployed as decoys, conducting feints to distract attention away from the main assault. For the PLA, People's Liberation Army, enormous ship numbers are now attainable. The CCP's, the Communist Chinese Party's military-civil fusion strategy, has been gearing up for just such an operation. Red China's civilian fleets are vast, and every day more hulls are being retrofitted to support a future military campaign against my Taiwan. For Beijing to have reasonable prospects of victory, the PLA would have to move thousands of tanks, artillery guns, APCs, or armored personnel carriers, and rocket launchers across with the troops. Mountains of equipment and lakes of fuel would have to cross with them. In addition to ships, thousands of transport planes and helicopters would be involved in the mammoth lift operation. Over 90 million CCP or Communist Chinese Party members would be supporting this war effort, along with the industrial might of an empire of 1.3 billion people. Red China's Marxist-Leninist system is uniquely capable of extracting private resources for the state's abuse. According to Xi Jinping himself, one of the CCP's greatest strengths is its ability to force collective action and conduct mass campaigns, especially in times of emergency. The invasion of my Taiwan would be the supreme emergency for all sides. It would be unlike anything humanity has ever seen before. It would be, well, it would be new, different, and unpredictable, to say the least. But I myself know one thing. Forget the carrier killers. What Taiwan needs are barge busters. The Taiwanese Navy just commissioned its newest homemade warship, a 213-foot high-speed catamaran packing 12 anti-ship missiles and 16 aero defense missiles. Ta Chiang already had a nickname when she commissioned, well, I guess a few months ago by now, yesteryear, I think. And her nickname was Carrier Killer. In other words, a possible countermeasure to the Communist Chinese Navy's steadily growing fleet of flat tops. But Red China's carriers, but trois in service, one under construction, might not be the greatest threat to my Taiwan sovereignty. Unassuming floating causeways arguably pose a greater danger to my island China nation state and our island empire. It's this lighter age that Taiwan perhaps should target as it deploys as many as a dozen catamaran warships. Barge busters rather than carrier killers. Ta Chiang improves on the prototype vessel of the class, Tuo Chang, which launched in 2014. Tua Chang proved the type's basic layout, a 76mm gun on the bow, 4-angled box launchers for missiles nestled behind the bridge, a close-in defensive gun aft of the launchers, a flight deck on the stern, 41 crew, a 45-knot top speed. Tua Chang carries 8 subsonic Tsing-Feng 2 anti-ship missiles and 8 supersonic Tsing-Feng 3 anti-ship missiles in 2 pairs of quad launchers. That means 2 pairs of 4-barreled launchers each. The Tsing-Feng 2 has a 100-mile range. Tsing-Feng 3 travels twice as far. Tua Chang packs tube launchers for anti-submarine torpedoes but lacks heavy air defenses. Naval planners apparently decided the catamaran wasn't very useful as a sub-hunter and also was hurting for aero defenses. On the follow-on, well, Ta Ching, they omitted the torpedoes and replaced one of the Tsing-Feng 3 launchers with a 16-round launcher for TC-2N surface-to-air missiles, or SAMs, as we would call them, SAM being an acronym for surface-to-air missile, with an approximately 20-mile range. Now, each vessel sails with a sensor suite to match its weaponry. Tao Chang has sonar. The, oh God, again, what the hell was that acronym for? Remember, whenever you write that out, or radar, they need to be all uppercase because, you know, they are they're an acronym. And sonar is an acronym for sound navigation and ranging. That's a technique that uses sound propagation to navigate and measure distances. That's the ranging, to communicate with or detect objects. Now, in terms of the, how do I say this? Understand that this warship, small but heavily armed and inexpensive at just 73 million United States dollars, Ta Chang fills an obvious niche at the low end of Taiwan's surface fleet, which at present is top-heavy with big, expensive American and French-made destroyers and frigates. Taiwanese president-elect Tsai Ing-wen is quoted as saying, "I believe that with the addition of this warship, the Navy's task of defending the sea and territories will be even more powerful. It's not clear, however, that Ta Chang poses a serious threat to Red China's flat tops, which usually sail with several escorting frigates, destroyers, and cruisers, and are, like all aircraft carriers, some of the most heavily defended vessels in the world. The Chinese People's Liberation Army Navy is building up to 16 Type 055 cruisers, each with 112 vertical cells for long-range missiles. It would be surprising if, in wartime, a Chinese carrier deployed without 1 or 2 Type 055s in tow. Taipei, the capital of my island China, plans to build 10 additional catamarans like Ta Chang. If all 12 catamarans fired all of their ASMs, anti-ship missiles, at the same time, that would amount to 148 missiles. A pair of 055s of the Communist Chinese could fire an aero defense missile at each incoming Taiwanese munition and still have rounds to spare. It's not the catamaran flotilla, not that they can't get lucky and land a blow on a Communist Chinese flat top, but Chinese carrier groups have bigger problems than Taiwanese catamarans. American and Japanese submarines, for one. And there are far juicier targets than any flat top. Carriers can't land troops on Taiwan's beaches. Carriers can't hold ground. But lighterage can land troops. And without lighterage, the People's Liberation Army probably stands little chance of capturing my Taiwan. That's because the plan, PLAN, People's Liberation Army Navy, so far operates just 11 large amphibious assault ships and 64 tank landing ships, enough amphibious lift to land around 25,000 troops and a few hundred tanks. That's but a fraction of the roughly 1 million men and thousands of vehicles Beijing will need to put ashore to overcome Taiwanese defenses. Red China's thousands of civilian merchant ships, legally absorbed into naval service, drafted, in effect, would transport the balance of the invasion force. But unless shock troops succeeded in seizing a Taiwanese port without seriously damaging it, these merchantmen would need some way of offloading their passengers and cargo, which isn't an integral part of their hull structure. That's where the lighterage comes in. It's a floating dock that the merchant ships themselves can haul in pieces and then crane into the water to create a temporary path from ship to near shore. A semi-submersible barge is the final piece, the off-ramp. Analysts Michael Dahm and Conor Kennedy have detailed Red China's lighterage in an exhaustive report for the Center for International Maritime Security. According to Dahm and Kennedy, an early lighterage system first appeared in public circa 2012 after extensive development, while a newer, heavier duty lighterage debuted in August of either yesteryear or this year, yesteryear, now that I remember. Now, to read from their report, a team of engineers at the PLA's Military Transportation University worked for over a decade to overcome the engineering challenges associated with the system, especially as they related to connections between the modules and shallow water propulsion. The newer, heavier-duty lighterage launched this August is much more substantial and longer than the older floating pier, extending approximately 1,475 feet from the shore. Well, needless to say, a 1/4 of a mile long floating causeway is a major bottleneck. Forget flinging a bunch of catamarans at a heavily armed carrier group. Aim them where they can do the most good. At that thin, fragile thread connecting Red China's invasion fleet to Taiwanese soil. All the men crowded on that paper-thin wafer bridge will die like rats, floating on an overturned bucket in the open sea. So then, the complexities inherent in this scenario are impossible to account for with a high degree of confidence. Even war games played on the Pentagon supercomputers rely on hefty inputs of human guesswork. A lot of it is pure wind. That's the point. War game designers want military officers to experience defeat and talk over problems so they can do better in the real world. These are training exercises, not visits to some goddamn digital oracle of Delphi. But our minds are naturally drawn towards binaries, simple black and white formulary, that helps us make a sense of the world. Consider these statements. Beware! Z-Day is coming soon! Chill the hype. Z-Day will never come. Surrender! Taiwan is indefensible. Relax. Taiwan is impregnable. These are all false choices. The truth is that the future is unseeable. No one knows what it might bring. Sometimes the more we study something that is truly complex, the less sure we are that we understand it. And sometimes that's a good thing. If he is sane, Xi Jinping will think hard before ordering an attack on Taiwan and realize how quickly events could spin out of his control. But can we really trust a dictator who stands accused of genocide to act in a rational manner? That seems unwise. There are countless things the United States and my Taiwan can do in the open to raise doubts in Xi's mind. There are even more things we can do in secret to prepare to win on Z-Day if that becomes necessary. Washington and Taipei, the capital city of my island China in which I myself was born, have their work cut out for them. The American Empire and my Taiwan should strive toward what I dub an NSC, a normal, stable, and constructive relationship. The current ambiguity surrounding Washington's policy toward my Taiwan is destabilizing in and of itself because it isolates Taipei, emboldens Beijing, and invites miscalculation on all sides. Preserving peace for the long haul will require fresh thinking, political willpower, and a greater sense of vigilance. A basic knowledge of geography and history might also help. This is what brings us to an analysis of the enemy. The genocidal partnership between the Russian and Communist Chinese empires, what they call friendship between trois states, or superstates. A key backdrop to these developments is the meeting in Beijing between Putin and Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping in February, in which they vowed to stick together in a new era of global political and military order. They essentially said, together, China and Russia as its satrap will rule the world. In a joint statement released after the meeting, they said, "Friendship between the two states has no limits. There are no forbidden areas of cooperation." The Chinese regime reportedly learned in advance of the Russian plan to invade Ukraine, but cared only about about not having it happen during the Beijing Winter Olympics. Since then, Communist Chinese mass media have enabled Kremlin propaganda to skirt bans in the West, whilst Chinese citizens are being indoctrinated with anti-Western, pro-Soviet ideological campaigns. Analysts concur Communist Chinese outlets are by far the biggest disseminators, the shit spreaders of Russian propaganda. False narratives spread by Communist Chinese outlets include neo-Nazi storylines, blaming NATO's eastward expansion for the conflict, and attempting to equate Russia's invasion of Ukraine to American military actions in Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan. Meanwhile, Red China and Russia, on the 24th day in May, held their first joint military exercises since the Kremlin's invasion of Ukraine, sending bombers over the seas in Northeast Asia, where a key meeting of foreign leaders was being held. That exercise occurred during a meeting of the Quad Bloc, the United States, Asian India, Australia, and the Empire of Japan, that discussed Red China's growing military threat. Speaking in Tokyo on the 23rd day in May, American President Joseph Biden compared Red China's threat to self-ruled Taiwan to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, delivering his strongest remarks to date on the issue amid rising tensions over Beijing's growing economic and military power. Now, to reiterate, Joe Biden compared Taiwan's situation directly with that of Ukraine, which has received billions of dollars worth of arms and aid from these United States since the Russian invasion of February 24th. Communist China on the mainland is hoarding. Well, they're in hoarding mode right now. And it's pushing grain prices to historic highs. Red China's hoarding exacerbates the Russia-sparked world food crisis. Beijing, China, has made a series of massive grain food purchases, sending the price of corn to historic highs amid a worsening global food crisis caused by the Russian Empire's seizure of Ukrainian wheat, and prompting observers to note that Beijing is in the process of hoarding key supplies amid a worsening wheat crisis triggered by Russia's unprovoked war on Ukraine. The Communist Chinese Empire made another large buy of American corn, and market analysts say food security concerns are driving the Red Empire's increased appetite for commodities. According to the Farm Journal, the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, confirmed a flash sale in April, the sale of over 1 million metric tons of corn to Communist China, 2/3 of it for old crop at 680,000 tons, and the rest of the remaining 340,000 for delivery in the 2022 through 2023 marketing year. That purchase came as on the heels of Red China's largest corn patch purchase, its largest purchase of corn since May of 2021, which was but a week earlier, if I remember correctly. which totaled 1.84 million tonnes. Now, corn prices climbed again that week, with CBOT corn hitting over $7.83 per bushel, the highest since 2012. Brian Greet, editor of Pro Farmer, thinks it's a trend that will continue. Even with prices increasing, Greet doesn't expect Red China's interest to just stop at corn, as other commodities impacted by the crisis in Ukraine could also spur more buying. Again, my microphone toppled there. To quote his tea, Brian Greet, the editor of Pro Farmer, at length and verbatim, China's in a hoarding mode right now. Food security is one of their top priorities, if not their top priority, and you just took a chunk out with Ukraine. The Ukraine had become a major supplier of corn to Red China, and I think that we will see Communist China in for more corn. We'll probably also see Red China buying other commodities. What commodities they have at home, especially wheat, which is about half of the global supply, they aren't going to push onto the world market. They're going to keep those themselves. Red China's historically a hoarder, and amid the inflating prices around the world, the tightening supplies, they are hoarding even more right now. Now, just the month before last ago, Red China's Minister of Agriculture and Rural Affairs signaled mainland China's wheat crop would be the worst in history. This news caused concerns about what impact that could have on already tightening supplies. However, that week, the Red Empire, signaled the crop is considerably better than communicated a few weeks prior. And as the world's largest wheat consumer sends mixed signals, it's also creating confusion on why Red China changed its wheat storyline so quickly, as today analysts expect Red China to come to the market for more wheat. Corn prices have hit their highest levels in over a decade amid China's hoarding. Reports in portions of Texas this year indicate severe winds and high heat may have finished off the winter wheat crop that was still standing. Growers say most of the dryland wheat in the area had already been written off by crop adjusters as drought took its toll on winter wheat across the plains. Up until that point, some of the irrigated wheat was barely holding on. However, the weather, months agone, caused the wheat to already show signs of loss, which then further reduced American wheat supplies. If the Communist Chinese Empire continues to come to the market to buy, demand for grains isn't a concern, specifically with corn. In fact, Mark Gold of StoneX Group says, considering wheat is grown around the world, it may be too early to think of a global shortage of wheat is inevitable, thanks to, he thinks the rationing of demand needs to take place. That's what he concludes. We need to ration demand because otherwise we're all going to starve to death. To quote himself, at length and verbatim, Mark Gold of StoneX Group, we don't need to find demand in any of the grains right now. We need to find a way to ration what we've got out here. The demand is there. It continues. Is there going to be as stout as some would like to hope? I don't think so. But when I look at it, we've got good margins on feeding livestock. We've got good margins just about all across the board. So I don't see that price has rationed any demand out here. We don't need more demand with prices where they are right now. I think they could come in for the wheat market. There's been some talk about that for a while. Right now, you look at some of the things that have been going on. Egypt is looking for wheat. It looks like it may come out of the Black Sea area. They'll take the risk of shipping it. We know Asian India's got a bumper crop, 11 million metric tons, and they intend to ramp up exports dramatically. We harvest wheat somewhere around the world every month. So I'm just not sure wheat is in as dire a situation as maybe corn and soybeans are. Let's temper that by saying, if you look at Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas, Montana, their crops are in bad shape and not getting much better. This brings us to what the cause of China hoarding grain exactly is. The Russian Empire's navy is continuing to blockade Ukraine and the Black Sea, preventing the breadbasket nation from exporting key food supplies. Before the Russian invasion, which began February 24th, Ukraine exported roughly 4.5 million tons of agricultural produce per month through its ports, including 12% of global wheat, 15% of corn, and half of its sunflower oil, if I remember correctly. Now, the war and its ongoing blockade have largely brought all that trade to a halt, with alternative routes by rail and truck unable to tackle the enormous logistical and financial hurdles needed to move so much produce to international markets. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has been unequivocal on the matter, warning on the 18th day in May that the war threatens to tip tens of millions of people over the edge into food insecurity. What might follow would be, in his words, malnutrition, mass hunger, and famine in a crisis that could last for years. To date, more than 20 million tons of food products remain stuck in Ukraine, according to Ukrainian authorities. It's all Russian blackmail. Because meanwhile, the Kremlin is clearly trying to profit from the crisis it created. In a telephone call conducted on the 25th day in May with the Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi, dictator Vladimir Putin said Moscow is ready to make a significant contribution to averting a looming food crisis if the West lifts sanctions imposed on Russia over Ukraine. Now, in a statement following that call, the Kremlin said, Vladimir Putin emphasizes that the Russian Federation is ready to make a significant contribution to overcoming the food crisis through the export of grain and fertilizer, subject to the lifting of politically motivated restrictions by the West. And Putin also described as unfounded accusations that the Russian Empire was to blame for the problems with food supplies on the global market. Oh God, we got sex bots. Thank God they didn't attack until now. Sex bots. We got sex bots. Alright. Now, fuck. The United States has scoffed at Putin's offer. The Pentagon spokesman, John Kirby, said, now they're using economic tools as weapons. They're weaponizing food. They're weaponizing economic assistance. I guess we shouldn't be surprised that, since they've weaponized everything else, including lies and information. Now, Russia also said it was looking to ramp up its production of grain to export in the coming season. On the 27th day in May at a Russian grain forum, Agriculture Minister Dmitry Patrushev said, in the coming season, starting July 1st, 2022, we estimate our export potential for grain at 50 million tons. In the current season, 2021 through 2022, we have already exported over 35 million tons of grain, including 28.5 million tons of wheat. Adding that before the end of the season, on the 30th day of June, the end of this month, the export volume will exceed 37 million tons. But Russia has a solution to that hunger crisis: fewer Ukrainians. So as the Russian missiles continue to strike residential areas of Ukrainian cities, a prominent Russian official made clear that the wholesale slaughter of civilians in this war is a feature, not a bug. Again, this is the link I will stick in the chat room that anyone can use to reference this subject. This was, of course, an out-and-out, hubristic, prideful admission of genocide, a form of self-loathing, since Russians are determined to kill their own brothers and sisters in the ethnic sense. And that brings us to what they've done historically. That tweet that I put a link to in our chat room came as in response to a post from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky thanking the United States for an aid package that is expected to be additional ammunition for the weapon systems that have been sent so far. However, it will also, has also been expected to include long-duration Scan Eagle drones, 135 mortars for use in close-range combat. This package brings the total of American aid to Ukraine since the invasion began to 10.6 billion United States dollars. The call for genocide from Ambassador Ulyanov is especially striking because of his position. Ulyanov is the permanent ambassador for Russia to a number of international organizations and is on the board of the International Atomic Energy Agency. When it comes to things like working with the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, for possible inspections of the occupied Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, Ulyanov is part of the group that makes that decision about whether and how such inspections ever take place. And in case you're concerned, no, Ulyanov has not been suspended from Twitter that I know of. Instead, he's still on there defending his statement and saying that attempts to brand his post as a call for genocide are outrageous, dirty methods, and a sneaky interpretation. As Andy Stavnitzer, co-owner and CEO of Ukrainian port operating company Transinvest Service, concludes, and here I quote his T at length and verbatim, "It is totally unacceptable that anyone can buy grain from Russia because this is fueling the war. You cannot protest the war and then go out and do things like, protest the war and then, how do you say it? Remember, this is Andre, with a Y at the end, Stavnitzer. Again, this is the co-owner and Chief Executive Officer of the Ukrainian port operating company Transinvest Service. So, to quote his tea at length and verbatim, he concludes, "It is totally unacceptable that anyone can buy grain from Russia because this is fueling the war. You cannot protest the war and then go out and do things that only serve to prolong it. It's very simple. They're stealing grain in the areas they have invaded, Mariupol, Kherson, Melitopol, and so on, which they then take to the Crimea, load onto vessels pretending it's Russian grain, and then sell. With grain, if you don't tag it, it's impossible to tell where it comes from, especially if they mix it with Crimean and Russian grain. We all hope the UN succeeds in negotiating humanitarian corridor for grain with Russia, and if this happens, we will start exporting last year's crops fast and also be able to start exporting the new crop in a few weeks' time. If that doesn't happen, then we'll be reduced to using rail and road and some other smaller ports and can export only around 1.2 to 1.5 million tonnes as opposed to 5 to 6 million. If this happens, then many countries, especially in Black Africa, will be facing a severe and urgent food crisis." And Vladimir Putin's atrocities are only growing by the day. In addition to having the blood of Ukrainians on his hands from his completely unjustified war, the Russian dictator is also responsible for the growing starvation of people around the world. Ukraine is the breadbasket for much of the Middle East and North Africa. Right now, Pravatel, literally the ruler, Putin, is preventing Ukrainian grain from ever leaving the port of Odessa and along other key Black Sea routes. The result being dire. Global food prices are at an all-time high, and 276 million people are food insecure, more than double the numbers from 2019. Sri Lanka is but the latest example of just how devastating Pravatel Putin's global food crisis is becoming. That island nation has nearly run out of food and fuel. People are lining up for days for what little is still available. As one desperate father told Reuters, "Without food, we are all going to die." As food prices have skyrocketed since Pravatel Putin's invasion of Ukraine, Sri Lankans have not been able to afford the higher costs, and their government does not have enough money to help. That country just defaulted on its debt for the first time in its history. So many firsts. So many of them. So negative. Pravatel Putin's next moves will decide whether much of the developing world experiences mass hunger and even famine this year and next. World leaders are urging the Russian dictator to at least allow grain shipments out of Ukraine to help feed tens of millions of people in countries that rely heavily on imported food, such as Sri Lanka, Burkina Faso, Yemen, the Sudan, Lebanon or Lebanon, Tanzania, Uganda, Egyptus, Tunisia, and the Cameroon. The United Nations World Food Programme head, Mr. David Beasley's team, normally sources about half of its grain from Ukraine. At the recent Society for Advancing Business Editing and Writing conference, Mr. Beasley said, "If you have any heart at all for the rest of the world, regardless of how you feel about Ukraine, you need to open up those ports. Millions of people around the world will die because these ports are being blocked." According to CNN, it turns out not only is Pravatel Putin blockading shipments on the Black Sea, he has even had Russian ships steal Ukrainian grain and try to sell it. Many nations have refused to buy these pilfered goods, but it appears the grain ended up in Syria, one of Pravatel Putin's few allied satellite states. To their credit, other nations have stepped up to provide more money and food. These United States have already given $2.6 billion to help prevent the food crises from turning into widespread famine. And lawmakers just approved nearly $5 billion more for food and humanitarian needs as part of a Ukrainian aid bill. But with 20 million metric tons of grain and corn just sitting in storage at Ukrainian ports right now, there's only so much the rest of the world can do. Pravdel Putin's war is on the verge of becoming Pravdel Putin's global famine. How did this situation come to be? The answer has to do not only with the past, but also with how we understand it. The collapse of communism was accompanied by what the Germans call Vergangenheitsbewältigung. Vergangenheitsbewältigung, or grappling with the past. West Germany had begun to grapple long before 1989, and in many ways, post-communist Germany has been a model of open acknowledgement of past crimes. The German state has paid billions of euros in reparations to Jewish victims. Young Germans have fulfilled their civil service requirement by working in Israeli nursing homes, hospitals, and youth centers. Former concentration camps like Dachau and Buchenwald have been turned into museums and memorial sites, educating visitors about Nazi atrocities. In 2005, a 19,000 square meter memorial to the murdered Jews of Europa opened next to the Brandenburg Gate in the very center of unified Berlin. Yet elsewhere, this grappling met with much more resistance. Confronting the past dissolved into memory politics. A Manichaean discourse of innocence and guilt, best captured in a 2018 Polish law providing for a prison term of up to 3 years for those who publicly and against the facts attribute to the Polish nation or the Polish state responsibility or co-responsibility for Nazi crimes committed by the German Third Reich, or for other crimes against peace, humanity, or war crimes. It was the fucking Polaki, the Polish people, who built Auschwitz and Dachau, who were responsible for HaShoah. The Germans couldn't do it without them. And Russia's 2014 law against rehabilitation of Nazism is similar in content and more harshly enforced. Both the Polish and Russian memory laws are typical of memory politics in their curation of public historical misunderstanding in such a way as to insist that all evil camest from others, in specific, from Germany. This attempt to find a place of comfort among one's own, where innocence is assured, is doomed to fail. The tragedy of the human condition is that there is no such place. Yet this failure is not even the most meaningful one. More ominously, by implying that responsibility in the present is dependent on guilt in the past, memory politics have obstructed, rather than bolstered, the taking of responsibility. In May of 2016, discussions were held in St. Petersburg, Russia, organized by several German foundations. The topic was Russia's relationship to Europe, and the conversation continually returned to a question: who should apologize, and to whom? Germans have for decades been performing atonement for Nazism. Why then have Russians neither apologized nor atoned for Stalinism? There were long discussions in St. Petersburg about Pokeyanya. Pokeyanya. The Russian concept of repentance. A Russian word inflected with religious overtones. The discussions laid bare a misunderstanding. Germans and Russians alike accepted the essential questions: who should apologize to whom? Under what conditions should repentance, pokayanie, like religious regret on behalf of the dead, take its place? But in truth, the essential questions should be others. Namely, under what conditions did Nazism and Stalinism come as to be? And what made terror possible? All Germans feel guilt toward Russians for what the Wehrmacht did during World War II. In fact, as the son of Adolf Hitler, I can tell you the historical truth. There was no Russia. There was no fucking Russia, per se. When on June 22nd of 1941, my father Adolf Hitler broke the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and launched Operation Barbarossa in response to the Russian invasion of Armenia. The Soviets' army then included people from all Soviets republics, especially the Ukrainian and Belarusian republics, which were then the most dangerous places to be. Their people starved to point of cannibalism. These were the lands where the populations were passed back and forth between Nazism and Stalinism, where the Holocaust by bullets took place, where partisans were most active, and where population losses were proportionately the greatest. German guilt has often been performed as a reluctance to pass judgment on the Kremlin's imperial ambitions. This is, perhaps, in part as compensatory indulgence of a former victim, and, in part, a principled, if subliminal, impulse to reserve condemnation of savage imperialism for Germany itself. Exacerbating these inclinations is a lingering end-of-history delusion that Putin could be tamed toward liberal democracy through business relations. Moreover, German atonement for Nazi crimes has often taken the form of a retreat into quasi-pacifist passivity, a reluctance to act, as if to make up for having once acted too much. The Russian case, while different, results in a similar problem. Bolshevism, literally majoritarianism, was a revolution that devoured its children. Inside Iosif Stalin's Soviet Union, there was no position analogous to that of an Aryan in Nazi Germany. Soviets' terror was self-inflicted. Everyone was terrorized, and everyone was implicated. Time and again, the Slavic co-participants in the 2016 St. Petersburg discussions invoked dead grandmothers. I'm so sorry, it was to the point where I wanted to say, who gives a fucking shit about your fucking grandmother? I don't fucking care. If by any judgment based on how you turned out, thank God she died so she didn't produce more like you. Now I'm going to insert into the live stream chat here the link to take people to my map of Europe as it must becomest. As a matter of fact, that's not going to work. I have to basically change that, remove that message, and redo that. So this link will take us once again to Europe as it must becomest, a very basic representation. This is not at all the finished product or the ultimate product, but the basics to outline what you need to see so you understand what Europe must be. Read the text. Now, to repent on behalf of one's grandmother for her complicity in Stalinism threatens to bring a crushing burden of guilt. After all, the grandmother was also a victim of Stalinism and of Nazism as well. To apologize on behalf of dead grandparents is to betray the memory of their unbearable suffering. As a Russian émigré composer once reminded myself, the history of any Soviet's family makes Shakespeare's dramas seem like stories for kindergartners. And, in the end, Stalin has been promoted by the Allied world as having defeated Hitler. That such is chronically promulgated as the Soviet Union's greatest moment, and insanely misperceived as all Allied humanity's greatest moment, creates a natural temptation for perpetual reenactment. Around the time of that misguided 2016 guilt trip in St. Petersburg, a sociologist girlfriend of mine in Wien, who attended that suck-up conference, that's how I know about it, and knowest all the details. She was originally from Soviet's Kiev herself, the capital of Ukraine. She was in Russia conducting interviews. One of the questions she posed was about the Stalinist terror. How could it be prevented from happening again? Not only did her respondents not have any answer, as she told me, they did not even understand the fucking question. Her respondents perceived Stalinism as a violent act of nature. How could you stop a storm from coming? At best, you could keep an umbrella in the closet. Now, in the interviews given since the war began, Ukrainian historian Yaroslav Hrytsak, Hrytsak, has emphasized that the critical difference between Ukrainians and Russians is neither ethnicity nor language, but rather political culture. In philosophical terms, the difference is about perceiving oneself as a subject versus an object of history, as an actor bringing about historical events rather than a passive receiver of fate. The cases of Germany and Russia are not so far removed from today's reality in these United States as Americans might believe. Following the attempted coup d'etat of January 6th in 2021, Americans have debated critical race theory, a school of thought based on the insight that racism is engraved in structures inherited from the past. The American past includes slavery. It includes lynchings and Jim Crow laws that provided Western precedent for the Nazis' Nuremberg race laws. Slavery in these United States was abolished in 1865. Most Jim Crow laws were overturned by the 1964 Civil Rights Act, established but a year after I was born into this world, and anti-miscegenation laws under which I myself was illegally born as a proscribed subhuman being circa 1966 were not declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court until the following year in 1967. Yet, over half a century after the Civil Rights Act was created, the racial wealth gap between the average white and black family remains 10-1. The 1980s war on drugs prescribed harsher sentencing for possession of crack cocaine versus powder cocaine, the former being associated with black and the latter with white. The proscribed subhuman being. Did I really?
Yeah. Yeah, I was listening on YouTube. I just for
the 1966. Oh shit. So it says successfully reconnected now. So where
you're back on now.
Okay. Thank you. So it was off for what, 10 minutes?
No, just a few. Or it was delayed.
Okay, I'll try and recall what I was saying. Bless you.
You were saying the 1964 Civil Rights Act, and then you said something about misogynist or something, and then that you were self-involved in, and then it went weird.
Okay, miscegenation. It was anti-miscegenation laws, meaning two races could not breed with each other.
Okay.
And so I was born an illegal baby. Under that law in the United States, I'm not supposed to exist. Basically, they said, they told my parents, you'd better get that fucking baby out of here because he's born a criminal. Meaning, I was against the law that I was born because my parents weren't supposed to marry legally. So when they went back home to New York, all they got was that kind of hatred as well. And that's one of the reasons why the police called me a monster after I bit my grandfather's dick off. And they said, you'd better get out of here, and no one wants you anyway, and your child was born a criminal. We expect
They were quick to defend the Satanist without even knowing he was a Satanist.
Of course. Well, everybody knew him in the neighborhood as being...
But did they all know? Did the police really know he was a Satanist? Did they really know that?
They knew he was abusive. They knew that much.
Yeah. Well, that's even worse.
Yeah. Yes.
If they knew he was abusive.
Yeah. Anyhow, yeah, thank you for letting me know I'm off the air. I mean, thank you. I mean,
it was kind of a delay because when I started talking to you, then it kicked in, and then all of a sudden it was like some weird delay. It might have been my computer, but I doubt it.
No, it's not. No, it's definitely on my side. And by that, I mean, not my side in terms of my equipment, believe it or not, but, it's the stream. In other words, the live stream of YouTube itself was fucking up. Now, it says excellent connection now, so I want other people besides Peter Moon to reassure us that you can hear us, please. So anyone listening, let us know if you can hear us, and I'll try and recover my train of thought. I mean, obviously, Peter Moon is with me, so I'll just try to round this up, and then he and I can talk for a bit as we, close out the show. I'm just so glad he got up in time so he could inform us of what happened. Again, I'll count on everyone. Yeah, go on.
Can hear him loud and clear.
Thank you, honey. Love you dearly. Okay, again,
You're
I'm
just saying
getting
that.
this. Okay, and Real Tech Geek says, I hear you. And so thank you. So what I'm getting now is this reading that says, no data. And the stream will end if reconnection is not made. Then it says excellent connection. So it appears to be kind of going in and out. So hopefully just people will simply be able to hear it. And so before I forget to recapture my train of thought, basically what I was saying that was essentially when, slavery in these United States, we were talking about critical race theory, or I was, and the whole point of critical race theory is to explain the fact that the United States was built on slavery, and that it is still built on the commodification of colored peoples, the dehumanization thereof. And while slavery was legally or theoretically abolished in 1865, the Jim Crow laws went into effect, and they weren't overturned until the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And that was just but a few years before I was delivered into this vale of tears. And the anti-miscegenation laws, the anti-mixed race breeding laws, under which I myself was illegally born as a proscribed subhuman being circa 1966. Now bear in mind, I wasn't born here, and that was my parents' legal excuse. They said, we're not going to take him out of this country because he was not born here. And because I was born in a missionary hospital, that means I wasn't born on an American military base. Now, if I had been born on an American military base, which my father specifically made certain I was not delivered on, even though he had every right, still being an active duty serviceman, which, by the way, my gang stalkers claim was not the case, and of course, everything they claim is a lie, just like they claim everything I say is a lie. The reality is everything they say is a lie because my father's records show his discharge date, and it was clearly after I was born. So understand that these records, whenever anyone claims to get them from a FOIA act, then they quickly defame them. They quickly just forge them. Basically, they commit to what's called document alteration. And that was proven by Gary States, the Veterans Administration Federale, who ultimately busted the man who was doing that at the time, the U.S. Army fucking Green Berets Special Forces Master Sergeant John Victor Lillier, who was also illegally double dipping by receiving both his pension and military disability, and therefore breaking the law and drawing in twice the money he was allotted, basically ripping off your tax dollars and other veterans. And he was upheld as the greatest American hero. Truly, by hundreds of veterans said he was the greatest hero that ever lived. I saw hundreds of them say that when he quote unquote exposed myself as a fake Marine. And they said, oh, we knew that Jap couldn't be a Marine. That gook, that chink. This is why I hate Americans and why I've been so vocal about my hatred of Americans. Because you hate me. So eat shit. And I'll tell you why you should eat shit. Because, thank God, my father made sure I wasn't born on a military base. If I was, I would have been illegal and not allowed in the United States, because I would have been born on American soil, at the time of the miscegenation laws, the anti-miscegenation laws. And therefore, I would have been never allowed here. Now, all of that is something that would have been a blessing. I would have grown up in Taiwan and would have been infinitely happier and never would have experienced all the horrors I experienced. So maybe it's the worst thing in the world that my father did that. But he wanted me to come to America with him. And so, again, those laws were not declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court until the following year in 1967. You know, and now that I bring that up, it makes perfect sense that they glitched us off of the bandwidth at that moment in time that I brought that up. That makes perfect sense.
Well, it makes sense whether it happened purposely or synchronistically. I never heard of these laws. I'd never heard of them.
Okay, you can look them up.
I'm sure I know. I'm not questioning it.
Understood.
I've just never heard of them, and I'm saying, wow. It's like it's because it certainly wasn't talked about in school.
That's right. You know what's so ironic about that is that who was that guy? John McCain. John McCain was born on an American military base. He was born in a foreign country. I think it was Panama. And he was born on site in an American military base. And because that was considered U.S. territory, that means he could run for president. So he could legally run for president. Whereas if I were born on that same soil that he was born on, an American military base anywhere in the world, I couldn't even be a U.S. citizen because I was born illegally, because two races were not allowed to intermarry. So, and yet it was over half a century after the Civil Rights Act was created, the racial wealth gap between the average white and black family still remains 10-1. The 1980s war on drugs prescribed harsher sentencing for possession of crack cocaine versus powder cocaine, the former being associated with black and the latter with white drug abusers. Now, according to the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, 1 in 3 black men in these United States will go to prison. So we've got a history of negative racial stereotypes, which portrays black mothers as welfare queens and black men as super predators. White Americans objectively benefit from being exempt from negative stereotypes applied to black people, even if they do not subjectively hold racist views themselves. So many Americans villainize critical race theory out of a refusal to accept guilt for what they have not done themselves. Acknowledging the role of structures is seen as violating an American ideal of individualism. Americans live in a country where, as the former Democratic National Convention chairman Bob Strauss expressed it, Every politician wants us to believe he was born in a log cabin he built himself. Yet paradoxically, Americans' insistence on individualism inhibits rather than augments the taking of responsibility. What Americans share with Germans and Russians is a conflation of guilt and responsibility, a failure to disentangle one from the other. Now, these three cases suggest that guilt on behalf of previous generations can occlude responsibility, whether the guilt is accepted, as in the case of Germans, or rejected, as in the case of both the pernicious Americans and the perfidious Russians. Germans, by repenting on behalf of previous generations, feel they have fulfilled their responsibility for the present. Russians and Americans, by refusing guilt for past generations, feel justified in not taking any responsibility for the present whatsoever. At stake in the critical race theory debate is, in essence, the same question at stake in Marxist debates after Stalin's death. Where is the border between determining historical conditions and individual agency? In the 1960s, Eastern European philosophers such as Karol Kosik, Jan Petoka, and Leszek Kolakowski reached the conclusion that there was no either-or. The relationship between subjective choice and objective circumstances was an interactive one. Although always embedded in educational systems, political institutions, and socioeconomic practices that predate our own lives, we are not inert. We can act. This understanding of individual agency should be the model for accounting with the past, replacing repentance for the sins of dead grandparents. As the German philosopher Martin Heidegger, himself quote unquote guilty of serving Nazism, as he so wrote, each of us is thrown into history. Just as there is no magical Archimedean point outside of the world to which we can retreat and look on the world purely as an object, so there be no tabula rasa, no blank slate on which we can create our lives with no constraints. The ground on which we act includes structures we did not create ourselves, and of whose creation we are not guilty. Yet not being guilty does not absolve us of responsibility. The source of this responsibility is not guilt. The source of responsibility is that we are human beings sharing a world. We are responsible for not for atoning on behalf of those who lived in this world before us, but for seeing the unbearable crimes of the past, slavery, lynchings, gas chambers, gulags, death by starvation, collaboration, and terror, with our eyes open. Moreover, as the German case teaches us, that is not all. We are also responsible for confronting the present. Today, in the Ukraine, Russian soldiers are raping women, blowing children apart alive with artillery shells, and tearing off the very skins of any men they have taken captive. I also think of the 8,000 Ukrainian prisoners of war. If the Kremlin cannot hurt Ukrainians at home, prisoners of war, the POWs, will become a target. With every passing day of Russia's war, it is becoming clearer that the Russian Empire is committing the gravest crime imaginable in Ukraine: genocide. Russian forces have ravaged many parts of the country, massacring, raping, torturing, deporting, and terrorizing a vulnerable civilian population. A chilling logic lies behind these acts of violence, one that seeks to extinguish Ukrainian national identity, wiping out modern Ukraine as an independent country through the killing and the Russification of its residents. Correctly understanding the stakes, the United States has already committed significant resources to the defense of Ukraine. What happens on Ukrainian front lines will determine the future of Western security. A Ukrainian victory will uphold international law in the face of a flagrant violation of territorial sovereignty, reaffirm the imperative of nuclear non-proliferation, and maintain the credibility of the United States on the international stage. An even greater imperative remains. Yes, Russia is waging an expansionist war of conquest with profound geopolitical and moral consequences. That it is also willfully pursuing a campaign of genocide poses unique dangers and implications for Western policymakers. The American empire and our allies, as well as the broader international community, must recognize the terrible significance of this violence and our obligation to stop the Russian atrocity machine in its tracks. Now, we'll return the next time on Sunday to the crime of crimes and talking about why Germany has to get over its guilt, has to really recover its warrior tradition, its militancy, its Prussianism to survive. But before then, Peter Moon and I will talk about what comes to mind right now. Peter, of course, has woken up. He sounds refreshed. And how was your sleep last night? And of course, if you had any...
It was good. I had a lot of pleasant dreams, but I don't remember them.
Cool. Well, in the time we have remaining, I'm still getting reports, no data. The stream will end shortly unless you restart it in your streaming software. It's something that I think is just glitching after the attack, or as you say, just synchronous.
Well, yes, and what's important about what you just said is all of the stuff you're digging up is you bring the problem to the forefront, but the problem with these issues is they're brought up in such a way as to manipulate and to use this data. It's like the politicians misuse this data.
Yes.
They don't do it with the good of the people in mind at all.
That's right.
And they do it in such a way as to create more foment and chaos.
Yes.
And so it's like, wow, and how do you correct this thing? But it has everything to do with what I was talking about with guilt. You've got to forgive yourself. And when you attack somebody and they don't know why they're being attacked, or it seems unjust to them, they're not in a position to even think about, it makes them want to attack back.
Yes.
And then, it's so, as they say, the racial stereotypes, the same media that will tell you Black people need justice and reparations will also do their own stereotypes. In fact, what they do is they will stereotype the LGBTs and they will stereotype the Blacks, and they will make them appear offensive.
Yes.
And rather than, and how do you get the justice across? Their interest is not justice. It's their interest is creating chaos.
Yes.
But so it becomes a very tricky situation.
Yes, we have to avoid being manipulated as masses. And so obviously that's a legitimate and valid point. Certainly, at least Peter Moon and I have the capacity to act as a kind of bridge between the opposite ends of the political spectrum. And again, I need to qualify that. I'm not leftist. I keep insisting and telling people that I'm radicalized centrist. But understand that I may seem leftist because I try to compensate for so much of that Russified, Russian-influenced, radicalized rightism that has been fomented
Well, you're right. You're right about the Germans, losing their warrior spirit. You have to have a warrior spirit to defend yourself. But what happens is the warrior spirit becomes subverted, or you're not supposed to. And then the warrior, turns into, burning down government buildings, which, in the end, it's really weird because you have the same government. I mean, it's crazy. You have the Democrats advocating burning down buildings when Trump is in office, and now they're outraged that people were taking over the Capitol.
Yeah,
it's like who's in charge? We're in charge, so it's okay. It's like there's this super double standard that goes on, and it's all about power, and power is really what it's all about. It's not, the issues are used to create and consolidate power. That's all they care about.
Yes, I would say that's on both sides, of course, and I would say that.
I'm not saying it's not, but it's all about power. Yes. And then you will find that there are more what you call empowered minorities in this country than there ever have been in the history of this country. They are actually empowered, and many of them are not on board with this radical burning of buildings. They want a reliable economy so they can make a living.
Yeah,
if they're embraced and if they've been able to ingratiate themselves into the system. That's the whole thing. And this system can absorb a lot.
Yes.
Just the way it's structured. So it's like,
So when you talk about that, I don't want to overdwell on this because we only have about 10 minutes left, approximately, a little more. But, I was mentioning the other day with Sammy Romero, the, how do I say this? The Cuban experience compared to the other Latin Americans. And I was also bringing up the another minority that's similar to that was the Vietnamese. And we'll talk about this more when we return on Sunday, but it's something to digest over the next few days. One of the things that you have with the Cubans and the Vietnamese is that they both experience communism. So the emigres that came to the United States are so ardently anti-communist, they've become industrial strength Republicans. So you will see at the Republican conventions, I have an eye for this, so I see it more than most people would even notice, the waving of Vietnamese flags from the Republic of South Vietnam, the old South Vietnamese flags that look very different from the communist red flags, of course. They're yellow, as a matter of fact. I would see also the Cuban flags, etc. So in other words, these are people who definitely have just basically become acculturated in the sense that they are working with the system, and these tend to be overwhelmingly much more middle class minorities. These are minorities that have adapted, as you say, and so they've essentially also acculturated to a great degree in this kind of cultural whiteness. So this is like what has been described as a kind of white acculturation that enables them to be more accepted by the white community.
Well, yes, and to have a life. However, the acculturation, there are problems with the culture in itself that they're being acculturated into, and so it's highly problematic, and it goes back to I forget who said it, but it's like capitalists do not care about each other. And it's like you're trying to, your neighbors become your enemy because you're trying to make money off of them, or your public rather than the neighborhood or the tribe helping itself. Right. And then you have people like Bernie Sanders completely polarizing into being a communist.
Oh God, he's just a piece of shit.
But I'm saying it's like there's the gray areas are not addressed and not sorted out, and it becomes people pushing extreme opinions that only polarize, and this is what we're living in now. I also acknowledge in what you said about people being born into situations. Yeah, you're born into a a circumstance. It's just like joining a team that's in last place or joining a team that's in first place. And you just came into the team, you know, and you've got to inherit the mantle of that team, whether it's played dirty or cheated or, you know, whatever it is. So this is something that you're born into. That's where the karma fits in, and those become one's challenges. It's like, okay, here's your game. This is the rules of the game. Play it well or play it poorly, but you got to figure it out. That's what we're confronted with in life. And as they say, so much is, like Timothy Leary said, you know, drop out, turn on, or tune in, drop out and tune in, turn on, or whatever he said.
Yeah,
you know,
he said drop out, tune in, and turn on. That's what he said. I remember distinctly.
Yeah, if you drop out and tune in, okay, you know.
Yes.
And you know, in a more positive sense, turn on to the, you know, the flow of life.
Yes.
And the flow of life will not betray you. Yeah. Everything outside of the flow of life has the predisposition, if not the direct intent, to betray you.
Right. By the way.
And it's like,
oh, go on.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Finish your thought.
Well, and that's what I saw in Scientology. You know, Scientology was, you know, if you could read the tea leaves, you flow with life, and it became antithetical to life. That was very evident to me, and so you see people like, oh, you know, and it just okay, demonstrate your, you know, that if I put a bunny rabbit before you, and a, you know, cockroach, you're going to kill the bunny rabbit. You're going to kill the bunny rabbit, you know, and you're going to, you know, put the roach in a roach hotel and I mean, you know, but that's what people were doing, you know. That's how people were treating each other. And when you see this, and you see it very clearly, and you see it clearly to yourself. Some people see it, some people don't. Well, I'm going to take the cockroach anyway because it's, you know, it's more politically correct.
You know, by the way, that's what I used to say about liberals. I used to say that obviously if you're going to make a bowl of soup, you know, and then of course Peter Moon hates soup, so
I don't hate all soup.
Okay.
I think it's an overrated piece of cuisine.
Understood. I get it. And so, but say you were making a bowl of soup, you would want to put in the most nutritious components available, or, you know, whatever of the freshest organic carrots, possibly, etc. Whatever vegetables you're gathering, you'd want them fresh and crisp, and other elements you'd assume, presumably, put the best that you could find into what you're going to put into your body. And I used to make the parallel I would draw would be your politicized liberal would say, oh no, we've got to give everything a chance, that this is elitism, that's elitism. So, you know, they'd go out there on the street and gather dog shit and wino vomit and, you know, various other ingredients to give it all a chance. We've got to give all this its equal chance. And so then they'd give you a soup comprised of this sewage, and that's liberal soup. I mean, this is how I used to present the conundrum of the liberal mindset. So, yeah, believe me, I get it. I get the.
Or we need to give these people a chance because, you know, nobody's ever taught them not to kill or rob or steal.
Yes. I mean, that's what it translates to socially. Yes.
That's what it comes down to. Is like, why are we punishing these people? Why are we putting them in jail?
Yeah, it comes down to that. Yes.
It does come down to that, and I kind of, you know, wondered about it because what happens is you grow up, especially where I grew up, in a world of naivete in terms of the hard-ass criminals that you might find in certain inner city type situations.
Well,
so,
I mean, yeah, the you know, the perfect example of that was Patrick Tillman and what happened when he became involved in the U.S. Army Rangers. By the way, just one thing I want to get on record right now, aside from the fact of course, we found out from our dear friend KP, I think